History of the World War. By Francis A. March. An authentic narrative of the world's greatest war. Foreword. This is a popular narrative history of the world's greatest war. Written frankly from the viewpoint of the United States and the Allies, it visualizes the bloodiest and most destructive conflict of all the ages from its remote causes to its glorious conclusion and beneficent results. The world-shaking rise of new democracies is set forth, and the enormous national and individual sacrifices producing that resurrection of human equality are detailed. Two ideals have been before us in the preparation of this necessary work. These are simplicity and thoroughness. It is of no avail to describe the greatest of human events if the description is so confused that the reader loses interest. Thoroughness is an historical essential beyond price. So it is that official documents prepared in many instances upon the field of battle, and others taken from the files of the governments at war, are the basis of this work. Maps and photographs of unusual clearness and high authenticity illuminate the text. All that has gone into war-making, into the regeneration of the world, are herein set forth with historical particularity. The stark horrors of Belgium, the blighting terrors of chemical warfare, the governmental restrictions placed upon hundreds of millions of civilians, the war sacrifices falling upon all the civilized peoples of earth, are in these pages. It is a book that mankind can well read and treasure. Chapter 1. A War for International Freedom. My fellow countrymen, the armistice was signed this morning. Everything for which America fought has been accomplished. The war thus comes to an end. Speaking to the Congress and the people of the United States, President Wilson made this declaration on November 11, 1918. A few hours before he made this statement, Germany, the empire of blood and iron, had agreed to an armistice, terms of which were the hardest and most humiliating ever imposed upon a nation of the first class. It was the end of a war for which Germany had prepared for generations, a war bred of a philosophy that might can take its toll of Earth's possessions, of human lives and liberties, when and where it will. That philosophy involved the cession to Imperial Germany of the best years of young German manhood, the training of German youths to be killers of men. It involved the creation of a military caste, arrogant beyond all precedent, a caste that set its strength and pride against the righteousness of democracy, against the possession of wealth and bodily comforts. A caste that visualized itself as part of a power-mad Kaiser's assumption that he and God were to shape the destinies of Earth. When Marshal Foch, the foremost strategist in the world, representing the governments of the Allies and the United States, delivered to the emissaries of Germany terms upon which they might surrender, he brought to an end the bloodiest, the most destructive and the most beneficent war the world has known. It is worthy of note in this connection that the three great wars in which the United States of America engaged have been wars for freedom. The Revolutionary War was for the liberty of the colonies. The Civil War was waged for the freedom of manhood and for the principle of the indissolubility of the Union. The World War, beginning 1914, was fought for the right of small nations to self-government and for the right of every country to the free use of the high seas. More than 4 million American men were under arms when the conflict ended. Of these, more than 2 million were upon the fields of France and Italy. These were thoroughly trained in the military art. They had proved their right to be considered among the most formidable soldiers the world has known. Against the brown rock of that host in khaki, the flower of German savagery and courage had broken at Château-Thierry. There the high tide of Prussian militarism, after what had seemed to be an irresistible dash for the destruction of France, spent itself in the bloody froth and spume of bitter defeat. There the Prussian Guard encountered the Marines, the Iron Division and the other heroic organizations of America's new army. There German soldiers who had been hardened and trained under German conscription before the war, and who had learned new arts in their bloody trade, through their service in the World War, met their masters in young Americans taken from the shop, the field, and the forge, youths who had been sent into battle with a scant 6 months' intensive training in the art of war. Not only did these American soldiers hold the German onslaught where it was but, in a sudden, fierce, resistless counter-thrust they drove back in defeat and confusion the Prussian Guard, the Pomeranian reserves. and smashed the morale of that German division beyond hope of resurrection. The news of that exploit sped from the Alps to the North Sea coast, through all the camps of the Allies, with incredible rapidity. The Americans have held the Germans. They can fight, ran the message. New life came into the war-weary ranks of heroic poilus and into the steel-hard armies of Great Britain. The Americans are as good as the best. There are millions of them, and millions more are coming, was heard on every side. The transfusion of American blood came as magic tonic, and from that glorious day there was never a doubt as to the speedy defeat of Germany. From that day the German retreat dated. The armistice signed on November 11, 1918, was merely the period finishing the death sentence of German militarism, the first word of which was uttered at Château-Thierry. Germany's defiance to the world, her determination to force her will and her Kultur upon the democracies of earth, produced the conflict. She called to her aid three sister autocracies: Turkey, a land ruled by the whims of a long line of moody misanthropic monarchs; Bulgaria, the traitor nation cast by its Teutonic king into a war in which its people had no choice and little sympathy; Austria-Hungary, a congeries of races in which a Teutonic minority ruled with an iron scepter. Against this phalanx of autocracy, 24 nations arrayed themselves. Populations of these 28 warring nations far exceeded the total population of all the remainder of humanity. The conflagration of war literally belted the earth. It consumed the most civilized of capitals. It raged in the swamps and forests of Africa. To its call came alien peoples speaking words that none but themselves could translate, wearing garments of exotic cut and hue amid the smart garbs and sober hues of modern civilization. A 20th-century Babel came to the fields of France for freedom's sake, and there was born an internationalism making for the future understanding and peace of the world. The list of the 28 nations entering the World War and their populations follow. Countries. Population. Countries. Population. United States 110 million, Italy 37 million. Austria-Hungary 50 million, Japan 54 million. Belgium 8 million, Liberia 2 million. Bulgaria 5 million, Montenegro 500,000. Brazil 23 million, Nicaragua 700,000. China 420 million, Panama 400,000. Costa Rica 425,000, Portugal 15 million. Cuba 2,500,000, Romania 7,500,000. France 90 million, Russia 180 million. Guatemala 2 million, San Marino 10,000. Germany 67 million, Serbia 4,500,000. Great Britain 440 million, Siam 6 million. Greece 5,000. Turkey 42 million. Haiti 2 million. Honduras 600,000, total 1,575,135,000. Including colonies. The following nations, with their populations, took no part in the world war. Countries. Population. Countries. Population. Abyssinia 8 million, Argentina 8 million. Afghanistan 6 million, Bhutan 250,000. Andorra 6,000, Chile 5 million. Colombia 5 million, Paraguay 800,000. Denmark 3 million, Persia 9 million. Ecuador 1,500,000, Salvador 1,250,000. Mexico 15 million, Spain 20,000,000. Monaco 20,000, Switzerland 3,750,000. Nepal 4 million, Venezuela 2,800,000. Holland 40 million. Norway 2,500,000, total 135,876,000. Including colonies. Never before in the history of the world were so many races and peoples mingled in a military effort as those that came together under the command of Marshal Foch. If we divide the human races into white, yellow, red and black, all four were largely represented. Among the white races there were Frenchmen, Italians, Portuguese, English, Scottish, Welsh, Irish, Canadians, Australians, South Africans, of both British and Dutch descent, New Zealanders. In the American Army, probably every other European nation was represented, with additional contingents from those already named, so that every branch of the white race figured in the ethnological total. There were representatives of many Asiatic races, including not only the volunteers from the native states of India, but elements from the French colony in Cochin China, with Annam, Cambodia, Tonkin, Laos, and Quang Chau Wan. England and France both contributed many African tribes, including Arabs from Algeria and Tunis, Senegalese, Saharans, and many of the South African races. The red races of North America were represented in the armies of both Canada and the United States, while the Maoris, Samoans, and other Polynesian races were likewise represented. And as, in the American Army, there were men of German, Austrian, and Hungarian descent, and, in all probability, contingents also of Bulgarian and Turkish blood, it may be said that Foch commanded an army representing the whole human race, united in defense of the ideals of the Allies. It will be seen that more than 10 times the number of neutral persons were engulfed in the maelstrom of war. Millions of these suffered from it during the entire period of the conflict, for years 3 months and 15 days, a total of 1,567 days. For almost 4 years Germany rolled up a record of victories on land and of piracies on and under the seas. Illustration: territory occupied by the Allies under the Armistice of November 11, 1918, east/west, Brussels to Berlin. North-south, Kiel to Bern. Dotted area, invaded territory of Belgium, France, Luxembourg and Alsace-Lorraine to be evacuated in 14 days. Area in small squares, part of Germany west of the Rhine to be evacuated in 25 days and occupied by Allied and U.S. troops, lightly. Shaded area to east of Rhine, neutral zone. Black semicircles. Bridgeheads of 30 km radius in the neutral zone to be occupied by Allied armies. Little by little, day after day, piracies dwindled as the murderous submarine was mastered and its menace strangled. On the land, the Allies, under the matchless leadership of Marshal Ferdinand Foch and the generous cooperation of Americans, British, French and Italians, under the great generals Pershing, Haig, Pétain and Diaz, wrested the initiative from von Hindenburg and Ludendorff, late in July, 1918. Then, in 115 days of wonderful strategy and the fiercest fighting the world has ever witnessed, Foch and the Allies closed upon the Germanic armies the jaws of a steel trap. A series of brilliant maneuvers dating from the Battle of Château-Thierry in which the Americans checked the Teutonic rush, resulted in the defeat and rout on all the fronts of the Teutonic commands. In that titanic effort, America's share was that of the final deciding factor. A nation unjustly titled the Dollar Nation, believed by Germany and by other countries to be soft, selfish and wasteful, became overnight hard as tempered steel. Self-sacrificing with an altruism that inspired the world and thrifty beyond all precedent in order that not only its own armies but the armies of the Allies might be fed and munitioned. Leading American thought and American action, President Wilson stood out as the prophet of the democracies of the world. Not only did he inspire America and the Allies to a military and naval effort beyond precedent, but he inspired the civilian populations of the world to extraordinary efforts that eventually won the war. For the decision was gained quite as certainly on the wheat fields of Western America, in the shops and the mines and the homes of America as it was upon the battlefield. This effort came in response to the following appeal by the President. These, then, are the things we must do, and do well. Besides fighting, the things without which mere fighting would be fruitless. We must supply abundant food for ourselves and for our armies and our seamen not only, but also for a large part of the nations with whom we have now made common cause, in whose support and by whose sides we shall be fighting. We must supply ships by the hundreds out of our shipyards to carry to the other side of the sea, submarines or no submarines, what will every day be needed there. N. Abundant materials out of our fields and our mines and our factories with which not only to clothe and equip our own forces on land and sea but also to clothe and support our people for whom the gallant fellows under arms can no longer work. To help clothe and equip the armies with which we are cooperating in Europe, and to keep the looms and manufactories there in raw material. Coal to keep the fires going in ships at sea and in the furnaces of hundreds of factories across the sea. Steel out of which to make arms and ammunition both here and there. Rails for worn-out railways back of the fighting fronts. Locomotives and rolling stock to take the place of those every day going to pieces. Everything with which the people of England and France and Italy and Russia have usually supplied themselves, but cannot now afford the men, the materials, or the machinery to make. I particularly appeal to the farmers of the South to plant abundant foodstuffs as well as cotton. They can show their patriotism in no better or more convincing way than by resisting the great temptation of the present price of cotton and helping upon a large scale. To feed the nation and the peoples everywhere who are fighting for their liberties and for our own. The variety of their crops will be the visible measure of their comprehension of their national duty. The response was amazing in its enthusiastic and general compliance. No autocracy issuing a ukase could have been obeyed so explicitly. Not only did the various classes of workers and individuals observe the President's suggestions to the letter, but they yielded up individual right after right in order that the war work of the government might be expedited. Extraordinary powers and functions were granted by the people through Congress, and it was not until peace was declared that these rights and powers returned to the people. These governmental activities ceased functioning after the war. Food Administration. Fuel Administration. Espionage Act. War Trade Board. Alien Property Custodian, with extension of time for certain duties. Agricultural Stimulation. Housing construction, except for shipbuilders. Control of telegraphs and telephones. Export control. These functions were extended, control over railroads, to cease within 21 months after the proclamation of peace. The War Finance Corporation, to cease to function 6 months after the war, with further time for liquidation. The Capital Issues Committee, to terminate in 6 months after the peace proclamation. The Aircraft Board, to end in 6 months after peace was proclaimed, and the government operation of ships, within 5 years after the war was officially ended. President Wilson, generally acclaimed as the leader of the world's democracies, phrased for civilization the arguments against autocracy in the Great Peace Conference after the war. The President headed the American delegation to that conclave of world reconstruction. With him as delegates to the conference were Robert Lansing, Secretary of State, Henry White, former ambassador to France and Italy, Edward M. House and General Tasker H. Bliss. Representing American labor at the International Labor Conference held in Paris simultaneously with the Peace Conference were Samuel Gompers, President of the American Federation of Labor. William Green, Secretary-Treasurer of the United Mine Workers of America, John R. Halpine, President of the Plumbers Union, James Duncan, President of the International Association of Granite Cutters. Frank Duffy, President of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, and Frank Morrison, Secretary of the American Federation of Labor. Estimating the share of each Allied nation in the great victory, mankind will conclude that the heaviest cost in proportion to pre-war population and treasure was paid by the nations that first felt the shock of war: Belgium, Serbia, Poland and France. All four were the battlegrounds of huge armies, oscillating in a bloody frenzy over once fertile fields and once prosperous towns. Belgium, with a population of 8 million, had a casualty list of more than 350,000. France, with its casualties of 4 million out of a population, including its colonies, of 90 million, is really the martyr nation of the world. Her gallant poilus showed the world how cheerfully men may die in defense of home and liberty. Huge Russia, including hapless Poland, had a casualty list of 7 million out of its entire population of 180 million. The United States out of a population of 110 million had a casualty list of 236,117 for 19 months of war. Of these 53,169 were killed or died of disease, 179,625 were wounded, and 3,323 prisoners or missing. Illustration: Kings and chief executives of the principal powers. Associated against the German alliance, King George V of England. President Raymond of France, President Woodrow Wilson of the United States, King Victor Emmanuel II of Italy. King Albert I of Belgium. Illustration: Photograph of Clemenceau. Copyright International Film Service. The Tiger of France. George Benjamin Eugene Clemenceau, world-famous Premier of France, who, by his inspiring leadership, maintained the magnificent morale of his countrymen in the face of terrific assaults of the enemy. Illustration: the Right Honourable David Lloyd George. British Premier, who headed the coalition cabinet which carried England through the war to victory. Illustration: King George V, King of Great Britain and Ireland and Emperor of India, who struggled earnestly to prevent the war, but when Germany attacked Belgium sent the mighty forces of the British Empire to stop the Hun. To the glory of Great Britain must be recorded the enormous effort made by its people, showing through operations of its army and navy. The British Empire, including the colonies, had a casualty list of 3,049,992 men out of a total population of 440 million. Of these 658,665 were killed, 2,032,122 were wounded, and 359,204 were reported missing. It raised an army of 7 million, and fought 7 separate foreign campaigns, in France, Italy, Dardanelles, Mesopotamia, Macedonia, East Africa and Egypt. It raised its navy personnel from 115,000 to 450,000 men. Cooperating with its allies on the sea, it destroyed approximately 150 German and Austrian submarines. It aided materially the American Navy and Transport Service in sending overseas the great American Army whose coming decided the war. The British Navy and Transport Service during the war made the following record of transportation and convoy: 20 million men, 2 million horses, 130 million tons of food, 25 million tons of explosives and supplies, 51,000 tons of oil and fuels, 500,000 vehicles. In 1917 alone 7 million men, 500,000 animals, 200,000 vehicles and 9,500,000 tons of stores were conveyed to the several war fronts. The German losses were estimated at 1,588,000 killed or died of disease, 4 million wounded, and 750,000 prisoners and missing. A tabulation of the estimates of casualties and the money cost of the war reveals the enormous price paid by humanity to convince a military-mad Germanic caste that right and not might must hereafter rule the world. These figures do not include Serbian losses, which are unavailable. Following is the tabulation. The Entente allies the Central Powers. Russia 7 million, Germany 6,338,000. France 4 million, Austria-Hungary 4,500,000. British Empire, official, 3,049,992, Turkey 750,000. Italy 1 million, Bulgaria 200,000. Belgium 350,000. Romania 200,000. United States, official, 236,117. Total 15,836,109. Total 11,788,000. Grand total of estimated casualties, 27,624,109, of which the dead alone number perhaps 7 million. Estimated cost in money. The Entente allies the Central Powers. Russia $30 billion, Germany $45 billion. Britain 52 billion, Austria-Hungary 25 billion. France 32 billion, Turkey 5 billion. United States 40 million. Bulgaria 2 billion. Italy 12 billion. Romania 3 billion, total $77 billion. Serbia $3 billion. Total $172 billion. Grand total of estimated cost in money, $249 billion. Was the cost too heavy? Was the price of international liberty paid in human lives and in sacrifices untold too great for the peace that followed? Even the most practical of money changers, the most sentimental pacifist, viewing the cost in connection with the liberation of whole nations, with the spread of enlightened liberty through oppressed and benighted lands. With the destruction of autocracy, of the military caste, and of Teutonic culture in its materialistic aspect, must agree that the blood was well shed, the treasure well spent. Millions of gallant, eager youths learned how to die fearlessly and gloriously. They died to teach Vandal nations that never more will humanity permit the exploitation of peoples for militaristic purposes. As Milton, the great philosopher-poet, phrased the lesson taught to Germany on the fields of France. They err who count it glorious to subdue. By conquest far and wide, to overrun large countries, and in field great battles win. Great cities by assault. What do these worthies? But rob and spoil, burn, slaughter, and enslave. Peaceable nations, neighboring or remote. Made captive, yet deserving freedom more than those their conquerors. Who leave behind nothing but ruin wheresoe'er they rove, and all the flourishing works of peace destroy. Chapter 2. The world suddenly turned upside down. Demoralization, like the Black Plague of the Middle Ages, spread in every direction immediately following the first overt acts of war. Men who were millionaires at nightfall awoke the next morning to find themselves bankrupt through depreciation of their stock holdings. Prosperous firms of importers were put out of business. International commerce was dislocated to an extent unprecedented in history. The greatest of hardships immediately following the war, however, were visited upon those who unhappily were caught on their vacations or on their business trips within the area affected by the war. Not only men, but women and children, were subjected to privations of the severest character. Notes which had been negotiable, paper money of every description, and even silver currency suddenly became of little value. Americans living in hotels and pensions facing this sudden shrinkage in their money, were compelled to leave the roofs that had sheltered them. That which was true of Americans was true of all other nationalities, so that every embassy and the office of every consul became a miniature Babel of excited, distressed humanity. The sudden seizure of railroads for war purposes in Germany, France, Austria and Russia, cut off thousands of travelers in villages that were almost inaccessible. Europeans being comparatively close to their homes, were not in straits as severe as the Americans whose only hope for aid lay in the speedy arrival of American gold. Prices of food soared beyond all precedent and many of these hapless strangers went under. Paris, the brightest and gayest city in Europe, suddenly became the most somber of dwelling places. No traffic was permitted on the highways at night. No lights were permitted and all the cafes were closed at 8 o'clock. The gay capital was placed under iron military rule. Seaports, and especially the pleasure resorts in France, Belgium and England, were placed under a military supervision. Visitors were ordered to return to their homes and every resort was shrouded with darkness at night. The records of those early days are filled with stories of dramatic happenings. On the night of July 31, Jean-Léon Jouars, the famous leader of French socialists, was assassinated while dining in a small restaurant near the Paris Bourse. His assassin was Raoul Villain. Jouars had been endeavoring to accomplish a union of French and German socialists with the aim of preventing the war. The object of the assassination appeared to have been wholly political. On the same day stock exchanges throughout the United States were closed, following the example of European stock exchanges. Ship insurance soared to prohibitive figures. Reservists of the French and German armies living outside of their native land were called to the colors and their homeward rush still further complicated transportation for civilians. All the countries of Europe clamored for gold. North and South America complied with the demand by sending cargoes of the precious metal overseas. The German ship Kronprinzessin with a cargo of gold, attempted to make the voyage to Hamburg, but a wireless warning that Allied cruisers were waiting for it off the Grand Banks of Newfoundland compelled the big ship to turn back to safety in America. Channel boats bearing American refugees from the continent to London were described as floating hells. London was excited over the war and holiday spirit, and overrun with 5,000 citizens of the United States tearfully pleading with the American ambassador for money for transportation home or assurances of personal safety. The condition of the terror-stricken tourists fleeing to the friendly shores of England from continental countries crowded with soldiers dragging in their wake heavy guns resulted in an extraordinary gathering of 2,000 Americans at a hotel one afternoon and the formation of a preliminary organization to afford relief. Some people who attended the meeting were already beginning to feel the pinch of want with little prospects of immediate succor. One man and wife, with 4 children, had 6 cents when he appealed to Ambassador Page after an exciting escape from German territory. Illustration, where the World War began. Map showing 15 degrees east to 28 degrees east. 35 degrees north to 52 degrees north. Germany and Russia on the north, the Mediterranean on the south, the Adriatic Sea on the west, the Aegean and western Turkey on the east. Oscar Strauss, worth 10 millions, struck London with $9. Although he had letters of credit for 5,000, he was unable to cash them in Vienna. Women hugging newspaper bundles containing expensive Paris frocks and millinery were herded in third-class carriages and compelled to stand many hours. They reached London utterly fatigued and unkempt, but mainly cheerful, only to find the hotels choked with fellow countrymen fortunate to reach there sooner. The ambassador was harassed by anxious women and children who asked many absurd questions which he could not answer. He said, "The appeals of these people are most distressing. They are very much excited, and no small wonder. I regret I have no definite news of the prospects or plans of the government for relief. I have communicated their condition to the Department of State and expect a response and assurances of coming aid as soon as possible. That the government will act I have not the slightest doubt. I am confident that Washington will do everything in her power for relief. How soon, I cannot tell. I have heard many distressing tales during the last 48 hours. A crowd filled the ambassador's office on the first floor of the flat building, in Victoria Street, which was mainly composed of women, school teachers, art students and other persons doing Europe on a shoestring. Many were entirely out of money and with limited securities, which were not negotiable. The action of the British government extending the bank holiday till Thursday of that week was discouraging news for the new arrivals from the continent. As it was uncertain whether the express and steamship companies would open in the morning for the cashing of checks and the delivery of mail, as was announced the previous Saturday. Doctors J. Riddle Goff, of New York, Frank F. Simpson, of Pittsburgh, Arthur D. Ballone of Vistaburg, Michigan, and B. F. Martin, of Chicago, formed themselves into a committee, and asked the cooperation of the press in America to bring about adequate assistance for the marooned Americans. And to urge the bankers of the United States to insist on their letters of credit and travelers' checks being honored so far as possible by the agents in Europe upon whom they were drawn. Illustration, the Cathedral of Reims. In the first weeks of the war the Germans occupied Reims, but were driven out after von Kluck's retreat. On September 20, 1914, they were reported as first shelling the Cathedral of Reims, and the civilized world stood aghast, for the edifice, begun in 1212, is one of the chief glories of Gothic architecture in all Europe. Illustration, 7 men marching abreast. Photo by Underwood and Underwood. New York, the Kaiser and his 6 sons, the ex-emperor and his sons leading a procession in Berlin soon after the declaration of war. It was noted that in spite of their martial appearance the royal family were extremely careful to keep out of range of the Allied guns. From left to right they are, the Kaiser, Crown Prince Wilhelm, Princes Eitel Friedrich, Adalbert, August, Oscar and Joachim. Dr. Martin and Dr. Simpson, who left London on Saturday for Switzerland to fetch back a young American girl, were unable to get beyond Paris, and they returned to London. Everywhere they found trains packed with refugees whose only object in life apparently was to reach the channel boats, accepting cheerfully the discomforts of those vessels if only able to get out of the war. Reverend J. P. Garfield, of Claremore, N.H., gave the following account of his experiences in Holland. On sailing from the Hook of Holland near midnight we pulled out just as the boat train from The Hague arrived. The steamer paused, but as she was filled to her capacity she later continued on her voyage, leaving fully 200 persons marooned on the wharf. Our discomforts while crossing the North Sea were great. Every seat was filled with sleepers, the cabins were given to women and children. The crowd, as a rule, was helpful and kindly, the single men carrying the babies and people lending money to those without funds. Despite the refugee conditions prevailing, it was noticeable that many women on the Hook wharf clung tenaciously to bandboxes containing Parisian hats. Travelers from Cologne said that searchlights were operated from the tops of the hotels all night searching for airplanes, and machine guns were mounted on the famous Cologne Cathedral. They also reported that tourists were refused hotel accommodations at Frankfurt because they were without cash. Men, women and children sat in the streets all night. The trains were stopped several miles from the German frontier and the passengers, especially the women and children, suffered great hardship being forced to continue their journey on foot. Passengers arriving at London from Montreal on the Cunard Line steamer Andania, bound for Southampton, reported the vessel was met at sea by a British torpedo boat and ordered by wireless to stop. The liner then was led into Plymouth as a matter of precaution against mines. Plymouth was filled with soldiers and searchlights were seen constantly flashing about the harbor. Otis B. Kent, an attorney for the Interstate Commerce Commission, of Washington, arrived in London after an exciting journey from Petrograd. Unable to find accommodations at a hotel, he slept on the railway station floor. He said, "I had been on a trip to Sweden to see the midnight sun. I did not realize the gravity of the situation until I saw the Russian fleet cleared for action. This was only July 26, at Kronstadt, where the shipyards were working overtime. I arrived at the Russian capital on the following day. Enormous demonstrations were taking place. I was warned to get out and left on the night of the 28th for Berlin. I saw Russian soldiers drilling at the stations and artillery constantly on the move. At Berlin I was warned to keep off the streets for fear of being mistaken for an Englishman. At Hamburg the number of warnings was increased. 2 Russians who refused to rise in a café when the German anthem was played were attacked and badly beaten. I also saw 2 Englishmen attacked in the street, but they finally were rescued by the police. There was a harrowing scene when the Hamburg American Line steamer Imperator cancelled its sailing. She left stranded 3,000 passengers, most of them short of money, and the women wailing. About 150 of us were given passage in the second class of the American Line steamship Philadelphia, for which I was offered $400 by a speculator. The journey to Flushing was made in a packed train, its occupants lacking sleep and food. No trouble was encountered on the frontier. Theodore Hetzler, of the Fifth Avenue Bank, was appointed chairman of the meeting for preliminary relief of the stranded tourists, and committees were named to interview officials of the steamship companies and of the hotels. To search for lost baggage, to make arrangements for the honoring of all proper checks and notes, and to confer with the members of the American Embassy. Oscar Strauss, who arrived from Paris, said that the United States Embassy there was working hard to get Americans out of France. Great enthusiasm prevailed at the French capital, he said, owing to the announcement that the United States government was considering a plan to send transports to take Americans home. The following committees were appointed at the meeting. Finance, Theodore Hetzler, Fred I. Kent and James G. Cannon. Transportation, Joseph F. Day, Francis M. Weld and George D. Smith, all. Of New York, Diplomatic, Oscar S. Strauss, Walter L. Fisher and James. Byrne, Hotels, L. H. Armour, of Chicago, and Thomas J. Shanley, New York. The committee established headquarters where Americans might register and obtain assistance. Chandler Anderson, a member of the International Claims Commission, arrived in London from Paris. He said he had been engaged with the work of the commission at Versailles, when he was warned by the American embassy that he had better leave France. He acted promptly on this advice and the commission was adjourned until after the war. Mr. Anderson had to leave his baggage behind him because the railway company would not register it. He said the city of Paris presented a strange contrast to the ordinary animation prevailing there. Most of the shops were closed. There were no taxis in the streets, and only a few vehicles drawn by horses. The armored cruiser Tennessee, converted for the time being into a treasure ship, left New York on the night of August 6, 1914, to carry $7,500,000 in gold to the many thousand Americans who were in want in European countries. Included in the $7,500,000 was $2,500,000 appropriated by the government. Private consignments in gold in sums from $1,000 to $5,000 were accepted by Colonel Smith, of the Army Quartermaster's Department, who undertook their delivery to Americans in Paris and other European ports. The cruiser carried as passengers Ambassador Willard, who returned to his post at Madrid, and Army and naval officers assigned as military observers in Europe. On the return trip accommodations for 200 Americans were available. The dreadnought Florida, after being hastily coaled and provisioned, left the Brooklyn Navy Yard under sealed orders at 9:30 o'clock the morning of August 6 and proceeded to Tompkinsville, where she dropped anchor near the Tennessee. The Florida was sent to protect the neutrality of American ports and prohibit supplies to belligerent ships. Secretary Daniels ordered her to watch the port of New York and sent the Mayflower to Hampton Roads. Destroyers guarded ports along the New England coast and those at Lewes, Delaware, to prevent violations of neutrality at Philadelphia and in that territory. Any vessel that attempted to sail for a belligerent port without clearance papers was boarded by American officials. The Texas and Louisiana, at Vera Cruz and the Minnesota, at Tampico, were ordered to New York, and Secretary Daniels announced that other American vessels would be ordered north as fast as room could be found for them in Navy Yard docks. At wireless stations, under the censorship ordered by the President, no code messages were allowed in any circumstances. Messages which might help any of the belligerents in any way were barred. The torpedo boat destroyer Warrington and the revenue cutter Androscoggin arrived at Bar Harbor on August 6 to enforce neutrality regulations and allowed no foreign ships to leave Frenchman's Bay without clearance papers. The United States cruiser Milwaukee sailed the same day from the Puget Sound Navy Yard to form part of the Coast Patrol to enforce neutrality regulations. Arrangements were made in Paris by Myron T. Herrick, the American ambassador, acting under instructions from Washington, to take over the affairs of the German embassy, while Alexander H. Ficarra, the American consul general, looked after the affairs of the German consulate. President Poincaré and the members of the French cabinet later issued a joint proclamation to the French nation in which was the phrase, "Mobilization is not war." The marching of the soldiers in the streets with the English, Russian and French flags flying, the singing of patriotic songs and the shouting of "On to Berlin," were much less remarkable than the general demeanor and cold resolution of most of the people. The response to the order of mobilization was instant, and the stations of all the railways, particularly those leading to the eastward, were crowded with reservists. Many women accompanied the men until close to the stations, where, softly crying, farewells were said. The troop trains left at frequent intervals. All the automobile buses disappeared, having been requisitioned by the army to carry meat, the coachwork of the vehicles being removed and replaced with specially designed bodies. A large number of taxicabs, private automobiles and horses and carts also were taken over by the military for transport purposes. The wildest enthusiasm was manifested on the boulevards when the news of the ordering of the mobilization became known. Bodies of men formed into regular companies in ranks 10 deep, paraded the streets waving the tricolor and other national emblems and cheering and singing the Marseillaise and the Internationale, at the same time throwing their hats in the air. On the sidewalks were many weeping women and children. All the stores and cafes were deserted. All foreigners were compelled to leave Paris or France before the end of the first day of mobilization by train but not by automobile. Timetables were posted on the walls of Paris giving the times of certain trains on which these people might leave the city. American citizens or British subjects were allowed to remain in France, except in the regions on the eastern frontier and near certain fortresses, provided they made declaration to the police and obtained a special permit. As to Italy's situation, Rome was quite calm and the normal aspect made tourists decide that Italy was the safest place. Austria's note to Serbia was issued without consulting Italy. One point of the Triple Alliance provided that no member should take action in the Balkans before an agreement with the other allies. Such an agreement did not take place. The alliance was of defensive, not aggressive, character and could not force an ally to follow any enterprise taken on the sole account and without a notice, as such action taken by Austria against Serbia. It was felt even then that Italy would eventually cast its lot with the Entente allies. Secretary of the Treasury William G. McAdoo, John Skelton Williams, Comptroller of the Currency, Charles S. Hamblin and William P. G. Harding, members of the Federal Reserve Board, went to New York early in August, 1914, where they discussed relief measures with a group of leading bankers at what was regarded as the most momentous conference of the kind held in the country in recent years. The New York Clearinghouse Committee, on August 2d, called a meeting of the Clearinghouse Association, to arrange for the immediate issuance of clearinghouse certificates. Among those at the conference were J. P. Morgan and his partner, Henry P. Davison, Frank A. Vanderlip, President of the National City Bank, and A. Barton Hepburn, Chairman of the Chase National Bank. Chapter 3. Why the World Went to War. While it is true that the war was conceived in Berlin, it is none the less true that it was born in the Balkans. It is necessary in order that we may view with correct perspective the background of the World War, that we gain some notion of the Balkan states and the complications entering into their relations. These countries have been the adopted children of the great European powers during generations of rulers. Russia assumed guardianship of the nations having a preponderance of Slavic blood. Romania with its Latin consanguinities was close to France and Italy. Bulgaria, Greece, and Balkan Turkey were debatable regions wherein the diplomats of the rival nations secured temporary victories by devious methods. The Balkans have fierce hatreds and have been the site of sudden historic wars. At the time of the declaration of the World War, the Balkan nations were living under the provisions of the Treaty of Bucharest, dated August 10, 1913. Greece, Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia and Montenegro were signers, and Turkey acquiesced in its provisions. Illustration: Provisions of the Treaty of Bucharest, 1913. Map showing the Adriatic on the west, the Black Sea on the east, Romania on the north and Crete on the south. Cross-hatching show land allocations among Serbia, Montenegro, Greece, Bulgaria and Romania. The assassination at Sarajevo had sent a convulsive shudder throughout the Balkans. The reason lay in the century-old antagonism between the Slav and the Teuton. Serbia, Montenegro and Russia had never forgiven Austria for seizing Bosnia and Herzegovina and making these Slavic people subjects of the Austrian crown. Bulgaria, Romania and Turkey remained cold at the news of the assassination. German diplomacy was in the ascendant at these courts and the prospect of war with Germany as their great ally presented no terrors for them. The sympathies of the people of Greece were with Serbia, but the Grecian court, because the Queen of Greece was the only sister of the German Kaiser, was wholeheartedly with Austria. Perhaps at the first the Romanians were most nearly neutral. They believed strongly that each of the small nations of the Balkan region as well as all of the small nations that had been absorbed but had not been digested by Austria, should cut itself from the leading strings held by the large European powers. There was a distinct undercurrent, for a federation resembling that of the United States of America between these peoples. This was expressed most clearly by M. Ionesco, leader of the Liberal Party of Romania and generally recognized as the ablest statesman of Middle Europe. He declared, "I always believed, and still believe, that the Balkan states cannot secure their future otherwise than by a close understanding among themselves, whether this understanding shall or shall not take the form of a federation. No one of the Balkan states is strong enough to resist the pressure from one or another of the European powers. For this reason I am deeply grieved to see in the Balkan coalition of 1912 Romania not invited. If Romania had taken part in the first one, we should not have had the second. I did all that was in my power and succeeded in preventing the war between Romania and the Balkan League in the winter of 1912-13. I risked my popularity, and I do not feel sorry for it. I employed all my efforts to prevent the Second Balkan War, which, as is well known, was profitable to us. I repeatedly told the Bulgarians that they ought not to enter it because in that case we would enter it too. But I was not successful in my efforts. During the Second Balkan War I did all in my power to end it as quickly as possible. At the conference at Bucharest I made efforts, as Mr. Paschik and Mr. Venizelos know very well, to secure for beaten Bulgaria the best terms. My object was to obtain a new coalition of all the Balkan states, including Romania. Had I succeeded in this the situation would be much better. No reasonable man will deny that the Balkan states are neutralizing each other at the present time, which in itself makes the whole situation all the more miserable. In October, 1913, when I succeeded in facilitating the conclusion of peace between Greece and Turkey, I was pursuing the same object of the Balkan coalition. On my return from Athens I endeavored, though without success, to put the Greco-Turkish relations on a basis of friendship, being convinced that the well-understood interest of both countries lies not only in friendly relations, but even in an alliance between them. The dissensions that exist between the Balkan states can be settled in a friendly way without war. The best moment for this would be after the general war, when the map of Europe will be remade. The Balkan country which would start war against another Balkan country would commit, not only a crime against her own future, but an act of folly as well. The destiny and future of the Balkan states, and of all the small European peoples as well, will not be regulated by fratricidal wars, but, with this great European struggle, the real object of which is to settle the question whether Europe shall enter an era of justice, and therefore happiness for the small peoples, or whether we will face a period of oppression more or less gilt-edged. And as I always believed that wisdom and truth will triumph in the end, I want to believe, too, that, in spite of the pessimistic news reaching me from the different sides of the Balkan countries, there will be no war among them in order to justify those who do not believe in the vitality of the small peoples. The conference at Rome, April 10, 1918, to settle outstanding questions between the Italians and the Slavs of the Adriatic, drew attention to those Slavonic peoples in Europe who were under non-Slavonic rule. At the beginning of the war there were three great Slavonic groups in Europe. First, the Russians with the Little Russians, speaking languages not more different than the dialect of Yorkshire is from the dialect of Devonshire. Second, a central group, including the Poles, the Czechs or Bohemians, the Moravians, and Slovaks, this group thus being separated under the four crowns of Russia, Germany, Austria and Hungary. The third, the southern group, included the Sclavonians, the Croatians, the Dalmatians, Bosnians, Herzegovinians, the Slavs, generally called Slovenes, in the western part of Austria, down to Gorizia. And also the two independent kingdoms of Montenegro and Serbia. Like the central group, this southern group of Slavs was divided under four crowns, Hungary, Austria, Montenegro, and Serbia. But, in spite of the fact that half belong to the Western and half to the Eastern Church, they are all essentially the same people, though with considerable infusion of non-Slavonic blood. There being a good deal of Turkish blood in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The languages, however, are practically identical, formed largely of pure Slavonic materials, and, curiously, much more closely connected with the Eastern Slav group, Russia and Little Russia, than with the central group, Polish and Bohemian. A Russian of Moscow will find it much easier to understand a Slovene from Gorizia than a Pole from Warsaw. The Ruthenians in southern Galicia and Bukowina are identical in race and speech with the Little Russians of Ukraine. Of the central group, the Poles have generally inclined to Austria, which has always supported the Polish landlords of Galicia against the Ruthenian peasantry, while the Czechs have been not so much anti-Austrian as anti-German. Indeed, the Habsburg rulers have again and again played these Slavs off against their German subjects. It was the Southern Slav question as affecting Serbia and Austria, that gave the pretext for the present war. The Central Slav question affecting the destiny of the Poles, was a bone of contention between Austria and Germany. It is the custom to call the Southern Slavs Yugoslavs, from the Slav word Yugo, south, but as this is a concession to German transliteration, many prefer to write the word Yugoslav, which represents its pronunciation. The South Slav question was created by the incursions of three Asiatic peoples, Huns, Magyars, Turks, who broke up the originally continuous Slav territory that ran from the White Sea to the confines of Greece and the Adriatic. Illustration, map, Austria-Hungary and surrounding nations. The mixture of races in South-Central Europe. Illustration, photograph of three soldiers firing artillery. Copyright Underwood and Underwood, N.Y. Serbs defending the mountain passes leading to their capital. Little Serbia, before she was overwhelmed by the concentrated force of a mighty Teuton drive, and afterward, did some fighting that astonished the world. The photo shows some of her artillery engaged in holding back the enemy in the mountain regions near Niš. Illustration, a scene from early trench warfare. Painting shows German soldiers defending a trench line on the left. British attackers are approaching from the right. Several men are already dead in front of the trench. From the woods in the background the British charge on an angle of the German breastworks under cover of artillery and machine gun fire. This illustrates the early trench warfare before the development of the elaborate concrete protected structures the Germans later devised. They can be seen wearing the famous spiked helmets which were later replaced by steel ones. This was the complex of nationalities, the ferment of races existing in 1914. Out of the hatreds engendered by the domination over the liberty-loving Slavic peoples by an arrogant Teutonic minority grew the assassinations at Sarajevo. These crimes were the expression of hatred not for the heir apparent of Austria but for the Habsburg and their Germanic associates. By a twist of the wheel of fate, the same Slavic peoples whose determination to rid themselves of the Teutonic yoke, started the war, also bore rather more than their share in the swift-moving events that decided and closed the war. Russia, the dying giant among the great nations, championed the Slavic peoples at the beginning of the war. It entered the conflict in aid of Little Serbia, but at the end Russia bowed to Germany in the infamous peace treaty at Brest-Litovsk. Thereafter, during the last months of the war, Russia was virtually an ally of its ancient enemy, Turkey, the sick man of Europe, and the Central German empires. With these allies the Bolshevik government of Russia attempted to head off the Czechoslovak regiments that had been captured by Russia during its drive into Austria and had been imprisoned in Siberia. After the peace consummated at Brest-Litovsk, these regiments determined to fight on the side of the Allies and endeavored to make their way to the Western Front. No war problems were more difficult than those of the Czechoslovaks. Few have been handled so masterfully. Surrounded by powerful enemies which for centuries have been bent on destroying every trace of Slavic culture, they had learned how to defend themselves against every trick or scheme of the brutal Germans. The Czechoslovak plan in Russia was of great value to the Allies all over the world, and was put at their service by Professor Thomas G. Masaryk. He went to Russia when everything was adrift and got hold of Bohemian prisoners here and there and organized them into a compact little army of 50,000 to 60,000 men. Equipped and fed, he moved them to whatever point had most power to thoroughly disrupt the German plans. They did much to check the German army for months. They resolutely refused to take any part in Russian political affairs, and when it seemed no longer possible to work effectively in Russia, this remarkable little band started on a journey all round the world to get to the Western Front. They loyally gave up most of their arms under agreement with Lenin and Trotsky that they might peacefully proceed out of Russia via Vladivostok. While they were carrying out their part of the agreement, and well on the way, they were surprised by telegrams from Lenin and Trotsky to the Soviets in Siberia ordering them to take away their arms and intern them. The story of what occurred then was told by two American engineers, Emerson and Hawkins, on the way to Ambassador Francis, and not being able to reach Vologda, joined a band of 4,000 or 5,000. The engineers were with them 3 months, while they were making it safe along the lines of the railroad for the rest of the Czechoslovaks to get out, and incidentally for Siberians to resume peaceful occupations. They were also supported by old railway organizations which had stuck bravely to them without wages and which every little while were shot up by the Bolsheviki. Distress in Russia would have been much more intense had it not been for the loyalty of the railway men in sticking to their tasks. Some American engineers at Irkutsk, on a peaceful journey out of Russia, on descending from the cars were met with a demand to surrender, and shots from machine guns. Some, fortunately, had kept hand grenades, and with these and a few rifles went straight at the machine guns. Although outnumbered, the attackers took the guns and soon afterward took the town. The Czechoslovaks, in the beginning almost unarmed, went against great odds and won for themselves the right to be considered a nation. Seeing the treachery of Lenin and Trotsky, they went back toward the west and made things secure for their men left behind. They took town after town with the arms they first took away from the Bolsheviki and Germans. But in every town they immediately set up a government, with all the elements of normal life. They established police and sanitary systems, opened hospitals, and had roads repaired, leaving a handful of men in the midst of enemies to carry on the plans of their leaders. American engineers speaking of the cleanliness of the Czechoslovak army, said that they lived like Spartans. The whole story is a remarkable evidence of the struggle of these little people for self-government. The emergence of the Czechoslovak nation has been one of the most remarkable and noteworthy features of the war. Out of the confusion of the situation, with the possibility of the resurrection of oppressed peoples, something of the dignity of old Bohemia was comprehended. And it was recognized that the Czechs were to be rescued from Austria and the Slovaks from Hungary, and united in one country with entire independence. This was undoubtedly due, in large measure, to the activities of Professor Masaryk, the president of the National Executive Council of the Czechoslovaks. His 4-year exile in the United States had the establishment of the new nation as its fruit. Professor Masaryk called attention to the fact that there is a peculiar discrepancy between the number of states in Europe and the number of nationalities, 27 states to 70 nationalities. He explained, also, that almost all the states are mixed, from the point of nationality. From the west of Europe to the east, this is found to be true, and the farther east one goes the more mixed do the states become. Austria is the most mixed of all the states. There is no Austrian language, but there are 9 languages, and 6 smaller nations or remnants of nations. In all of Germany there are 8 nationalities besides the Germans, who have been independent, and who have their own literature. Turkey is an anomaly, a combination of various nations overthrown and kept down. Since the 18th century there has been a continuing strong movement from each nation to have its own state. Because of the mixed peoples, there is much confusion. There are Romanians in Austria, but there is a Kingdom of Romania. There are Southern Slavs, but there are also Serbia and Montenegro. It is natural that the Southern Slavs should want to be united as one state. So it is with Italy. There was no justice in Poland being separated in 3 parts to serve the dynasties of Prussia, Russia and Austria. The Czechoslovaks of Austria and Hungary claimed a union. The national union consists in an endeavor to make the suppressed nations free, to unite them in their own states, and to readjust the states that exist, to force Austria and Prussia to give up the states that should be free. In the future, said Dr. Masaryk, there are to be sharp ethnological boundaries. The Czechoslovaks will guarantee the minorities absolute equality, but they will keep the German part of their country, because there are many Bohemians in it and they do not trust the Germans. Chapter 4. The plotter behind the scenes. One factor alone caused the Great War. It was not the assassination at Sarajevo, not the Slavic ferment of anti-Teutonism in Austria and the Balkans. The only cause of the world's greatest war was the determination of the German High Command and the powerful circle surrounding it that, der Tag, had arrived. The assassination at Sarajevo was only the peg for the pendant of war. Another peg would have been found inevitably had not the projection of that assassination presented itself as the excuse. Germany's military machine was ready. A gray-green uniform that at a distance would fade into misty obscurity had been devised after exhaustive experiments by optical, dye and cloth experts cooperating with the military high command. These uniforms had been standardized and fitted for the millions of men enrolled in Germany's regular and reserve armies. Rifles, great pyramids of munitions, field kitchens, traveling post offices, motor lorries, a network of military railways leading to the French and Belgian border, all these and more had been made ready. German soldiers had received instructions which enabled each man at a signal to go to an appointed place where he found everything in readiness for his long forced marches into the territory of Germany's neighbors. More than all this, Germany's spy system, the most elaborate and unscrupulous in the history of mankind, had enabled the German High Command to construct in advance of the declaration of war concrete gun emplacements in Belgium and other invaded territory. The cellars of dwellings and shops rented or owned by German spies were camouflaged concrete foundations for the great guns of Austria and Germany. These emplacements were in exactly the right position for use against the fortresses of Germany's foes. Advertisements and shop signs were used by spies as guides for the marching German armies of invasion. Illustration, painting of Kaiser William II. Copyright Press Illustrating Service. Kaiser William II of Germany. Posterity will regard him as more responsible than any other human being for the sacrifice of millions of lives in the Great War, as a ruler who might have been beneficent and wise, but attempted to destroy the liberties of mankind and to raise on their ruins an odious despotism. To forgive him and to forget his terrible transgressions would be to condone them. Illustration, men marching past a band. Copyright Underwood and Underwood, N.Y. Francis Joseph I of Austria, the Old Emperor, on a state occasion. Francis Joseph died before the war had settled the fate of the Habsburgs. The end came on November 21, 1916, in the 68th year of his reign. His life was tragic. He lived to see his brother executed, his queen assassinated, and his only son a suicide, with always before him the specter of the disintegration of his many-raced empire. In brief, Germany had planned for war. She was approximately ready for it. Under the shelter of such high-sounding phrases as, "We demand our place in the sun," and, "The seas must be free," the German people were educated into the belief that the hour of Germany's destiny was at hand. Illustration, Map of Africa. Germany's possessions in Africa prior to 1914. German psychologists, like other German scientists, had cooperated with the imperial militaristic government for many years to bring the Germanic mind into a condition of docility. So well did they understand the mentality and the trends of character of the German people that it was comparatively easy to impose upon them a militaristic system and philosophy by which the individual yielded countless personal liberties for the alleged good of the state. Rigorous and compulsory military service, unquestioning adherence to the doctrine that might makes right in accession to the all-highest, as the emperor was styled, of supreme powers in the state, are some of the sufferances to which the German people submitted. German propaganda abroad was quite as vigorous as at home, but infinitely less successful. The German High Command did not expect England to enter the war. It counted upon America's neutrality with a leaning toward Germany. It believed that German colonization in South Africa and South America would incline these vast domains toward friendship for the Central Empires. How mistaken the propagandists and psychologists were events have demonstrated. It was this dream of world domination by Teutonic culture that supplied the motive leading to the world's greatest war. Bosnia, an unwilling province of Austria-Hungary, at one time a province of Serbia and overwhelmingly Slavic in its population, had been seething for years with an anti-Teutonic ferment. The Teutonic court at Vienna, leading the minority Germanic party in Austria-Hungary, had been endeavoring to allay the agitation among the Bosnian Slavs. In pursuance of that policy, Archduke Francis Ferdinand, heir presumptive to the thrones of Austria and Hungary, and his morganatic wife, Sophia Chotek, Duchess of Hohenberg, on June 28, 1914, visited Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia. On the morning of that day, while they were being driven through the narrow streets of the ancient town, a bomb was thrown at them, but they were uninjured. They were driven through the streets again in the afternoon, for purpose of public display. A student, just out of his teens, one Gavrilo Prinzep, attacked the royal party with a magazine pistol and killed both the Archduke and his wife. Here was the excuse for which Germany had waited. Here was the dawn of the day. The Germanic court of Austria asserted that the crime was the result of a conspiracy, leading directly to the Slavic court of Serbia. The Serbians in their turn declared that they knew nothing of the assassination. They pointed out the fact that Sophia Chotek was a Slav, and that Francis Ferdinand was more liberal than any other member of the Austrian royal household, and finally, that he, more than any other member of the Austrian court, understood and respected the Slavic character and aspirations. At 6 o'clock on the evening of July 23d, Austria sent an ultimatum to Serbia, presenting 11 demands and stipulating that categorical replies must be delivered before 6 o'clock on the evening of July 25. Although the language in which the ultimatum was couched was humiliating to Serbia, the answer was duly delivered within the stipulated time. The demands of the Austrian note in brief were as follows. 1. The Serbian government to give formal assurance of its condemnation of Serb propaganda against Austria. 2. The next issue of the Serbian official journal was to contain a declaration to that effect. 3. This declaration to express regret that Serbian officers had taken part in the propaganda. 4. The Serbian government to promise that it would proceed rigorously against all guilty of such activity. 5. This declaration to be at once communicated by the King of Serbia to his army, and to be published in the official bulletin as an order of the day. 6. All anti-Austrian publications in Serbia to be suppressed. 7. The Serbian political party known as the National Union to be suppressed, and its means of propaganda to be confiscated. 8. All anti-Austrian teaching in the schools of Serbia to be suppressed. 9. All officers, civil and military, who might be designated by Austria as guilty of anti-Austrian propaganda to be dismissed by the Serbian government. 10. Austrian agents to cooperate with the Serbian government in suppressing all anti-Austrian propaganda, and to take part in the judicial proceedings conducted in Serbia against those charged with complicity in the crime at Sarajevo. 11. Serbia to explain to Austria the meaning of anti-Austrian utterances of Serbian officials at home and abroad, since the assassination. To the first and second demands Serbia unhesitatingly assented. To the third demand, Serbia assented, although no evidence was given to show that Serbian officers had taken part in the propaganda. The Serbian government assented to the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth demands also. Extraordinary as was the ninth demand, which would allow the Austrian government to proscribe Serbian officials, so eager for peace and friendship was the Serbian government that it assented to it. With the stipulation that the Austrian government should offer some proof of the guilt of the proscribed officers. The 10th demand, which in effect allowed Austrian agents to control the police and courts of Serbia, it was not possible for Serbia to accept without abrogating her sovereignty. However, it was not unconditionally rejected, but the Serbian government asked that it be made the subject of further discussion, or be referred to arbitration. The Serbian government assented to the 11th demand, on the condition that if the explanations which would be given concerning the alleged anti-Austrian utterances of Serbian officials would not prove satisfactory to the Austrian government, the matter should be submitted to mediation or arbitration. Behind the threat conveyed in the Austrian ultimatum was the menacing figure of militant Germany. The veil that had hitherto concealed the hands that worked the string, was removed when Germany, under the pretense of localizing the quarrel to Serbian and Austrian soil, interrogated France and England. asking them to prevent Russia from defending Serbia in the event of an attack by Austria upon the Serbs. England and France promptly refused to participate in a tragedy which would deliver Serbia to Austria as Bosnia had been delivered. Russia, bound by race and creed to Serbia, read into the ultimatum of Teutonic Kultur a determination for warfare. Mobilization of the Russian forces along the Austrian frontier was arranged, when it was seen that Serbia's pacific reply to Austria's demands would be contemptuously disregarded by Germany and Austria. During the days that intervened between the issuance of the ultimatum and the actual declaration of war by Germany against Russia on Saturday, August 1, various sincere efforts were made to stave off the world-shaking catastrophe. Arranged chronologically, these events may thus be summarized. Russia, on July 24, formally asked Austria if she intended to annex Serbian territory by way of reprisal for the assassination at Sarajevo. On the same day Austria replied that it had no present intention to make such annexation. Russia then requested an extension of the 48-hour time limit named in the ultimatum. Austria, on the morning of Saturday, July 25, refused Russia's request for an extension of the period named in the ultimatum. On the same day, the newspapers published in Petrograd printed an official note issued by the Russian government warning Europe generally that Russia would not remain indifferent to the fate of Serbia. These newspapers also printed the appeal of the Serbian Crown Prince to the Tsar dated on the preceding day, urging that Russia come to the rescue of the menaced Serbs. Serbia's peaceful reply surrendering on all points except one, and agreeing to submit that to arbitration, was sent late in the afternoon of the same day. And that night Austria declared the reply to be unsatisfactory and withdrew its minister from Belgrade. England commenced its attempts at pacification on the following day, Sunday, July 26. Sir Edward Grey spent the entire Sabbath in the Foreign Office and personally conducted the correspondence that was calculated to bring the dispute to a peaceful conclusion. He did not reckon, however, with a Germany determined upon war, a Germany whose manufacturers, shipowners and junkers had combined with its militarists to achieve Germany's place in the sun, even though the world would be stained in the blood of the most frightful war this earth has ever known. Realization of this fact did not come to Sir Edward Grey until his negotiations with Germany and with Austria-Hungary had proceeded for some time. His first suggestion was that the dispute between Russia and Austria be committed to the arbitration of Great Britain, France, Italy and Germany. Russia accepted this but Germany and Austria rejected it. Russia had previously suggested that the dispute be settled by a conference between the diplomatic heads at Vienna and Petrograd. This also was refused by Austria. Sir Edward Grey renewed his efforts on Monday, July 27, with an invitation to Germany to present suggestions of its own, looking toward a settlement. This note was never answered. Germany took the position that its proposition to compel Russia to stand aside while Austria punished Serbia had been rejected by England and France and it had nothing further to propose. During all this period of negotiation the German Foreign Office, to all outward appearances at least, had been acting independently of the Kaiser, who was in Norway on a vacation trip. He returned to Potsdam on the night of Sunday, July 26. On Monday morning the Tsar of Russia received a personal message from the Kaiser, urging Russia to stand aside that Serbia might be punished. The Tsar immediately replied with the suggestion that the whole matter be submitted to The Hague. No reply of any kind was ever made to this proposal by Germany. Illustration: the German Confederation in 1815, map, Baltic Sea on the north, Adriatic Sea on the south, eastern France and Belgium on the west, Poland on the east. All suggestions and negotiations looking forward to peace were brought to a tragic end on the following day, Tuesday, July 28, when Austria declared war on Serbia, having speedily mobilized troops at strategic points on the Serbian border. Russian mobilization, which had been proceeding only in a tentative way, on the Austrian border, now became general, and on July 30, mobilization of the entire Russian army was proclaimed. Germany's effort to exclude England from the war began on Thursday, July 29. A note, sounding Sir Edward Grey on the question of British neutrality in the event of war was received, and a curt refusal to commit the British Empire to such a proposal was the reply. Sir Edward Grey, in a last determined effort to avoid a world war, suggested to Germany, Austria, Serbia, and Russia that the military operations commenced by Austria should be recognized as merely a punitive expedition. He further suggested that when a point in Serbian territory previously fixed upon should have been reached, Austria would halt and would submit her further action to arbitration in the Conference of the Powers. Russia and Serbia agreed unreservedly to this proposition. Austria gave a half-hearted assent to the principle involved. Germany made no reply. The die was cast for war on the following day, July 31st, when Germany made a dictatorial and arrogant demand upon Russia that mobilization of that nation's military forces be stopped within 12 hours. Russia made no reply, and on Saturday, August 1st, Germany set the world aflame with the dread of war's horror by her declaration of war upon Russia. Germany's responsibility for this monumental crime against the peace of the world is eternally fixed upon her, not only by these outward and visible acts and negotiations. Not only by her years of patient preparation for the war into which she plunged the world. The responsibility is fastened upon her forever by the revelations of her own ambassador to England during this fateful period. Prince Lichnowsky, in a remarkable communication which was given to the world, laid bare the machinations of the German High Command and its advisers. He was a guest of the Kaiser at Kiel on board the imperial yacht Meteor when the message was received informing the Kaiser of the assassination at Sarajevo. His story continues. Being unacquainted with the Vienna viewpoint and what was going on there, I attached no very far-reaching significance to the event. But, looking back, I could feel sure that in the Austrian aristocracy a feeling of relief outweighed all others. His Majesty regretted that his efforts to win over the Archduke to his ideas had thus been frustrated by the Archduke's assassination. I went on to Berlin and saw the Chancellor, von Bethmann-Hollweg. I told him that I regarded our foreign situation as very satisfactory as it was a long time indeed since we had stood so well with England. And in France there was a pacifist cabinet. Herr von Bethmann-Hollweg did not seem to share my optimism. He complained of the Russian armaments. I tried to tranquilize him with the argument that it was not to Russia's interest to attack us, and that such an attack would never have English or French support, as both countries wanted peace. I went from him to Dr. Zimmermann, the Under-Secretary, who was acting for Herr von Jagow, the Foreign Secretary, and learned from him that Russia was about to call up 900,000 new troops. His words unmistakably denoted ill humor against Russia, who, he said, stood everywhere in our way. In addition, there were questions of commercial policy that had to be settled. That General von Moltke was urging war was, of course, not told to me. I learned, however, that Herr von Skurski, the German ambassador in Vienna, had been reproved because he said that he had advised Vienna to show moderation toward Serbia. Prince Lichnowsky went to his summer home in Silesia, quite unaware of the impending crisis. He continues. When I returned from Silesia on my way to London, I stopped only a few hours in Berlin, where I heard that Austria intended to proceed against Serbia so as to bring to an end an unbearable state of affairs. Unfortunately, I failed at the moment to gauge the significance of the news. I thought that once more it would come to nothing, that even if Russia acted threateningly, the matter could soon be settled. I now regret that I did not stay in Berlin and declare there and then that I would have no hand in such a policy. There was a meeting in Potsdam, as early as July 5, between the German and Austrian authorities, at which meeting war was decided on. Prince Lichnowsky says. I learned afterwards that at the decisive discussion at Potsdam on July 5 the Austrian demand had met with the unconditional approval of all the personages in authority. It was even added that no harm would be done if war with Russia did come out of it. It was so stated at least in the Austrian report received at London by Count Mensdorff, the Austrian ambassador to England. At this point I received instructions to endeavour to bring the English press to a friendly attitude in case Austria should deal the death blow to Greater Serbian hopes. I was to use all my influence to prevent public opinion in England from taking a stand against Austria. I remembered England's attitude during the Bosnian annexation crisis, when public opinion showed itself in sympathy with the Serbian claims to Bosnia. I recalled also the benevolent promotion of nationalist hopes that went on in the days of Lord Byron and Garibaldi. And on these and other grounds I thought it extremely unlikely that English public opinion would support a punitive expedition against the Archduke's murderers. I thus felt it my duty to enter an urgent warning against the whole project, which I characterized as venturesome and dangerous. I recommended that counsels of moderation he given Austria. As I did not believe that the conflict could be localized, that is to say, it could not be limited to a war between Austria and Serbia. Illustration: photographs of Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg and Prince Maximilian. Photos from International Film Service. The German Chancellors. On the right is Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg, who is held responsible in large measure for bringing on the war. On the left is Prince Maximilian of Baden, the Kaiser's camouflage chancellor, who was appointed in a vain attempt to fool the American people into thinking that a democratic government had been set up in Germany. Illustration: photograph of ex-Emperor Charles and ex-Empress Zita. Copyright Press Illustrating Service. The deposed rulers of Austria-Hungary, the ex-Emperor Charles and his wife, the ex-Empress Zita, in deep conversation with Hungarian leaders who are explaining the distressing situation confronting the country. Herr von Jagow answered me that Russia was not prepared, that there would be more or less of a rumpus, but that the more firmly we stood by Austria, the more surely would Russia give way. Austria was already blaming us for flabbiness and we could not flinch. On the other hand, Russian sentiment was growing more unfriendly all the time, and we must simply take the risk. I subsequently learned that this attitude was based on advices from Count Portales, the German ambassador in Petrograd, that Russia would not stir under any circumstances, information which prompted us to spur Count Berchtold on in his course. On learning the attitude of the German government, I looked for salvation through English mediation, knowing that Sir Edward Grey's influence in Petrograd could be used in the cause of peace. I, therefore, availed myself of my friendly relations with the minister to ask him confidentially to advise moderation in Russia in case Austria demanded satisfaction from the Serbians, as it seemed likely she would. The English press was quiet at first, and friendly to Austria, the assassination being generally condemned. By degrees, however, more and more voices made themselves heard, in the sense that, however necessary it might be to take cognizance of the crime, any exploitation of it for political ends was unjustifiable. Moderation was enjoined upon Austria. When the ultimatum came out, all the papers, with the exception of the Standard, were unanimous in condemning it. The whole world, outside of Berlin and Vienna, realized that it meant war, and a World War II. The English fleet, which happened to have been holding a naval review, was not demobilized. The British government labored to make the Serbian reply conciliatory, and the Serbian answer was in keeping with the British efforts. Sir Edward Grey then proposed his plan of mediation upon the 2 points which Serbia had not wholly conceded. Prince Lichnowsky writes, M. Cambon, for France, Marquis Imperiali, for Italy, and I were to meet, with Sir Edward in the chair, and it would have been easy to work out a formula for the debated points, which had to do with the cooperation of imperial and royal officials in the inquiries to be conducted at Belgrade. By the exercise of good will everything could have been settled in 1 or 2 sittings, and the mere acceptance of the British proposal would have relieved the strain and further improved our relations with England. I seconded this plan with all my energies. In vain. I was told, by Berlin, that it would be against the dignity of Austria. Of course, all that was needed was one hint from Berlin to Count Berchtold, the Austrian foreign minister. He would have satisfied himself with a diplomatic triumph and rested on the Serbian answer. That hint was never given. On the contrary, pressure was brought in favor of war. After our refusal, Sir Edward asked us to come forward with our proposal. We insisted on war. No other answer could I get, from Berlin, than that it was a colossal condescension on the part of Austria not to contemplate any acquisition of territory. Sir Edward justly pointed out that one could reduce a country to vassalage without acquiring territory, that Russia would see this, and regard it as a humiliation not to be put up with. The impression grew stronger and stronger that we were bent on war. Otherwise our attitude toward a question in which we were not directly concerned was incomprehensible. The insistent requests and well-defined declarations of M. Sassanov, the Tsar's positively humble telegrams, Sir Edward's repeated proposals, the warnings of Marquis San Giuliano and of Bellotti, my own pressing admonitions were all of no avail. Berlin remained inflexible. Serbia must be slaughtered. Then, on the 29th, Sir Edward decided upon his well-known warning. I told him I had always reported, to Berlin, that we should have to reckon with English opposition if it came to a war with France. Time and again the minister said to me, if war breaks out it will be the greatest catastrophe the world has ever seen. And now events moved rapidly. Count Berchtold at last decided to come around, having up to that point played the role of strong man under guidance of Berlin. Thereupon we, in answer to Russia's mobilization, sent our ultimatum and declaration of war, after Russia had spent a whole week in fruitless negotiation and waiting. Thus ended my mission in London. It had suffered shipwreck, not on the wiles of the Briton but on the wiles of our own policy. Were not those right who saw that the German people was pervaded with the spirit of Treitschke and Bernhardi, which glorifies war as an end instead of holding it in abhorrence as an evil thing? Properly speaking, militarism is a school for the people and an instrument to further political ends. But in the patriarchal absolutism of a military monarchy, militarism exploits politics to further its own ends, and can create a situation which a democracy freed from Junkerdom would not tolerate. That is what our enemies think. That is what they are bound to think when they see that in spite of capitalistic industrialism, and in spite of socialistic organizations, the living, as Nietzsche said, are still ruled by the dead. The democratization of Germany, the first war aim proposed by our enemies, will become a reality. This is the frank statement of a great German statesman made long before Germany received its knockout blow. It was written when Germany was sweeping all before it on land, and when the U-boat was at the height of its murderous powers on the high seas. No one in nor out of Germany has controverted any of its statements, and it will forever remain as one of the counts in the indictment against Germany and the sole cause of the world's greatest misery, the war. America's outstanding authority on matters of international conduct, former Secretary of State Elihu Root declared that the World War was a mighty and all-embracing struggle between two conflicting principles of human right and human duty. It was a conflict between the divine right of kings to govern mankind through armies and nobles, and the right of the peoples of the earth who toil and endure and aspire to govern themselves by law under justice, and in the freedom of individual manhood. After the declaration of war against Russia by Germany, events marched rapidly and inevitably toward the general conflagration. Germany's most strenuous efforts were directed toward keeping England out of the conflict. We have seen in the revelations of Prince Lichnowsky how eager was England to divert Germany's murderous purpose. There are some details, however, required to fill in the diplomatic picture. President Poincaré, of the French Republic, on July 30, asked the British ambassador in Paris for an assurance of British support. On the following day he addressed a similar letter to King George of England. Both requests were qualifiedly refused on the ground that England wished to be free to continue negotiations with Germany for the purpose of averting the war. In the meantime, the German government addressed a note to England offering guarantees for Belgian integrity, providing Belgium did not side with France. Offering to respect the neutrality of Holland and giving assurance that no French territory in Europe would be annexed if Germany won the war. Sir Edward Grey described this as a shameful proposal, and rejected it on July 30. On July 31 England sent a note to France and Germany asking for a statement of purpose concerning Belgian neutrality. France immediately announced that it would respect the Treaty of 1839 and its reaffirmation in 1870 guaranteeing Belgium's neutrality. This treaty was entered into by Germany, England, France, Austria and Russia. Germany's reply on August 1 was a proposal that she would respect the neutrality of Belgium if England would stay out of the war. This was promptly declined. On August 2, the British cabinet agreed that if the German fleet attempted to attack the coast of France, the British fleet would intervene. Germany, the next day, sent a note agreeing to refrain from naval attacks on France provided England would remain neutral, but declined to commit herself as to the neutrality of Belgium. Before this, however, on August 2, Germany had announced to Belgium its intention to enter Belgium for the purpose of attacking France. The Belgian minister in London made an appeal to the British Foreign Office and was informed that invasion of Belgium by Germany would be followed by England's declaration of war. Monday, August 3, was signalized by Belgium's declaration of its neutrality and its firm purpose to defend its soil against invasion by France, England, Germany, or any other nation. The actual invasion of Belgium commenced on the morning of August 4, when 12 regiments of Uhlans crossed the frontier near Weiss, and came in contact with a Belgian force driving it back upon Liège. King Albert of Belgium promptly appealed to England, Russia and France for aid in repelling the invader. England sent an ultimatum to Germany fixing midnight of August 4 as the time for expiration of the ultimatum. This demanded that satisfactory assurances be furnished immediately that Germany would respect the neutrality of Belgium. No reply was made by Germany and England's declaration of war followed. Chancellor von Bethmann-Hollweg, of the German Empire, wrote Germany's infamy into history when, in a formal statement, he acknowledged that the invasion of Belgium was a wrong that we will try to make good again as soon as our military ends have been reached. To Sir Edward Vautrin, British ambassador to Germany, he addressed the inquiry, "Is it the purpose of your country to make war upon Germany for the sake of a scrap of paper?" The Treaty of 1839 to 1870 guaranteeing Belgium's neutrality was the scrap of paper. Illustration, photographs. King Albert I, Queen Elizabeth, the heroic rulers of Belgium. Illustration, photograph showing bombed-out shells of buildings. In the foreground a building has been leveled to the ground. Copyright International News Service. The Red Ruins of Ypres. Ypres, the British soldiers' wipers, was the scene of much of the bloodiest fighting of the war. 3 great battles were fought for its possession. The photograph shows what was once the marketplace. With the entrance of England into the war, the issue between autocracy and democracy was made plain before the people of the world. Austria, and later Turkey, joined with Germany, France, and Japan, by reason of their respective treaty obligations joined England and Russia. Italy for the time preferred to remain neutral, ignoring her implied alliance with the Teutonic empires. How other nations lined up on the one side and the other is indicated by the State Department's list of war declarations and diplomatic severances, which follows. Austria against Belgium, August 28, 1914. Austria against Japan, August 27, 1914. Austria against Montenegro, August 9, 1914. Austria against Russia, August 6, 1914. Austria against Serbia, July 28, 1914. Belgium against Germany, August 4, 1914. Brazil against Germany, October 26, 1917. Bulgaria against Serbia, October 14, 1915. China against Austria, August 14, 1917. China against Germany, August 14, 1917. Costa Rica against Germany, May 23, 1918. Cuba against Germany, April 7, 1917. Cuba against Austria-Hungary, December 16, 1917. France against Austria, August 13, 1914. France against Bulgaria, October 16, 1915. France against Germany, August 3, 1914. France against Turkey, November 5, 1914. Germany against Belgium, August 4, 1914. Germany against France, August 3, 1914. Germany against Portugal, March 9, 1916. Germany against Romania, September 14, 1916. Germany against Russia, August 1, 1914. Great Britain against Austria, August 13, 1914. Great Britain against Bulgaria, October 15, 1915. Great Britain against Germany, August 4, 1914. Great Britain against Turkey, November 5, 1914. Greece against Bulgaria, November 28, 1916. Provisional Government. Greece against Bulgaria, July 2, 1917. Government of Alexander. Greece against Germany, November 28, 1916. Provisional Government. Greece against Germany, July 2, 1917. Government of Alexander. Guatemala against Germany and Austria-Hungary, April 22, 1918. Haiti against Germany, July 15, 1918. Honduras against Germany, July 19, 1918. Italy against Austria, May 24, 1915. Italy against Bulgaria, October 19, 1915. Italy against Germany, August 28, 1916. Italy against Turkey, August 21, 1915. Japan against Germany, August 23, 1914. Liberia against Germany, August 4, 1917. Montenegro against Austria, August 8, 1914. Montenegro against Germany, August 9, 1914. Nicaragua against Germany, May 24, 1918. Panama against Germany, April 7, 1917. Panama against Austria, December 10, 1917. Portugal against Germany, November 23, 1914. Resolution passed authorizing military intervention as ally of England. Portugal against Germany, May 19, 1915. Military aid granted. Romania against Austria, August 27, 1916. Allies of Austria also. Consider it a declaration. Russia against Germany, August 7, 1914. Russia against Bulgaria, October 19, 1915. Russia against Turkey, November 3, 1914. San Marino against Austria, May 24, 1915. Serbia against Bulgaria, October 16, 1915. Serbia against Germany, August 6, 1914. Serbia against Turkey, December 2, 1914. Siam against Austria, July 22, 1917. Siam against Germany, July 22, 1917. Turkey against Allies, November 23, 1914. Turkey against Romania, August 29, 1916. United States against Germany, April 6, 1917. United States against Austria-Hungary, December 7, 1917. Severance of diplomatic relations. The nations that formally severed relations, whether afterward declaring war or not, are as follows. Austria against Japan, August 26, 1914. Austria against Portugal, March 16, 1916. Austria against Serbia, July 26, 1914. Austria against United States, April 8, 1917. Bolivia against Germany, April 14, 1917. Brazil against Germany, April 11, 1917. China against Germany, March 14, 1917. Costa Rica against Germany, September 21, 1917. Ecuador against Germany, December 7, 1917. Egypt against Germany, August 13, 1914. France against Austria, August 10, 1914. Greece against Turkey, July 2, 1917. Government of Alexander. Greece against Austria, July 2, 1917. Government of Alexander. Guatemala against Germany, April 27, 1917. Haiti against Germany, June 17, 1917. Honduras against Germany, May 17, 1917. Nicaragua against Germany, May 18, 1917. Peru against Germany, October 6, 1917. Santo Domingo against Germany, June 8, 1917. Turkey against United States, April 20, 1917. United States against Germany, February 3, 1917. Uruguay against Germany, October 7, 1917. Chapter 5. The Great War begins. Years before 1914, when Germany declared war against civilization, it was decided by the German General Staff to strike at France through Belgium. The records of the German Foreign Office prove that fact. The reason for this lay in the long line of powerful fortresses along the line that divides France from Germany and the sparsely spaced and comparatively out-of-date forts on the border between Germany and Belgium. True, there was a treaty guaranteeing the inviolability of Belgian territory to which Germany was a signatory party. Some of the clauses of that treaty were: Article 9. Belgium, within the limits traced in conformity with the principles laid down in the present preliminaries, shall form a perpetually neutral state. The five powers, England, France, Austria, Prussia and Russia, without wishing to intervene in the internal affairs of Belgium, guarantee her that perpetual neutrality as well as the integrity and inviolability of her territory in the limits mentioned in the present article. Article 10. By just reciprocity Belgium shall be held to observe this same neutrality toward all the other states and to make no attack on their internal or external tranquility while always preserving the right to defend herself against any foreign aggression. This agreement was followed on January 23, 1839, by a definitive treaty, accepted by Belgium and by the Netherlands, which treaty regulates Belgium's neutrality as follows. Article 7. Belgium, within the limits defined in Articles 1, 2, and 4 shall form an independent and perpetually neutral state. She is obligated to preserve this neutrality against all the other states. To convert this solemn covenant into a scrap of paper, it was necessary that Germany should find an excuse for tearing it to pieces. There was absolutely no provocation in sight, but that did not deter the German High Command. That august body with no information whatever to afford an excuse, alleged in a formal note to the Belgian government that the French army intended to invade Germany through Belgian territory. This hypocritical and mendacious note and Belgium's vigorous reply follow. Note handed in on August 2, 1914, at 7:00 p.m., by Hervon. Below Célesque, German Minister, to M. d'Avignon, Belgian Minister for Foreign Affairs. Brussels, 2 August, 1914. Imperial German Legation in Belgium. Highly confidential. The German government has received reliable information according to which the French forces intend to march on the Meuse, by way of Givet and Namur. This information leaves no doubt as to the intention of France of marching on Germany through Belgian territory. The imperial government cannot avoid the fear that Belgium, in spite of its best will be in no position to repulse such a largely developed French march without aid. In this fact there is sufficient certainty of a threat directed against Germany. It is an imperative duty for the preservation of Germany to forestall this attack of the enemy. The German government would feel keen regret if Belgium should regard as an act of hostility against herself the fact that the measures of the enemies of Germany oblige her on her part to violate Belgian territory. In order to dissipate any misunderstanding the German government declares as follows. 1. Germany does not contemplate any act of hostility against Belgium. If Belgium consents in the war about to commence to take up an attitude of friendly neutrality toward Germany, the German government on its part undertakes, on the declaration of peace, to guarantee the kingdom and its possessions in their whole extent. 2. Germany undertakes under the conditions laid down to evacuate Belgian territory as soon as peace is concluded. 3. If Belgium preserves a friendly attitude, Germany is prepared, in agreement with the authorities of the Belgian government, to buy against cash all that is required by her troops, and to give indemnity for the damages caused in Belgium. 4. If Belgium behaves in a hostile manner toward the German troops, and in particular raises difficulties against their advance by the opposition of the fortifications of the Meuse, or by destroying roads, railways, tunnels, or other engineering works, Germany will be compelled to consider Belgium as an enemy. In this case Germany will take no engagements toward Belgium, but she will leave the later settlement of relations of the two states toward one another to the decision of arms. The German government has a justified hope that this contingency will not arise and that the Belgian government will know how to take suitable measures to hinder its taking place. In this case the friendly relations which unite the two neighboring states will become closer and more lasting. The reply by Belgium. Note handed in by M. d'Avignon, Minister for Foreign Affairs, to Herr von Below-Saleske, German Minister. Brussels, 3 August, 1914. 7 o'clock in the morning. By the note of the 2 August, 1914, the German government has made known that according to certain intelligence the French forces intend to march on the Meuse via Givet and Namur, and that Belgium, in spite of her goodwill, would not be able without help to beat off an advance of the French troops. The German government felt it to be its duty to forestall this attack and to violate Belgian territory. Under these conditions Germany proposes to the King's government to take up a friendly attitude, and undertakes at the moment of peace to guarantee the integrity of the kingdom and of her possessions in their whole extent. The note adds that if Belgium raises difficulties to the forward march of the German troops Germany will be compelled to consider her as an enemy and to leave the later settlement of the two states toward one another to the decision of arms. This note caused profound and painful surprise to the King's government. The intentions which it attributed to France are in contradiction with the express declarations which were made to us on the 1st of August, in the name of the government of the Republic. Moreover, if, contrary to our expectation, a violation of Belgian neutrality were to be committed by France, Belgium would fulfill all her international duties and her army would offer the most vigorous opposition to the invader. The treaties of 1839, confirmed by the treaties of 1870, established the independence and the neutrality of Belgium under the guarantee of the powers, and particularly of the government of His Majesty the King of Prussia. Belgium has always been faithful to her international obligations, she has fulfilled her duties in a spirit of loyal impartiality, she has neglected no effort to maintain her neutrality or to make it respected. The attempt against her independence with which the German government threatens her would constitute a flagrant violation of international law. No strategic interest justifies the violation of that law. The Belgian government would, by accepting the propositions which are notified to her, sacrifice the honor of the nation while at the same time betraying her duties toward Europe. Conscious of the part Belgium has played for more than 80 years in the civilization of the world, she refuses to believe that the independence of Belgium can be preserved only at the expense of the violation of her neutrality. If this hope were disappointed, the Belgian government has firmly resolved to repulse by every means in her power any attack upon her rights. The German attack upon Belgium and France came with terrible force and suddenness. 24 Army Corps, divided into 3 armies clad in a specially designed and colored gray-green uniform, swept in 3 mighty streams over the German borders with their objective the heart of France. The army of the Meuse was given the route through Liege, Namur and Maubeuge. The army of the Moselle violated the Duchy of Luxembourg, which, under a treaty guaranteeing its independence and neutrality, was not permitted to maintain an army. Germany was a signatory party to this treaty also. The army of the Rhine cut through the Vosges mountains and its route lay between the French cities of Nancy and Toul. The heroic defense of the Belgian army at Liege against the army of the Meuse delayed the operation of Germany's plans and in all probability saved Paris. It was the first of many similar disappointments and checks that Germany encountered during the war. The defense of Liege continued for 10 heroic days. Within that interval the first British expeditionary forces were landed in France and Belgium, the French army was mobilized to full strength. The little Belgian army falling back northward on Antwerp, Louvain and Brussels, threatened the German flank and approximately 200,000 German soldiers were compelled to remain in the conquered section of Belgium to garrison it effectively. Liege fortifications were the design of the celebrated strategist Brialmont. They consisted of 12 isolated fortresses which had been permitted to become out of repair. No field works of any kind connected them, and they were without provision for defense against encircling tactics and against modern artillery. The huge 42-centimeter guns, the first of Germany's terrible surprises, were brought into action against these forts, and their concrete and armored steel turrets were cracked as walnuts are cracked between the jaws of a nutcracker. The army of the Meuse then made its way like a grey-green cloud of poison gas through Belgium. A cavalry screen of crack Uhlan regiments preceded it, and it made no halt worthy of note until it confronted the Belgian army on the line running from Louvain to Namur. The Belgians were forced back before Louvain on August 20. The Belgian government removed the capital from Brussels to Antwerp, and the German hosts entered evacuated Brussels. During this advance of the army of the Meuse, strong French detachments invaded German soil, pouring into Alsace through the Belfort Gap. Brief successes attended the bold stroke. Mulhausen was captured and the Metz-Strasbourg railroad was cut in several places. The French suffered a defeat almost immediately following this first flush of victory, both in Alsace and in Lorraine, where a French detachment had engaged with the army of the Moselle. The French army thereupon retreated to the strong line of forts and earthworks defending the border between France and Germany. England's first expeditionary force landed at Ostend, Calais and Dunkirk on August 7. It was dubbed England's "contemptible little army" by the German General Staff. That name was seized upon gladly by England as a spur to volunteering. It brought to the surface national pride and a fierce determination to compel Germany to recognize and to reckon with the "contemptible little army." The contact between the French, Belgian and British forces was speedily established, and something like concerted resistance to the advance of the enemy was made possible. The German army, however, followed by a huge equipment of motor kitchens, munition trains, and other motor transport evidencing great care in preparation for the movement, swept resistlessly forward until it encountered the French and British on a line running from Mons to Charleroi. The British army was assigned to a position between two French armies. By some miscalculation, the French army that was to have taken its position on the British left, never appeared. The French army on the right was attacked and defeated at Charleroi, falling back in some confusion. The German army of the Moselle, cooperating with the army of the Meuse, then attacked the British and French, and a great flanking movement by the German joint commands developed. This was directed mainly at the British under command of Sir John French. There followed a retreat that for sheer heroism and dogged determination has become one of the great battles of all time. The British, outflanked and outnumbered 3-1, fought and marched without cessation for 6 days and nights. Time after time envelopment and disaster threatened them, but with a determination that would not be beaten they fought off the best that Germany could send against them, maintained contact with the French army on their right, and delayed the German advance so effectively that a complete disarrangement of all the German plans ensued. This was the second great disappointment to Germany. It made possible the victory of the Marne and the victorious peace of 1918. The story of that immortal retreat is best told in the words of Sir John French, transmitting the report of this encounter to the British War Office. The transport of the troops from England both by sea and by rail was effected in the best order and without a check. Each unit arrived at its destination well within the scheduled time. The concentration was practically complete on the evening of Friday, the 21st ultimo, and I was able to make dispositions to move the force during Saturday, the 22d. To positions I considered most favorable from which to commence operations which the French Commander-in-Chief, General Joffre, requested me to undertake in pursuance of his plans in prosecution of the campaign. The line taken up extended along the line of the canal from Condé on the west, through Mons and Binche on the east. This line was taken up as follows. From Condé to Mons, inclusive, was assigned to the 2nd Corps, and to the right of the 2nd Corps from Mons the 1st Corps was posted. The 5th Cavalry Brigade was placed at Binche. In the absence of my Third Army Corps, I desired to keep the cavalry divisions as much as possible as a reserve to act on my outer flank, or move in support of any threatened part of the line. The forward reconnaissance was entrusted to Brig. Gen. Sir Philip Chetwode, with the 5th Cavalry Brigade, but I directed General Allenby to send forward a few squadrons to assist in this work. During the 22d and 23d these advanced squadrons did some excellent work, some of them penetrating as far as Soignies, and several encounters took place in which our troops showed to great advantage. 2. At 6 a.m. On August 23d, I assembled the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Corps and Cavalry Division at a point close to the position and explained the general situation of the Allies, and what I understood to be General Joffre's plan. I discussed with them at some length the immediate situation in front of us. From information I received from French headquarters I understood that little more than one, or at most two, of the enemy's army corps, with perhaps one cavalry division, were in front of my position. And I was aware of no attempted outflanking movement by the enemy. I was confirmed in this opinion by the fact that my patrols encountered no undue opposition in their reconnoitering operations. The observations of my airplanes seemed to bear out this estimate. About 3 p.m. On Sunday, the 23d, reports began coming in to the effect that the enemy was commencing an attack on the Mons line, apparently in some strength, but that the right of the position from Mons and Bray was being particularly threatened. The commander of the 1st Corps had pushed his flank back to some high ground south of Bray, and the 5th Cavalry Brigade evacuated Binche, moving slightly south. The enemy thereupon occupied Binche. The right of the 3rd Division, under General Hamilton, was at Mons, which formed a somewhat dangerous salient. And I directed the commander of the 2nd Corps to be careful not to keep the troops on this salient too long, but, if threatened seriously, to draw back the center behind Mons. This was done before dark. In the meantime, about 5 p.m. I received a most unexpected message from General Joffre by telegraph, telling me that at least 3 German corps, viz. a reserve corps, the 4th Corps and the 9th Corps, were moving on my position in front, and that the 2nd Corps was engaged in a turning movement from the direction of Tournai. He also informed me that the 2 reserve French divisions and the 5th French Army on my right were retiring, the Germans having on the previous day gained possession of the passages of the Sambre, between Charleroi and Namur. 3. In view of the possibility of my being driven from the Mons position, I had previously ordered a position in rear to be reconnoitred. This position rested on the fortress of Maubeuge on the right and extended west to Genlain, southeast to Valenciennes, on the left. The position was reported difficult to hold, because standing crops and buildings made the placing of trenches very difficult and limited the field of fire in many important localities. It nevertheless afforded a few good artillery positions. When the news of the retirement of the French and the heavy German threatening on my front reached me, I endeavored to confirm it by airplane reconnaissance. And as a result of this I determined to effect a retirement to the Maubeuge position at daybreak on the 24th. A certain amount of fighting continued along the whole line throughout the night, and at daybreak on the 24th the 2nd Division from the neighborhood of Harmignies made a powerful demonstration as if to retake Binche. This was supported by the artillery of both the 1st and 2nd Divisions, while the 1st Division took up a supporting position in the neighborhood of Picent. Under cover of this demonstration the 2nd Corps retired on the line d'Arc-Horrible-Frameries. The 3rd Division on the right of the Corps suffered considerable loss in this operation from the enemy, who had retaken Mons. The 2nd Corps halted on this line, where they partially entrenched themselves, enabling Sir Douglas Haig with the 1st Corps gradually to withdraw to the new position. And he effected this without much further loss, reaching the line Bavai-Maubeuge about 7 p.m. Toward midday the enemy appeared to be directing his principal effort against our left. I had previously ordered General Allenby with the cavalry to act vigorously in advance of my left front and endeavor to take the pressure off. About 7:30 a.m. General Allenby received a message from Sir Charles Ferguson, commanding the 5th Division, saying that he was very hard-pressed and in urgent need of support. On receipt of this message General Allenby drew in the cavalry and endeavored to bring direct support to the 5th Division. During the course of this operation General Delisle, of the 2nd Cavalry Brigade, thought he saw a good opportunity to paralyze the further advance of the enemy's infantry by making a mounted attack on his flank. He formed up and advanced for this purpose, but was held up by wire about 500 yards from his objective, and the 9th Lancers and the 18th Hussars suffered severely in the retirement of the brigade. The 19th Infantry Brigade, which had been guarding the line of communications, was brought up by rail to Valenciennes on the 22d and 23d. On the morning of the 24th they were moved out to a position south of Quarable to support the left flank of the 2nd Corps. With the assistance of the cavalry Sir Horace Smith-Dorrien was enabled to effect his retreat to a new position. Although, having 2 corps of the enemy on his front and 1 threatening his flank, he suffered great losses in doing so. At nightfall the position was occupied by the 2nd Corps to the west of Bavai, the 1st Corps to the right. The right was protected by the fortress of Maubeuge, the left by the 19th Brigade in position between Genlain and Bry, and the cavalry on the outer flank. 4. The French were still retiring, and I had no support except such as was afforded by the fortress of Maubeuge. And the determined attempts of the enemy to get round my left flank assured me that it was his intention to hem me against that place and surround me. I felt that not a moment must be lost in retiring to another position. I had every reason to believe that the enemy's forces were somewhat exhausted and I knew that they had suffered heavy losses. I hoped, therefore, that his pursuit would not be too vigorous to prevent me effecting my object. The operation, however, was full of danger and difficulty, not only owing to the very superior force in my front, but also to the exhaustion of the troops. The retirement was recommenced in the early morning of the 25th to a position in the neighborhood of Le Cateau, and rearguards were ordered to be clear of the Maubeuge-Bavai road by 5:30 a.m. 2 cavalry brigades, with the divisional cavalry of the 2nd Corps, covered the movement of the 2nd Corps. The remainder of the cavalry division, with the 19th Brigade, the whole under the command of General Allenby, covered the west flank. The 4th Division commenced its detrainment at Le Cateau on Sunday, the 23d, and by the morning of the 25th 11 battalions and a brigade of artillery with divisional staff were available for service. I ordered General Snow to move out to take up a position with his right south of Solesmes, his left resting on the Cambrai-Le Cateau road south of La Chaprie. In this position the division tendered great help to the effective retirement of the 2nd and 1st Corps to the new position. Although the troops had been ordered to occupy the Cambrai-Le Cateau-Landrecies position, and the ground had, during the 25th, been partially prepared and entrenched, I had grave doubts. Owing to the information I had received as to the accumulating strength of the enemy against me, as to the wisdom of standing there to fight. Having regard to the continued retirement of the French on my right, my exposed left flank, the tendency of the enemy's Western Corps, too, to envelop me, and, more than all, the exhausted condition of the troops. I determined to make a great effort to continue the retreat until I could put some substantial obstacle, such as the Somme or the Oise, between my troops and the enemy, and afford the former some opportunity of rest and reorganization. Orders were, therefore, sent to the corps commanders to continue their retreat as soon as they possibly could toward the general line Vermandois, Quintin-Ribemont. The cavalry under General Allenby were ordered to cover the retirement. Throughout the 25th and far into the evening, the 1st Corps continued its march on Landrecies, following the road along the eastern border of the Forêt de Mormau, and arrived at Landrecies about 10 o'clock. I had intended that the corps should come further west so as to fill up the gap between Le Cateau and Landrecies, but the men were exhausted and could not get further in without rest. The enemy, however, would not allow them this rest, and about 9:30 p.m. a report was received that the 4th Guards Brigade in Landrecies was heavily attacked by troops of the 9th German Army Corps, who were coming through the forest on the north of the town. This brigade fought most gallantly, and caused the enemy to suffer tremendous loss in issuing from the forest into the narrow streets of the town. This loss has been estimated from reliable sources at from 700 to 1,000. At the same time information reached me from Sir Douglas Haig that his 1st Division was also heavily engaged south and east of Maroilles. I sent urgent messages to the commander of the two French reserve divisions on my right to come up to the assistance of the First Corps, which they eventually did. Partly owing to this assistance, but mainly to the skillful manner in which Sir Douglas Haig extricated his corps from an exceptionally difficult position in the darkness of the night. They were able at dawn to resume their march south toward Wassigny-on-Guise. By about 6 p.m., the Second Corps had got into position with their right on Le Cateau, their left in the neighborhood of Caudry, and the line of defense was continued thence by the 4th Division toward Serenvillers, the left being thrown back. During the fighting on the 24th and 25th the cavalry became a good deal scattered, but by the early morning of the 26th, General Allenby had succeeded in concentrating 2 brigades to the south of Cambrai. The 4th Division was placed under the orders of the general officer commanding the 2nd Army Corps. On the 24th the French Cavalry Corps, consisting of 3 divisions under General Sordet, had been in billets north of Avesnes. On my way back from Bavai, which was my poste de commandement during the fighting of the 23d and 24th, I visited General Sordet, and earnestly requested his cooperation and support. He promised to obtain sanction from his army commander to act on my left flank, but said that his horses were too tired to move before the next day. Although he rendered me valuable assistance later on in the course of the retirement, he was unable, for the reasons given, to afford me any support on the most critical day of all, viz., the 26th. At daybreak it became apparent that the enemy was throwing the bulk of his strength against the left of the position occupied by the 2nd Corps and the 4th Division. At this time the guns of 4 German Army Corps were in position against them, and Sir Horace Smith-Dorrien reported to me that he judged it impossible to continue his retirement at daybreak, as ordered, in face of such an attack. I sent him orders to use his utmost endeavors to break off the action and retire at the earliest possible moment, as it was impossible for me to send him any support, the First Corps being at the moment incapable of movement. The French Cavalry Corps, under General Sordet, was coming up on our left rear early in the morning, and I sent an urgent message to him to do his utmost to come up and support the retirement of my left flank. But owing to the fatigue of his horses he found himself unable to intervene in any way. There had been no time to entrench the position properly, but the troops showed a magnificent front to the terrible fire which confronted them. The artillery, although outmatched by at least 4-1, made a splendid fight, and inflicted heavy losses on their opponents. At length it became apparent that, if complete annihilation was to be avoided, a retirement must be attempted. And the order was given to commence at about 3:30 p.m. The movement was covered with the most devoted intrepidity and determination by the artillery, which had itself suffered heavily. And the fine work done by the cavalry in the further retreat from the position assisted materially in the final completion of this most difficult and dangerous operation. Fortunately the enemy had himself suffered too heavily to engage in an energetic pursuit. I cannot close the brief account of this glorious stand of the British troops without putting on record my deep appreciation of the valuable services rendered by General Sir Horace Smith-Dorrien. I say without hesitation that the saving of the left wing of the army under my command on the morning of the 26th of August, could never have been accomplished unless a commander of rare and unusual coolness, intrepidity, and determination had been present to personally conduct the operation. The retreat was continued far into the night of the 26th and through the 27th and 28th, on which date the troops halted on the line Noyon-Chauny-la-Fère, having then thrown off the weight of the enemy's pursuit. On the 27th and 28th I was much indebted to General Sordet and the French Cavalry Division which he commands for materially assisting my retirement and successfully driving back some of the enemy on Cambrai. This closes the period covering the heavy fighting which commenced at Mons on Sunday afternoon, 23 August, and which really constituted a 4 days' battle. It is impossible for me to speak too highly of the skill evinced by the 2 general officers commanding Army Corps, the self-sacrificing and devoted exertions of their staffs. The direction of the troops by divisional, brigade, and regimental leaders, the command of the smaller units by their officers, and the magnificent fighting spirit displayed by non-commissioned officers and men. I wish particularly to bring to your lordship's notice the admirable work done by the Royal Flying Corps under Sir David Henderson. Their skill, energy, and perseverance have been beyond all praise. They have furnished me with the most complete and accurate information, which has been of incalculable value in the conduct of the operations. Fired at constantly both by friend and foe, and not hesitating to fly in every kind of weather, they have remained undaunted throughout. Further, by actually fighting in the air, they have succeeded in destroying 5 of the enemy's machines. The combined French and British armies, including the forces that had retreated from Alsace and Lorraine, gave way with increasing stubbornness before von Kluck. That German general, disregarding the fortresses surrounding Paris, swung southward to make a junction with the army of the Crown Prince of Germany advancing through the Vosges Mountains. General Manoury's army opposed the German advance on the entrenched line of Paris. General Gallieni, commanding the garrison of Paris, was ready with a novel mobile transport consisting of taxicabs and fast trucks. The total number of soldiers in the French and British armies now outnumbered those in the German armies opposed to them. General Joffre, in supreme command of the French, had chosen the battleground. He had set the trap with consummate skill. The word was given, the trap was sprung, and the first battle of the Marne came as a crashing surprise to Germany. Chapter 6. The Trail of the Beast in Belgium. Germany's onrush into heroic Belgium speedily resolved itself into a Saturnalia that drenched the land with blood and roused the civilized world into resentful horror. As the tide of barbarity swept forward into northern France, stories of the horrors filtered through the close web of German censorship. There were denials at first by German propagandists. In the face of truth furnished by thousands of witnesses, the denials faded away. What caused these atrocities? Were they the spontaneous expression of dormant brutishness in German soldiers? Were they a sudden reversion of an entire nation to bestiality? The answer is that the private soldier as an individual was not responsible. The carnage, the rapine, the wholesale desolation was an integral part of the German policy of Schrecklichkeit or frightfulness. This policy was laid down by Germany as part of its imperial war code. In 1902 Germany issued a new war manual entitled Kriegsbrauch im Landkrieg. In it is written this cold-blooded declaration. All measures which conduce to the attainment of the object of war are permissible, and these may be summarized in the 2 ideas of violence and cunning. What is permissible includes every means of war without which the object of the war cannot be attained. All means which modern invention affords, including the fullest, most dangerous, and most massive means of destruction, may be utilized. Brand Whitlock, United States Minister to Belgium, in a formal report to the State Department, made this statement concerning Germany's policy in permitting these outrages. All these deliberate organized massacres of civilians. All these murders and outrages, the violation of women, the killing of children, wanton destruction, burning, looting and pillage, and whole towns destroyed, were acts for which no possible military necessity can be pleaded. They were willfully committed as part of a deliberately prepared and scientifically organized policy of terrorism. Illustration, painting. From a painting by F. Geldry to illustrate an official report. German atrocities. At Senlis, Department of Oise, on September 2, 1914, French captives were made to walk in the open so as to be hit by French bullets. Many were killed and wounded. The townsman on the left was struck in the knee. A German officer asked to see the wound and shot him through the shoulder. On the right a German officer is seen torturing a wounded French soldier by beating him in the face with a stick. Illustration, photographs, copyright Underwood and Underwood, N.Y. The supreme exponents of German frightfulness on the left, General van Bossing, military commander of Belgium. On the right, Grand Admiral van Tirpitz, who inspired the German submarine campaign. The Trail of the Beast in Belgium 91. And now, having considered these outrages as part of the German policy of terrorism, let us turn to the facts presented by those who made investigations at first hand in devastated Belgium and northern France. Let us first turn to the tragic story of the destruction of Louvain. The first document comes in the form of a cable sent from the Belgian Minister of Foreign Affairs under date of August 8, 1914. On Tuesday evening a body of German troops who had been driven back retired in disorder upon the town of Louvain. Germans who were guarding the town thought that the retiring troops were Belgians and fired upon them. In order to excuse this mistake the Germans, in spite of the most energetic denials on the part of the authorities, pretended that Belgians had fired on the Germans, although all the inhabitants, including policemen, had been disarmed for more than a week. Without any examination and without listening to any protest the commanding officer announced that the town would be immediately destroyed. All inhabitants had to leave their homes at once, some were made prisoners. Women and children were put into a train of which the destination was unknown. Soldiers with fire bombs set fire to the different quarters of the town, the splendid church of St. Pierre, the markets, the university and its scientific establishments, were given to the flames, and it is probable that the Hôtel de Ville, this celebrated jewel of Gothic art, will also have disappeared in the disaster. Several notabilities were shot at sight. Thus a town of 40,000 inhabitants, which, since the 15th century, has been the intellectual and scientific capital of the Low Countries is a heap of ashes. Americans, many of whom have followed the course at this illustrious alma mater and have there received such cordial hospitality, cannot remain insensible to this outrage on the rights of humanity and civilization which is unprecedented in history. Minister Whitlock made the following report on the same outrage. A violent fusillade broke out simultaneously at various points in the city, Louvain, notably at the Porte de Bruxelles, Porte de Tromont, Rue Leopold, Rue Marie-Therese, Rue de Joyeuses Entrées. German soldiers were firing at random in every street and in every direction. Later fires broke out everywhere, notably in the university building, the library, in the old church of St. Peter, in the Place du Peuple, in the Rue de la Station, in the Boulevard de Tromont, and in the Chaussée de Tromont. On the orders of their chiefs, the German soldiers would break open the houses and set fire to them, shooting on the inhabitants who tried to leave their dwellings. Many persons who took refuge in their cellars were burned to death. The German soldiers were equipped with apparatus for the purpose of firing dwellings, incendiary pastils, machines for spraying petroleum, etc. Major von Manschufel, of the German forces, sent for Alderman Schmidt. Upon the latter's arrival, the major declared that hostages were to be held, as sedition had just broken out. He asked Father Peerages, Mr. Schmidt, and manager Coenraetz, first vice-rector of the university, who was being held as a hostage, to make proclamations to the inhabitants exhorting them to be calm and menacing them with a fine of 20 million francs. The destruction of the city in the hanging of the hostages, if they created disturbance. Surrounded by about 30 soldiers and a few officers, Major Manschufel, Father Peerages, Mr. Schmidt and manager Coenraetz left in the direction of the station, and the alderman, in French, and the priest, in Flemish, made proclamations at the street corners. Near the statue of Just Lips, a Dr. Berghausen, a German surgeon, in a highly excited condition, ran to meet the delegation. He shouted that a German soldier had just been killed by a shot fired from the house of Mr. David Fischbach. Addressing the soldiers, Dr. Berghausen said, "The blood of the entire population of Louvain is not worth a drop of the blood of a German soldier." Then one of the soldiers threw into the interior of the house of Mr. Fischbach one of the pastils which the German soldiers carried, and immediately the house flared up. It contained paintings of a high value. The old coachman, Joseph Vandermosen, who had re-entered the house to try to save the life of his master, did not return. His body was found the next day amidst the ruins. The Germans made the usual claim that the civil population had fired upon them and that it was necessary to take these measures, i.e. burn the churches, the library and other public monuments, burn and pillage houses, driving out and murdering the inhabitants, sacking the city in order to punish and to spread terror among the people. And General von Luttwitz had told me that it was reported that the son of the burgomaster had shot one of their generals. But the burgomaster of Louvain had no son and no officer was shot at Louvain. The story of a general shot by the son of a burgomaster was a repetition of a tragedy that had occurred at Aarschot, on the 19th, where the 15-year-old son of the burgomaster had been killed by a firing squad, not because he had shot a general, but because an officer had been shot, probably by Belgian soldiers retreating through the town. The story of this tragedy is told by the boy's mother, under oath, before the Belgian Commission, and is so simple, so touching, so convincing in its verisimilitude, that I attach a copy of it in extenso to this report. It seems to afford an altogether typical example of what went on all over the stricken land during those days of terror. In other places it was the daughter of the burgomaster who was said to have shot a general. The following facts may be noted: from the avowal of Prussian officers themselves, there was not one single victim, among their men at the barracks of St. Martin, Louvain, where it was claimed that the first shot had been fired from a house situated in front of the caserne. This would appear to be impossible had the civilians fired upon them point blank from across the street. It was said that when certain houses near the barracks were burning, numerous explosions occurred, revealing the presence of cartridges, but these houses were drinking houses much frequented by German soldiers. It was said that Spanish students shot from the schools in the Rue de la Station, but Father Catala, rector of the school, affirms that the schools were empty. If it was necessary, for whatever reason, to do what was done at Weiss, at Dinant, at Aarschot, at Louvain, and in 100 other towns that were sacked, pillaged and burned, where masses were shot down because civilians had fired on German troops, and if it was necessary to do this on a scale never before witnessed in history, one might not unreasonably assume that the alleged firing by civilians was done on a scale, if not so thoroughly organized, at least somewhat in proportion to the rage of destruction that punished it. And hence it would seem to be a simple matter to produce at least convincing evidence that civilians had fired on the soldiers, but there is no testimony to that effect beyond that of the soldiers who merely asserted, "Man hat geschossen." If there were no more firing on soldiers by civilians in Belgium than is proved by the German testimony, it was not enough to justify the burning of the smallest of the towns that was overtaken by that fate. And there is not a scintilla of evidence of organized bands of franksterers, such as were found in the War of 1870. Under date of September 12, 1917, Minister Whitlock, in a report to the State Department of the United States, made the following summary, as one studies the evidence at hand. One is struck at the outset by the fact so general that it must exclude the hypothesis of coincidence, and that is that these wholesale massacres followed immediately upon some check, some reverse, that the German army had sustained. The German army was checked by the guns of the forts to the east of Liege, and the horrors of Weiss, Verviers, Bligny, Baptiste, Hervey in 20 villages follow. When they entered Liege, they burned the houses along 2 streets and killed many persons, 5 or 6 Spaniards among them. Checked before Namur they sacked Andenne, Bouvignies, and Champignon, and when they took Namur they burned 150 houses. Compelled to give battle to the French army in the Belgian Ardennes they ravaged the beautiful valley of the Simois, the complete destruction of the village of Racinlo and the extermination of its entire male population took place there. Checked again by the French on the Meuse, the awful carnage of Dinant results. Held on the Sambre by the French, they burn 100 houses at Charleroi and enact the appalling tragedy of Tamines. At Mons, the English hold them, and after that all over the Borinage there is a systematic destruction, pillage and murder. The Belgian army drive them back from Malines and Louvain is doomed. The Belgian army failing back and fighting in retreat took refuge in the forts of Antwerp, and the burning and sack of Hugard, Wavre, Attignes, Grimd, Neerlinter, Wert, St. George, Schaffen and Aarschot follow. Illustration, painting, 3 soldiers in a bombed-out shack, one on a telephone. An observation post. Watching the effect of gunfire from a sandbagged ruin near the German lines. Illustration, photograph of king and soldiers parading on horses. Photo by Transatlantic News Service. King Albert at the head of the heroic soldiers of Belgium. It is universally agreed that the Belgian monarch was no figurehead general but a real leader of his troops. It was these men, facing annihilation, who astonished the world by opposing the German military machine successfully enough to allow France to get her armies into shape and prevent the immediate taking of Paris that was planned by Germany. Illustration: painting of soldiers dragging large guns through mud. Shells are exploding in the background, in the foreground a dead soldier lies face down in the mud. The terrible Flanders mud. A German battery endeavoring to escape from a British advance sinks in the mud. The gunners are endeavoring to pull the gun out with ropes. The Belgian troops inflicted serious losses on the Germans in the south of the province of Limburg, and the towns of Lummen, Bilsen, and Lanieken are partially destroyed. Antwerp held out for 2 months, and all about its outer line of fortifications there was blood and fire. Numerous villages were sacked and burned and the whole town of Termonde was destroyed. During the battles of September the village of Bortmeerbeek near Malines, occupied by the Germans, was retaken by the Belgians, and when the Germans entered it again they burned 40 houses. 3 times occupied by the Belgians and retaken by the Germans. Bortmeerbeek was 3 times punished in the same way. That is to say, everywhere the German army met with a defeat it took it out, as we say in America, on the civil population. And that is the explanation of the German atrocities in Belgium. A committee of the highest honor and responsibility was appointed by the British government to investigate the whole subject of atrocities in Belgium and northern France. Its chairman was the Right Honorable Viscount James Bryce, formerly British ambassador to the United States. Its other members were the Right Honorable Sir Frederick Pollock, the Right Honorable Sir Edward Clark, Sir Alfred Hopkinson, Mr. H.A.L. Fisher, Vice-Chancellor of the University of Sheffield, Mr. Harold Cox and Sir Kenelm E. Digby. The report of the Commission bears upon its face the stamp of painstaking search for truth, substantiates every statement made by Minister Whitlock and makes known many horrible instances of cruelty and barbarity. It makes the following deductions as having been proved beyond question. 1. That there were in many parts of Belgium deliberate and systematically organized massacres of the civil population, accompanied by many isolated murders and other outrages. 2. That in the conduct of the war generally innocent civilians, both men and women, were murdered in large numbers, women violated, and children murdered. 3. That looting, house burning, and the wanton destruction of property were ordered and countenanced by the officers of the German army, that elaborate provision had been made for systematic incendiarism at the very outbreak of the war. And that the burnings and destruction were frequent where no military necessity could be alleged, being, indeed, part of a system of general terrorization. 4. That the rules and usages of war were frequently broken, particularly by the using of civilians, including women and children, as a shield for advancing forces exposed to fire. To a less degree by killing the wounded and prisoners and in the frequent abuse of the Red Cross and the white flag. The Bryce Commission's report on the destruction of Dinant is an example of testimony laid before them. It follows a clear statement of the outrages at Dinant, which many travelers will recall as a singularly picturesque town on the Meuse, is given by one witness, who says that the Germans began burning houses in the Rue St. Jacques on the 21st of August, and that every house in the street was burned. On the following day an engagement took place between the French and the Germans, and the witness spent the whole day in the cellar of a bank with his wife and children. On the morning of the 23d, about 5 o'clock, firing ceased, and almost immediately afterward a party of Germans came to the house. They rang the bell and began to batter at the door and windows. The witness' wife went to the door and 2 or 3 Germans came in. The family were ordered out into the street. There they found another family, and the 2 families were driven with their hands above their heads along the Rue Grande. All the houses in the street were burning. The party was eventually put into a forge where there were a number of other prisoners, about 100 in all, and were kept there from 11 a.m. till 2 p.m. They were then taken to the prison. There they were assembled in a courtyard and searched. No arms were found. They were then passed through into the prison itself and put into cells. The witness and his wife were separated from each other. During the next hour the witness heard rifle shots continually and noticed in the corner of a courtyard leading off the row of cells the body of a young man with a mantle thrown over it. He recognized the mantle as having belonged to his wife. The witness' daughter was allowed to go out to see what had happened to her mother, and the witness himself was allowed to go across the courtyard half an hour afterward for the same purpose. He found his wife lying on the floor in a room. She had bullet wounds in 4 places but was alive and told her husband to return to the children, and he did so. About 5 o'clock in the evening, he saw the Germans bringing out all the young and middle-aged men from the cells, and ranging their prisoners, to the number of 40, in 3 rows in the middle of the courtyard. About 20 Germans were drawn up opposite, but before anything was done there was a tremendous fusillade from some point near the prison and the civilians were hurried back to their cells. Half an hour later the same 40 men were brought back into the courtyard. Almost immediately there was a second fusillade and they were driven back to the cells again. About 7 o'clock the witness and other prisoners were brought out of their cells and marched out of the prison. They went between 2 lines of troops to Roche Bayard, about a kilometer away. An hour later the women and children were separated and the prisoners were brought back to Dinant, passing the prison on their way. Just outside the prison, the witness saw 3 lines of bodies which he recognized as being those of his neighbors. They were nearly all dead, but he noticed movement in some of them. There were about 120 bodies. The prisoners were then taken up to the top of a hill outside Dinant and compelled to stay there till 8 o'clock in the morning. On the following day they were put into cattle trucks and taken thence to Koblenz. For 3 months they remained prisoners in Germany. Unarmed civilians were killed in masses at other places near the prison. About 90 bodies were seen lying on the top of one another in a grass square opposite the convent. A witness asked a German officer why her husband had been shot, and he told her that it was because 2 of her sons had been in the civil guard and had shot at the Germans. As a matter of fact, one of her sons was at that time in Liege and the other in Brussels. It is stated that besides the 90 corpses referred to above, 60 corpses of civilians were recovered from a hole in the brewery yard and that 48 bodies of women and children were found in a garden. The town was systematically set on fire by hand grenades. Another witness saw a little girl of 7, one of whose legs was broken and the other injured by a bayonet. We have no reason to believe that the civilian population of Dinant gave any provocation, or that any other defense can be put forward to justify the treatment inflicted upon its citizens. The Bryce Commission reports the outrages in a number of Belgian villages in this terse fashion. In Hofstede a number of houses had been set on fire and many corpses were seen, some in houses, some in backyards, and some in the streets. 2 witnesses speak of having seen the body of a young man pierced by bayonet thrusts with the wrists cut also. On a side road the corpse of a civilian was seen on his doorstep with a bayonet wound in his stomach and by his side the dead body of a boy of 5 or 6 with his hands nearly severed. The corpses of a woman and boy were seen at the blacksmith's. They had been killed with the bayonet. In a café, a young man, also killed with the bayonet, was holding his hands together as if in the attitude of supplication. In the garden of a house in the main street, bodies of 2 women were observed, and in another house, the body of a boy of 16 with 2 bayonet wounds in the chest. In Semst a similar condition of affairs existed. Houses were burning and in some of them were the charred remains of civilians. In a bicycle shop a witness saw the burned corpse of a man. Other witnesses speak of this incident. Another civilian, unarmed, was shot as he was running away. As will be remembered, all the arms had been given up some time before by the order of the burgomaster. At Weird 4 corpses of civilians were lying in the road. It was said that these men had fired upon the German soldiers, but this is denied. The arms had been given up long before. 2 children were killed in the village of Weird, quite wantonly as they were standing in the road with their mother. They were 3 or 4 years old and were killed with the bayonet. A small barn burning close by formed a convenient means of getting rid of bodies. They were thrown into the flames from the bayonets. It is right to add that no commissioned officer was present at the time. At Epegem, on August 25, a pregnant woman who had been wounded with a bayonet was discovered in the convent. She was dying. On the road 6 dead bodies of laborers were seen. At Bortmeerbeek a German soldier was seen to fire 3 times at a little girl 5 years old. Having failed to hit her, he subsequently bayoneted her. He was killed with the butt end of a rifle by a Belgian soldier who had seen him commit this murder from a distance. At Herent the charred body of a civilian was found in a butcher's shop, and in a handcart 20 yards away was the dead body of a laborer. 2 eyewitnesses relate that a German soldier shot a civilian and stabbed him with a bayonet as he lay. He then made one of these witnesses, a civilian prisoner, smell the blood on the bayonet. At Haik the bodies of 10 civilians were seen lying in a row by a brewery wall. In a laborer's house, which had been broken up, the mutilated corpse of a woman of 30 to 35 was discovered. Concerning the treatment of women and children in general, the report continues, the evidence shows that the German authorities, when carrying out a policy of systematic arson and plunder in selected districts, usually drew some distinction between the adult male population on the one hand and the women and children on the other. It was a frequent practice to set apart the adult males of the condemned district with a view to the execution of a suitable number, preferably of the younger and more vigorous, and to reserve the women and children for milder treatment. The depositions, however, present many instances of calculated cruelty, often going the length of murder, toward the women and children of the condemned area. At Dinant 60 women and children were confined in the cellar of a convent from Sunday morning till the following Friday, August 28, sleeping on the ground, for there were no beds, with nothing to drink during the whole period. And given no food until Wednesday, when somebody threw into the cellar 2 sticks of macaroni and a carrot for each prisoner. In other cases the women and children were marched for long distances along roads, as, for instance, the march of the women from Louvain to Terlement, August 28, the laggards pricked on by the attendant Ulan. A lady complains of having been brutally kicked by privates. Others were struck at with the butt end of rifles. At Louvain, at Liege, at Aerschot, at Malines, at Montigny, at Andenne, and elsewhere, there is evidence that the troops were not restrained from drunkenness, and drunken soldiers cannot be trusted to observe the rules or decencies of war. Least of all when they are called upon to execute a preordained plan of arson and pillage. From the very first women were not safe. At Liege women and children were chased about the streets by soldiers. Witnesses recount how a great crowd of men, women and children from Aerschot were marched to Louvain, and then suddenly exposed to a fire from mitrailleuse and rifles. We were all placed, recounts a sufferer, in Station Street, Louvain, and the German soldiers fired on us. I saw the corpses of some women in the street. I fell down, and a woman who had been shot fell on top of me. Women and children suddenly turned out into the streets, and, compelled to witness the destruction of their homes by fire, provided a sad spectacle to such as were sober enough to see. A humane German officer, witnessing the ruin of Aerschot, exclaimed in disgust, "I am a father myself, and I cannot bear this. It is not war but butchery." Officers as well as men succumbed to the temptation of drink, with results which may be illustrated by an incident which occurred at Kampenhout. In this village there was a certain well-to-do merchant, name given, who had a cellar of good champagne. On the afternoon of the 14th or 15th of August 3 German cavalry officers entered the house and demanded champagne. Having drunk 10 bottles and invited 5 or 6 officers and 3 or 4 private soldiers to join them, they continued their carouse, and then called for the master and mistress of the house. Immediately my mistress came in, says the valet de chambre. One of the officers who was sitting on the floor got up, and, putting a revolver to my mistress' temple, shot her dead. The officer was obviously drunk. The other officers continued to drink and sing, and they did not pay any great attention to the killing of my mistress. The officer who shot my mistress then told my master to dig a grave and bury my mistress. My master and the officer went into the garden, the officer threatening my master with a pistol. My master was then forced to dig the grave and to bury my mistress in it. I cannot say for what reason they killed my mistress. The officer who did it was singing all the time. In the evidence before us there are cases tending to show that aggravated crimes against women were sometimes severely punished. One witness reports that a young girl who was being pursued by a drunken soldier at Louvain appealed to a German officer, and that the offender was then and there shot. Another describes how an officer of the 32nd Regiment of the Line was led out to execution for the violation of two young girls, but reprieved at the request or with the consent of the girl's mother. These instances are sufficient to show that the maltreatment of women was no part of the military scheme of the invaders, however much it may appear to have been the inevitable result of the system of terror deliberately adopted in certain regions. Indeed, so much is avowed. I asked the commander why we had been spared, says a lady in Louvain, who deposes to having suffered much brutal treatment during the sack. He said, "We will not hurt you any more. Stay in Louvain. All is finished." It was Saturday, August 29th, and the reign of terror was over. The Germans used men, women and children of Belgium as screens for advancing infantry, as is shown in the following, outside Fort Flaren, near Liege. Men and children were marched in front of the Germans to prevent the Belgian soldiers from firing. The progress of the Germans through Mons was marked by many incidents of this character. Thus, on August 22d, half a dozen Belgian colliers returning from work were marching in front of some German troops who were pursuing the English, and in the opinion of the witnesses, they must have been placed there intentionally. An English officer describes how he caused a barricade to be erected in a main thoroughfare leading out of Mons, when the Germans, in order to reach a crossroad in the rear, fetched civilians out of the houses on each side of the main road and compelled them to hold up white flags and act as cover. Another British officer who saw this incident is convinced that the Germans were acting deliberately for the purpose of protecting themselves from the fire of the British troops. Apart from this protection, the Germans could not have advanced, as the street was straight and commanded by the British rifle fire at a range of 700 or 800 yards. Several British soldiers also speak of this incident, and their story is confirmed by a Flemish witness in a side street. The French government also appointed a commission, headed by M. Georges Payel. This body made an investigation of outrages committed by German officers and soldiers in northern France. Its report showed conditions that outstripped in horror the war tactics of savages. It makes the following accusations. In Rebais, 2 English cavalrymen who were surprised and wounded in this commune were finished off with gunshots by the Germans when they were dismounted and when one of them had thrown up his hands, showing thus that he was unarmed. In the department of the Marne, as everywhere else, the German troops gave themselves up to general pillage, which was carried out always under similar conditions and with the complicity of their leaders. The communes of Hautes-le-Maurupt, Swips, Marfaux, Fromentieres and Esternay suffered especially in this way. Everything which the invader could carry off from the houses was placed on motor lorries and vehicles. At Swips, in particular, they carried off in this way a quantity of different objects, among these sewing machines and toys. A great many villages, as well as important country towns, were burned without any reason whatever. Without doubt, these crimes were committed by order, as German detachments arrived in the neighborhood with their torches, their grenades, and their usual outfit for arson. At Marfaux 19 private houses were burned. Of the commune of Glans practically nothing remains. At Saint-Torbe the entire village has been destroyed, with the exception of the mairie, the church and 2 private buildings. At Auve nearly the whole town has been destroyed. At Étrepi 63 families out of 70 are homeless. At Huiron all of the houses, with the exception of 5 have been burned. At Sermaises-les-Bains only about 40 houses out of 900 remain. At Bignicourt-sur-Salts 30 houses out of 33 are in ruins. At Swips, the big market town which has been practically burned out, German soldiers carrying straw and cans of petrol have been seen in the streets. While the mayor's house was burning, 6 sentinels with fixed bayonets were under orders to forbid anyone to approach and to prevent any help being given. All this destruction by arson, which only represents a small proportion of the acts of the same kind in the department of Seine-et-Marne. was accomplished without the least tendency to rebellion or the smallest act of resistance being recorded against the inhabitants of the localities which are today more or less completely destroyed. In some villages the Germans, before setting fire to them, made one of their soldiers fire a shot from his rifle so as to be able to pretend afterward that the civilian population had attacked them. An allegation which is all the more absurd since at the time when the enemy arrived, the only inhabitants left were old men, sick persons, or people absolutely without any means of aggression. Illustration, painting. The horrors of German rule in France. Forcibly removing French civilians from Lille to German labor. Colonies. Families were ruthlessly separated and led away into slavery. Often worse than death. Illustration, hand-to-hand combat with bayonets. Copyright Underwood and Underwood, N.Y. A fight in a cloud of gas. The Germans had sent over gas and in this spot it lingered. Then the infantry advanced and here, amid the British wire entanglements, the foes meet. Both sides in gas masks, they struggle amid the poisonous vapor, and when the bayonet fails they fight, like the pair in the foreground, to bring death by tearing away their opponent's mask. Numerous crimes against the person have also been committed. In the majority of the communes hostages have been taken away, many of them have not returned. At Sermaises-les-Bains, the Germans carried off about 150 people, some of whom were decked out with helmets and coats and compelled, thus equipped, to mount guard over the bridges. At Bignicourt-sur-Salts 30 men and 45 women and children were obliged to leave with a detachment. One of the men, a certain Émile Pierre, has not returned nor sent any news of himself. At Corflix, M. Jacket, who was carried off on the 7th of September with 11 of his fellow citizens, was found 500 meters from the village with a bullet in his head. At Champuis, the cure, his maid-servant, and 4 other inhabitants who were taken away on the same day as the hostages of Corflix had not returned at the time of our visit to the place. At the same place an old man of 70, named Jacomin, was tied down in his bed by an officer and left in this state without food for 3 days. He died a little time after. At Vert-la-Gravelle a farm hand was killed. He was struck on the head with a bottle and his chest was run through with a lance. The guard Champetre Brolifer of Le Gault-la-Forêt was murdered at Maclauny, where he had been taken by the Germans. His body was found with his head shattered and a wound on his chest. At Champguyon, a commune which has been fired, a certain Verdier was killed in his father-in-law's house. The latter was not present at the execution, but he heard a shot and next day an officer said to him, "Son shot. He is under the ruins." In spite of the search made the body has not been found among them. It must have been consumed in the fire. At Sermaises, the roadmaker, Brocard, was placed among a number of hostages. Just at the moment when he was being arrested with his son, his wife and his daughter-in-law in a state of panic rushed to throw themselves into the sulks. The old man was able to free himself for a moment and ran in all haste after them and made several attempts to save them, but the Germans dragged him away pitilessly, leaving the 2 wretched women struggling in the river. When Brocard and his son were restored to liberty, for days afterward, and found the bodies, they discovered that their wives had both received bullet wounds in the head. At Triaucourt the Germans gave themselves up to the worst excesses. Angered doubtless by the remark which an officer had addressed to a soldier, against whom a young girl of 19, Mlle. Helene Procé, had made complaint of on account of the indecent treatment to which she had been subjected, they burned the village and made a systematic massacre of the inhabitants. They began by setting fire to the house of an inoffensive householder, M. Jules Gand, and by shooting this unfortunate man as he was leaving his house to escape the flames. Then they dispersed among the houses in the streets, firing off their rifles on every side. A young man, 17 years, Georges Lecordier, who tried to escape, was shot. M. Alfred Laumend suffered the same fate. He was pursued into the kitchen of his fellow citizen Totlier, and murdered there, while Totlier received 3 bullets in his hand. Fearing, not without reason, for their lives, Mlle. Procé, her mother and her grandmother of 71 and her old aunt of 81, tried to cross the trellis which separates their garden from a neighboring property with the help of a ladder. The young girl alone was able to reach the other side and to avoid death by hiding in the cabbages. As for the other women, they were struck down by rifle shots. The village cure collected the brains of the aunt on the ground on which they were strewn and had the bodies carried into Procé house. During the following night, the Germans played the piano near the bodies. While the carnage raged, the fire rapidly spread and devoured 35 houses. An old man of 70 and a child of 2 months perished in the flames. M. Igier, who was trying to save his cattle, was pursued for 300 meters by soldiers, who fired at him ceaselessly. By a miracle this man had the good fortune not to be wounded, but 5 bullets went through his clothing. This summary merely hints at the atrocities that were perpetrated. And these are the crimes that France and Belgium will remember after indemnities have been paid, after borders have been re-established and after generations shall have passed. The horrors of blazing villages, of violated womanhood, of mutilated childhood, of stark and senseless butcheries, will flash before the minds of French and Belgian men and women when Germany's name shall be mentioned long after the declaration of peace. XVIII had its day. It took its bloody toll of the fairest and bravest of 2 gallant nations. It ravaged Poland as well and wreaked its fiendish will on wounded soldiers on the battlefields. But XVIII is dead. Belgium and France have shown that murder and rape and arson cannot destroy liberty nor check the indomitable ambitions of the free peoples of earth. The lesson to Germany was taught at a terrible cost to humanity. But it was taught in a fashion that nations hereafter who shall dream of emulating the Hun will know in advance that frightfulness serves no end except to feed the lust for destruction that exists only in the most debased and brutish of men. Chapter 7. The First Battle of the Marne. France and civilization were saved by Joffre and Foch at the First Battle of the Marne, in September, 1914. Autocracy was destroyed by Foch at the Second Battle of the Marne, in July, 1918. This in a nutshell embraces the dramatic opening and closing episodes of the World War on the soil of France. Bracketed between these 2 glorious victories were the agonies of martyred France, the deaths and lifelong cripplings of millions of men, the uprooting of arrogant militarism, the liberation of captive nations. The First Battle of the Marne was wholly a French operation. The British were close at hand, but had no share in the victory. Generals Gallieni and Manoury, acting under instructions from Marshal Joffre, were driven by automobile to the headquarters of the British commander, Sir John French, in the village of Melun. They explained in detail General Joffre's plan of attack upon the advancing German army. An urgent request was made that the British army halt its retreat, face about, and attack the 2 corps of von Kluck's army then confronting the British. Simultaneously with this attack General Manoury's forces were to fall upon the flank and the rear guard of von Kluck along the River Ork. This operation was planned for the next day, September 5. Sir John French replied that he could not get his tired army in readiness for battle within 48 hours. This would delay the British attack in all probability until September 7. Joffre's plan of battle, however, would admit of no delay. The case was urgent, there was grave danger of a union between the great forces headed by the Crown Prince and those under von Kluck. He resolved to go ahead without the British, and ordered Manoury to strike as had been planned. He fixed as an extreme limit for the movement of retreat, which was still going on, the line of Bray-sur-Seine, Nogent-sur-Seine, Arcis-sur-Aube, Vitry-le-François, and the region to the north of Bar-le-Duc. This line might be reached if the troops were compelled to go back so far. They would attack before reaching it, as soon as there was a possibility of bringing about an offensive disposition, permitting the cooperation of the whole of the French forces. On September 5 it appeared that this desired situation existed. Illustration, photograph, copyright Underwood and Underwood, New York. General Pershing and Marshal Joffre, the Commander-in-Chief of the American Expeditionary Forces, chatting with the veteran Marshal of France, the hero of the First Battle of the Marne. Illustration, photograph. Marshal Ferdinand Foch. Generalissimo of the Allied armies. No leader could command greater confidence than the brilliant strategist, to whom was mainly due the great victory of the Marne in the first autumn of the war. He also directed the French offensive on the Somme in 1916, and in November 1917, he was chosen as the French representative and subsequently chairman of the Central Military Committee appointed to assist the Supreme Allied War Council. Marshal Foch was formerly for 5 years lecturer on strategy and tactics at the École de Guerre. At the close of the war he said to the Allied armies, "You have won the greatest battle in history and saved the most sacred cause, the liberty of the world." Illustration, map. Paris in the lower left corner, showing various battle lines eastward to Luxembourg. The first German dash for Paris. The first German army, carrying audacity to temerity, had continued its endeavor to envelop the French left, had crossed the Grand Morin, and reached the region of Joffre, to the south of Rebais and of Esternay. It aimed then at cutting Joffre off from Paris, in order to begin the investment of the capital. The Second Army had its head on the line Champaubert, Etoges, Burgers, and Vertus. The Third and Fourth Armies reached to Chalon-sur-Marne and Bussy-le-Repos. The Fifth Army was advancing on one side and the other, from the Argonne as far as Triacourt-les-Islets and Jouvecourt. The Sixth and Seventh Armies were attacking more to the east. The French left army had been able to occupy the line Cézanne, Villers-Esti, Georges and Courchamps. This was precisely the disposition which the General-in-Chief had wished to see achieved. On the 4th he decided to take advantage of it, and ordered all the armies to hold themselves ready. He had taken from his right 2 new army corps, 2 divisions of infantry, and 2 divisions of cavalry, which were distributed between his left and his center. On the evening of the 5th he addressed to all the commanders of armies a message ordering them to attack. "The hour has come," he wrote, "to advance at all costs, and to die where you stand rather than give way." If one examines the map, it will be seen that by his inflection toward Meaux and Coulommiers General von Kluck was exposing his right to the offensive action of the French left. This is the starting point of the victory of the Marne. On the evening of September 5 the French left army had reached the front Penchard-Saint-Soufflevre. On the 6th and 7th it continued its attacks vigorously with the Ourcq as objective. On the evening of the 7th it was some kilometers from the Ourcq, on the front Chambry-Marcellay-les-Uacy and Molchen. On the 8th, the Germans, who had in great haste reinforced their right by bringing their 2nd and 4th Army Corps back to the north, obtained some successes by attacks of extreme violence. But in spite of this pressure the French held their ground. In a brilliant action they took 3 standards, and being reinforced prepared a new attack for the 10th. At the moment that this attack was about to begin the enemy was already in retreat toward the north. The attack became a pursuit, and on the 12th the French established themselves on the Aisne. Why did the German forces which were confronting the French, and on the evening before attacking so furiously, retreat on the morning of the 10th? Because in bringing back on the 6th several army corps from the south to the north to face the French left, the enemy had exposed his left to the attacks of the now rested British, who had immediately faced around toward the north, and to those of the French armies which were prolonging the English lines to the right. This is what the French command had sought to bring about. This is what happened on September 8 and allowed the development and rehabilitation which it was to effect. On the 6th the British army set out from the line Rozay-Lagny and that evening reached the southward bank of the Grand Morin. On the 7th and 8th it continued its march, and on the 9th had debouched to the north of the Marne below Château-Thierry, the town that was to become famous for the American stand in 1918, taking in flank the German forces which on that day were opposing, on the Ourcq, the French left army. Then it was that these forces began to retreat, while the British army, going in pursuit and capturing 7 guns and many prisoners, reached the Aisne between Soissons and Longueville. The role of the French army, which was operating to the right of the British army, was threefold. It had to support the British attacking on its left. It had on its right to support the center, which, from September 7, had been subjected to a German attack of great violence. Finally, its mission was to throw back the 3 active Army Corps and the Reserve Corps which faced it. On the 7th, it made a leap forward, and on the following days reached and crossed the Marne, seizing, after desperate fighting, guns, howitzers, mitrailleuses, and 1,000,000 cartridges. On the 12th it established itself on the north edge of the Montagne de Reims in contact with the French centre, which for its part had just forced the enemy to retreat in haste. The French centre consisted of a new army created on August 29 and of one of those which at the beginning of the campaign had been engaged in Belgian Luxembourg. The first had retreated, on August 29 to September 5, from the Aisne to the north of the Marne and occupied the general front Cézanne-Mailly. The second, more to the east, had drawn back to the south of the line. Humboiville Château Beacham Bignicourt Blesems Morupt Lomontoy. The enemy, in view of his right being arrested and the defeat of his enveloping movement, made a desperate effort from the 7th to the 19th to pierce the French centre to the west and to the east of Fir-Champenoise. On the 8th he succeeded in forcing back the right of the new French army, which retired as far as Gourogenkin. On the 9th, at 6 o'clock in the morning, there was a further retreat to the south of that village, while on the left the other Army Corps also had to go back to the line Allemand-Cananter. Despite this retreat General Foch, commanding the army of the centre, ordered a general offensive for the same day. With the Morocco division, whose behaviour was heroic, he met a furious assault of the Germans on his left toward the marshes of Saint-Gond. Then, with the divisions which had just victoriously overcome the attacks of the enemy to the north of Cézanne, and with the whole of his left Army Corps, he made a flanking attack in the evening of the 9th upon the German forces. And notably the Guard, which had thrown back his right Army Corps. The enemy, taken by surprise by this bold maneuver, did not resist, and beat a hasty retreat. This marked Foch as the most daring and brilliant strategist of the war. On the 11th the French crossed the Marne between Tours-sur-Marne and Sarry, driving the Germans in front of them in disorder. On the 12th they were in contact with the enemy to the north of the Camp de Chalons. The reserve army of the centre, acting on the right of the one just referred to, had been entrusted with the mission during the 7th, 8th, and 9th of disengaging its neighbour. And it was only on the 10th that being reinforced by an army corps from the east, it was able to make its action effectively felt. On the 11th the Germans retired. But, perceiving their danger, they fought desperately, with enormous expenditure of projectiles, behind strong entrenchments. On the 12th the result had none the less been attained, and the 2 French centre armies were solidly established on the ground gained. To the right of these 2 armies were 3 others. They had orders to cover themselves to the north and to debouch toward the west on the flank of the enemy, which was operating to the west of the Argonne. But a wide interval in which the Germans were in force separated them from the French centre. The attack took place, nevertheless, with very brilliant success for the French artillery, which destroyed 11 batteries of the 16th German Army Corps. On the 10th inst. The 8th and 15th German Army Corps counterattacked, but were repulsed. On the 11th French progress continued with new successes, and on the 12th the French were able to face round toward the north in expectation of the near and inevitable retreat of the enemy, which, in fact, took place from the 13th. The withdrawal of the mass of the German force involved also that of the left. From the 12th onward the forces of the enemy operating between Nancy and the Vosges retreated in a hurry before the 2 French armies of the east, which immediately occupied the positions that the enemy had evacuated. The offensive of the French right had thus prepared and consolidated in the most useful way the result secured by the left and centre. Such was this 7 days' battle, in which more than 2 millions of men were engaged. Each army gained ground step by step, opening the road to its neighbour, supported at once by it, taking in flank the adversary which the day before it had attacked in front, the efforts of one articulating closely with those of the other. A perfect unity of intention and method animating the supreme command. To give this victory all its meaning it is necessary to add that it was gained by troops which for 2 weeks had been retreating, and which, when the order for the offensive was given, were found to be as ardent as on the first day. It has also to be said that these troops had to meet the whole Germany army. Under their pressure the German retreat at certain times had the appearance of a rout. In spite of the fatigue of the poilus, in spite of the power of the German heavy artillery, the French took colors, guns, mitrailleuses, shells, and thousands of prisoners. One German corps lost almost the whole of its artillery. In that great battle the spectacular rush of General Gallieni's army defending Paris, was one of the dramatic surprises that decided the issue. In that stroke Gallieni sent his entire force 40 miles to attack the right wing of the German army. In this gigantic maneuver every motor car in Paris was utilized, and the flying force of Gallieni became the Army in Taxicabs, a name that will live as long as France exists. General Clergerie, Chief of Staff to Gallieni, told the story for posterity. He said, "From August 26, 1914, the German armies had been descending upon Paris by forced marches. On September 1 they were only 3 days' march from the advanced line of the entrenched camp, which the garrison were laboring desperately to put into condition for defense. It was necessary to cover with trenches a circuit of 110 miles, install siege guns, assure the coming of supplies for them over narrow-gauge railways, assemble the food and provisions of all kinds necessary for a city of 4 million inhabitants. But on September 3d, the intelligence service, which was working perfectly, stated, about the middle of the day, that the German columns, after heading straight for Paris, were swerving toward the southeast and seemed to wish to avoid the fortified camp. General Gallieni and I then had one of those long conferences which denoted grave events. They usually lasted from 2 to 5 minutes at most. The fact is that the military government of Paris did little talking, it acted. The conference reached this conclusion: if they do not come to us, we will go to them with all the force we can muster. Nothing remained but to make the necessary preparations. The first thing to do was not to give the alarm to the enemy. General Manuri's army immediately received orders to lie low and avoid any engagement that was not absolutely necessary. Then care was taken to reinforce it by every means. All was ready at the designated time. In the night of September 3d, knowing that the enemy would have to leave only a rear guard on one bank of the Ourcq, General Gallieni and General Clergerie decided to march against that rear guard. To drive it back with all the weight of the Manuri army, to cut the enemy's communications, and take full advantage of his hazardous situation. Immediately the following order was addressed to General Manuri. Because of the movement of the German armies, which seem to be slipping in before our front to the southeast, I intend to send your army to attack them in the flank, that is to say, in an easterly direction. I will indicate your line of march as soon as I learn that of the British army. But make your arrangements now so that your troops shall be ready to march this afternoon and to begin a general movement east of the entrenched camp tomorrow." At 10 in the morning a consultation was held by Generals Gallieni, Clergerie, and Manuri, and the details of the plan of operations were immediately decided. General Joffre gave permission to attack and announced that he would himself take the offensive on the 6th. On the 5th, at noon, the army from Paris fired the first shot. The Battle of the Ourcq, a preface to the Marne, had begun. General Clergerie then told what a precious purveyor of information he had found in General von der Marwitz, cavalry commander of the German First Army, who made intemperate use of the wireless telegraph and did not even take the trouble to put into cipher his dispatches, of which the Eiffel Tower made a careful collection. In the evening of September 9, he said, "An officer of the intelligence corps brought me a dispatch from this same Marwitz couched in something like these terms: tell me exactly where you are and what you are doing. Hurry up, because XXX." The officer was greatly embarrassed to interpret those 3 X's. Adopting the language of the poilu, I said to him, "Translate it, I am going to bolt." True enough, next day we found on the site of the German batteries, which had been precipitately evacuated, stacks of munitions. While by the roadside we came upon motors abandoned for the slightest breakdown, and near Betz almost the entire outfit of a field bakery, with a great store of flour and dough half needed. Paris and France were saved. Von Kluck could not get over his astonishment. He has tried to explain it by saying he was unlucky, for out of 100 governors not one would have acted as Gallieni did, throwing his whole available force nearly 40 miles from his stronghold. It was downright imprudence. Chapter 8. Japan in the War. On August 15, 1914, the Empire of Japan issued an ultimatum to Germany. She demanded the evacuation of Tsingtao, the disarming of the warships there and the handing over of the territory to Japan for ultimate reversion to China. The time limit for her reply was set at 12 o'clock, August 24. To this ultimatum Germany made no reply, and at 2:30 p.m., August 23d, the German ambassador was handed his passports and war was declared. The reason for the action of Japan was simple. She was bound by treaty to Great Britain to come to her aid in any war in which Great Britain might be involved. On August 4 a note was received from Great Britain requesting Japan to safeguard British shipping in the Far East. Japan replied that she could not guarantee the safety of British shipping so long as Germany was in occupation of the Chinese province of Tsingtao. She suggested in turn that England agree to allow her to remove this German menace. The British government agreed, on the condition that Tsingtao be subsequently returned to China. The Japanese government in taking this stand was acting with courage and with loyalty. Toward individual Germans she entertained no animosity. She had the highest respect for German scholarship and German military science. She had been sending her young men to German seats of learning, and had based the reorganization of her army upon the German military system. But she did not believe that a treaty was a mere scrap of paper, and was determined to fulfill her obligations in the treaty with England. It seems to have been the opinion of the highest Japanese military authorities that Germany would win the war. Japan's statesmen, however, believed that Germany was a menace to both China and Japan and had lively recollections of her unfriendly attitude in connection with the Sino-Japanese War and in the period that followed. Germany had been playing the same game in China that she had played in the Mediterranean and which had ultimately brought about the war. The Sino-Japanese War had been a great Japanese triumph. One of Japan's greatest victories had been the capture of Port Arthur, but the joy caused in Japan had not ended before it was turned into mourning because of German interference. Germany had then compelled Japan to quit Port Arthur, and to hand over that great fort to Russia so that she herself might take Kiaochau without Russia's objection. Japan had never forgotten or forgiven. The German seizure of Kiaochau had led to the Russian occupation of Port Arthur, the British occupation of Weihaiwei and French occupation of Quanchao Bay. The vultures were swooping down on defenseless China. This had led to the Boxer disturbance of 1910, where again the Kaiser had interfered. Japan, who recognized that her interests and safety were closely allied with the preservation of the territorial integrity of China, had proposed to the powers that she be permitted to send her troops to the rescue of the beleaguered foreigners. But this proposition was refused on account of German suspicion of Japan's motives. Later on, during the Russo-Japanese War, Russia was assisted in many ways by the German government. Furthermore, the popular sympathy with the Japanese was strongly with the Allies. It was the Kaiser who started the cry of the Yellow Peril, which had deeply hurt Japanese pride. Yet, even with this strong feeling, it was remarkable that Japan was willing to ally herself with Russia. She knew very well that after all the greatest danger to her liberties lay across the Japan Sea. Russian autocracy, with its militarism, its religious intolerance, its discriminating policy against foreign interests in commerce and trade, was the natural opponent of liberal Japan. The immediate object of Japan in joining hands with England was to destroy the German menace in the Pacific. Before she delivered her ultimatum the Germans had been active. Ignoring the rights of Japan while she was still neutral, they had captured a Russian steamer within Japanese jurisdiction, as well as a number of British merchant vessels, and even a few Japanese ships had been intercepted by German cruisers. This was the disturbance to general peace in the Far East, which had prompted England to request Japan's assistance. Japan, when she entered the war, was at least twice as strong as when she began the war with Russia. She had an army of 1 million men, and a navy double the size of that which she had possessed when the Treaty of Portsmouth was signed. As soon as war was declared she proceeded to act. A portion of her fleet was directed against the German forces in the Pacific, one squadron occupying Jalawat, the seat of government of the Marshall Islands, on October 3d, but her main forces were directed against the fortress of Tsingtao. The Germans had taken great pride in Tsingtao, and had made every effort to make it a model colony as well as an impregnable fortress. They had built costly water works, fine streets and fine public buildings. They had been making great preparations for a state of siege, although it was not expected that they would be able to hold out for a long time. There were hardly more than 5,000 soldiers in the fortress, and in the harbor but 4 small gunboats and an Austrian cruiser, the XVIII Elizabeth. As Austria was not at war with Japan, the authorization of Japan was asked for the removal of the XVIII Elizabeth to Shanghai, where she could be interned. The Japanese were favorable to this proposition. But at the last moment instructions arrived from Vienna directing the Austro-Hungarian ambassador to ask for his passports at Tokyo and the commander of the XVIII Elizabeth to assist the Germans in the defense of Tsingtao. The Germans also received orders to defend their fortress to the very last. A portion of the German squadron, under Admiral von Spee, had sailed away before the Japanese attack, one of these being the famous commerce raider, the Emden. On the 27th of August the Japanese made their first move by taking possession of some of the small islands at the mouth of the harbor of Kiaochau. From these points as bases they swept the surrounding waters for mines, with such success that during the whole siege but one vessel of their fleet was injured by a mine. On the 2d of September they landed troops at the northern base of the peninsula upon which Tsingtao was situated, with the object of cutting off the fortress from the mainland. The heavy rains which were customary at that season prevented much action, but airplanes were sent which dropped bombs upon the wireless station, electric power station and railway station of Kiaochau, and upon the ships in the harbor. On September 13 General Cameo captured the railway station of Kiaochau which stands at the head of the bay. This placed him 22 miles from Tsingtao itself. On September 27 he captured Prince Heinrich Hill, giving him a gun position from which he could attack the inner forts. On the 23d a small British force arrived from Weihaiwei to cooperate with the Japanese. Illustration, map of the city Tsingtao and Kiaochau Bay. The German Gibraltar in the Far East which fell to the Japanese. The combined forces then advanced until they were only 5 miles from Tsingtao. The German warships were bombarding the Japanese troops fiercely, and were being replied to by the Japanese squadron in the mouth of the harbor. The great waste of German ammunition led General Cameo to the opinion that the Germans did not contemplate a long siege. He then determined on a vigorous assault. Before the attack was made he gave the non-combatants an opportunity of leaving, and on the 15th of October a number of women and children and Chinese were allowed to pass through the Japanese lines. On October 31 the bombardment began, and the German forts were gradually silenced. On November 2d the XVIII Elizabeth was sunk in the harbor. The Allied armies were pushing their way steadily down, until, on November 6, their trenches were along the edge of the last German redoubts. At 6 o'clock on that day white flags were floating over the central forts and by 7:30 Admiral Waldeck, the German governor, had signed the terms of capitulation. Germany's prize colony on the continent of Asia had disappeared. The survivors, numbering about 3,000, were sent to Japan as prisoners of war. Japanese losses were but 236 men killed. They had, however, lost one third-class cruiser, the Takachiho, and several smaller crafts. The whole expedition was a notable success. It had occupied much less time than either Japan or Germany had expected, and the news was received in Germany with a universal feeling of bitterness and chagrin. After the Japanese capture of Kiaochau, Japan's assistance to the Allies, while not spectacular, was extremely important, and its importance increased during the last 2 years of the war. Her cruiser squadrons did continuous patrol duty in the Pacific and in the China Sea and even in the Indian Ocean. She occupied 3 groups of German islands in the South Sea, assisted in driving German raiders from the Pacific, and by her efficiency permitted a withdrawal of British warships to points where they could be useful nearer home. She patrolled the Pacific coast of North and South America, landed marines to quell riots at Singapore, and finally entered into active service in European waters by sending a destroyer squadron to the assistance of the Allies in the Mediterranean. But while the aid of Japan's navy was important to the Allies, her greatest assistance to the Allied cause was what she did in supplying Russia with military supplies. The tremendous struggle carried on by Russia's forces during the first years prevented an easy German victory, and was only made possible through the assistance of Japan. Enormous quantities of guns, ammunition, military stores, hospital and Red Cross supplies, were sent into Russia, with skilled officers and experts to accompany them. In the last year of the war, Japan once more came prominently in the public eye in connection with the effort made by the Allies to protect from the Russian Bolsheviki vast stores of ammunition which had been landed in ports of eastern Siberia. She was compelled to land troops to do this and to preserve order in localities where her citizens were in danger. Upon the development of the Czechoslovak movement in eastern Siberia, a Japanese force, in association with troops from the United States and Great Britain, was landed to protect the Czechoslovaks from Bolsheviki treachery. These troops succeeded in their object, and throughout the latter period of the war kept eastern Siberia friendly to the Allied cause. In this campaign there was but little blood shed. The expedition was followed by the strong sympathy of the Allied world, which was full of admiration for the loyalty and courage of the Czechoslovaks and their heroic leaders. Chapter 9. Campaign in the East. Long before the declaration of war, the German military experts had made their plans. They recognized that in case of war with Russia, France would come to the rescue of its ally. They hoped that Italy, and felt sure that England, would remain neutral, but, no doubt, had provided for the possibility that these two nations would join the ranks of their foes. They recognized that they would be compelled to fight against greatly superior numbers, but they had this advantage, that they were prepared to move at once, while England was unprepared, and Russia, with enormous numbers, was so unprovided with railroad facilities that it would take weeks before her armies would be dangerous. Their plan of campaign, then, was obvious. Leaving in the east only such forces as were necessary for a strong defense, they would throw the bulk of their strength against the French. They anticipated an easy march to Paris, and then with France at their mercy they would gather together all their powers and deal with Russia. But they had underestimated both the French power of resistance, and the Russian weakness, and in particular they had not counted upon the check that they were to meet with in gallant Belgium. The Russian mobilization was quicker by far than had been anticipated. Her armies were soon engaged with the comparatively small German forces, and met with great success. To understand the Russian campaign one must have some knowledge of the geography of Western Russia. Russian Poland projects as a great quadrilateral into eastern Germany. It is bounded on the north by East Prussia, on the south by Galicia, and the western part reaches deep into Germany itself. The land is a broad, level plain, through which from south to north runs the river Vistula. In the center lies the capital, Warsaw, protected by a group of fortresses. The Russian army, therefore, could not make a direct western advance until it had protected its flanks by the conquest of East Prussia on the north, and Galicia on the south. By the beginning of the third week in August the first Russian armies were ready. Her forces were arranged as follows. Facing East Prussia was the army of the Niemen, 4 corps strong. The army of Poland, consisting of 15 army corps, occupied a wide front from Narew on the north to the Bug Valley. A third army, the army of Galicia, directed its line of advance southward into the country between Lemberg and the river Sareth. The fortresses protecting Warsaw, still further to the east, were well garrisoned, and in front of them to the west were troops intended to delay any German advance from Posen. The Russian commander-in-chief was the Grand Duke Nicholas, uncle of the late Tsar, and one of the most admirable representatives of the Russian at his best, a splendid soldier, honest, straightforward, and patriotic. He was the idol of his men. He had with him a brilliant staff, but the strength of his army lay in its experience. They had learned war in the bitter school of the Manchurian campaign. The German force on the frontier was not less than 500,000 men, and they were arranged for defense. Austria, in Galicia, had gathered nearly 1 million men under the auspices of Frederick. The first movement of these armies took place in East Prussia. The army of the Niemen had completed its mobilization early in August, and was under the command of General Rennenkampf, one of the Russian leaders in Manchuria. In command of the German forces was General von François, an officer of Huguenot descent. The first clash of these armies took place on the German frontier near Libau, on August 3d. 2 days later, the Russians crossed the frontier, drove in the German advance posts, and seized the railway which runs south and east of the Masurian Lakes. The German force fell back, burning villages and destroying roads, according to their usual plan. On the 7th of August the main army of Rennenkampf crossed the border at Suwałki, advancing in 2 main bodies, the army of the Niemen moving north from Suwałki, the army of the Narów marching through the region of the Masurian Lakes. In the Lake District they advanced toward Boyen, and then directed their march toward Insterburg. To protect Insterburg, General von François made his first stand at Gumbenen, where, on the 16th of August, the first important battle of this campaign took place. The result was the defeat and retirement of the Germans, and von François was forced to fall back on Königsberg. Meantime, the army of the Narów, under General Samsonov, was advancing through the country west of the Masurian Lakes. On the 20th his vanguard came upon a German army corps, strongly entrenched at the northwest end of the lakes. The Germans were defeated, and fled in great disorder toward Königsberg, abandoning their guns and wagons. Many prisoners were taken, and the Russians found themselves masters of all of East Prussia except that inside the Königsberg line. They then marched on Königsberg, and East Prussia was for a moment at the mercy of the conqueror. Troops were left to invest Königsberg, and East Prussia was overrun with the enemy. The report as to the behavior of these troops met with great indignation in Germany, but better information insists that they behaved with decorum and discretion. The peasantry of East Prussia, remembering wild tales of the Cossacks of 100 years before, fled in confusion with stories of burning and slaughter and outrage. Germany became aroused. To thoroughly understand the effect of the Russian invasion of East Prussia, one must know something of the relations of that district with the German Empire. Historically, this was the cradle of the Prussian aristocracy, whose dangerous policies had alarmed Europe for so many decades. The Prussian aristocracy originated in a mixture of certain West German and Christian knights, with a pagan population of the eastern Baltic plain. The district was separate from Poland and never fell under the Polish influence. It was held by the Teutonic Knights who conquered it in a sort of savage independence. The Christian faith, which the Teutonic Knights professed to inculcate, took little root, but such civilization as Germany itself had absorbed did filter in. The chief noble of Boeotia, the governing duke, acquired in time the title of king, and it was here, not in Berlin, nor in Brandenburg, that the Hohenzollern power originated. Illustration, painting. The fury of a Cossack charge. Some of the most bitter fighting of the war took place on the snow-covered heights of the Carpathians when Russia's armies struggled with the foe. Here is illustrated a charge by Cossacks on an Austrian battery. There is nothing in warfare quite like the furious onslaught of the little men of the steppes on their wiry ponies. Illustration, painting. Hide and seek in the Baltic. A zeppelin flying over a British submarine in the stormy sea. Illustration, map bounded by Königsberg on the north, Warsaw on the east, Krakow on the south and Posen on the west. The Eastern Fighting Zone. East Prussia, therefore, had a sentimental importance in the eyes of the Prussian nobility. The Prussian royal house, in particular, had toward this country an especial regard. Moreover, it was regarded by the Germans as a whole as their rampart against the Slav, a proof of the German power to withstand the dreaded Russian. That this sacred soil should now be in the hands of a Cossack army was not to be borne. The Kaiser acted at once. Large forces were detached from the west and sent to the aid of the Eastern Army. A new commander was appointed. He was General von Hindenburg, a veteran of the Franco-Prussian War who had been for some years retired. After his retirement he devoted his time to the study of East Prussia, especially the ground around the Masurian Lakes. He became more familiar with its roads, its fields, its marshes, its bogs than any of the peasants who spent their lives in the neighborhood of the lakes. Before his retirement, in the annual maneuvers, he had often rehearsed his defense against Russian invaders. Indeed, report, perhaps unfounded, described his retirement to the displeasure of the Emperor William at being badly worsted in one of these mimic combats. He had prevented the country from being cleared and the swamps from being drained, arguing that they were worth more to Germany than a dozen fortresses. A man of rugged strength, his face suggesting power and tenacity, he was to become the idol of the German people. His chance had come. His army consisted of remnants of the forces of von François and large reinforcements sent him from the west. In all, perhaps, he had with him 150,000 men, and he had behind him an admirable system of strategic railways. The Russian High Command was full of confidence. Rennenkampf had advanced with the army of the Niemen toward Königsberg, whose fall was reported from time to time, without foundation. Königsberg was in fact impregnable to armies no stronger than those under Rennenkampf's command. Samsonov with the army of the Narev, had pushed on to the northeastern point of the lakes, and defeated the German army corps at Frankenau. Misled by his success, he decided to continue his advance through the lake region toward Allenstein. He marched first toward Osterode, in the wilderness of forest, lake and marsh, between Allenstein and the lower Vistula. His force numbered 200,000 men, but the swamps made it impossible to proceed in mass. His column had to be temporarily divided, nor was he well informed as to the strength of his enemy. On Wednesday, the 26th of August, his advance guards were everywhere driven in. As he pushed on he discovered the enemy in great numbers, and late in the day realized that he was facing a great army. Von Hindenburg had taken a position astride the railway from Allenstein to Soldau, and all access to his front was barred by lakes and swamps. He was safe from frontal attack, and could reinforce each wing at pleasure. From his right ran the only two good roads in the region, and at his left was the Osterode railway. On the first day he stood on the defensive, while the Russians, confident of victory, attacked again and again. Some ground was won and prisoners captured, and the news of a second victory was sent to Western Europe. The battle continued, however, until the last day of August and is known as the Battle of Tannenberg, from a village of that name near the marshes. Having worn down his enemy, von Hindenburg counterattacked. His first movement was on his right. This not only deceived Samsonov and led him to reinforce his left, but also enabled von Hindenburg to seize the only good road that would give the Russian army a chance of retreat. Meanwhile the German general was hurrying masses of troops northeastward to outflank the Russian right. While the Russians were reinforcing one flank, he was concentrating every man he could upon the other. Then his left swept southward, driving in and enveloping the Russian right, and Samsonov was driven into a country full of swamps and almost without roads. To thoroughly understand the plight of the Russian army one must have some idea of the character of the Masurian Lake district. It was probably molded by the work of ice in the past. Great glaciers, in their progress toward the sea, have ground out hundreds of hollows, where are found small pools and considerable lakes. From these glaciers have been dropped patches of clay which hold the waters in wide extents of marsh and bog. The country presents a monotonous picture of low, rounded swells and flats, interspersed with stunted pine and birch woods. The marshes and the lakes form a labyrinth, difficult to pass even to those familiar with the country. The Masurian region is a great trap for any commander who has not had unlimited acquaintance with the place. Causeways, filled with great care, and railroads permit an orderly advance, but in a confused retreat disaster at once threatens. This was the ground that von Hindenburg knew so well. The Russians resisted desperately, but their position could not be held. Disaster awaited them. They found their guns sinking to the axle trees in mire. Whole regiments were driven into the lakes and drowned. On the last day of battle, August 31st, Samsonov himself was killed, and his army completely destroyed. 50,000 prisoners were taken with hundreds of guns and quantities of supplies. Von Hindenburg had attained the triumph of which he had so long dreamed. It was an immensely successful example of that enveloping movement characteristic of German warfare, a victory recalling the Battle of Sedan, and it was upon a scale not inferior to that battle. The news of this great triumph reached Berlin upon the anniversary of the Battle of Sedan, and on the same day that the news came from the west that von Kluck had reached the gates of Paris, and it had a profound effect upon the German mind. They had grown to believe that the Germans were a sort of Superman. These wonderful successes confirmed them in this belief. No longer did they talk of a mere defense in the east. An advance on Warsaw was demanded, and von Hindenburg was acclaimed the greatest soldier of his day. The emperor made him field marshal, and placed him in command of the Teutonic armies in the east. But von Hindenburg was not satisfied. The remnant of the defeated army had fled toward Narif, and without losing a moment von Hindenburg set off in pursuit. Rennenkampf, all this time, strange to say, had made no move, and at the news of Samsonov's disaster he abandoned the siege of Königsberg and retreated toward the Niemen. At Gumbinnen he fought a rearguard action with the German left, but had made up his mind that the Niemen must be the Russian line of defense. Von Hindenburg, following, crossed the Russian frontier, and in the wide forests near Augustovo there was much fighting. Illustration, photographs. Leading German generals. Von Hindenburg, Chief of the German General Staff. Von Ludendorff. Strategist of the General Staff, von Moltke, dismissed by the Kaiser. For incompetency, von Mackensen, Commander in the East, Crown Prince. Ruprecht of Bavaria, Army Commander in the West. Illustration, photograph. Photo by Press Illustrated Service. The German General Staff. Von Mackensen, von Moltke, Crown Prince Wilhelm, von François. Von Falkenhayn, von Beseler, von Bethmann-Hollweg, von Bülow. Duke Albrecht, Ludendorff, von Einem, von Hindenburg, von Heeringen. Crown Prince Ruprecht, von Kluck, von Haseler, von Tirpitz. Kaiser Wilhelm II, von Emich. This action, described as the First Battle of Augustovo, was only a rearguard action. The Russians desiring merely to delay the enemy for a day or two. German reports, however, described it as a victory only second in importance to Tannenberg. Von Hindenburg then occupied Suwałki. He apparently had become overconfident, and hardly realized that Rennenkampf was continually being reinforced by the Russian mobilization. The Russian High Command understood the situation very well. Their aim was to keep von Hindenburg busy on the Niemen, while their armies in the south were overwhelming the fleeing Austrians. Von Hindenburg was deceived, and continued his advance until he got into serious trouble. His movement had begun on September 7. His army consisted of the 4 corps with which he had won Tannenberg, and large reinforcements from Germany, including at least 1 Guards battalion, and a number of Saxons and Bavarians. The country is one vast mixture of marsh and lake and bog. The roads are few, and advance must therefore be slow and difficult. Rennenkampf made no attempt to delay him beyond a little rearguard fighting. The German army reached the Niemen on September 21, and found behind it the Russian army in prepared positions, with large reinforcements from Vilna. The river at this point was wide and deep, and hard to cross. The Battle of the Niemen crossings was an artillery duel. The Russians quietly waited in their trenches to watch the Germans build their pontoon bridges. Then their guns blew the bridges to pieces. Thereupon von Hindenburg bombarded the Russian lines, hoping to destroy the Russian guns. On Friday, the 26th, his guns boomed all day, the Russians made no reply. So on the morning of the 27th he built bridges again, and again the Russians blew them to pieces. On the 28th he gave the order for retreat. He realized that the game wasn't worth the candle. He might easily be kept fighting on the Niemen for months, while the main armies of the Russians were crossing Austria. Von Hindenburg conducted the retreat with a skill which came to him naturally from his knowledge of the marshes. Rennenkampf followed him closely, keeping up persistent attacks through the woods and marshes. The path of the retreating army lay through the forest of Augustovo, a country much like that around the Masurian lakes, and there the Germans suffered heavy losses. Von Hindenburg managed, however, to get the bulk of his forces back across the frontier and continued his retreat to the entrenchments on the Masurian lakes. The Germans lost 60,000 men in killed, wounded and prisoners, and von Hindenburg handed over the command of the German armies in East Prussia to General von Schubert, and hastened south to direct the movement to relieve the Austrians at Krakow. But quite as important as the campaign in East Prussia was the struggle in Galicia. When the war began, the Germans contemplated merely defense in their own domain. Such offense as was planned was left to the Austrians farther south. Galicia is a long, level country lying north of the Carpathian Mountains, and in this country Austria-Hungary had gathered together a force of hardly less than 1 million men. A quarter of these lay in reserve near the mountains. The remaining three-quarters was divided into two armies, the first, the Northern Army, being under the command of General Dankel, the second was that of von Offenburg. The base of the first army was Przemysl, that of the second was Lemberg. The first army, it was planned, was to advance into Russian territory in the direction of Lublin. The second army, stationed southeast of the first army, was to protect it from any Russians who might strike in upon the south. The first army, therefore, contained more picked material than the second, which included many troops from the southern parts of the empire, including certain disaffected contingents. The first army made its advance as soon as possible, and entered Russian territory on the 11th of August. It went forward with very little loss and against very little resistance. The Russian forces which were against it were inferior in number, and fell back towards the Bug. The Austrians followed, turning somewhat toward the east, when their advance was checked by news of catastrophe in their rear. On the 14th of August the Russian army under General Ruzsky crossed the frontier, and advanced toward the Austrian Second Army. The Russian army was in far greater strength than had been expected, and when its advance was followed by the appearance upon the right flank of von Offenburg's command, of yet another Russian army, under Brusilov. The Austrian Second Army found itself in great danger. Ruzsky advanced steadily from August 14 until, on the 21st, it was not more than 1 day's advance from the outer works of Lemberg, and the Third Russian Army under Brusilov was threatening von Offenburg's right flank. Von Offenburg, underestimating the strength of the enemy, undertook to give battle. The first outpost actions were successful for the Austrians, and helped them in their blunder. On the 24th of August the two Russian armies effected a junction, and their Austrian opponents found themselves threatened with disaster. An endeavor was made to retreat, but the retreat turned into a rout. On the 28th Tarnopol was captured by the Russians, and the Austrian army found itself compelled to fall back upon defense positions to the south and east of Lemberg itself. The attack of the Russian armies was completely successful. The Austrian army was driven from its positions, and on September 4 the Austrians evacuated Lemberg and the Russian forces took possession of the town. The Austrians fled. The population welcomed the conquerors with the greatest enthusiasm. An immense quantity of stores of every kind were captured by the Russians together with at least 100,000 prisoners. There was no looting, nor any kind of outrage. The Russian policy was to make friends of the inhabitants of Galicia. But there was no halt after Lemberg. Brusilov divided his army, and sent his left wing into the Carpathian passes, his center and right moved west toward Przemysl, while Ruzsky moved northwest to reinforce the Russian army on the Bug. Meanwhile the position of Dankel's army was perilous in the extreme. There were two possible courses, one to fall back and join the remnants of von Offenburg's army, the other to attack at once, before the first Russian army could be reinforced, and if victorious to turn on Ruzsky. Dankel's army was now very strong. He had received reinforcements, not only from Austria but from Germany. On the 4th of September he attacked the Russian center. His attack was a failure, although he outnumbered the Russians. The battle continued until the 10th. Everywhere the Austrians were beaten, and driven off in ignominious retreat. The whole Austrian force fled southward in great disorder, a part directed its flight toward Przemysl, others still farther west toward Krakow. Austria had been completely defeated. Poland was clear of the enemy. The Russian flag flew over Lemberg, while the Russian army was marching toward Krakow. The Russian star was in the ascendant. But the Austrian armies had not been annihilated. An army of nearly 1 million men cannot be destroyed in so short a time. The Austrian failure was due in part to the disaffection of some of the elements of the army, and in part to the poor Austrian generalship. They had underestimated their foe, and ventured on a most perilous plan of campaign. Russian generalship had been most admirable, and the Russian generals were men of ability and experience. Brusilov had seen service in the Turkish War of 1877. Ruzsky was a professor in the Russian War Academy. In the Japanese War he had been chief of staff to General Kulbars, the commander of the Second Manchurian Army. Associated with him was General Radko Dmitriev, an able officer with a most interesting career. General Dmitriev was born in Bulgaria, when it was a Turkish province. He graduated at the military school at Sofia, and afterwards at the War Academy at Petrograd. On his return to Bulgaria he commanded a regiment in the Serbian-Bulgarian War. Later he became mixed up in the conspiracy against Prince Alexander, and was forced to leave Bulgaria. For 10 years he served in the Russian army, returning to Bulgaria on the accession of Prince Ferdinand. Later on he became chief of the general staff, and when the Balkan War broke out he commanded one of the Bulgarian armies, won several important victories, and became a popular hero of the war. Disgusted with the political squabbles which followed the war, he returned to Russia as a general in the Russian army. With men like these in command, the Russian Empire was well served. After the decisive defeat of the Austrian army under General Dankel, certain changes were made in the Russian High Command. General Ruzsky was made commander of the center, which was largely reinforced. General Ivanov was put in command of the armies operating in Galicia with Dmitriev and Brusilov as his chief lieutenants. Brusilov's business was to seize the deep passes in the Carpathians and to threaten Hungary. Dmitriev's duty was to press the Austrian retreat, and capture the main fortresses of central Galicia. There are two great fortresses on the river San, Yaroslav and Przemysl, both of them controlling important railroad routes. Yaroslav on the main line from Lemberg to Krakow, Przemysl with a line which skirts the Carpathians, and connects with lines going south to Hungary. Yaroslav was fortified by a strong circle of entrenchments and was looked to by Austria for stout resistance. The Austrians were disappointed, for Ivanov captured it in 3 days, on the 23rd of September. Dmitriev found Przemysl a harder nut to crack. It held out for many months, while operations of greater importance were being carried on by the Russian armies. The plans of the Russian generals in some respects were not unlike the plan previously suggested as that of the German High Command. At the beginning of the war they had no desire to carry on a powerful offensive against Germany. The expedition into East Prussia was conducted more for political than for military purposes. The real offensive at the start was to be against Austria. The Russian movements were cautious at first, but the easy capture of Lemberg, the fall of Yaroslav, and the demoralization of the Austrian armies, encouraged more daring strategy. With the Germans stopped on the north, little aid to the Austrians could come from that source. The Grand Duke Nicholas was eager to strike a great blow before the winter struck in, so his armies swept to the great Polish city of Krakow. The campaign against Austria also had a political side. Russia had determined upon a new attitude toward Poland. On August 15 the Grand Duke Nicholas, on behalf of the Tsar, had issued a proclamation offering self-government to Russian Poland. Home rule for Poland had long been a favorite plan with the Tsar. Now he promised, not only to give Russian Poland home rule, but to add to it the Polish peoples in Austria and Germany. This meant that Austria and Germany would have to give up Galicia on the one hand, and Prussian Poland on the other, if they should lose the war. In the old days Poland had been one of the greatest kingdoms in Europe, with a proud nobility in high civilization. She was one of the first of the great Slav peoples to penetrate the West. Later she had protected Europe against Tartar invasion, but internal differences had weakened her, and, surrounded by enemies, she had first been plundered, and later on divided between Austria, Russia and Prussia. Never had the Poles consented to this destruction of their independence. Galicia had constantly struggled against Austria. Prussian Poland was equally disturbing to the Prussian peace, and Russia was only able to maintain the control of her Polish province by the sword. Of the three, the Pole was probably more inclined to keep on friendly terms with Russia, also a Slav people. The policy of the Tsar encouraged this inclination and produced disaffection among the Poles in Galicia and in Posen. Moreover, it gave Russia the sympathy of the world, which had long regarded the partition of Poland as a political crime. It encouraged the Czechoslavs and other dissatisfied portions of the Austrian Empire. The results were seen immediately in the demoralization of the Austrian armies, where considerable numbers of Czechoslovak troops deserted to the Russian army, and later in the loyalty to Russia of the Poles, and their refusal, even under the greatest German pressure, to give the German Empire aid. Chapter 10. The Struggle for Supremacy on the Sea. Captain Mahan's thesis that in any great war the nation possessing the greater sea power is likely to win, was splendidly illustrated during the World War. The great English fleets proved the insuperable obstacle to the ambitious German plans of world dominion. The millions of soldiers landed in France from Great Britain and its provinces, the millions of Americans transported in safety across the water, and the enormous quantities of supplies put at the disposal of the Allies depended, absolutely, upon the Allied control of the sea routes of the world. With a superior navy, a German blockade of England would have brought her to terms in a short period, and France, left to fight alone, would have been an easy victim. The British Navy saved the world. Germany had for many years well understood the necessity of power upon the sea. When the war broke out, it was the second greatest of the sea powers. Its ships were mostly modern, for its navy was a creation of the past 15 years, and its development was obviously for the purpose of attacking the British supremacy. The father of this new navy was a naval officer by the name of von Tirpitz, who, in 1897, had become the German naval minister. With the aid of the emperor, he had aroused among the Germans a great enthusiasm for maritime power, and had built up a navy in 15 years, which was second only to the English navy. Von Tirpitz was an interesting character. In appearance he looked like an old sea wolf who had passed his life on the wave, but such a thought would be a mistake. The great admiral's work was done on land. He was an organizer, a diplomatist, and a politician. He created nothing new. In all its details he merely copied the English fleet. He is tall, heavily built, with a great white beard, forked in the middle. He is a man of much dignity, with a smile which has won him renown. He might have been Chancellor of the Empire, but he preferred to devote himself to the navy, to prove that the future of Germany is on the seas. His glories are the Lusitania, the fleet safely anchored at Kiel, and the long rows of innocent victims of the submarine. He was born in 1850 at Kustrion on the Ilder, when the German navy was only a little group of worthless boats. In 1865 he entered the School of Cadets, in 1869 he was gazetted lieutenant, in 1875 he was lieutenant commander with a reputation as an able organizer. In 1891 he was appointed chief of staff at Kiel. This was his opportunity, and he set himself at the task of creating and protecting the submarine division of the navy. As time went on he grew in importance. In 1898 he became Assistant Secretary of State at the Admiralty in Berlin. 2 years later he became Vice Admiral. His admirers recognized his powers, and he was called the Master. In 1899 a patent of nobility was conferred upon him. In 1902 he gained permission to build 13,000-ton war ships, and the following year he was made admiral. In 1907 enormous appropriations were made at his desire for the enlargement of the fleet. In 1908 Emperor William conferred on him the Order of the Black Eagle. In 1914 the Kiel Canal was completed under his direction, and he informed the emperor that the fleet was ready. It is only fair to add that in all his plans he had the active support of his imperial master. The Kaiser, too, had dreamed a dream. Von Tirpitz admired the English. His children had been brought up in England, as was also his wife. He imitated the English, but on the day of the declaration of war he absolutely forbade his family to talk English, and he made a bonfire of his fine scientific library of English books. The Kaiser treated von Tirpitz as his friend, asked his advice, and followed his counsel. His son, Sub-Lieutenant Wolf von Tirpitz, studied at Oxford, and is on the most friendly terms with many English gentlemen of importance. He was on board the Mainz, which was sunk off Helgoland in August, 1916. In full uniform he swam for 20 minutes, before being picked up by one of the boats of the cruiser Liverpool. He was a lucky prisoner of war. The German battleships and cruisers which represent the toil of von Tirpitz for more than half a century, lay hidden away in the shelter of the Kiel Canal during the war to be ingloriously surrendered at its end. His name will remain linked with that of the Lusitania. Illustration, painting, 7 sailors firing a large deck gun against a sinking ship in the background. Driving the German commerce raiders off the seas. The British light cruiser, Highflyer, sinking the Kaiser Wilhelm. Der Grosse, off the west coast of Africa early in the war. The commerce destroyer was attacking a British steamer when the cruiser came up and sent her to the bottom. Inserts show both ships. Illustration, painting, torpedo crossing behind the path of a small ship. Copyright International Film Service. Escaping a torpedo by rapid maneuvering. This destroyer escaped a torpedo from a hunted submarine by quickly turning. Generally the torpedo travels at about 15 feet underwater. The German High Sea Fleet, at the beginning of the war, consisted of 41 battleships, 7 battle cruisers, 9 armored cruisers, 49 light cruisers, 145 destroyers, 80 torpedo boats, and 38 submarines. Under the direction of von Tirpitz the navy had become democratic and had drawn to it many able men of the middle class. Its training was highly specialized and the officers were enthusiasts in their profession. The Navy of Austria-Hungary had also expanded in recent years under the inspiration of Admiral Montecuculi. At the outbreak of the war the fleet comprised 16 battleships, 2 armored and 12 light cruisers, 18 destroyers, 85 torpedo boats and 11 submarines. The Allies were much more powerful. The French Navy had in the matter of invention given the lead to the world, but its size had not kept pace with its quality. At the beginning of the war France had 31 battleships, 24 armored cruisers, 8 light cruisers, 87 destroyers, 153 torpedo boats and 76 submarines. Russia, after the war with Japan, had begun the creation of a powerful battle fleet, which had not been completed when war was declared. At that time she had on the Baltic 4 dreadnoughts, 10 armored cruisers, 2 light cruisers, 80 destroyers and 24 submarines, and a fleet of about half the strength in the Black Sea. The English fleet had reached a point of efficiency which was unprecedented in its history. The progress of the German sea power had stimulated the spirit of the fleet, and led to a steady advance in training and equipment. The development of armament, and of battleship designing, the improvement in gunnery practice, the revision of the rate of pay, the opening up of careers from the lower deck, and the provision of a naval air service are landmarks in the advance. In the Navy estimates of March, 1914, Parliament sanctioned over £51 million for a naval defence, the largest appropriation for the purpose ever made. The home fleet was arranged in 3 units. The first fleet was divided into 4 battle squadrons, together with the flagship of the Commander-in-Chief. The first squadron was made up of 8 battleships, the second squadron contained 8, the third 8 and the fourth 4. Attached to each fleet was a battle cruiser squadron, consisting of 4 ships in the first fleet, 4 in the second, 4 in the third and 5 in the fourth. The fourth also contained a light cruiser squadron, a squadron of 6 gunboats for mine sweeping, and 4 flotillas of destroyers, each with a flotilla cruiser attached. The second fleet was composed of 2 battle squadrons, the first containing 8 pre-dreadnoughts, and the second 6. Attached to this fleet were also 2 cruiser squadrons, a mine-layer squadron of 7 vessels, for patrol flotillas, consisting of destroyers and torpedo boats, and 7 flotillas of submarines. A third fleet contained 2 battle squadrons, mainly composed of old ships, with 6 cruiser squadrons. The English strength, outside home waters, consisted of the Mediterranean fleet, containing 3 battle cruisers, 4 armored cruisers, 4 ordinary cruisers and a flotilla of 17 destroyers, together with submarines and torpedo boats. In eastern waters there were a battleship, 2 cruisers, and 4 sloops. In the China squadron there were 1 battleship, 2 armored cruisers, 2 ordinary cruisers, and a number of gunboats, destroyers, submarines, and torpedo boats. In New Zealand there were 4 cruisers. The Australian fleet contained a battle cruiser, 3 ordinary cruisers, 3 destroyers, and 2 submarines. Other cruisers and gunboats were stationed at the Cape, the west coast of Africa, and along the western Atlantic. At the outbreak of the war 2 destroyers were purchased from Chile, and 2 Turkish battleships, building in England, were commandeered by the government. It is evident that the union of France and Britain made the Allies easily superior in the Mediterranean Sea, so that France was able to transport her African troops in safety, and the British commerce with India and the East could safely continue. The main field of the naval war, therefore, was the North Sea and the Baltic, where Germany had all her fleet, except a few naval raiders. The entrance to the Baltic was closed to the enemy by Denmark, which, as a neutral, was bound to prevent an enemy fleet from passing. Germany, however, by means of the Kiel Canal, could permit the largest battle fleet to pass from the Baltic to the North Sea. The German High Sea Fleet was weaker than the British Home Fleet by more than 40%, and the German policy, therefore, was to avoid a battle, until, through mine layers and submarines, the British power should have been sufficiently weakened. The form of the German coast made this plan easily possible. The various bays and river mouths provided safe retreat for the German ships, and the German fleet were made secure by the fortifications along the coast. On July 29, 1914, at the conclusion of the annual maneuvers, instead of being demobilized as would have been usual, the Grand Fleet of Great Britain sailed from Portland along the coast into the mists, and from that moment dominated the whole course of the war. From the 4th of August, the date of the declaration of war, the oceans of the world were practically rid of enemy war ships, and were closed to enemy mercantile marine. Although diplomacy had not yet failed, the masters of the English Navy were not caught napping. The credit for this readiness has been given to Mr. Winston Churchill, one of the first lords of the Admiralty, who had divined the coming danger. When the Grand Fleet sailed it seemed to disappear from English view. Occasionally some dweller along the coast might see an occasional cruiser or destroyer sweeping by in the distance, but the great battleships had gone. Somewhere, in some hidden harbor, lay the vigilant fleets of England. Sea fighting had changed since the days of Admiral Nelson. The old wooden ship belonged to a past generation. The guns of a battleship would have sunk the Spanish Armada with one broadside. In this modern day the battleship was protected by aircraft, which dropped bombs from the clouds. Unseen submarines circled about her. Beneath her might be mines, which could destroy her at the slightest touch. Everything had changed but the daring of the English sailor. In command of the Home Fleet was Admiral Sir John Jellicoe. He had had a distinguished career. Beginning as a lieutenant in the Egyptian War of 1882, he had become a commander in 1891. In 1897 he became a captain, and served in China, commanding the naval brigade in the Pekin expedition of 1900, where he was severely wounded. Later he became naval assistant to the Controller of the Navy, Director of Naval Ordnance and Torpedoes, Rear Admiral in the United Fleet, Lord Commissioner of the Admiralty and Controller of the Navy, Vice Admiral commanding the Atlantic Fleet, Vice Admiral commanding the 2nd Division of the Home Fleet, and 2nd Sea Lord of the Admiralty. He had distinguished himself in the naval maneuvers of 1913, and was one of the officers mainly responsible for the development of the modern English Navy. He had the confidence of his colleagues, and a peculiar popularity among the British seamen. On the day after the declaration of war, the first shots were fired. German mine layers, it is now believed, in disguise, had been dropping mines during the preceding week over a wide area of the North Sea. On the 5th of August the mine layer, Coenign Louise, was sunk by the destroyer Lance, and on August 6 the British light cruiser Amphion struck one of the mines laid by the Coenign Louise and was sunk with great loss of life. On August 9, German submarines attacked a cruiser squadron without causing any damage, and one submarine was sunk. It was in the Mediterranean, however, that the greatest interest was felt during the first week of the war. 2 German war ships, the Goeben and the Breslau, were off the Algerian coast when war broke out. It is probable that when these ships received their sailing orders, Germany depended on the assistance of Italy, and had sent these ships to its assistance. They were admirably suited for commerce destroyers. They began by bombarding the Algerian coast towns of Bona and Philip, doing little damage. They then turned toward the coast of Gibraltar, but found before them the British fleet. Eluding the British they next appeared at Messina. There the captains and officers made their wills and deposited their valuables, including signed portraits of the Kaiser, with the German consul. The decks were cleared for action, and with the bands playing they sailed out under a blood-red sunset. However, they seem to have been intent only on escape, and they went at full speed eastward toward the Dardanelles, meeting in their way only with the British cruiser Gloucester, which, though much inferior in size, attacked them boldly but was unable to prevent their escape. On entering Constantinople they were reported as being sold to the Turkish government, the Turks thus beginning the line of conduct which was ultimately to bring them into the war. Picturesque as this incident was, it was of no importance as compared with the great British blockade of Germany which began on the 4th of August. German merchantmen in every country of the empire were seized, and hundreds of ships were captured on the high seas. Those who escaped to neutral ports were at once interned. In a week German commerce had ceased to exist. A few German cruisers were still at large, but it was not long before they had been captured, or driven into neutral ports. Among the most picturesque of these raiders were the Emden and the Königsberg. The Emden, in particular, interested the world with her romantic adventures. Her story is best told in the words of Lieutenant Captain von Muck, and Lieutenant Gissing, whose return to Germany with 44 men, 4 officers and 1 surgeon, after the destruction of the ship, was a veritable odyssey. Illustration, painting. A battle of 4 elements. British monitors shelling the German land batteries near Newport. German submarines were actively engaged in trying to torpedo these monitors, and the British monoplane was useful for giving the range to the ship and reporting the accuracy of the shots. Illustration, painting. Torpedoing of the British battleship, Aboukir. In the first few weeks of the war, when the navies of the world were still at open warfare, during a sharp engagement off the Hook of Holland in the North Sea, the British warships Aboukir, Cressy, and Hogue fell victims to the enemy. This sketch shows the Aboukir after a German torpedo had found its mark in her hull. We on the Emden had no idea where we were going, as, on August 11, 1914, we separated from the cruiser squadron, escorted only by the Kohler Markomannia. Under way the Emden picked up 3 officers from German steamers. That was a piece of luck, for afterward we needed many officers for the capturing and sinking of steamers, or manning them when we took them with us. On September 10, the first boat came in sight. We stopped her. She proved to be a Greek tramp returning from England. On the next day we met the Indus, bound for Bombay, all fitted up as a troop transport, but still without troops. That was the first one we sunk. The crew we took aboard the Markomannia. Then we sank the Lovat, a troop transport ship, and took the Kambinga along with us. One gets used quickly to new forms of activity. After a few days, capturing ships became a habit. Of the 23 which we captured, most of them stopped after our first signal. When they didn't, we fired a blank shot. Then they all stopped. Only one, the Clan Madison, waited for a real shot across the bow before giving up its many automobiles and locomotives to the seas. The officers were mostly very polite, and let down rope ladders for us. After a few hours they would be on board with us. We ourselves never set foot in their cabins, nor took charge of them. The officers often acted on their own initiative, and signaled to us the nature of their cargo. Then the commandant decided as to whether to sink the ship or take it with us. Of the cargo we always took everything we could use, particularly provisions. Many of the English officers and sailors made good use of the hours of transfer to drink up the supply of whiskey instead of sacrificing it to the waves. I heard that one captain was lying in tears at the enforced separation from his beloved ship, but on investigation found that he was merely dead drunk. The captain on one ship once called out cheerily, "Thank God, I've been captured." He had received expense money for the trip to Australia, and was now saved half the journey. Parenthetically, it may be remarked, that the Emden's captain, Karl von Müller, conducted himself at all times with chivalrous bravery, according to the accounts of the English themselves, who in their reports say of him, admiringly, "He played the game." Captain von Muck's account continues. We had mostly quiet weather, so that communication with captured ships was easy. They were mostly dynamited, or else shot close to the water line. At Calcutta we made one of our richest hauls, the Diplomat, chock full of tea. We sunk $2,500,000 worth. On the same day the Trabbitch, too, which steered right straight towards us, was captured. By now we wanted to beat it out of the Bay of Bengal, because we had learned from the papers that the Emden was being keenly searched for. By Rangoon we encountered a Norwegian tramp, which, for a cash consideration, took over all the rest of our prisoners of war. On September 23 we reached Madras, and steered straight for the harbour. We stopped still 3,000 yards before the city. Then we shot up the oil tanks, 3 or 4 of them burned up and illuminated the city. 2 days later we navigated around Ceylon, and could see the lights of Colombo. On the same evening we gathered in 2 more steamers, the King Lund, and Tywers. The next evening we got the Burrisk, a nice steamer with 500 tons of nice Cardiff coal. Then followed in order, the Riberia, Foyle, Grand Ponrabble, Benmore, Troyens, Exfort, Gracevale, St. Egbert, Chilcana. Most of them were sunk. The coal ships were kept. All this happened before October 20th. Then we sailed southward to Diagazia, southwest of Colombo. The captain then tells with much gusto a story of a visit paid to the Emden by some English farmers, at Diagazia, who were entertained royally by the Emden officers. They knew nothing about the war, and the Emden officers told them nothing. His narrative continues. Now we went toward Minico, where we sank 2 ships more. On the next day we found 3 steamers to the north, one of them with much desired Cardiff coal. From English papers on the captured ships we learned that we were being hotly pursued. One night we started for Penang. On October 28 we raised a very practicable 4th smokestack, for disguise. The harbour of Penang lies in a channel difficult of access. There was nothing doing by night. We had to do it at daybreak. At high speed, without smoke, with lights out, we steered into the mouth of the channel. A torpedo boat on guard slept well. We steamed past its small light. Inside lay a dark silhouette. That must be a warship. We recognized the silhouette dead sure. That was the Russian cruiser Jemchud. There it lay, there it slept like a rat, no watch to be seen. They made it easy for us. Because of the narrowness of the harbor we had to keep close. We fired the first torpedo at 400 yards. Then, to be sure, things livened up a bit on the sleeping warship. At the same time we took the crew quarters under fire 5 shells at a time. There was a flash of flame on board, then a kind of burning aureole. After the 4th shell the flame burned high. The first torpedo had struck the ship too deep, because we were too close to it. A second torpedo which we fired off from the other side didn't make the same mistake. After 20 seconds there was absolutely not a trace of the ship to be seen. But now another ship which we couldn't see was firing. That was the French de Vrieberville, toward which we now turned at once. A few minutes later an incoming torpedo destroyer was reported. It proved to be the French torpedo boat Mousquet. It came straight toward us. That's always remained a mystery to me, for it must have heard the shooting. An officer whom we fished up afterward explained to me that they had only recognized we were a German warship when they were quite close to us. The Frenchman behaved well, accepted battle and fought on, but was polished off by us with 3 broadsides. The whole fight with those ships lasted half an hour. The commander of the torpedo boat lost both legs by the first broadside. When he saw that part of his crew were leaping overboard he cried out, "Tie me fast. I will not survive after seeing Frenchmen desert their ship." As a matter of fact he went down with his ship, as a brave captain, lashed fast to the mast. That was my only sea fight. On November 9 I left the Emden in order to destroy the wireless plant on the Cocos Island. I had 50 men, for machine guns and about 30 rifles. Just as we were about to destroy the apparatus it reported, "Careful. Emden near." The work of destruction went smoothly. Presently the Emden signaled to us, "Hurry up." I pack up, but simultaneously wails the Emden siren. I hurry up to the bridge, see the flag Anna go up. That means weigh anchor. We ran like mad into our boat, but already the Emden's pennant goes up, the battle flag is raised, they fire from starboard. The enemy is concealed by the island, and therefore not to be seen, but I see the shell strike the water. To follow and catch the Emden is out of question. She is going 20 knots, I only 4 with my steam pinnace. Therefore I turn back to land, raise the flag, declare German laws of war in force, seize all arms, set out my machine guns on shore in order to guard against a hostile landing. Then I run again in order to observe the fight. The cable operator at Cocos Island gives the following account of what happened from this point. After describing the sudden flight of the Emden, he goes on, "Looking to the eastward we could see the reason for this sudden departure, for a warship, which we afterwards learned was the Australian cruiser Sydney, was coming up at full speed in pursuit. The Emden did not wait to discuss matters, but, firing her first shot at a range of about 3,700 yards, steamed north as hard as she could go. At first the firing of the Emden seemed excellent, while that of the Sydney was somewhat erratic. This, as I afterward learned, was due to the fact that the Australian cruiser's range finder was put out of action by one of the only 2 shots the Germans got home. However, the British gunners soon overcame any difficulties that this may have caused, and settled down to their work, so that before long 2 of the Emden's funnels had been shot away. She also lost one of her masts quite early in the fight. Both blazing away with their big guns, the 2 cruisers disappeared below the horizon, the Emden being on fire. Early the next morning, Tuesday, November 10, we saw the Sydney returning, and at 8:45 a.m., she anchored off the island. From various members of the crew I gathered some details of the running fight with the Emden. The Sydney, having an advantage in speed, was able to keep out of range of the Emden's guns, and to bombard with her own heavier metal. The engagement lasted 80 minutes, the Emden finally running ashore on North Keeling Island, and becoming an utter wreck. Only 2 German shots proved effective, one of these failed to explode, but smashed the main range finder and killed 1 man, the other killed 3 men and wounded 14. Each of the cruisers attempted to torpedo the other, but both were unsuccessful, and the duel proved a contest in hard pounding at long range. The Sydney's speed during the fighting was 26 knots, and the Emden's 24 knots. The British ship's superiority of 2 knots enabled her to choose the range at which the battle should be fought and to make the most of her superior guns. Finally, with a number of wounded prisoners on board, the Sydney left here yesterday, and our few hours of war excitement were over. Captain Muck's return home from the Cocos Island was filled with the most extraordinary adventures, and when he finally arrived in country controlled by his allies he was greeted as a hero. While the story of the Emden especially interested the world, the Königsberg also caused much trouble to English commerce. Her chief exploit occurred on the 20th of September, when she caught the British cruiser Pegasus in Zanzibar harbor undergoing repairs. The Pegasus had no chance, and was destroyed by the Königsberg's long-range fire. Nothing much was heard later of the Königsberg, which was finally destroyed by an English cruiser, July 11, 1915. The exploits of these two German commerce raiders attracted general attention, because they were the exceptions to the rule. The British, on the other hand, were able to capture such German merchantmen as ventured on the sea without great difficulty, and as they did not destroy their capture, but brought them before prize courts. The incidents attracted no great attention. The Kaiser Wilhelm der Grosse, which had been fitted up as a commerce destroyer by the Germans at the beginning of the war, as was the Spreewald of the Hamburg American Line, and the Cap Trafalgar, were caught and sunk during the month of September. On the whole, English foreign trade was unimpaired. But though the German fleet had been bottled up in her harbors, Germany was not yet impotent. There remained the submarine. Up to 1905 Germany had not a single submarine. The first German submarine was launched on August 30, 1905. Even then it was considered merely an experiment. In February, 1907, it was added to the register of the fleet. On January 1, 1901, there were only 4 nations that possessed submarines: France, with 14, the United States, with 8, England, with 6, of which not one was completed, and finally Italy, with 2. In 1910, Germany appropriated 18,750,000 marks for submarines, and in 1913, 25 million marks. On January 1, 1914, the total number of submarines of all nations was approximately 400. Early in the war the submarine became a grave menace to the English Navy and to English commerce. On the 5th of September the Pathfinder, a light cruiser, was torpedoed and sunk with great loss of life. On September 22 3 cruisers, the Cressy, Hogue, and Aboukir were engaged in patrolling the coast of Holland. A great storm had been raging and the cruisers were not protected by the usual screen of destroyers. At 6:30 in the morning the seas had fallen and the cruisers proceeded to their posts. The report of Commander Nicholson, of the Cressy, of what followed gives a good idea of the effectiveness of the submarine. The Aboukir, says this report, was struck at about 6:25 a.m. on the starboard beam. The Hogue and Cressy closed, and took up a position, the Hogue ahead of the Aboukir, and the Cressy about 400 yards on her port beam. As soon as it was seen that the Aboukir was in danger of sinking, all the boats were sent away from the Cressy, and a picket boat was hoisted out without steam up. When cutters full of the Aboukir's men were returning to the Cressy, the Hogue was struck, apparently under the aft 9.2 magazine, as a very heavy explosion took place immediately. Almost directly after the Hogue was hit we observed a periscope on our port bow about 300 yards off. Fire was immediately opened, and the engines were put full speed ahead with the intention of running her down. Captain Johnson then maneuvered the ship so as to render assistance to the crews of the Hogue and Aboukir. About 5 minutes later another periscope was seen on our starboard quarter, and fire was opened. The track of the torpedo she fired at a range of from 500 to 600 yards was plainly visible, and it struck us on the starboard side just before the after bridge. The ship listed about 10 degrees to the starboard and remained steady. The time was 7:15 a.m. All the watertight doors, dead lights and scuttles had been securely closed before the torpedoes left the ship. All mess stools and table shores and all available timber below and on deck had been previously got up and thrown overside for the saving of life. A second torpedo fired by the same submarine missed and passed about 10 feet astern. About a quarter of an hour after the first torpedo had hit, a third torpedo fired from the submarine just before the starboard beam, hit us under the number 5 boiler room. The time was 7:30 a.m. The ship then began to heel rapidly, and finally turned keel up, remaining so for about 20 minutes before she finally sank. It is possible that the same submarine fired all 3 torpedoes at the Cressy. Of the total crews of 1,459 officers and men only 779 were saved. The survivors believed that they had seen at least 3 submarines, but the German official account mentions only one, the U-9, under Captain Lieutenant Otto Wettingen, whose account of this battle confirms the report of Commander Nicholson. Referring to the reports that a flotilla of German submarines had attacked the cruisers, he says, "These reports were absolutely untrue. U-9 was the only submarine on deck." He adds, "I reached the home port on the afternoon of the 23d and on the 24th went to Wilhelmshaven to find that news of my effort had become public. My wife, dry-eyed when I went away, met me with tears. Then I learned that my little vessel and her brave crew had won the plaudit of the Kaiser, who conferred upon each of my co-workers the Iron Cross of the 2nd class and upon me the Iron Crosses of the 1st and 2nd classes." Wettingen was the hero of the hour in Germany. He had with him 25 men. He seems to have acted with courage and skill, but it is also evident that the English staff work was to blame. 3 such vessels should never have been sent out without a screen of destroyers, nor should the Hogue and the Cressy have gone to the rescue of the Aboukir. A few days after the disaster, the English Admiralty issued the following statement. The sinking of the Aboukir was of course an ordinary hazard of patrolling duty. The Hogue and Cressy, however, were sunk because they proceeded to the assistance of their consort, and remained with engines stopped, endeavoring to save life, thus presenting an easy target to further submarine attacks. The natural promptings of humanity have in this case led to heavy losses, which would have been avoided by a strict adhesion to military consideration. Modern naval war is presenting us with so many new and strange situations that an error of judgment of this character is pardonable. But it has become necessary to point out for the future guidance of His Majesty's ships that the conditions which prevail when one vessel of a squadron is injured in the mine field, or is exposed to submarine attack, are analogous to those which occur in action, and that the rule of leaving ships to their own resources is applicable, so far, at any rate, as large vessels are concerned. On the 28th of August occurred the first important naval action of the war, the Battle of Helgoland. From the 9th of August German cruisers had shown activity in the seas around Helgoland and had sunk a number of British trawlers. The English submarines, E6 and E8, and the light cruiser Fearless, had patrolled the seas, and on the 21st of August the Fearless had come under the enemy's shell fire. On August 26 the submarine flotilla, under Commodore Keyes, sailed from Harwich for the Bight of Helgoland, and all the next day the Lurcher and the Firedrake, destroyers, scouted for submarines. On that same day sailed the 1st and 3rd destroyer flotillas, the Battle Cruiser Squadron, 1st Light Cruiser Squadron, and the 7th Cruiser Squadron, having a rendezvous at this point on the morning of the 28th. The morning was beautiful and clear, so that the submarines could be easily seen. Close to Helgoland were Commodore Keyes' 8 submarines, and his 2 small destroyers. Approaching rapidly from the northwest were Commodore Tyrwhitt's 2 destroyer flotillas, a little to the east was Commodore Goodenough's 1st Light Cruiser Squadron. Behind this squadron were Sir David Beatty's battle cruisers with 4 destroyers. To the south and west of Helgoland lay Admiral Christian's 7th Cruiser Squadron. Presently from behind Helgoland came a number of German destroyers, followed by 2 cruisers, and the English submarines, with the 2 small destroyers, fled westwards, acting as a decoy. As the Germans followed, the British destroyer flotillas on the northwest came rapidly down. At the sight of these destroyers the German destroyers fled, and the British attempted to head them off. According to the official report the principle of the movement was to cut the German light craft from home, and engage it at leisure on the open sea. But between the 2 German cruisers and the English cruisers a fierce battle took place. The Arethusa was engaged with the German Ariadne, and the Fearless with the Strasbourg. A shot from the Arethusa shattered the fore-bridge of the Ariadne and killed the captain, and both German cruisers drew off toward Helgoland. Meanwhile the destroyers were engaged in a hot fight. They sunk the leading boat of the German flotilla and damaged a dozen more. Between 9 and 10 o'clock there was a lull in the fight. The submarines, with some of the destroyers, remained in the neighborhood of Helgoland, and the Germans, believing that these boats were the only hostile vessels in the neighborhood, determined to attack them. The Mainz, the Köln, and the Strasbourg came again on the scene, and opened a heavy fire on some of the boats of the first flotilla which were busy saving life. The small destroyers were driven away, but the seamen in the boats were rescued by an English submarine. The Arethusa and the Fearless, with the destroyers in their company, engaged with 3 enemy cruisers. The Strasbourg, seriously injured, was compelled to flee. The boilers of the Mainz blew up, and she became a wreck. The Köln only remaining and carrying on the fight. The English destroyers were much crippled, and as the battle had now lasted for 5 hours, any moment the German great battleships might come on the scene. A wireless signal had been sent to Sir David Beatty, asking for help, and about 12 o'clock the Falmouth and the Nottingham arrived on the scene of action. By this time the first destroyer flotilla was out of action, and the third flotilla and the Arethusa had their hands full with the Köln. The light cruisers were followed at 12:15 by the English battle cruisers. The Lion came first, and she alone among the battle cruisers seems to have used her guns. Her gun power beat down all opposition. The Köln made for home, but the Lion's guns set her on fire. The luckless Ariadne hove in sight, but the terrible 13.5-inch guns sufficed for her. The battle cruisers circled around, and in 10 minutes the Köln went to the bottom. At 20 minutes to 2, Admiral Beatty turned homeward. The German cruisers Mainz, Köln, and the Ariadne had been sunk. The Strasbourg was seriously damaged. 1 destroyer was sunk, and at least 7 seriously injured. About 700 of the German crew perished, and there were 300 prisoners. The British force returned without the loss of a single ship. The Arethusa had been badly damaged, but was easily repaired. The casualty list was 32 killed and 52 wounded. The battle was fought on both sides with great gallantry, the chief glory belonging to the Arethusa and the Fearless, who bore the brunt of the battle. The strategy and tactical skill employed were admirable, and the German admiral, von Ingenohl, from that time on, with one exception, kept his battleships in harbor, and confined his activities to mine-laying and the use of submarines. In the first days of the war the German mine-layers had been busy. By means of trawlers disguised as neutrals, mines were dropped off the north coast of Ireland, and a large mine field was laid off the eastern coast of England. One of the most important duties of the Royal Naval Reserve was the task of mine-sweeping. Over 700 mine-sweeping vessels were constantly employed in keeping an area of 7,200 square miles clear for shipping. These ships swept 15,000 square miles monthly, and steamed over 1,100,000 miles in carrying out their duties. It would be hard to overestimate the effect of the British blockade of the German ports upon the fortunes of the war. The Germans for a long time attempted, by the use of neutral ships, to obtain the necessary supplies through Holland, Sweden, Norway, and Switzerland. Millions of dollars worth of food and munitions ultimately reached German hands. The imports of all these nations were multiplied many times, but as the time went on the blockade grew stricter and stricter until the Germans felt the pinch. To conduct efficiently this blockade meant the use of over 3,600 vessels which were added to the auxiliary patrol service. Over 13,000 vessels were intercepted and examined by units of the British Navy employed on blockade channels. The Germans protested with great vigor against this blockade, and ultimately endeavored to counteract it by declaring unrestricted submarine warfare. In fact, Great Britain had gone too far, and vigorous protests from America followed her attempt to seize contraband goods in American vessels. The Code of Maritime Law, adopted in the Declaration at Paris of 1856, as well as the Declaration in London of 1909, had been framed in the interests of unmaritime nations. The British plenipotentiaries had agreed to these laws on the theory that in any war of the future Britain would be neutral. The rights of neutrals had been greatly increased. A blockade was difficult to enforce, for the right of a blockading power to capture a blockade runner did not cover the whole period of her voyage, and was confined to ships of the blockading force. A ship carrying contraband could only be condemned if the contraband formed more than half its cargo. A belligerent warship could destroy a neutral vessel without taking it into a port for a judgment. The transfer of an enemy vessel to a neutral flag was presumed to be valid, if effected more than 30 days before the outbreak of war. Belligerents in neutral vessels on the high seas were exempt from capture. The Emden could justify its sinking of British ships, but the English were handicapped in their endeavour to prevent neutral ships from carrying supplies to Germany. But Germany had become a law unto itself. And England found it necessary in retaliation to issue orders in council which made nugatory many of the provisions of the Maritime Code. The protests of the American government and those of other neutrals were treated with the greatest consideration, and every endeavour was made that no real injustice should be done. When America itself later entered the war, these differences of opinion disappeared from public view. Chapter 11. The Sublime Porte. As soon as the diplomatic relations between Austria and Serbia had been broken, the Turkish Grand Vizier informed the diplomatic corps in Constantinople that Turkey would remain neutral in the conflict. The declaration was not formal, for war had not yet been declared. The policy of Turkey, as represented in the ministerial paper, Tasfiri Efkir, was as follows. Turkey has never asked for war, as she always has worked toward avoiding it, but neutrality does not mean indifference. The present Austro-Serbian conflict is to a supreme degree interesting to us. In the first place, one of our erstwhile opponents is fighting against a much stronger enemy. In the natural course of things, Serbia, which till lately was expressing, in a rather open way, her solidarity as a nation, still provoking us, and Greece, will be materially weakened. In the second place, the results of this war may surpass the limits of the conflict between two countries, and in that case our interests will be just as materially affected. We must, therefore, keep our eyes open, as the circumstances are momentarily changing, and do not permit us to let escape certain advantages which we can secure by active, and rightly acting, diplomacy. The policy of neutrality will impose on us the obligation of avoiding to side with either of the belligerents. But the same policy will force us to take all the necessary measures for safeguarding our interests and our frontiers. Whereupon a Turkish mobilization was at once ordered. The war had hardly begun when Turkey received the news that her two battleships, building in British yards, had been taken over by England. A bitter feeling against England was at once aroused. Turkish mobs proceeded to attack the British stores and British subjects, and attempts were even made against the British embassy in Constantinople, and the British consulate at Smyrna. At this time Turkey was in a peculiar position. For a century she had been on the best of terms with France and Great Britain. On the other hand, Russia had been her hereditary enemy. She was still suffering from her defeat by the Balkan powers, and her statesmen saw in this war great possibilities. She desired to recover her lost provinces in Europe, and saw at once that she could hope for little from the Allies in this direction. Illustration, map, Black Sea to the north, Caspian Sea to the east. Persian Gulf to south, Crete to the west. Sketch of territory controlled by Turkey in 1914. For some years, too, German intrigues, and, according to report, German money, had enabled the German government to control the leading Turkish statesmen. German generals, under General Lyman von Sanders, were practically in control of the Turkish army. The commander-in-chief was Enver Bey, who had been educated in Germany and was more German than the Germans. A new system of organization for the Turkish army had been established by the Germans, which had substituted the mechanical German system for the rough and inefficient Turkish methods. Universal conscription provided men, and the Turkish soldier has always been known as a good soldier. Yet as it turned out, the German training did little for him. Under his own officers he could fight well, but under German officers, fighting for a cause which he neither liked nor understood, he was bound to fail. At first the Turkish mobilization was conducted in such a way as to be ready to act in common with Bulgaria in an attack against Greek and Serbian Macedonia, as soon as the Austrians had obtained a decisive victory over the Serbians. The entry of Great Britain into the war interfered with this scheme. Meantime, though not at war, the Turks were suffering almost as much as if war had been declared. Greedy speculators took advantage of the situation, and the government itself requisitioned everything it could lay its hands on. A Constantinople correspondent, writing on the 6th of August, says as follows. Policemen and sheriffs followed by military officers are taking by force everything in the way of foodstuffs, entering the bakeries and other shops selling victuals, boarding ships with cargoes of flour, potatoes, wheat and rice. And taking over virtually everything, giving in lieu of payment a receipt which is not worth even the paper on which it is written. In this way many shops are forced to close, bread has entirely disappeared from the bakeries, and Constantinople, the capital of a neutral country, is already feeling all the troubles and privations of a besieged city. Prices for foodstuffs have soared to inaccessible heights, as provisions are becoming scarce. Actual hand-to-hand combats are taking place in the streets outside the bakeries for the possession of a loaf of bread, and hungry women with children in their arms are seen crying and weeping with despair. Many merchants, afraid lest the government requisition their goods, hasten to have their orders cancelled, the result being that no merchandise of any kind is coming to Constantinople either from Europe or from Anatolia. Both on account of the recruiting of their employees, and of shortage of coal, the companies operating electric tramways of the city have reduced their service to the minimum, as no power is available for the running of the cars. Heartrending scenes are witnessed in front of the closed doors of the various banking establishments, where large posters are to be seen bearing the inscription, "Closed temporarily by order of the government." Immediately after war was declared between Germany and Russia, the Porte ordered the Bosporus and Dardanelles closed to every kind of shipping, at the same time barring the entrances of these channels with rows of mines. The first boat to suffer from this measure was a British merchantman which was sunk outside the Bosporus, while another had a narrow escape in the Dardanelles. A large number of steamers of every nationality waited outside the straits for the special pilot boats of the Turkish government, in order to pass in safety through the dangerous minefield. This measure of closing the straits was suggested to Turkey by Austria and Germany, and was primarily intended against Russia, as it was feared that her Black Sea fleet might force its way into the Sea of Marmora and the Aegean. On August 2 the Turkish parliament was prorogued, so that all political power might center around the imperial throne. A vigorous endeavor was made to strengthen the Turkish navy. Cemal Pasha was placed at its head with Arif Bey as chief of the naval staff. Talat Bey and Halil Bey were sent to Bucharest to exchange views with Romanian statesmen and representatives of the Greek government, in regard to the outstanding Greco-Turkish difficulties. On September 10 an official announcement from the Sublime Porte was issued defining in the first place many constitutional reforms, and in particular abolishing the capitulation, that is, the concessions made by law to foreigners. Allowing them participation in the administration of justice, exemption from taxation, and special protection in their business transactions. In abolishing these capitulations, the Ottoman government declared that it would treat foreign countries in accordance with the rules of international law, and that it was acting without any hostile feeling against any of the foreign states. The Allied governments formally protested against this action of the Turkish government. Meantime Constantinople was the center of most elaborate intrigues. The Turkish government grew more and more warlike, and began to threaten, not only Greece, but Russia and the Triple Entente as well. During this period the Turkish press maintained an active campaign against England and the Allies. Every endeavor was made by the Sublime Porte to secure Romanian or Bulgarian cooperation in a militant policy. The Allies, seeing the situation, made many promises to Bulgaria, Greece and Romania. Bulgaria was offered Adrianople and Thrace. Greece was to have Smyrna, and Romania the Romanian provinces in Austria. The jealousy of these powers of each other prevented an agreement. The influence of Germany became more and more preponderant with the Ottoman Empire. Indeed, it is probable that an understanding had existed between the two powers from the beginning. The action of the Turkish government in regard to the Goban and Breslau could hardly have been possible unless with a previous understanding. At last the rupture came. The following was the official Turkish version of the events which led to the Turkish declaration of war. While on the 27th of October a small part of the Turkish fleet was maneuvering on the Black Sea, the Russian fleet, which at first confined its activities to following and hindering every one of our movements, finally, on the 29th, unexpectedly began hostilities by attacking the Ottoman fleet. During the naval battle which ensued, the Turkish fleet, with the help of the Almighty, sank the mine layer Pruth, inflicted severe damage on one of the Russian torpedo boats, and captured a collier. A torpedo from the Turkish torpedo boat Geratimilet sank the Russian destroyer Kubanets, and another from the Turkish torpedo boat Muavinetimilet inflicted serious damage on a Russian Coast Guard ship. 3 officers and 72 sailors rescued by our men and belonging to the crews of the damaged and sunken vessels of the Russian fleet have been made prisoners. The Ottoman Imperial Fleet, glory be given to the Almighty, escaped injury, and the battle is progressing favorably for us. Information received from our fleet, now in the Black Sea, is as follows. From accounts of Russian sailors taken prisoners, and from the presence of a mine layer among the Russian fleet. Evidence is gathered that the Russian fleet intended closing the entrance to the Bosporus with mines, and destroying entirely the Imperial Ottoman fleet, after having split it in 2. Our fleet, believing that it had to face an unexpected attack, and supposing that the Russians had begun hostilities without a formal declaration of war, pursued the scattered Russian fleet, bombarded the port of Sebastopol. Destroyed in the city of Novorossiysk 50 petroleum depots, 14 military transports, some granaries, and the wireless telegraph station. In addition to the above, our fleet has sunk in Odessa a Russian cruiser, and damaged severely another. It is believed that this second boat was likewise sunk. 5 other steamers full of cargoes lying in the same port were seriously damaged. A steamship belonging to the Russian volunteer fleet was also sunk, and 5 petroleum depots were destroyed. In Odessa and Sebastopol, the Russians from the shore opened fire against our fleet. Illustration, photographs and paintings. Famous British generals. General Smith-Dorrien, British Corps commander in the famous retreat. From Mons, Generals Plumer, Rawlinson and Byng, commanders on the Western Front. General Birdwood, commander of the Australian New Zealand troops at Gallipoli. Illustration, photographs and paintings. Famous French generals. Marshal Pétain, commander-in-chief of the French armies in the West. Generals Mangin, Gouraud and Humbert, army commanders in the West. Generals Gallieni, commander of Paris, who sent forward an army in taxicabs to save the day at the First Battle of the Marne. The Sultan at once declared war against Russia, England and France, and issued a proclamation to his troops, declaring that he had called them to arms to resist aggression and that, the very existence of our empire and of 300 million Moslems whom I have summoned by sacred fatwa to a supreme struggle, depend on your victory. Do not forget that you are brothers in arms of the strongest and bravest armies of the world, with whom we are now fighting shoulder to shoulder. The fatwa, or proclamation announcing a holy war, called upon all Mussulmans capable of carrying arms, and even upon Mussulman women to fight against the powers with whom the Sultan was at war. In this manner the holy war became a duty, not only for all Ottoman subjects, but for the 300 million Moslems of the earth. On November 5 Great Britain declared war against Turkey, ordered the seizure in British ports of Turkish vessels, and, by an order in council, annexed the island of Cyprus. On the 17th of December, the Khedive Abbas II, having thrown in his lot with Turkey and fled to Constantinople, Egypt was formally proclaimed a British protectorate. The title of Khedive was abolished, and the throne of Egypt, with the title of Sultan, was offered to Prince Hussein Kamel Pasha, the eldest living prince of the house of Muhammad Ali, an able and enlightened man. This meant that Britain was now wholly responsible for the defense of Egypt. The new Sultan of Egypt made his state entry on December 20 into the Abdin Palace in Cairo. The progress of the new ruler was received with great enthusiasm by thousands of spectators. The King of England sent a telegram of congratulation with his promise of support. On the occasion when your Highness enters upon your high office, I desire to convey to your Highness the expression of my most sincere friendship, and the assurance of my unfailing support in safeguarding the integrity of Egypt, and in securing her future well-being and prosperity. Your Highness has been called upon to undertake the responsibilities of your high office at a grave crisis in the national life of Egypt, and I feel convinced that you will be able, with the cooperation of your ministers, and the Protectorate of Great Britain, successfully to overcome all the influences which are seeking to destroy the independence of Egypt and the wealth, liberty and happiness of its people. This was Britain's answer to the Turkish proclamation of war. The Turks had not taken this warlike course with entire unanimity. The Sultan, the Grand Vizier, and Javid Bey were in favor of peace, but Enver Pasha and his colleagues overruled them. The Odessa incident was unjustified aggression, deliberately planned to provoke hostilities. The tricky and corrupt German diplomacy had won its point. It is interesting to observe that the proclamation of the Holy War, a favorite German scheme, fell flat. The Kaiser, and his advisers, had counted much upon this raising of the sacred flag. The Kaiser had visited Constantinople and permitted himself to be exploited as a sympathizer with Mohammedanism. Photographs of him had been taken representing him in Mohammedan garb, accompanied by Muslim priests, and a report had been deliberately circulated throughout Turkey that he had become a Moslem. The object of this camouflage was to stir up the Mohammedans in the countries controlled by England. Risings were hoped for in Egypt and India, and German spies had been distributed through those countries to encourage religious revolts. But there was almost no response. The Sultan, it is true, was the head of the church, but who was the Sultan? The old Sultan, now dethroned, and imprisoned, or this new and insignificant creature placed on the throne by the Young Turk party? The Mohammedan did not feel himself greatly moved. At the beginning of the war Turkey found herself unable to make any move to recover her provinces in Thrace. Greece and Bulgaria were neutral, and could not be attacked. Placing herself, therefore, in the hands of her German advisers, she moved her new army to those frontiers where it could meet the powers with whom she was at war. In particular Germany and Austria desired her aid in Transcaucasia against the Russian armies. An attack upon Russia from that quarter would mean that many troops which otherwise would have been used against the Central Powers must be sent to the Caucasus. The Suez Canal, too, must be attacked. An expedition there would compel Great Britain to send out troops, and perhaps would encourage the hoped-for rebellion in Egypt and give an opportunity for religious insurrection in India, where the jihad was being preached among the Mohammedan tribes in the northwest. The Dardanelles, to be sure, might be threatened, but the Germans had sent there many heavy guns and fortifications had been built which, in expert opinion, made Constantinople safe. The Turkish offensive along her eastern frontier in Transcaucasia and in Persia was first undertaken. The Persian Gulf had long been controlled by Great Britain. Even in the days of Elizabeth the East India Company had fought with Dutch and Portuguese rivals for control of its commerce. The English had protected Persia, suppressed piracy and slavery, and introduced sanitary measures in the marshes along the coast. They regarded a control of the Persian Gulf as necessary for the prosperity of India and the empire. The Turkish government had never had great power along the Persian Gulf. Baghdad, indeed, had been captured by Suleiman the Magnificent in the 16th century, but in eastern Arabia lived many independent Arabian chieftains who had no idea of subjecting themselves to Turkish rule. For years Germany had been looking with jealous eyes in this direction. Her elaborate intrigues with Turkey were mainly designed to open up the way to the Persian Gulf. She had planned a great railway to open up trade, and her endeavor to build the Baghdad Railway is a story in itself. Her efforts had lasted for many years, but she found herself constantly blocked by the agents of Great Britain. Before the Ottoman troops were ready, the British in the Gulf had made a start. On November 7 a British force under Brigadier General Delamain bombarded the Turkish fort at Fallon, landed troops and occupied the village. Sailing north from this point they disembarked at Sinija, where they entrenched themselves and waited for reinforcements. On November 13 reinforcements arrived, and on November 17 the British army advanced toward Sahain. From there they moved on Sahil, where they encountered a Turkish force. Some lively fighting ensued and the Turks broke and fled. Turkish casualties were about 1,500 men, the English killed numbered 38. The British then moved on Basra, moving by steamer along the Shatt el-Arab River. On November 22 Basra was reached and it was found that the Turks had evacuated the place. A base camp was then prepared, for it was certain that there would be further fighting. Baghdad was only about 300 miles distant. And 50 miles above Basra, at the junction of the Tigris and the Euphrates, lies the town of Kurna where the Turks were gathering an army. On December 4 an attack was made on Kurna but without success. The British obtained reinforcements, but on December 9 the Turkish garrison surrendered unconditionally. The British troops then entrenched themselves, having established a barricade against a hostile advance upon India. Farther north the war was between Turkey and Russia. Since Persia had no military power, each combatant was able to occupy that country whenever they desired. The Turks advanced into Persia south of Lake Urmia, and, meeting with no resistance from Persia, moved northward toward the Russian frontier. On the 30th of January, 1915, Russian troops heavily defeated the invaders and followed them south as far as Tabriz, which they occupied and held. The Russian armies had also undertaken movements in this section. In the extreme northwest of Persia a Russian column had crossed the frontier, and occupied, on the 3d of November, the town of Bayazid close to Mt Ararat. Other columns entered Kurdistan, and an expedition against Van was begun. Further north another Russian column crossed the frontier and captured the town of Karakalissa, but was held there by the Turks. These were minor expeditions. The real struggle was in Transcaucasia, where the main body of the Turkish army under Enver Pasha himself was in action. At this point the boundaries of Turkey touch upon the Russian Empire. To the north is the great Russian fortress of Kars, to the south and west the Turkish stronghold of Erzurum. The whole district is a great mountain tangle, the town standing at an altitude of 5,000–6,000 feet, surrounded by lofty hills. None of the roads are good, and in winter the passes are almost impassable. In all the wars between Russia and Turkey, these mountain regions have been the scenes of desperate battles. The Turkish plan of battle was to entice the Russians from Sarakamish across the frontier, leading them on to some distance from their base, then, while holding their front, a second force was to swing around and attack them on the left flank. The plan was simple, the difficulty was the swing of the left flank, which had to be made through mountain paths, deeply covered with snow. The Turkish army was composed of about 150,000 men under the command of Hasan Izzet Pasha, but Enver, with a large German staff was the true commander. The Russian army, under General Woronzov was about 100,000 men. Early in November the Russians crossed the frontier and reached Köprüköy, which they occupied on the 20th of November. The Turkish 11th Corps was entrusted with the duty of holding the Russian forces. The remainder of the army was to advance over the passes and take their stations behind the Russian right. On December 25 the Turkish attack began. The 11th Corps forced back the Russians from Köprüköy to Karasin, while the extreme Turkish left was endeavoring to outflank them. But the weather was desperate. A blizzard was sweeping down the steeps. The Turkish forces were indeed able to carry out the plan, for they obtained the position desired. But by this time they were worn out, and half-starved, and their attack on New Year's Day resulted in their defeat and retreat. The 9th Corps was utterly wiped out, and the remainder of the Turkish forces driven off in confusion. Only the strenuous efforts of the Turkish 11th Corps prevented a debacle. After a 3 days battle it, too, was broken, and with heavy losses it retreated toward Erzurum. The snowdrifts and blizzards must have accounted for not less than 50,000 of the Turkish troops. The result of the battle made Russia safe in the Caucasus. But the Germans had another use for the Turkish forces. England was in control of Egypt and the Suez Canal. The German view of England's position has been well stated by Dr. Paul Rohrbach. As soon as England acquired Egypt it was incumbent upon her to guard against any menace from Asia. Such a danger apparently arose when Turkey, weakened by her last war with Russia and by difficult conditions at home, began to turn to Germany for support. And now war has come, and England is reaping the crops which she has sown. England, not we, desired this war. She knows this, despite all her hypocritical talk, and she fears that, as soon as connection is established along the Berlin-Vienna-Budapest-Sofia-Constantinople line, the fate of Egypt may be decided. Through the Suez Canal goes the route to all the land surrounding the Indian Ocean, and by way of Singapore to the western shores of the Pacific. These two worlds together have about 900 million inhabitants, more than half the population of the universe, and India lies in a controlling position in their midst. Should England lose the Suez Canal, she will be obliged, unlike the powers in control of that waterway, to use the long route around the Cape of Good Hope and depend on the goodwill of the South African Boers. The majority among the latter have not the same views as Botha. However, it is too early to prophesy, and it is not according to German ideas to imitate our opponents by singing premature paeans of victory. But anyhow, we are well aware why anxious England already sees us on the road to India. Following out this view, a Turkish force was directed toward the Suez Canal, while the German intriguers did their best to stir up revolt in Egypt itself. The story of Egypt is one of the most interesting parts of the world's history. In the early days of the world it led mankind. Its peculiar geographical position at first gave it strength, and afterward made it the prize for which all nations were ready to contend. In 1517 the Sultan Selim conquered Egypt and made it part of the Turkish realm, and in spite of many changes the sovereignty of Constantinople had continued. In recent years the misgovernment of the Khedive Ismail had brought into its control France and Britain, then came the deposition of Ismail, the revolt under Arabi, the bombardment of Alexandria and the Battle of Tel el-Kebir. Since then Egypt has been occupied by Great Britain, who restored order, defeated the armies of the Mahdi, and turned Egyptian bankruptcy into prosperity. Lord Kitchener was the English hero of the wars with the Mahdi, and Lord Cromer the administrator who gave the Egyptian peasant a comfort unknown since the days of the pharaohs. With prosperity came political agitation, and Germany, as has been seen, looked upon Egypt as fertile territory for German propaganda. Intrigue having failed in Egypt, a Turkish force was directed against the Suez Canal. If that could be captured, Great Britain could be cut off from India. An expeditionary army of about 65,000 men was gathered under the command of Cemal Pasha, the former Turkish Minister of Marine. He had been bitterly indignant at the seizure of the two Turkish dreadnoughts building in England, and was burning for revenge. But he found great difficulties before him. To reach the canal it was necessary to cross a trackless desert, varying from 120 to 150 miles in width. Over this desert there were three routes. The first touched the Mediterranean coast at El Arish and then went across the desert to El Kantara on the canal, 25 miles south of Port Said. On this route there were only a few wells, quite insufficient for an army. A second route ran from Aqaba, on the Red Sea, across the peninsula of Sinai to a point a little north of Suez. This was also badly supplied with wells. Between the two was the central route. Leaving the Mediterranean at El Arish it ran up the valley called the Wadi El Arish to where that valley touched the second road. There was no railway, nor were these roads suitable for motor transports. For an army to move it would be necessary either to build a railway or to improve the roads. The best route for railway was the Wadi El Arish. The Suez Canal, moreover, can be easily defended. It is over 200 feet wide, with banks rising to a height of 40 feet. A railway runs along the whole canal, and most of the ground to the east is flat, offering a good field of fire either to troops on the banks or to ships on the canal. A considerable force of British troops, under the command of Major General Sir John Maxwell, were assigned for the protection of the canal. About the end of October it was reported that 2,000 Bedouins were marching on the canal, and on November 21 a skirmish took place between this force and some of the English troops in which the Bedouins were repelled. Nothing more was heard for more than 2 months, but on January 28, 1915, a small advance party from the Turkish army was beaten back east of El Kantara. British airmen watched the desert well and kept the British army well informed of the Turkish movements. The Turks had found it impossible to convey their full force across the desert, and the forces which finally arrived seemed to have numbered only about 12,000 men. The main attack was not developed until February 2d. According to an account in the London Times, on that date, the enemy began to move toward the Ismailia ferry. They met a reconnoitering party of Indian troops of all arms, and a desultory engagement ensued to which a violent sandstorm put a sudden end about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The main attacking force pushed forward toward its destination after nightfall. From 25 to 30 galvanized iron pontoon boats, 7.5 meters in length, which had been dragged in carts across the desert, were hauled by hand toward the water. With 1 or 2 rafts made of kerosene tins in a wooden frame, all was ready for the attack. The first warning of the enemy's approach was given by a sentry of a mountain battery who heard, to him, an unknown tongue across the water. The noise soon increased. It would seem that Mujahideen, holy warriors, said to be mostly old Tripoli fighters, accompanied the pontoon section, and regulars of the 75th Regiment, for loud exultations, often in Arabic, of "Brothers, die for the faith. We can die but once," betrayed the enthusiastic irregular. The Egyptians waited until the Turks were pushing their boats into the water, then the Maxims attached to the battery suddenly spoke, and the guns opened at point-blank range at the men and boats crowded under the steep bank opposite them. Immediately a violent fire broke out on both sides of the canal. A little torpedo boat with a crew of 13, patrolling the canal, dashed up and landed a party of 4 officers and men to the south of Tussum, who climbed up the eastern bank and found themselves in a Turkish trench. And escaped by a miracle with the news. Promptly the midget dashed in between the fires and enfiladed the eastern bank amid a hail of bullets, and destroyed several pontoon boats lying unlaunched on the bank. It continued to harass the enemy, though 2 officers and 2 men were wounded. As the dark, cloudy night lightened toward dawn, fresh forces went into action. The Turks, who occupied the outer, or day, line of the Tussum post, advanced, covered by artillery, against the Indian troops, holding the inner or night position, while an Arab regiment advanced against the Indian troop at the Serapeum post. The warships on the canal and lake joined in the fray. The enemy brought some 6 batteries of field guns into action from the slopes west of Katiba el-Kali. Shells admirably fused made fine practice at all the visible targets, but failed to find the battery above mentioned, which with some help from a detachment of infantry beat down the fire of the riflemen on the opposite bank and inflicted heavy losses on the hostile supports advancing toward the canal. Supported by land and naval artillery, the Indian troops took the offensive. The Serapeum garrison, which had stopped the enemy 3/4 of a mile from the position, cleared its front, and the Tussum garrison, by a brilliant counterattack, drove the enemy back. 2 battalions of Anatolians of the 28th Regiment were thrown into the fight, but the artillery gave them no chance, and by 3:30 in the afternoon a third of the enemy, with the exception of a force that lay hid in bushy hollows on the east bank between the 2 posts, were in full retreat, leaving many dead, a large proportion of whom had been killed by shrapnel. Meanwhile the warships on the lake had been in action. A salvo from a battleship woke up Ismailia early, and crowds of soldiers and some civilians climbed every available sand hill to see what was doing, till the Turkish guns sent shells sufficiently near to convince them that it was safer to watch from cover. At about 11 in the morning 2 6-inch shells hit the Hardinge near the southern entrance of the lake. They first damaged the funnel, and the second burst inboard. Pilot Carew, a gallant old merchant seaman, refused to go below when the firing opened and lost a leg. 9 others were wounded, 1 or 2 merchantmen were hit but no lives were lost. A British gunboat was struck. Then came a dramatic duel between the Turkish big gun, or guns, and a warship. The Turks fired just over, and then just short, at 9,000 yards. The warship sent in a salvo of more 6-inch shells than had been fired that day. Late in the afternoon of the 3D there was sniping from the east bank between Tussum and Serapeum, and a man was killed on the tops of a British battleship. Next morning the sniping was renewed and the Indian troops, moving out to search the ground, found several hundred of the enemy in the hollow previously mentioned. During the fighting some of the enemy, either by accident or design, held up their hands, while others fired on the Punjabis, who were advancing to take the surrender, and killed a British officer. A sharp fight with the cold steel followed, and a British officer killed a Turkish officer with a sword thrust in single combat. A body of a German officer with a white flag was afterward found here, but there is no proof that the white flag was used. Finally all the enemy were killed, captured or put to flight. With this the fighting ended, and the subsequent operations were confined to the rounding up of prisoners, and the capture of a considerable amount of military material left behind. The Turks, who departed with their guns and baggage during the night of the 3D, still seemed to be moving eastward. So ended the Battle of the Suez Canal. Two more incidents in the Turkish campaign remain to be noticed. Report having come that the town of Aqaba on the Red Sea was being used as a mine-laying station, H.M. South Minerva visited the place and found it occupied by soldiers under a German officer. The Minerva destroyed the fort and the barracks and the government buildings. Another British cruiser, with a detachment of Indian troops, captured the Turkish fort at Sheikh Zayed, at the southern end of the Red Sea. And so for the time ended all Turkish movements against Great Britain. That such movements should have been possible seems hard to believe. For a century the British had been the friends and allies of the Turkish government. In the Crimean War their armies had fought side by side with the Turkish troops against Russia. In the Russo-Turkish War Lord Beaconsfield, in the negotiations which preceded the Treaty of Berlin, had saved for Turkey much of its territory. It was only the British influence and the fear of the British power which had prevented Russia from taking possession of Constantinople a half a century before. The English had always been popular in Turkey and there was every reason at the beginning of the war to believe that their popularity had not waned. There is reason to believe that the average Turk had little sympathy with the course of his government. And if a free expression of the popular will had been possible the Turkish army would never have been sent against either the Englishmen or the Frenchmen. But long years of German propaganda had done their work. The power of Enver Pasha was greater than that of the weakling Sultan and the war was forced upon the Turkish people by German tools and German bribes. Chapter 12. Rescue of the Starving. The sufferings of Belgium during the German occupation were terrible, and attracted the attention and the sympathy of the whole world. To understand conditions it is necessary to know something of the economic situation. Since it had come under the protection of the great powers, Belgium had developed into one of the greatest manufacturing countries in the world. Nearly 2 million of her citizens were employed in the great industries, and 1,200,000 on the farms. She was peaceful, industrious, and happy. But on account of the fact that more than one-half of her citizenship earned their living by daily labor she found it impossible to produce foodstuff enough for her own needs. 78% of her breadstuffs had to be imported. From her own field she could hardly supply her population for more than 4 months. The war, and the German occupation, almost destroyed business. Mines, workshops, factories and mills were closed. Labor found itself without employment and consequently without wages. The banks would extend no credit. But even if there had been money enough it soon became apparent that the food supply was rapidly going. The German invasion had come when the crops were standing ripe upon the field. Those crops had not been reaped, but had been trampled underfoot by the hated German. One feature of Belgian industrial life should be understood. Hundreds of thousands of her workmen were employed each day in workshops at considerable distances from their own homes. In times of peace the morning and evening trains were always crowded with laborers going to and returning from their daily toil. One of the first things seized upon by the German officials was the railroads, and it was with great difficulty that anyone, not belonging to the German army, could obtain an opportunity to travel at all. And it was with still greater difficulty that supplies of food of any kind could be transported from place to place. Every village was cut off from its neighbor, every town from the next town. People were unable even to obtain news of the great political events which were occurring from day to day, and the food supply was automatically cut off. But this was not the worst. One of the first moves of the German occupation was to quarter hundreds of thousands of troops upon their Belgian victims, and these troops must be fed even though the Belgian and his family were near starvation. Then followed the German seizure of what they called materials for war. General von Beseler in a dispatch to the Kaiser, after the fall of Antwerp, speaks very plainly. The war booty taken at Antwerp is enormous, at least 500 cannon and huge quantities of ammunition, sanitation materials, high-power motor cars, locomotives, wagons, 4 million kilograms of wheat, large quantities of flour, coal and flax wool, the value of which is estimated at 10 million marks, copper, silver, 1 armored train, several hospital trains, and quantities of fish. The Germans proceeded to commandeer foodstuffs and raw materials of industry. Linseed oil, oil cakes, nitrates, animal and vegetable oils, petroleum and mineral oils, wool, copper, rubber, ivory, cocoa, rice, wine, beer, all were seized and sent home to the fatherland. Moreover, cities and provinces were burdened with formidable war contributions. Brussels was obliged to pay $10 million, Antwerp $10 million, the province of Brabant, $90 million, Namur and 17 surrounding communes $6,400,000. Finally Governor von Bissing, on the 10th of December, 1914, issued the following decree. A war contribution of the amount of $8 million to be paid monthly for 1 year is imposed upon the population of Belgium. The payment of these amounts is imposed upon the 9 provinces which are regarded as joint debtors. The 2 first monthly payments are to be made by the 15th of January, 1915, at latest, and the following monthly payments by the 10th of each following month to the military chest of the Field Army of the General Imperial Government in Brussels. If the provinces are obliged to resort to the issue of stock with a view to procuring the necessary funds, the form and terms of these shares will be determined by the Commissary General for the banks in Belgium. At a meeting of the provincial councils the Vice-President declared, the Germans demand these $96 million of the country without right and without reason. Are we to sanction this enormous war tax? If we listened only to our hearts, we should reply, no, 96 million times no. Because our hearts would tell us we were a small, honest nation living happily by its free labor. We were a small, honest nation having faith in treaties and believing in honor. We were a nation unarmed, but full of confidence, when Germany suddenly hurled 2 million men upon our frontiers, the most brutal army that the world has ever seen, and said to us, betray the promise you have given. Let my armies go by, that I may crush France, and I will give you gold. Belgium replied, keep your gold. I prefer to die, rather than live without honor. The German army has, therefore, crushed our country in contempt of solemn treaties. It is an injustice, said the Chancellor of the German Empire. The position of Germany has forced us to commit it, but we will repair the wrong we have done to Belgium by the passage of our armies. They want to repair the injustice as follows: Belgium will pay Germany $96 million. Give this proposal your vote. When Galileo had discovered the fact that the earth moved around the sun, he was forced at the foot of the stake to abjure his error, but he murmured, nevertheless it moves. Well, gentlemen, as I fear a still greater misfortune for my country, I consent to the payment of the $96 million and I cry, nevertheless it moves. Long live our country in spite of all. At the end of a year von Bissing renewed this assessment, inserting in his decree the statement that the decree was based upon Article 49 of the Hague Convention, relating to the laws and usages of war on land. This article reads as follows: if in addition to the taxes mentioned in the above article the occupant levies other moneyed contributions in the occupied territory, they shall only be applied to the needs of the army, or of the administration of the territory in question. In the preceding article it says, if in the territory occupied the occupant collects the taxes, dues and tolls payable to the state, he shall do so as far as possible in accordance with the legal basis and assessment in force at the time, and shall in consequence be bound to defray the expenses of the administration of the occupied territories to the same extent as the national government had been so bound. The $96 million per annum was more than 6 times the amount of the direct taxes formerly collected by the Belgian state, taxes which the German administration, moreover, collected in addition to the war assessment. It was 5 times as great as the ordinary expenditure of the Belgian War Department. Illustration, map, Denmark on the north, Elbe River on the east. Switzerland on the south, eastern England on the west. Schleswig-Holstein and Alsace-Lorraine acquisitions. But this was not all. In addition to the more or less legitimate German methods of plunder, the whole country had been pillaged. In many towns systematic pillage began as soon as the Germans took possession. At Louvain the pillage began on the 27th of August, 1914, and lasted a week. In small bands the soldiers went from house to house, ransacked drawers and cupboards, broke open safes, and stole money, pictures, curios, silver, linen, clothing, wines, and food. Great loads of such plunder were packed on military baggage wagons and sent to Germany. The same conditions were reported from town after town. In many cases the houses were burnt to destroy the proof of extensive thefts. Nor were these offences committed only by the common soldiers. In many cases the officers themselves sent home great collections of plunder. Even the royal family were concerned in this disgraceful performance. After staying for a week in a chateau in the Liege district, His Imperial Highness, Prince Eitel Fritz and the Duke of Brunswick, had all the dresses which were found in a wardrobe sent back to Germany. This is said to be susceptible of absolute proof. In addition to this form of plunder, special pretexts were made use of to obtain money. At Arlon a telephone wire was broken, whereupon the town was given 4 hours to pay a fine of $20,000 in gold, in default of which 100 houses would be sacked. When the payment was made, 47 houses had already been plundered. Instance after instance could be given of similar unjustifiable and exorbitant fines. Under treatment like this Belgium was brought in a short time into immediate sight of starvation. They made frantic appeals for help. First they appealed to the Germans, but the German authorities did nothing, though in individual cases German soldiers shared their army rations with the people. Then an appeal was made to Holland, but Holland was a nation much like Belgium. It did not raise food enough for itself, and was not sure that it could import enough for its own needs. From all over Belgium appeals were sent from the various towns and villages to Brussels. But Brussels, too, was face to face with famine. To cope with famine there were many relief organizations in Belgium. Every little town had its relief committee, and in the larger cities strong branches of the Red Cross did what they could. Besides such secular organizations, there were many religious organizations, generally under the direction of the Roman Catholic Church. In Brussels a strong volunteer relief organization was formed on September 5 under the patronage of the American and Spanish ministers, Mr. Brand Whitlock and the Marquis of Villalober. This committee, known as the Central Relief Committee, or more exactly la Comité Central de Secours et d'Alimentation pour l'Agglomération Bruxelloise, did wonderful work until the end of the war. But though there was plenty of organization, there were great difficulties ahead. In order to import food, credit had to be established abroad, permission had to be obtained to transport foodstuffs into Belgium through the British blockade. Permission to use the railroads and canals of Belgium had to be obtained from Germany, and, most important of all, it had to be made certain that no food thus imported should be seized by the German troops. Through the American and Spanish ministers permission was obtained from Governor-General Colmar von der Goltz to import food, and the Governor-General also gave assurance that foodstuffs of all sorts imported by the committee to assist the civil population shall be reserved exclusively for the nourishment of the civil population of Belgium. And that consequently these foodstuffs shall be exempt from requisition on the part of the military authorities, and shall rest exclusively at the disposition of the committee. With this assurance the Central Relief Committee sent Emile Franke and Baron Lambert, members of their committee, together with Mr. Hugh Gibson, Secretary of the American Legation, whose activities in behalf of Belgium attracted much favorable notice, to the City of London, to explain to the British government the suffering that existed in Belgium, and to obtain permission to transport food through the British blockade. In the course of this work they appealed to the American ambassador in England, Mr. Walter Hines Page, and were introduced by him to an American mining engineer named Herbert Clark Hoover, who had just become prominent as the chairman of a committee to assist Americans who had found themselves in Europe when the war broke out, and had been unable to secure funds. Mr. Hoover took up the matter with great vigor, and organized an American committee under the patronage of the ministers of the United States and of Spain in London, Berlin, The Hague and Brussels. Which committee obtained permission from the British government to purchase and transport through the British blockade, to Rotterdam, Holland, cargoes of foodstuffs, to be ultimately transferred into Belgium and distributed by the Belgian Central Relief Committee under the direction of American citizens headed by Mr. Brand Whitlock. Illustration, painting, several ships and 2 airplanes. An airplane convoy. Food ships successfully convoyed by seaplanes in clear weather when submarines were easier to detect. 188 History of the World War. Illustration, painting. British light artillery getting in on the gallop. Always the guns must follow closely in the wake of the infantry to break up German counter-attacks and hold the ground gained. Here a detachment of the Royal Horse Artillery storms through a deserted Flanders village, straining every nerve to save those few seconds that may mean the saving or the loss of the new positions won. The following brief notices, in connection with this committee appeared in the London Times. October 24, 1914. A commission has been set up in London, under the title of the American Commission for Relief in Belgium. The Brussels Committee reports feeding 300,000 daily. November 4. The Commission for Relief in Belgium yesterday issued their first weekly report, 3 London Wall buildings. A cargo was received yesterday at Brussels just in time. Estimated monthly requirements, 60,000 tons grain, 15,000 tons maize, 3,000 tons rice and peas. Approved by the Spanish and American ministers, Brussels. The personality of the various gentlemen who devoted themselves to Belgian relief is interesting, not only because of what they did, but because they are unusual men. The Spanish minister, who bore the peculiar name of Marquis of Villalober y O'Neill, had the appearance of an Irishman, as he was on the maternal side, and was a trained diplomat, with delightful manners and extraordinary strength of character. Another important aid in the Belgian relief work was the Mexican charge d'affaires Seigneur Don German Buell. Hugh Gibson, secretary of the American legation, wittily described this gentleman as the representative of a country without a government to a government without a country. The businessman in the American legation was this secretary. Mr. Gibson had the appearance of a typical Yankee, though he came from Indiana. He was about 30 years old, with dark eyes, crisp hair, and a keen face. He was noted for his wit as well as his courage. Many interesting stories are told of him. He had been often under fire, and he was full of stories of his exploits told in a witty and modest way. The following incident shows something of his humor. Like most of the Americans in Belgium, he was followed by spies. With one of these Gibson became on the most familiar terms, much to the spy's disgust. One very rainy day, when Gibson was at the legation, he discovered his pet spy standing under the dripping eaves of a neighboring house. Gibson picked up a raincoat and hurried over to the man. "Look here, old fellow," said he, "I'm going to be in the legation for 3 hours. You put on this coat and go home. Come back in 3 hours and I'll let you watch me for the rest of the day." Mr. Brand Whitlock, the American minister, was a remarkable man. Before coming to Belgium he had become a distinguished man of letters. Beginning as a newspaper reporter in Chicago, he had studied law and been admitted to the Illinois bar in 1894, and to the bar of the state of Ohio in 1897. He had entered into politics, and been elected mayor of Toledo, Ohio, in 1905, again in 1907, 1909 and 1911. Meanwhile he had been writing novels, The 13th District, The Turn of the Balance, The Fall Guy, and 40 Years of It. He had accepted the appointment of American minister to Belgium with the idea that he would find leisure for other literary work, but the outbreak of the war affected him deeply. A man of a sympathetic character who had lived all his life in an amiable atmosphere, had been a member of prison reform associations and charitable societies, he now found himself surrounded by a storm of horrors. Day by day he had to see the distress and suffering of thousands of people. He threw himself at once into the work of relief. His health was not strong and he always looked tired and worn. He was the scholarly type of man, the kind who would be happy in a library, or in the atmosphere of a college, but he rose to the emergency. The American legation became the one staple point around which the starving and suffering population could rally. Belgians will never forget what he did in those days. On Washington's birthday they filed before the door of the American legation at number 74 Rue de Treves, men, women and children of all classes, some in furs, some in the garments of the poor. Noblemen, scholars, workmen, artists, shopkeepers and peasants to leave their visiting cards, some engraved, some printed and some written on pieces of paper, in tribute to Mr. Whitlock and the nation which he represented. But the man whose name stands cut above all others as one of the biggest figures in connection with the work of relief was Mr. Herbert C. Hoover. Mr. Hoover came of Quaker stock. He was born at West Branch, Iowa, in 1874, graduated from Leland-Stanford University in 1895, specialized in mining engineering, and spent several years in mining in the United States and in Australia. He married Miss Lou Henry, of Monterey, California, in 1899, and with his bride went to China as chief engineer of the Chinese Imperial Bureau of Mines. He aided in the defense of Tientsin during the Boxer Rebellion. After that he continued engineering work in China until 1902, when he became a partner of the firm of Buick, Moring and Company, mine operators, of London, and was consulting engineer for more than 50 mining companies. He looked extremely youthful. Smooth-shaven, with a straight nose, and a strong mouth and chin. To him, more than anyone else, was due the creation and the success of the Commission for Relief in Belgium. The splendid organization which saved from so much suffering more than 7 million non-combatants in Belgium and 2 million in northern France, was his achievement. A good story is told in the Outlook of September 8, 1915, which illustrates his methods. It seems that before the Commission was fairly on its feet, there came a day when it was a case of snarling things in red tape and letting Belgium starve, or getting food shipped and letting governments howl. Hoover naturally chose the latter. When the last bag had been stowed and the hatches were battened down, writes Mr. Lewis R. Freeman, who tells the story, Hoover went in person to the one cabinet minister able to arrange for the only things he could not provide for himself, clearance papers. "If I do not get 4 cargoes of food to Belgium by the end of the week," he said bluntly, "thousands are going to die from starvation, and many more may be shot in food riots." "Out of the question," said the distinguished minister. "There is no time, in the first place, and if there was, there are no good wagons to be spared by the railways, no dock hands, and no steamers. Moreover, the channel is closed for a week to merchant vessels, while troops are being transferred to the continent." "I have managed to get all these things," Hoover replied quietly, "and am now through with them all, except the steamers. This wire tells me that these are now loaded and ready to sail, and I have come to have you arrange for their clearance." The great man gasped. "There are even now, men in the tower for less than you have done," he ejaculated. "If it was for anything but Belgium relief, if it was anybody but you, young man, should hate to think of what might happen. As it is, I suppose there is nothing to do but congratulate you on a jolly clever coup. I'll see about the clearance at once." Mr. Lloyd George tells the following story. It seems that the Commission on Belgian Relief was attempting to simplify its work by arranging for an extension of exchange facilities on Brussels. Mr. Lloyd George, then Chancellor of the Exchequer, sent for Hoover. What happened is told in Mr. George's words. "Mr. Hoover," I said, "I find I am quite unable to grant your request in the matter of Belgian exchange, and I have asked you to come here that I might explain why." Without waiting for me to go on, my boyish-looking caller began speaking. For 15 minutes he spoke without a break, just about the clearest expository utterance I have ever heard on any subject. He used not a word too much, nor yet a word too few. By the time he had finished I had come to realize, not only the importance of his contentions, but, what was more to the point, the practicability of granting his request. So I did the only thing possible under the circumstance, told him I had never understood the question before, thanked him for helping me to understand, and saw to it that things were arranged as he wanted them. On April 10, 1915, a submarine torpedoed one of the food ships chartered by the Commission. A week later a German hydro airplane tried to drop bombs on the deck of another Commission ship. So Hoover paid a flying visit to Berlin. He was at once assured that no more incidents of the sort would occur. "Thanks," said Hoover. "Your Excellency, have you heard the story of the man who was nipped by a bad-tempered dog? He went to the owner to have the dog muzzled. But the dog won't bite you," insisted the owner. "You know he won't bite me, and I know he won't bite me," said the injured party doubtfully, "but the question is, does the dog know?" "Herr Hoover," said the high official, "pardon me if I leave you for a moment. I am going at once to let the dog know." This story, which is told by Mr. Edward Eyre Hunt in his delightful book about Belgium, or bread, may be apocryphal, but it illustrates well Hoover's habit of getting exactly what he wants. When Mr. Hoover accepted the chairmanship of the Commission for Relief in Belgium, he established his headquarters at 3 London Wall Buildings, London, England, and marshaled a small legion of fellow Americans, businessmen, sanitary experts, doctors and social workers, who, as unpaid volunteers, set about the great task of feeding the people of Belgium and northern France. The Commission soon became a great institution, recognized by all governments, receiving contributions from all parts of the earth, with its own ships in every big port, and in the eyes of the Belgians and French, who received their daily bread through its agency, a monument of what Americans could do in social organization and business efficiency, for Americans furnished the entire personnel of the Commission from the beginning. The Commission was a distinct organization from the Belgian National Committee, through and with which it worked in Belgium itself. Its functions were those of direction, and supervision of all matters that had to be dealt with outside Belgium. In the occupied territories it had the help of thousands of Belgian and French workers, many of them women. The Commission did not depend, according to Mr. Hoover, on any one of its American members for leadership. Any one of them could at any time take charge and carry on the work. Honnold, Poland, Gregory, Brown, Kellogg, Lucy, White, Hunziker, Canet, and many others who, at various periods, have given of their great ability and experience in administration could do it. At the same time it was admitted that the Commission would never have been so successful if Belgium had not already had in existence a well-developed communal system. The base of the Commission's organization was a committee in every commune or municipality. You can have no idea what a great blessing it was in Belgium and northern France to have the small and intimate divisions which exist under the communal system, said Mr. Hoover. It is the whole unit of life, and a political entity much more developed than in America. It has been not only the basis of our relief organization, but the salvation of the people. Altogether there were 4,000 communal committees linked up in larger groups under district and provincial committees, which in turn came under the Belgian National Committee. Contributions were received from all over the world, but the greater part from the British and French governments. When Mr. Hoover began his work he appealed to the people of the United States, but the American response to the appeal was sadly disappointing. During his stay in America, in the early part of 1917, Mr. Hoover expressed himself on the subject of his own country's niggardliness, pointing out at the same time that the chief profits made out of providing food for Belgium had gone into American pockets. Out of the $250 million spent by the Commission at that time, $150 million had been used in the United States to purchase supplies, and on these orders America had made a war profit of at least $30 million. Yet in those 2 years the American people had contributed only $9 million. Mr. Hoover declared, "Thousands of contributions have come to us from devoted people all over the United States, but the truth is that, with the exception of a few large gifts, American contributions have been little rills of charity of the poor toward the poor. Everywhere abroad America has been getting the credit for keeping alight the lamp of humanity, but what are the facts? America's contributions have been pitifully inadequate and, do not forget it, other peoples have begun to take stock of us. We have been getting all the credit. Have we deserved it? We lay claim to idealism, to devotion to duty and to great benevolence, but now the acid test is being applied to us. This has a wider import than mere figures. Time and time again, when the door to Belgium threatened to close, we have defended its portals by the assertion that this was an American enterprise. That the sensibilities of the American people would be wounded beyond measure, would be outraged, if this work were interfered with. Our moral strength has been based upon this assertion. I believe it is true, but it is difficult in the face of the figures to carry conviction. And in the last 6 or 8 months' time and again we have felt our influence slip from under us. The statement that Germans had taken food intended for the Belgians was disposed of by Mr. Hoover in a speech in New York City. "We are satisfied," he said, "that the German army has never eaten 0.1% of the food provided. The Allied governments never would have supplied us with $200 million if we were supplying the German army. If the Germans had absorbed any considerable quantity of this food, the population of Belgium would not be alive today." The plan of operation of the Belgian Commission needs some description. Besides the headquarters in London there was an office in Brussels, and, as Rotterdam was the port of entry for all Belgian supplies, a transshipping office for commission goods was opened in that city. The office building was at 98 Haringvliet, formerly the residence of a Dutch merchant prince. Captain J. F. Lucy, the first Rotterdam director, sat in a roomy office on the second floor overlooking the Meuse. From his windows he could see the commission barges as they left for Belgium, their huge canvas flags bearing the inscription, "Belgian Relief Committee." He was a nervous, big, beardless American, a volunteer who had left his business to organize and direct a great transshipping office in an alien land for an alien people. Out of nothing he created a large staff of clerks, wrung from the Dutch government special permits, loaded the immense cargoes received from England into canal boats, obtained passports for cargoes and crews, and shipped the foodstuffs consigned personally to Mr. Brand Whitlock. Something of what was done at this point may be understood from a reference in the first annual report of the Commission published October 31, 1915. The chartering and management of an entire fleet of vessels, together with agency control practically throughout the world, has been carried out for the Commission quite free of the usual charges by large transportation firms who offered these concessions in the cause of humanity. Banks generally have given their exchange services and have paid the full rate of interest on deposits. Insurance has been facilitated by the British Government Insurance Commissioners, and the firms who fixed the insurance have subscribed the equivalent of their fees. Harbour dues and port charges have been remitted at many points, and stevedoring firms have made important concessions in rates and have afforded other generous services. In Holland, exemption from harbour dues and telegraph tolls has been granted and rail transport into Belgium provided free of charge. The total value of these Dutch concessions is estimated at 147,824 guilders. The German military authorities in Belgium have abolished custom and canal dues on all commission imports, have reduced railway rates 1/2, and on canals and railways they give right-of-way to commission foodstuffs wherever there is need. By mid-November gift ships from the United States were on their way to Rotterdam, but the Canadian province of Nova Scotia was first in the transatlantic race. One of the most thrilling experiences of the first year's work was the coming of the Christmas ship, a steamer full of Christmas gifts presented by the children of America to the children of war-ridden Belgium. The children knew all about it long before the ship arrived in Rotterdam. St. Nicholas Day had brought them few presents. They were hungry for friendliness, and the thought of getting gifts from children across the sea filled them with joy. Many difficulties arose, which delayed the distribution of these gifts. The Germans insisted that every package should be opened and every scrap of writing taken out before the gifts were sent into Belgium. This was a tremendous task, for notes written by American children were tucked away into all sorts of impossible places. 3 motor boats made an attempt to carry these gifts into Belgium by Christmas Day. They carried boxes of clothing, outfits for babies, blankets, caps, bonnets, cloaks, shoes of every description, babies' boots, candy, fish, striped candy canes, chocolates and mountains of nuts. Nuts such as the Belgians had never seen in their lives before, pecans, hickory nuts, American walnuts, and peanuts galore. There were scores of dolls, French bisques, smiling pleasantly, pop-eyed rag dolls, old darky mammy dolls, and Santa Clauses, teddy bears, picture books, fairy books and story books. One child had written on the cover of her book, "Father says I ought to send you my best picture book, but I think that this one will do." These gifts made the American aid to Belgium 1,000 times more intimate and real, and never after that was American help thought of in other terms than those of burning gratitude. Among these gifts were hundreds of American flags, which soon became familiar to all Belgium. The commission automobiles bore the flag, and the children would recognize the stars and stripes and wave and cheer as it went by. Thousands upon thousands of gifts to the Belgian people followed the Christmas ship. All, or a great part, of the cargoes of 102 ships consisted of gift goods from America and indeed from all parts of the world, and the Belgians sent back a flood of acknowledgments and thousands of beautiful souvenirs. Some of the most touching remembrances came from the children. Every child in the town of Tamise, for example, wrote a letter to America. One addressed to the President of the United States reads as follows. Highly honored Mr. President, although I am still very young, I feel already that feeling of thankfulness which we, as Belgians, owe to you, highly honored Mr. President, because you have come to our help in these dreary times. Without your help there would certainly have been thousands of war victims, and so, noble sir, I pray that God will bless you and all the noble American people. That is the wish of all the Belgian folk. On New Year's Day Cardinal Mercier, Archbishop of Malines, issued his famous pastoral. Belgium gave her word of honor to defend her independence. She has kept her word. The other powers had agreed to protect and to respect Belgium's neutrality. Germany has broken her word, England has been faithful to it. These are the facts. I consider it an obligation of my pastoral charge to define to you your conscientious duties toward the power which has invaded our soil, and which for the moment occupies the greater part of it. This power has no authority, and, therefore, in the depth of your heart, you should render it neither esteem, nor attachment, nor respect. The only legitimate power in Belgium is that which belongs to our king, to his government, to the representatives of the nation, that alone is authority for us, that alone has a right to our heart's affection and to our submission. Cardinal Mercier was called the bravest man in Belgium. 6 feet 5 in height, a thin, scholarly face, with grayish-white hair, and a forehead so white that one feels one looks on the naked bone, he presented the appearance of some medieval ascetic. But there was a humorous look about his mouth, and an expression of sympathy and comprehension which gave the effect of a keenly intelligent, as well as gentle, leader of the nation. At the beginning of the war the Roman Catholic party was divided. Some of its leaders were opposed to resistance to the invaders. Many priests fled before the German armies. But the pastoral letter of Cardinal Mercier restored to the Church its old leadership. In him conquered Belgium had found a voice. On New Year's Sunday, 1915, every priest at the Mass read out the Cardinal's ringing challenge. There were German soldiers in the churches, but no word of the letter had been allowed to reach the ears of the authorities, and the Germans were taken completely by surprise. Immediately orders came from headquarters prohibiting further circulation of the letter, and ordering that every copy should be surrendered to the authorities. Soldiers at the bayonet's point extorted the letter from the priests, and those who had read it were put under arrest. Yet, somehow, copies of the letter were circulated throughout Belgium, and every Belgian took new heart. As far as the Cardinal was concerned, German action was a very delicate matter. They could not arrest and imprison so great a dignitary of the Church for fear of the effect, not only upon the Catholics of the outer world, but on the Catholics in their own empire. An officer was sent to the Cardinal to demand that the letter be recalled. The Cardinal refused. He was then notified that it was desired that he remain in his palace for the present. His confinement lasted only for a day. The Americans who were in Belgium as representatives of the Relief Commission had two duties. First, to see that the Germans did not seize any of the food supplies, and second, to see that every Belgian who was in need should receive his daily bread. The ration assigned to each Belgian was 250 grams of bread per day. This seems rather small, but the figure was established by Horace Fletcher, the American food expert, who was one of the members of the commission. Mr. Fletcher also prepared a pamphlet on food values, which gave recipes for American dishes which were up to that time unknown to the Belgians. He soon got not only the American but the Belgian committeemen talking of calories with great familiarity. Some of the foods sent from America were at first almost useless to the Belgians. They did not know how to cook cornmeal and oatmeal, and some of the famished peasants used them as feed for chickens. Teachers had to be sent out through the villages to give instructions. A great deal of difficulty developed in connection with the bread. The supply of white flour was limited, wheat had to be imported, and milled in Belgium. It was milled so as to contain all the bran except 10%, but in some places 10 or 15% of cornmeal was added to the flour, not only to enable the commission to provide the necessary ration, but also to keep down the price. As a result, the price of bread was always lower in Belgium than in London, Paris, or New York. Much less trouble occurred in connection with the distribution of bread and soup from the soup kitchens. In Antwerp 35,000 men were fed daily at these places. At first it often occurred that soup could be had, but no bread. The ration of soup and bread given in the kitchens cost about 10 cents a day. There were 4 varieties of soup: pea, bean, vegetable and bouillon, and it was of excellent quality. Every person carried a card with blank spaces for the date of the deliveries of soup. There were several milk kitchens maintained for the children, and several restaurants where persons with money might obtain their food. It was necessary not only to fight starvation in Belgium but also disease. There were epidemics of typhoid and black measles. The Rockefeller Foundation established a station in Rotterdam called the Rockefeller Foundation War Relief Commission, and some of the women among its workers acted as volunteer health officers. People were inoculated against typhoid, and the sources of infection traced and destroyed. Another form of relief work was providing labor for the unemployed. A plan of relief was drawn up and it was arranged that a large portion of them should be employed by the communal organizations, in public works, such as draining, ditching, constructing embankments and building sewers. The National Committee paid 9/10 of the wages, the Commune paying the other 10th. The first enrollment of unemployed amounted to more than 760,000 names, and nearly as many persons were dependent upon these workers. Providing employment for these led to certain complications. The Germans had been able up to this time to secure a certain amount of labor from the Belgians. Now the Belgian could refuse to work for the German, and a great deal of tact was necessary to prevent trouble. As time went on, the relief work of the Commission was extended into the north of France, where a population of more than 2 million was within the German zone. The work was handled in the same way, with the same guarantees from Germany. In conclusion, a word may be said of the effect of all this suffering upon the Belgian people, and let a Belgian speak, who knew his country well and had travelled it over, going on foot, as he says, or by tram, from town to town, from village to village. I have seen and spoken with hundreds of men of all classes and all parts of the country, and all these people, taken singly or united in groups, display a very definite frame of mind. To describe this new psychology we must record the incontestably closer union which has been formed between the political sections of the country. There are no longer any political parties, there are Belgians in Belgium, and that is all. Belgians better acquainted with their country, feeling for it an impulse of passionate tenderness such as a child might feel who saw his mother suffering for the first time, and on his account. Walloons and Flemings, Catholics and Liberals or Socialists, all are more and more frankly united in all that concerns the national life and decisions for the future. By uniting the whole nation and its army, by shedding the blood of all our Belgians in every corner of the country, by forcing all hearts, all families, to follow with anguish the movement of those soldiers who fought from Liege to Namur. From Wavre to Antwerp or the Oise, the war has suddenly imposed wider horizons upon all, has inspired all minds with noble and ardent passions, has compelled the goodwill of all to combine and act in concert in order to defend the common interests of these profoundly tried minds, of these wonderful energies now employed for the first time, of these atrocious sufferings which have brought all hearts into closer contact, a new Belgium is born, a greater, more generous, more ideal Belgium. Chapter 13. Britannia rules the waves. The month of October, 1914, contained no important naval contests. On the 15th, the old British cruiser Hawke was torpedoed in the North Sea and nearly 500 men were lost. On the other hand, on the 17th of October, the light cruiser Undaunted, accompanied by the destroyers, Lance, Legion and Loyal, sank 4 German destroyers off the Dutch coast. But the opening of November turned the interest of the Navy to the southern Pacific. When the war began, Admiral von Spee, with the German Pacific Squadron, was at Kiautschou in command of 7 vessels. Among these was the Emden, whose adventurous career has been already described. Another, the Karlsruhe, became a privateer in the South Atlantic. Early in August von Spee set sail from Kiautschou with 2 armored cruisers, the Gneisenau and the Scharnhorst, and 3 light cruisers, the Dresden, Leipzig and Nuremberg. These ships were comparatively new, well armed, and of considerable speed. They set off for the great trade highways to destroy, as far as possible, British commerce. Their route led them to the western coast of South America. And arrangements were made so that they were coaled and provisioned from bases in some of the South American states which permitted a slack observance of the laws respecting the duties of neutrals. A small British squadron had been detailed to protect British commerce in this part of the world. It was commanded by Rear Admiral Sir Christopher Craddock, a distinguished and popular sailor, who had under his command 1 12-year-old battleship, the Canopus, 2 armored cruisers, the Good Hope and the Monmouth, the light cruiser Glasgow, and an armed liner, the Otranto. None of these vessels had either great speed or heavy armament. The equipment of the Canopus, indeed, was obsolete. Admiral Craddock's squadron arrived at Halifax on August 14, then sailed to Bermuda, then on past Venezuela and Brazil around the Horn. It visited the Falkland Islands, and by the 3rd week of October was on the coast of Chile. The Canopus had dropped behind for repairs, and though reinforcements were expected, they had not yet arrived. One officer wrote, on the 12th of October, "From now till the end of the month is the critical time, as it will decide whether we shall have to fight a superior German force from the Pacific before we can get reinforcements from home or the Mediterranean. We feel that the Admiralty ought to have a better force here, but we shall fight cheerfully whatever odds we have to face." Admiral Craddock knew well that his enemy was superior in force. From Coronel, where he sent off some cables, he went north on the 1st of November, and about 4 o'clock in the afternoon the Glasgow sighted the enemy. The 2 big German armored cruisers were leading the way, and 2 light cruisers were following close. The German cruiser Leipzig does not seem to have been in company. The British squadron was led by the Good Hope, with the Monmouth, Glasgow and Otranto following in order. It was a beautiful spectacle. The sun was setting in the wonderful glory which one sees in the Pacific, and the British ships, west of the German, must have appeared to them in brilliant colors. On the east were the snowy peaks of the Andes. Half a gale was blowing and the 2 squadrons moved south at great speed. About 7 o'clock they were about 7 miles apart and the Scharnhorst, which was leading the German fleet, opened fire. At this time the Germans were shaded by the inshore twilight, but the British ships must have showed up plainly in the afterglow. The enemy fired with great accuracy. Shell after shell hit the Good Hope and the Monmouth, but the bad light and inferior guns saved the German ships from much damage. The Good Hope was set on fire and at 7.50 exploded and sank. The Monmouth was also on fire, and turned away to the Western Sea. The Glasgow had escaped so far, but the whole German squadron bore down upon her. She turned and fled and by 9 o'clock was out of sight of the enemy. The Otranto, only an armed liner, had disappeared early in the fight. On the following day the Glasgow worked around to the south, and joined the Canopus, and the two proceeded to the Straits of the Magellan. The account of this battle by the German Admiral von Spee is of especial interest. Wind and swell were head-on, and the vessels had heavy going, especially the small cruisers on both sides. Observation and distance estimation were under a severe handicap because of the seas which washed over the bridges. The swell was so great that it obscured the aim of the gunners at the 6-inch guns on the middle deck, who could not see the sterns of the enemy ships at all, and the bows but seldom. At 6:20 p.m. At a distance of 13,400 yards, I turned one point toward the enemy, and at 6:34 opened fire at a distance of 11,260 yards. The guns of both our armored cruisers were effective, and at 6:39 already we could note the first hit on the Good Hope. I at once resumed a parallel course, instead of bearing slightly toward the enemy. The English opened their fire at this time. I assumed that the heavy sea made more trouble for them than it did for us. Their two armored cruisers remained covered by our fire, while they, so far as could be determined, hit the Scharnhorst but twice, and the Gneisenau only 4 times. At 6:53, when 6,500 yards apart, I ordered a course 1 point away from the enemy. They were firing more slowly at this time, while we were able to count numerous hits. We could see, among other things, that the top of the Monmouth's forward turret had been shot away, and that a violent fire was burning in the turret. The Scharnhorst, it is thought, hit the Good Hope about 35 times. In spite of our altered course, the English changed theirs sufficiently so that the distance between us shrunk to 5,300 yards. There was reason to suspect that the enemy despaired of using his artillery effectively, and was maneuvering for a torpedo attack. The position of the moon, which had risen at 6 o'clock, was favorable to this move. Accordingly I gradually opened up further distances between the squadrons by another deflection of the leading ship, at 7:45. In the meantime it had grown dark. The range-finders on the Scharnhorst used the fire on the Monmouth as a guide for a time, though eventually all range-finding, aiming and observations became so inexact that fire was stopped at 7:26. At 7:23 a column of fire from an explosion was noticed between the stacks of the Good Hope. The Monmouth apparently stopped firing at 7:20. The small cruisers, including the Nuremberg, received by wireless at 7:30 the order to follow the enemy and to attack his ships with torpedoes. Vision was somewhat obscured at this time by a rain squall. The light cruisers were not able to find the Good Hope, but the Nuremberg encountered the Monmouth and at 8:58 was able, by shots at closest range, to capsize her, without a single shot being fired in return. Rescue work in the heavy sea was not to be thought of, especially as the Nuremberg immediately afterward believed she had sighted the smoke of another ship and had to prepare for another attack. The small cruisers had neither losses nor damage in the battle. On the Gneisenau there were 2 men slightly wounded. The crews of the ships went into the fight with enthusiasm, everyone did his duty, and played his part in the victory. Little criticism can be made of the tactics used by Vice Admiral Spee. He appears to have maneuvered so as to secure the advantage of light, wind and sea. He also seems to have suited himself as regards the range. Admiral Craddock was much criticized for joining battle with his little fleet against such odds, but he followed the glorious traditions of the English Navy. He, and 1,650 officers and men, were lost, and the news was hailed as a great German victory. But the British Admiralty were thoroughly roused. Rear Admiral Sir Frederick Doveton-Stiddy, Chief of the War Staff, proceeded at once with a squadron to the South Atlantic. With him were 2 battle cruisers, the Invincible and the Inflexible, 3 armored cruisers, the Carnarvon, the Kent and the Cornwall. His fleet was joined by the light cruiser Bristol and the armed liner Macedonia. The Glasgow, fresh from her rough experience, was found in the South Atlantic. Admiral Stiddy then laid his plans to come in touch with the victorious German squadron. A wireless message was sent to the Canopus, bidding her proceed to Port Stanley in the Falkland Islands. This message was intercepted by the Germans, as was intended. Illustration, photograph. Copyright International News Service. The sinking of the German cruiser, Blücher. This dramatic photograph from the Great North Sea Battle in 1915 shows the stricken ship just as she turned turtle and was about to sink. Officers and men can be seen swarming like ants on the upper side of the hull. Others, who either fell or preferred to take their chance in the sea, are shown swimming away from the wreck. Illustration, painting. Germany brings the war to east coast towns of England. By raids with light cruisers on the coast towns, and Zeppelins and airplanes further inland, Germany sought to frighten the British populace. At Hartlepool, where this scene was enacted, several civilians, some of them women and children, were killed by bursting shells of the raiders. Admiral von Spee, fearing the Japanese fleet, was already headed for Cape Horn. He thought that the Canopus could be easily captured at Port Stanley, and he started at once to that port. Admiral Steady's expedition had been kept profoundly secret. On December 7 the British squadron arrived at Port Stanley, and spent the day coaling. The Canopus, the Glasgow and the Bristol were in the inner harbour, while the remaining vessels lay outside. On December 8, Admiral von Spee arrived from the direction of Cape Horn. The battle that followed is thoroughly described in the report of Vice Admiral Steady, from which the following extracts have been made. At 8 a.m. Tuesday, December 8, a signal was received from the signal station on shore. A 4-funnel and 2-funnel man-of-war in sight from Sapper Hill steering north. The Kent was at once ordered to weigh anchor, and a general signal was made to raise steam for full speed. At 8:20 the signal service station reported another column of smoke in sight, and at 8:47 the Canopus reported that the first two ships were 8 miles off, and that the smoke reported at 8:20 appeared to be the smoke of two ships about 20 miles off. At 9:20 a.m. the two leading ships of the enemy, the Gneisenau and Nuremberg, with guns trained on the wireless station, came within range of the Canopus, which opened fire at them across the lowland at a range of 11,000 yards. The enemy at once hoisted their colors, and turned away. A few minutes later the two cruisers altered course to port, as though to close the Kent at the entrance to the harbour. But at about this time it seems that the Invincible and Inflexible were seen over the land, and the enemy at once altered course, and increased speed to join their consorts. At 9:45 a.m. the squadron weighed anchor and proceeded out of the harbour, the Carnarvon leading. On passing Cape Pembroke Light, the 5 ships of the enemy appeared clearly in sight to the southeast, hull down. The visibility was at its maximum, the sea was calm, with a bright sun, a clear sky, and a light breeze from the northwest. At 10:20 the signal for a general chase was made. At this time the enemy's funnels and bridges showed just above the horizon. Information was received from the Bristol at 11:27 that 3 enemy ships had appeared off Port Pleasant, probably colliers or transports. The Bristol was therefore directed to take the Macedonia under orders and destroy transports. The enemy were still maintaining their distance, and I decided at 12:20 p.m. to attack, with the 2 battle cruisers and the Glasgow. At 12:47 p.m., the signal to open fire and engage the enemy was made. The Inflexible opened fire at 12:55 p.m. at the right-hand ship of the enemy, and a few minutes later the Invincible opened fire at the same ship. The deliberate fire became too threatening, and when a shell fell close alongside her at 1:20 p.m. she, the Leipzig, turned away, with the Nuremberg and Dresden, to the southwest. These light cruisers were at once followed by the Kent, Glasgow and Cornwall. The action finally developed into 3 separate encounters. First, the action with the armoured cruisers. The fire of the battle cruisers was directed on the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. The effect of this was quickly seen, when, with the Scharnhorst leading, they turned about 7 points to port, and opened fire. Shortly afterwards the battle cruisers were ordered to turn together with the Invincible leading. The enemy then turned about 10 points to starboard, and a second chase ensued until, at 2.45, the battle cruisers again opened fire. This caused the enemy to turn into line ahead to port and open fire. The Scharnhorst caught fire forward, but not seriously, and her fire slackened perceptibly. The Gneisenau was badly hit by the Inflexible. At 3.30 p.m. the Scharnhorst turned about 10 points to starboard, her fire had slackened perceptibly, and one shell had shot away her third funnel. Some guns were not firing, and it would appear that the turn was dictated by a desire to bring her starboard guns into action. The effect of the fire on the Scharnhorst became more and more apparent in consequence of smoke from fires and also escaping steam. At times a shell would cause a large hole to appear in her side, through which could be seen a dull, red glow of flame. At 4.04 p.m. the Scharnhorst, whose flag remained flying to the last, suddenly listed heavily to port, and within a minute it became clear that she was a doomed ship, for the list increased very rapidly until she lay on her beam ends. At 4.17 p.m. she disappeared. The Gneisenau passed on the far side of her late flagship, and continued a determined, but ineffectual, effort to fight the two battle cruisers. At 5.08 p.m. the forward funnel was knocked over, and remained resting against the second funnel. She was evidently in serious straits, and her fire slackened very much. At 5.15 p.m. one of the Gneisenau's shells struck the Invincible. This was her last effective effort. At 5.30 p.m. she turned toward the flagship with a heavy list to starboard, and appeared to stop, the steam pouring from her escape pipes, and smoke from shell and fires rising everywhere. About this time I ordered the signal, "Cease fire," but before it was hoisted, the Gneisenau opened fire again, and continued to fire from time to time with a single gun. At 5.40 p.m. the three ships closed in on the Gneisenau, and at this time the flag flying at her fore-truck was apparently hauled down, but the flag at the peak continued flying. At 5.50 ceasefire was made. At 6 p.m. the Gneisenau keeled over very suddenly, showing the men gathered on her decks, and then walking on her side as she lay for a minute on her beam ends before sinking. The prisoners of war from the Gneisenau report that by the time the ammunition was expended some 600 men had been killed and wounded. When the ship capsized and sank there were probably some 200 unwounded survivors in the water, but, owing to the shock of the cold water, many were drowned within sight of the boats and ships. Every effort was made to save life as quickly as possible, both by boats and from the ships. Life buoys were thrown and ropes lowered, but only a portion could be rescued. The Invincible alone rescued 108 men, 14 of whom were found to be dead after being brought on board. These men were buried at sea the following day, with full military honors. Second, action with the light cruisers. About 1 p.m. when the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau turned to port to engage the Invincible and the Inflexible, the enemy's light cruisers turned to starboard to escape. The Dresden was leading, and the Nuremberg and Leipzig followed on each quarter. In accordance with my instructions, the Glasgow, Kent and Cornwall at once went in chase of these ships. The Glasgow drew well ahead of the Cornwall and Kent, and at 3 p.m. shots were exchanged with the Leipzig at 12,000 yards. The Glasgow's object was to endeavour to outrange the Leipzig, and thus cause her to alter course and give the Cornwall and Kent a chance of coming into action. At 4.17 p.m., the Cornwall opened fire also on the Leipzig. At 7.17 p.m. the Leipzig was on fire fore and aft, and the Cornwall and Glasgow ceased fire. The Leipzig turned over on her port side and disappeared at 9 p.m. 7 officers and 11 men were saved. At 3.36 p.m. the Cornwall ordered the Kent to engage the Nuremberg, the nearest cruiser to her. At 6.35 p.m. the Nuremberg was on fire forward, and ceased firing. The Kent also ceased firing, then, as the colors were still observed to be flying on the Nuremberg, the Kent opened fire again. Fire was finally stopped 5 minutes later, on the colors being hauled down, and every preparation was made to save life. The Nuremberg sank at 7.27, and as she sank a group of men were waving the German ensign attached to a staff. 12 men were rescued, but only 7 survived. The Kent had 4 killed and 12 wounded, mostly caused by one shell. During the time the 3 cruisers were engaged with the Nuremberg and Leipzig, the Dresden, which was beyond her consorts, effected her escape, owing to her superior speed. The Glasgow was the only cruiser with sufficient speed to have had any chance of success, however she was fully employed in engaging the Leipzig for over an hour before either the Cornwall or Kent could come up and get within range. During this time the Dresden was able to increase her distance and get out of sight. 3. Action with the enemy's transports. HMS Macedonia reports that only 2 ships, the steamships Baden and Santa Isabel, were present. Both ships were sunk after removal of the crews. Thus was annihilated the last squadron belonging to Germany outside the North Sea. The defeat of Cradock had been avenged. The British losses were very small, considering the length of the fight and the desperate efforts of the German fleet. Only 1 ship of the German squadron was able to escape, and this on account of her great speed. The German sailors went down with colors flying. They died as Cradock's men had died. The naval war now entered upon a new phase. The shores of Great Britain had for many years been so thoroughly protected by the British Navy that few coast fortifications had been built, except at important naval stations. Invasion on a grand scale was plainly impossible, so long as the British fleets held control of the sea. With German guns across the Channel almost within hearing, it was evident that a raiding party might easily reach the English shore on some foggy night. The English people were much disturbed. They had read the accounts of the horrible brutalities of the German troops in Belgium and eastern France, and they imagined their feelings if a band of such ferocious brutes were to land in England and pillage their peaceful homes. There was a humorous side to the way in which the Yeomanry and Territorials entrenched themselves along the eastern coastline, but the Germans, angry at the failure of their fleets, determined to disturb the British peace by raids. Slight as the military advantage of such raids might be. On November 2, a fleet of German warships sailed from the Elbe. They were 3 battle cruisers, the Seydlitz, the Moltke, and the Von der Tann. 2 armored cruisers, the Blucher and the York, and 3 light cruisers, the Kolberg, the Graudenz, and the Strasbourg. They were mainly fast vessels, and the battle cruisers carried 11-inch guns. Early in the morning they ran through the nets of a British fishing fleet. Later an old coast police boat, the Halcyon, was shot at a few times. About 8 o'clock they were opposite Yarmouth, and proceeded to bombard that naval station from a distance of about 10 miles. Their range was poor and their shells did no damage. They then turned swiftly for home, but on the road back the York struck a mine, and was sunk. Illustration, map, Great Britain on the west, Denmark and Germany on the east. English coast towns that were raided. On the 16th of December they came again, full of revenge because of the destruction of von Spee and his squadron. Early in the morning early risers in Scarborough saw in the north 4 strange ships. Scarborough was absolutely without defense. It had once been an artillery depot but in recent years had been a cavalry station, and some few troops of this service were quartered there. Otherwise it was an open seaside resort. The German ships poured shells into the defenseless town, aiming at every large object they could see, the Grand Hotel, the gas works, the water works and the wireless station. Churches, public buildings, and hospitals were hit, as well as private houses. Over 500 shells were fired. Then the ships turned around and moved away. The streets were crowded with puzzled and scared inhabitants, many of whom, as is customary in watering places, were women, children and invalids. At 9 o'clock Whitby, a coast town near Scarborough, saw 2 great ships steaming up from the south. 10 minutes later the ships were firing. The old abbey of Hilda and Sedman was struck, but on the whole little damage was done. Another division of the invaders visited the Hartlepools. There was a small fort, with a battery of old-fashioned guns, and off the shore was a small British flotilla, a gunboat and 2 destroyers. The 3 battle cruisers among the German raiders opened fire. The little British fleet did what they could but were quickly driven off. The German ships then approached the shore and fired on the English battery, the first fight with a foreign foe in England since 1690. The British battery consisted of some territorials who stood without wavering to their guns and kept up for half an hour a furious cannonading. A great deal of damage was done, churches, hospitals, workhouses and schools were all hit. The total death roll was 119, and the wounded over 300. 600 houses were damaged or destroyed, but there was a great deal of heroism, not only among the territorials, but among the inhabitants of the town, and when the last shots were fired all turned to the work of relief. Somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock the bold German fleet started for home. The British Grand Fleet had been notified of the raid and 2 battle cruiser squadrons were hurrying to intercept them. But the weather had thickened and the waters of the North Sea were covered with fog belts stretching for hundreds of miles. And so the raiders returned safe to receive their Iron Crosses. The German aim in such raids was probably to create a panic, and so interfere with the English military plans. If the English had not looked at the matter with common sense they might easily have been tempted to spend millions of pounds on seaboard fortifications, and keep millions of men at home who were more necessary in the armies in France. But the English people kept their heads. Germany, perceiving the indignation of the world at these bombardments of defenseless watering places, endeavored to appease criticism by describing them as fortified towns. But the well-known excellence of the German system of espionage makes it plain that they knew the true condition of affairs. These towns were not selected as fortified towns, but because they were not, and destruction in unfortified towns it was thought would have a greater effect than in a fortified town where it would be regarded as among the natural risks of war. During the rest of the year of 1914 no further sea fight took place in the North Sea nor was there any serious loss to the Navy from torpedo or submarine. But on the 1st of January, 1915, the British ship Formidable, 15,000 tons, was struck by 2 torpedoes and sunk. The previous day she had left Sheerness with 8 vessels of the Channel Fleet and with no protection from destroyers. The night was a bright moonlight and for such vessels to be moving in line on such a night without destroyers shows gross carelessness. Out of a crew of 800 men only 201 were saved, and the rescue of this part of the crew was due to the seamanship of Captain Pillar of the trawler Providence, who managed to take most of those rescued on board his vessel. On January 24 the German battle cruiser squadron under Rear Admiral Hipper set sail from Wilhelmshaven. What his object was is not known. He had enlarged the minefield north of Helgoland and north of the minefield had stationed a submarine flotilla. It is likely that he was planning to induce the British fleet to follow him into the minefield, or within reach of his submarines. That same morning the British battle cruiser squadron under Vice Admiral Sir David Beatty put to sea. According to the official report of the English admiral he was in command of the following vessels. Battle cruisers, the Lion, Princess Royal, the Tiger, the New Zealand, and the Indomitable. Light cruisers, the Southampton, the Nottingham, the Birmingham, the Lowestoft, the Arethusa, the Aurora and the Undaunted, with destroyer flotillas under Commodore Tyrwhitt. The German admiral had with him the Seydlitz, the Moltke, the Derfflinger, the Blucher, 6 light cruisers and a destroyer flotilla. The English admiral apparently had some hint of the plans of the German squadron. The night of the 23d had been foggy. In the morning, however, the wind came from the northeast and cleared off the mists. An abridgment of the official report gives a good account of the battle, sometimes called the Battle of Dogger Bank. At 7:25 a.m., the flash of guns was observed south-southeast. Shortly afterwards the report reached me from the Aurora that she was engaged with enemy ships. I immediately altered course to south-southeast, increased speed, and ordered the light cruisers and flotillas to get in touch and report movements of enemy. This order was acted upon with great promptitude, indeed my wishes had already been forestalled by the respective senior officers, and reports almost immediately followed from the Southampton, Arethusa. An aurora as to the position and composition of the enemy. The enemy had altered their course to southeast. From now onward the light cruisers maintained touch with the enemy and kept me fully informed as to their movements. The battle cruisers worked up to full speed, steering to the southward. The wind at the time was northeast, light, with extreme visibility. At 7:30 a.m., the enemy were sighted on the port bow, steaming fast, steering approximately southeast, distance 14 miles. Owing to the prompt reports received, we had attained our position on the quarter of the enemy, and altered course to run parallel to them. We then settled down to a long stern chase, gradually increasing our speed until we reached 28.5 knots. Great credit is due to the engineer staffs of the New Zealand and Indomitable. These ships greatly exceeded their speed. At 8:52 a.m. as we had closed within 20,000 yards of the rear ship, the battle cruisers maneuvered so that guns would bear and the Lion fired a single shot which fell short. The enemy at this time were in single line ahead, with light cruisers ahead and a large number of destroyers on their starboard beam. Single shots were fired at intervals to test the range, and at 9:09 the Lion made her first hit on the Blucher, the rear ship of the German line. At 9:20 the Tiger opened fire on the Blucher, and the Lion shifted to the third in the line, this ship being hit by several salvos. The enemy returned our fire at 9:14 a.m., the Princess Royal, on coming into range, opened fire on the Blucher. The New Zealand was also within range of the Blucher, which had dropped somewhat astern, and opened fire on her. The Princess Royal then shifted to the third ship in the line, Derfflinger, inflicting considerable damage on her. Our flotilla cruisers and destroyers had gradually dropped from a position, broad on our beam, to our port quarter, so as not to foul our range with their smoke. But the enemy's destroyers threatening attack, the Meteor and M Division passed ahead of us. About 9:45 the situation was about as follows: the Blucher, the fourth in their line, showed signs of having suffered severely from gunfire, their leading ship and number 3 were also on fire. The enemy's destroyers emitted vast columns of smoke to screen their battle cruisers, and under cover of this the latter now appeared to have altered course to the northward to increase their distance. The battle cruisers therefore were ordered to form a line of bearing north-northwest, and proceeded at the utmost speed. Their destroyers then showed evident signs of an attempt to attack. The Lion and the Tiger opened fire upon them, and caused them to retire and resume their original course. At 10:48 a.m. the Blucher, which had dropped considerably astern of the enemy's line, hauled out to port, steering north with a heavy list, on fire, and apparently in a defeated condition. I consequently ordered the Indomitable to attack the enemy breaking northward. At 10:54 submarines were reported on the starboard bow, and I personally observed the wash of a periscope. I immediately turned to port. At 10:03 an injury to the Lion being reported as being incapable of immediate repair, I directed the Lion to shape course northwest. At 11:20 I called the attack alongside, shifting my flag to her, and proceeded at utmost speed to rejoin the squadron. I met them at noon, retiring north-northwest. I boarded and hoisted my flag on the Princess Royal, when Captain Brock acquainted me with what had occurred since the Lion fell out of line, namely, that the Blucher had been sunk and that the enemy battle cruisers had continued their course to the eastward in a considerably damaged condition. He also informed me that a Zeppelin and a seaplane had endeavored to drop bombs on the vessels which went to the rescue of the survivors of the Blucher. It appears from this report that as soon as the Germans sighted the British fleet they promptly turned around and fled to the southeast. This flight, before they could have known the full British strength, suggests that the German admiral was hoping to lure the British vessels into the Helgoland trap. The British gunnery was remarkably good, shot after shot taking effect at a distance of 10 miles, and that too when moving at over 30 miles an hour. Over 120 of the crew of the Blucher were rescued, and more would have been rescued if it had not been for the attack upon the rescue parties by the German aircraft. The injury to the Lion was very unfortunate. Admiral Beatty handed over charge of the battle cruisers to Rear Admiral Moore, and when he was able to overtake the squadron he found that under Admiral Moore's orders the British fleet were retiring. The British squadron at the moment of turning was 70 miles from Helgoland, and in no danger from its mine fields. What might have been a crushing victory became therefore only a partial one. The Germans lost the Blücher. The Derfflinger and the Seydlitz were badly injured, but it seems that with a little more persistence the whole German squadron might have been destroyed. The result was a serious blow to Germany. This engagement was the first between modern big-gun ships. Particular interest is also attached to it because each squadron was accompanied by scouting and screening light cruisers and destroyers. It was fear of submarines and mines, moreover, that influenced the British to break off the engagement. A Zeppelin airship and a seaplane also took part, and perhaps assisted in the fire control of the Germans. The conditions surrounding this battle were ideal for illustrating the functions of battle cruisers. The German warship raid on the British coast of the previous month was still fresh in mind, and when this situation off the Dogger Bank arose the timely interposing of Admiral Beatty's superior force, the fast chase, the long-range fighting. The loss of the Blücher and the hasty retreat of the enemy, were all particularly pleasing to the British people. As a result the battle cruiser type of ship attained great popularity. Chapter 14. New Methods and Horrors of Warfare. When Germany embarked upon its policy of frightfulness, it held in reserve murderous inventions that had been contributed to the German General Staff by chemists and other scientists working in conjunction with the war. Never since the dawn of time had there been such a perversion of knowledge to criminal purposes, never had science contributed such a deadly toll to the fanatic and criminal intentions of a war-crazed class. As the war uncoiled its weary length, and month after month of embargo and privation saw the morale of the German nation growing steadily lower, these murderous inventions were successively called into play against the Allies. But as each horror was put into play on the battlefield, its principles were solved by the scientists of the Allied nations, and the deadly engine of destruction was turned with trebled force against the Huns. This happened with the various varieties of poison gas, with liquid fire, with trench knives, with nail-studded clubs, with armor used by shock troops, with airplane bombs. With cannon-throwing projectiles weighing thousands of pounds great distances behind the battle lines. Not only did America and the Allies improve upon Germany's pattern in these respects, but they added a few inventions that went far toward turning the scale against Germany. An example of these is the tank. Originally this was a caterpillar tractor invented in America and adopted in England. At first these were of two varieties, the male, carrying heavy guns only, and the females, equipped with machine guns. To these was later added the Whippet tank, named after the racing dog developed in England. These Whippet tanks averaged 18 miles an hour, carrying death and terror into the ranks of the enemy. All the tanks were heavily armored and had as their motto the significant words, "Treat them rough." The Germans designed a heavy anti-tank rifle about 3 feet longer than the ordinary rifle and carrying a charge calculated to pierce tank armor. These were issued to the German first-line trenches at the rate of 3 to a company. That they were not particularly effective was proved by the ease with which the tanks of all varieties tore through the barbed wire entanglements and passed over the Hindenburg and Kriemhild lines, supposed by the Germans to be impregnable. The tanks in effect were mobile artillery and were used as such by all the Allied troops. Germany frantically endeavored to manufacture tanks to meet the Allied monsters, but their efforts were feeble when compared with the great output opposed to them. Before considering other inventions used for the first time in this war, it is well to understand the tremendous changes in methods and tactics made necessary by these discoveries. Put into a sentence, the changed warfare amounts to this: it is a mobilization of material, of railroads, great guns, machine guns, food, airplanes and other engines of destruction quite as much as it is a mobilization of men. The Germans won battle after battle at the beginning of the war because of their system of strategic railways that made it possible to transport huge armies to selected points in the shortest possible time both on the eastern and the western fronts. Lacking a system of transportation to match this, Russia lost the great battles that decided her fate, Belgium was overrun, and France, once the border was passed, became a battlefield upon which the Germans might extend their trench systems over the face of the land. Lacking strategic railways to match those of Germany, France evolved an effective substitute in the modern system of automobile transportation. When von Kluck swung aside from Paris in his first great rush, Gallieni sent out from Paris an army in taxicabs that struck the exposed flank and went far toward winning the First Battle of the Marne. It was the truck transportation system of the French along the famous, sacred road back of the battle line at Verdun that kept inviolate the motto of the heroic town, "They shall not pass." Motor trucks that brought American reserves in a khaki flood won the Second Battle of the Marne. It was automobile transportation that enabled Haig to send the British Canadians and Australians in full cry after the retreating Germans when the backbone of the German resistance was broken before Lens, Cambrai, and Ostend. America's railway transportation system in France was one of the marvels of the war. Stretching from the sector of seacoast set apart for America by the French government, it radiated far into the interior, delivering men, munitions and food in a steady stream. American engineers worked with their brothers in arms with the Allies to construct an interweaving system of wide-gauge and narrow-gauge roads that served to victual and munition the entire front and further served to deliver at top speed whole army corps. It was this network of strategic railways that enabled the French to send an avalanche clad in horizon blue to the relief of Amiens when Hindenburg made his final tremendous effort of 1918. In its essentials, military effort in the Great Conflict may be roughly divided into open warfare, trench warfare, crater warfare. The First Battle of the Marne was almost wholly open warfare. So also were the battles of the Masurian Lakes, Allenstein, and Dunajec in the eastern theater of war, and most of the warfare on the Italian front between the Piave River and Gorizia. In this variety of battle, airplanes and observation balloons play a prominent part. Once the enemy is driven out of its trenches, the message is flashed by wireless to the artillery and slaughter at long range begins. If there have been no entrenchments, as was the case in the First Battle of the Marne, massed artillery send a plunging fire into the columns moving in open order and prepare the way for machine gunners and infantry to finish the rout. In previous wars, cavalry played a heroic role in open warfare, only rarely has it been possible to use cavalry in the Great War. The Germans sent a screen of Uhlans before its advancing hordes into Belgium and northern France in 1914. The Uhlans also were in the van in the Russian invasion, but with these exceptions, German cavalry was a negligible factor. British and French cavalry were active in pursuit of the fleeing Teutons when the Hindenburg Line was smashed in September of 1918. Outside of that brief episode, the cavalry did comparatively nothing so far as the Allies were concerned. It was the practice on both sides to dismount cavalry and convert it into some form of trench service. Trench mortar companies, bombing squads, and other specialty groups were organized from among the cavalrymen. Of course, the fighting in the open stretches of Mesopotamia, South Africa, and Russia involved the use of great bodies of cavalry. The trend of modern warfare, however, is to equip the cavalryman with grenades and bayonets, in addition to his ordinary gear, and to make of him practically a mounted infantryman. Trench warfare occupied most of the time and made 9/10 of the discomforts of the soldiers of both armies. If proof of the adaptive capacity of the human animal were needed, it is afforded by the manner in which the men burrowed in vermin-infested earth and lived there under conditions of Arctic cold, frequently enduring long deprivations of food, fuel, and suitable clothing. During the early stages of the war, before men became accustomed to the rigors of the trenches, many thousands died as a direct result of the exposure. Many thousand of others were incapacitated for life by trench feet, a group of maladies covering the consequences of exposure to cold and water which in those early days flowed in rivulets through most of the trenches. The trenches at Gallipoli had their own special brand of maladies. Heatstroke and a malarial infection were among these disabling agencies. Trench fever, a malady beginning with a headache and sometimes ending in partial paralysis and death, was another common factor in the mortality records. But in spite of all these and other discomforts, in spite of the disgusting vermin that crawled upon the men both in winter and in summer, both sides mastered the trenches and in the end learned to live in them with some degree of comfort. At first the trenches were comparatively straight, shallow affairs. Then as the artillery searched them out, as the machine gunners learned the art of looping their fire so that the bullets would drop into the hiding places of the enemy, the trench systems gradually became more scientifically involved. After the Germans had been beaten at the Marne and had retired to their prepared positions along the Aisne, there commenced a series of flanking attempts by one side and the other which speedily resolved itself into the famous race to the sea. This was a competition between the opposing armies in rapid trench digging. The effort on either side was made to prevent the enemy from executing a flank movement. In an amazingly short time the opposing trenches extended from the Belgian coast to the Swiss border, making further outflanking attempts impossible of achievement. Illustration, map, the North Sea and surrounding countries, Norway, Denmark, Great Britain, France, Belgium, Holland, Germany. Forts, flying and naval bases on the North Sea. This was not the first time in history that entrenched armies opposed each other. The civil war in this country set the fashion in that respect. The contending sides in the Great War, however, improved vastly upon the American example. Communicating trenches were constructed, leading back to the company kitchens, and finally to the open road leading back to the rest billets of the armies. When night raiding commenced, it was speedily seen that straight trenches exposed whole companies of men to enfilading fire. Thereupon bastions were made and new defenses presented by zigzagging the front-line trenches and the communicating ditches as well. To the formidable obstacles presented by the trenches, equipped as they were with sandbag parapets and firing steps, were added barbed wire entanglements and pitfalls of various sorts. The greatest improvement was made by the Germans, and they added pillboxes. These were really miniature fortresses of concrete and armor plate with a dome-shaped roof and loopholes for machine gunners. Only a direct hit by a projectile from a big gun served to demolish a pillbox. The Allies learned after many costly experiments that the best method to overcome these obstacles was to pass over and beyond them, leaving them isolated in Allied territory, where they were captured at the leisure of the attackers. Trench warfare brings with it new instruments. There are the flame projectors, which throw fire to a distance of approximately 100 feet. The Germans were the first to use these, but they were excelled in this respect by the inventive genius of the nations opposing them. The use of poison gas, the word being used in its broad sense, is now general. It was first used by the Germans, but as in the case of flame-throwers, the Allies soon gained the ascendancy. Illustration, for photographs of tanks. Types of land battleships developed by Allies and Germans. British light tank, of 1918, with turret action and high speed. British tank of earliest type, as used at Cambrai. German land battleship in 1918 on the Western Front. Improved French tank first used in Champagne in 1916. Illustration, painting. Charging on German trenches in gas masks. Each British soldier carried 2 gas-proof helmets. At the first alarm of gas the helmet was instantly adjusted, for to breathe even a whiff of the yellow cloud meant death or serious injury. This picture shows the earlier type before the respirator mask was devised to keep up with Germany's development of gas warfare. The first use of asphyxiating gas was by the Germans during the First Battle of Ypres. There the deadly compound was mixed in huge reservoirs back of the German lines. From these extended a system of pipes with vents pointed toward the British and Canadian lines. Waiting until air currents were moving steadily westward, the Germans opened the stopcocks shortly after midnight and the poisonous fumes swept slowly, relentlessly forward in a greenish cloud that moved close to the earth. The result of that fiendish and cowardly act was that thousands of men died in horrible agony without a chance for their lives. Besides that first asphyxiating gas, there soon developed others even more deadly. The base of most of these was chlorine. Then came the lacrimatory or tear-compelling gases, calculated to produce temporary or permanent blindness. Another German triumph was mustard gas. This is spread in gas shells, as are all the modern gases. The Germans abandoned the cumbersome gas distributing system after the invention of the gas shell. These make a peculiar gobbling sound as they rush overhead. They explode with a very slight noise and scatter their contents broadcast. The liquids carried by them are usually of the sort that decompose rapidly when exposed to the air and give off the acrid gases dreaded by the soldiers. They are directed against the artillery as well as against entrenched troops. Every command, no matter how small, has its warning signal in the shape of a gong or a siren warning of approaching gas. Gas masks were speedily discovered to offset the dangers of poison gases of all kinds. These were worn not only by troops in the field, but by artillery horses, pack mules, liaison dogs, and by the civilian inhabitants in back of the battle lines. Where used quickly and in accordance with instructions, these masks were a complete protection against attacks by gas. The perfected gas masks used by both sides contained a chamber filled with a specially prepared charcoal. Peach pits were collected by the millions in all the belligerent countries to make this charcoal, and other vegetable substances of similar density were also used. Anti-gas chemicals were mixed with the charcoal. The wearer of the mask breathed entirely through the mouth, gripping a rubber mouthpiece while his nose was pinched shut by a clamp attached to the mask. In training, soldiers were required to hold their breath for 6 seconds while the mask was being adjusted. It was explained to them that 4 breaths of the deadly chlorine gas was sufficient to kill. The first breath produced a spasm of the glottis, the second brought mental confusion and delirium, the third produced unconsciousness, and the fourth, death. The bag containing the gas mask and respirator was carried always by the soldier. The soldier during the winter season in the front-line trenches was a grotesque figure. His head was crowned with a helmet covered with khaki because the glint of steel would advertise his whereabouts. Beneath the helmet he wore a close-fitting woolen cap pulled down tightly around his ears and sometimes tied or buttoned beneath his chin. Suspended upon his chest was the khaki bag containing gas mask and respirator. Over his outer garments were his belt, brace straps, bayonet and ammunition pouches. His rifle was slung upon his shoulder with the foot of a woolen sock covering the muzzle and the leg of the same sock wrapped around the breech. A large jerkin made of leather, without sleeves, was worn over the short coat. Long rubber boots reaching to the hips and strapped at ankle and hip completely covered his legs. When anticipating trench raids, or on a raiding party, a handy trench knife and carefully slung grenades were added to his equipment. Airplane bombing ultimately changed the whole character of the war. It extended the fighting lines miles behind the battle front. It brought the horrors of night attacks upon troops resting in billets. It visited destruction and death upon the civilian population of cities scores of miles back of the actual front. Germany transgressed repeatedly the laws of humanity by bombing hospitals far behind the battle front. Describing one of these atrocious attacks, which took place May 29, 1918, Colonel G.H. Andrews, chaplain of a Canadian regiment, said. The building bombed was one of 3 large Red Cross hospitals at Belize and was filled with Allied wounded. A hospital in which were a number of wounded German prisoners stood not very far away. The Germans could not possibly have mistaken the building they bombed for anything else but a hospital. There were flags with a Red Cross flying, and lights were turned on them so that they would show prominently. And the windows were brilliantly lighted. Those inside heard the buzz of the advancing airplanes, but did not give them a thought. The machines came right on, ignoring the hospital with the German wounded, indicating they had full knowledge of their objective, until they were over a wing of the Red Cross hospital that contained the operating room on the ground floor. In the operating room a man was on the table for a most difficult surgical feat. Around him were gathered the staff of the hospital and its brilliant surgeons. Lieutenant Sage of New York had just given him the anesthetic when one of the airplanes let the bomb drop. It was a big fellow. It must have been all of 250 pounds of high explosive. It hurtled downward, carrying the 2 floors before it. Through the gap thus made wounded men, the beds in which they lay, convalescents, and all on the floors came crashing down to the ground. The bomb's force extended itself to wreck the operating room, where the man on the table, Lieutenant Sage, and all in the room were killed. In all there were 37 lives lost, including 3 Red Cross nurses. The building caught fire. The concussion had blown the stairs down, so that escape from the upper floors seemed impossible. But the convalescents and the soldiers, who had run to the scene of the bombing, let the very ill ones out of the windows, and escape was made in that way. And then, to cap the climax, the German airplanes returned over the spot of their ghastly triumph and fired on the rescuers with machine guns. God will never forgive the Huns for that act alone. Nor will our comrades ever forget it. The statement of Colonel Andrews was corroborated by a number of other officers. To protect artillery against counter-fire of all kinds, both sides from the beginning used the art of camouflage. This was resorted to particularly against scouting airplanes. At first the branches of trees and similar natural cover were used to deceive the airmen. Later the guns themselves were painted with protective colorations, and screens of burlap were used instead of branches. The camoufleur, as the camouflage artist was called, speedily extended his activities to screens over highways, preventing airmen from seeing troops in motion, to the protective coloration of lookout posts, and of other necessary factors along the fighting front. Camouflage also found great usefulness in the protective coloration of battleships and merchant vessels. Scientific study went hand in hand with the art, the object being to confuse the enemy and to offer targets as small as possible to the enemy gunners. Crater warfare came as a development of intensified artillery attacks upon trench systems. It was at Dunajec on the Eastern Front that for the first time in modern war the wheels of artillery were placed hub to hub in intensified hurricane fire upon enemy positions. The result there under von Mackensen's direction was the rout of the Russians. When later the same tactics were employed on the Western Front, the result was to destroy whole trench systems with the exception of deep dugouts, and to send the occupants of the trenches into the craters, made by shell explosions, for protection. It was observed that, these craters made excellent cover and when linked by vigorous use of the entrenching tools carried by every soldier, they made a fair substitute for the trenches. This observation gave root to an idea which was followed by both armies. This was the deliberate creation of crater systems by the artillery of the attacking force. Into these lines of craters the attacking infantry threw itself in wave after wave as it rushed toward the enemy trenches. The ground is so riddled by this intensive artillery fire that there is created what is known as moon terrain, fields resembling the surface of the moon as seen through a powerful telescope. Troops on both sides were trained to utilize these shell holes to the utmost, each little group occupying a crater, keeping in touch with its nearest group and moving steadily in unison toward the enemy. One detail in which this war surpassed all others was in the use of machine guns and grenades. The Germans were first to make extensive use of the machine gun as a weapon with which to produce an effective barrage. They established machine gun nests at frequent intervals commanding the zone over which infantry was to advance and by skillful crossfire kept that terrain free from every living thing. The Germans preferred a machine gun, water-cooled and of the barrel recoil type. The English used a Vickers Maxim and a Lewis gun, the latter the invention of an officer in the American Army. The French preferred the Hotchkiss and the Saint-Étienne. The Americans standardized the Browning light and heavy machine guns, and these did effective service. It was asserted by American gunnery experts that the Browning excels all other weapons of its type. Two general types of grenades were used on both sides. One a defensive bomb about the size of an orange, containing a bursting charge weighing 22 ounces. Then there was a grenade used for offensive work carrying about 32 ounces of high explosives. The defensive grenades were of cast iron and so made that they burst into more than 100 jagged pieces when they exploded. These wounded or killed within a radius of 150 yards. In exceptional instances, the range was higher. The function of artillery in a modern battle is constantly extending. Both the big guns and the howitzers were the deciding factors in most of the military decisions reached during the war. Artillery is divided first between the big guns having a comparatively flat trajectory and the howitzers whose trajectory is curved. Then there is a further division into these four classes: field artillery, heavy artillery, railroad artillery, trench artillery. The type of field artillery is the famous 75 mm gun used interchangeably by the French and Americans. It is a quick-firing weapon and is used against attacking masses and for the various kind of barrages, including an anti-aircraft barrage. Included in the heavy artillery are guns and howitzers of larger caliber than the 75 mm. Three distinct and terrifying noises accompany explosions of these guns. First, there is the explosion when the shell leaves the gun, then there is the peculiar rattling noise like the passing of a railway train when the shells pass overhead. Then there is the explosion at point of contact, a terrific concussion which produces the human condition called shell shock, a derangement of body and brain, paralyzing nerve and muscle centers and frequently producing insanity. The railroad artillery comprises huge guns pulled on railways by locomotives, each gun having a number of cars as part of its equipment. These are slow-firing guns of great power and hurling the largest projectiles known to warfare. The largest guns of this class were produced by American inventive genius as a reply to the German gun of St. Gobain Forest. This was a weapon which hurled a 9-inch shell from a distance of 62 miles into the heart of Paris. The damage done by it was comparatively slight and it had no appreciable effect upon the morale of the Parisians. Its greatest damage was when it struck the Roman Catholic Church of St. Gervais on Good Friday, March 29, 1918, killing 75 persons and wounding 90. 54 of those killed were women, 5 being Americans. The total effect of the bombardment by this big gun was to arouse France, England and America to a fiercer fighting pitch. The late Cardinal Farley, Archbishop of New York, expressed this sentiment when he sent the following message to the Archbishop of Paris. Shocked by the brutal killing of innocent victims gathered at religious services to commemorate the passing of our blessed Savior on Good Friday. The Catholics of New York join your noble protest against this outrage of the sanctuary on such a day and at such an hour and, expressing their sympathy to the bereaved relatives of the dead and injured, pledge their unfaltering allegiance in support of the common cause that unites our two great republics. May God bless the brave officers and men of the Allied armies in their splendid defense of liberty and justice. Trench artillery are Stokes guns and other mortars hurling aerial torpedoes containing great quantities of high explosives. These have curved trajectories and are effective not only against trenches but also against deep dugouts, wire entanglements and listening posts. One of the most important details of modern warfare is that of communication or liaison on the battlefield. This is accomplished by runners recruited from the trenches, by dogs, pigeons, telephone, radio. As has been heretofore stated, the airplane considered in all its developments, is the newest and most important of factors in modern warfare. It photographs the enemy positions, it detects concentrations and other movements of the enemy, it makes surprise impossible. It is a deadly engine of destruction when used in spraying machine gun fire upon troops in the open. As a bombing device, it surpasses the best and most accurate artillery. Chapter 15. German Plots and Propaganda in America. The pages of Germany's militaristic history are black with many shameful deeds and plots. Those pages upon which are written the intrigues against the peace of America and against the lives and properties of American citizens during the period between the declaration of war in 1914 and the armistice ending the war. While not so bloody as those relating to the atrocities in Belgium and northern France are still revolting to civilized mankind. Germany not only paid for the murder of passengers on ships where its infernal machines were placed, not only conspired for the destruction of munition plants and factories of many kinds, not only sought to embroil the United States, then neutral, in a war with Mexico and Japan, but it committed also the crime of murderous hypocrisy by conspiring to do these wrongs under the cloak of friendship for this country. It was in December of 1915 that the German government sent to the United states for general publication in American newspapers this statement. The German government has naturally never knowingly accepted the support of any person, group of persons, society, or organization seeking to promote the cause of Germany in the United States by illegal acts, by counsel of violence, by contravention of law, or by any means whatever that could offend the American people in the pride of their own authority. The answer to this imperial lie came from the President of the United States, when, in his address to Congress, April 2, 1917, urging a declaration of war on Germany, he characterized the German spy system and its frightful fruits in the following language. One of the things that has served to convince us that the Prussian autocracy was not and could never be our friend is that from the very outset of the present war it has filled our unsuspecting communities, and even our offices of government, with spies, and set criminal intrigues everywhere afoot against our national unity of counsel, our peace within and without, our industries and our commerce. Indeed, it is now evident that its spies were here even before the war began. And it is unhappily not a matter of conjecture, but a fact proved in our courts of justice, that the intrigues which have more than once come perilously near to disturbing the peace and dislocating the industries of the country have been carried on at the instigation, with the support, and even under the personal direction of official agents of the imperial government accredited to the government of the United States. Austria cooperated with Germany in a feeble way in these plots and propaganda, but the master plotter was Count Johann von Bernstorff, Germany's ambassador. The Austro-Hungarian ambassador, Konstantin Theodor Dumba, Captain Franz von Papen, Captain Karl Boyed, Dr. Heinrich F. Albert, and Wolf von Eigel, all of whom were attached to the German embassy, were associates in the intrigues. Franz von Rintelen operated independently and received his funds and instructions directly from Berlin. One of the earliest methods of creating disorder in American munition plants and other industrial establishments engaged in war work was through labor disturbances. With that end in view, a general German employment bureau was established in August 1915, in New York City. It had branches in Philadelphia, Bridgeport, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Chicago, and Cincinnati. These cities at that time were the centers of industries engaged in furnishing munitions and war supplies to the Entente Allies. Concerning this enterprise, Ambassador Dumba, writing to Baron Burian, Foreign Minister of Austria-Hungary, said, "A private German employment office has been established which provides employment for persons who have voluntarily given up their places, and it is already working well. We shall also join in, and the widest support is assured us. The duties of men sent from the German employment offices into munition plants may be gathered from the following frank circular issued on November 2, 1914, by the German General Headquarters and reprinted in the Freizeitung of Bern. General Headquarters to the Military Representative. On the Russian and French fronts, as well as in Italy and Norway. In all branch establishments of German banking houses in Sweden, Norway, Switzerland, China and the United States, special military accounts have been opened for special war necessities. Main Headquarters authorizes you to use these credits to an unlimited extent for the purpose of destroying factories, workshops, camps, and the most important centers of military and civil supply belonging to the enemy. In addition to the incitement of labor troubles, measures must be taken for the damaging of engines and machinery plants, the destruction of vessels carrying war material to enemy countries, the burning of stocks of raw materials and finished goods, and the depriving of large industrial centers of electric power, fuel and food. Special agents, who will be placed at your disposal, will supply you with the necessary means for effecting explosions and fires, as well as with a list of people in the country under your supervision who are willing to undertake the task of destruction. Signed, Dr. E. Fischer." Shortly after the establishment of the German Employment Bureau, Ambassador Dumba sent the following communication to the Austrian Foreign Office. "It is my impression that we can disorganize and hold up for months, if not entirely prevent, the manufacture of munitions in Bethlehem and the Middle West, which, in the opinion of the German military attaché, is of importance and amply outweighs the comparatively small expenditure of money involved. Concerning the operations of the arson and murder squad organized by von Bernstorff, Dumba and their associates, it is only necessary to turn to the records of the criminal courts of the United States and Canada. Take for example the case against Albert Kaltschmidt, living in Detroit, Michigan. The United States grand jury sitting in Detroit indicted Kaltschmidt and his fellow conspirators upon the following counts. To blow up the factory of the Peabody's Company, Limited, at Walkerville, Ontario, engaged in manufacturing uniforms, clothing and military supplies. To blow up the building known as the Windsor Armories of the city of Windsor. To blow up and destroy other plants and buildings in said Dominion of Canada, which were used for the manufacture of munitions of war, clothing and uniforms. To blow up and destroy the great railroad bridges of the Canadian Pacific Railroad at Nipigon. To employ and send into said Dominion of Canada spies to obtain military information. Besides the acts enumerated in the indictment, it was proved upon trial that Kaltschmidt and his gang planned to blow up the Detroit screw works where shrapnel was being manufactured, and to destroy the St. Clair Tunnel, connecting Canada with the United States. Both of these plans failed. Associated with Kaltschmidt in these plots were Captain von Papen, Baron Kurt von Reiswitz, German Consul General in Chicago, Charles F. Respa, Richard Herman, and William M. Jerash, the latter two German reservists. Testifying in the case, Jerash, a bartender, said, "Jacobson, an aide, told me that munition factories in Canada were to be blown up. Before I left for Detroit, Jacobson and I went to the consulate. We saw the consul and he shook hands with me and wished me success." Charles F. Respa, in his testimony, made the following revelations in response to questions by the government's representatives. Q. How long had you been employed before he, Kaltschmidt, told you that he wanted you to blow up some of these factories? A. About 3 weeks. Q. Did Kaltschmidt at the time speak of any particular place that he wanted you to blow up? A. The particular place was the armory. Q. Did he mention the Peabody building at that time? A. Not particularly, he was more after the bridges and the armories and wanted those places blown up that made ammunition and military clothing. Q. The explosion at the armories was to be timed so that it would occur when the soldiers were asleep there. A. Yes, he did not mention that he wanted to kill soldiers. Q. Did he say that if the dynamite in the suitcase exploded it would kill the soldiers? A. I do not remember that he said so, but he must have known it. Q. Did you take both grips? A. Yes. Q. Where did you set the first grip? A. By the Peabody plant, blown up on June 20, 1915. Q. Where did you put the other suitcase? A. Then I walked down the Walkerville Road to the armories at Windsor, and carried the suitcase. Q. When you got to the armories, did you know where to place it? A. I had my instructions. Q. From Kaltschmidt? A. Yes. Q. Did you place this suitcase containing the dynamite bomb at the armory in a proper place to explode and do any damage? A. Yes. Q. Was it properly connected so that the cap would explode and strike the dynamite? A. I fixed it so that it would not. Q. Did you deliberately fix this bomb that you took to the armories so that it would not explode? A. Yes. Q. Why did you do that? A. I knew that the suitcase contained 30 sticks of dynamite and if exploded would blow up the armories and all the ammunition and kill every man in it. It is interesting to note in this connection that Kaltschmidt was sentenced to 4 years in the federal prison at Leavenworth, Kansas, and to pay a fine of $20,000. Horn's sentence was 18 months in the Atlanta penitentiary and a fine of $1,000. Attempts were also made to close by explosions the tunnels through which the Canadian Pacific Railroad passes under the Selkirk Mountains in British Columbia. The German General Staff in this instance operated through Franz Bopp, the German Consul General in San Francisco, and Lieutenant von Brinken. J. H. van Koolbergen was hired to do this work. Concerning the negotiations, van Koolbergen made this statement. Not knowing what he wanted, I went to see him. He was very pleasant and told me that he was an officer in the German army and at present working in the secret service of the German Empire under Mr. Franz Bopp, the Imperial German consul. I went to the consulate and met Franz Bopp and then saw von Brincken in another room. He asked me if I would do something for him in Canada, and I answered him, "Sure, I will do something, even blow up bridges, if there is money in it." And he said, "You are the man, if that is so, you can make good money." Von Brincken told me that they were willing to send me up to Canada to blow up one of the bridges on the Canadian Pacific Railroad or one of the tunnels. I asked him what was in it and he said he would talk it over with the German consul, Bopp. I had accepted von Brincken's proposition to go to Canada and he offered me $500 to defray my expenses. On different occasions, in his room, von Brincken showed me maps and information about Canada, and pointed out to me where he wanted the act to be done. This was to be between Revelstoke and Vancouver on the Canadian Pacific Railroad, and I was to get $3,000 in case of a successful blowing up of a military bridge or tunnel. Van Koolbergen only made a pretended effort to blow up the tunnel. He did furnish the evidence, however, which served to send Bopp and his associates to the penitentiary. Even more sensational was the plot against the international bridge upon which the Grand Trunk Railway crosses the border between the United States and Canada at Vanceboro, Maine. Werner Horn was a German reserve lieutenant. Von Papen delivered to him a flat order to blow up the bridge and he gave him $700 for the purpose of perpetrating the outrage. Horn was partially successful. At his trial in Boston in June, 1917, he made the following confession. "I admit and state that the facts set forth in the indictments as to the conveyance of explosives on certain passenger trains from New York to Boston and from Boston to Vanceboro, in the state of Maine, are true. I did, as therein alleged, receive an explosive and conveyed the same from the city of New York to Boston, thence by common carrier from Boston to Vanceboro, Maine. On or about the night of February 1, 1915, I took said explosive in a suitcase in which I was conveying it and carried the same across the bridge at Vanceboro to the Canadian side, and there, about 1:10 in the morning of February 2, 1915, I caused said explosive to be exploded near or against the abutments of the bridge on the Canadian side, with intent to destroy the abutment and cripple the bridge so that the same could not be used for the passage of trains. Bribery of congressmen was intended by Franz von Rintelen, operating directly in touch with the German Foreign Office in Berlin. Count von Bernstorff sent the following telegram to Berlin in connection with his plan. I request authority to pay out up to $50,000 in order, as on former occasions, to influence Congress through the organization you know of, which can perhaps prevent war. I am beginning in the meantime to act accordingly. In the above circumstances, a public official German declaration in favor of Ireland is highly desirable, in order to gain the support of the Irish influence here. That it was Rintelen's purpose to use large sums of money for the purpose of bribing congressmen was stated positively by George Plotchman, treasurer of the Transatlantic Trust Company, where Rintelen kept his deposits. Rintelen was the main figure on this side of the water in the fantastic plot to have Mexico and Japan declare war upon the United States. During the trial of Rintelen in New York City in May, 1917, it was testified that he came to the United States in order to embroil it with Mexico and Japan if necessary. That he was doing all he could and was going to do all he could to embroil this country with Mexico, that he believed that if the United States had a war with Mexico it would stop the shipment of ammunition to Europe. That he believed it would be only a matter of time until we were involved with Japan. Rintelen also said that General Huerta was going to return to Mexico and start a revolution there which would cause the United States to intervene and so make it impossible to ship munitions to Europe. Intervention, he said, was one of his trump cards. Mexico was the happy hunting ground for pro-German plotters, and the German ambassador in Mexico, Heinrich von Eckhardt, was the leader in all the intrigues. The culmination of Germany's effort against America on this continent came on January 19, 1917, when Dr. Alfred Zimmermann, head of the German Foreign Office, sent the following cable to Ambassador von Eckhardt. On the 1st of February we intend to begin submarine warfare unrestricted. In spite of this, it is our intention to endeavor to keep neutral the United States of America. If this attempt is not successful, we propose an alliance on the following basis with Mexico, that we shall make war together and together make peace. We shall give general financial support, and it is understood that Mexico is to reconquer the lost territory in New Mexico, Texas and Arizona. The details are left to you for settlement. You are instructed to inform the President of Mexico of the above in the greatest confidence as soon as it is certain that there will be an outbreak of war with the United States, and suggest that the President of Mexico, on his own initiative, should communicate with Japan suggesting adherence at once to this plan. At the same time, offer to mediate between Germany and Japan. Please call to the attention of the President of Mexico that the employment of ruthless submarine warfare now promises to compel England to make peace in a few months. Zimmermann. This was almost 3 months before the United States entered the war. As an example of German blindness and diplomatic folly it stands unrivaled in the annals of the German Foreign Office. Plots against shipping were the deadliest in which the German conspirators engaged. Death and destruction followed in their wake. In direct connection of von Bernstorff and his tools with these outrages the following testimony by an American Secret Service man employed by Wolf von Eigel is interesting. It refers to an appointment with Captain von Kleist, superintendent of Scheele's bomb factory in Hoboken, N.J. We sat down and we spoke for about 3 hours. I asked him the different things that he did, and said if he wanted an interview with Mr. von Eigel, my boss, he would have to tell everything. So he told me that von Papen gave Dr. Scheele, the partner of von Kleist in this factory, a check for $10,000 to start this bomb factory. He told me that he, Mr. von Kleist, and Dr. Scheele and a man by the name of Becker on the Friedrich der Grosse were making the bombs, and that Captain Walpert, Captain Bode and Captain Steinberg, had charge of putting these bombs on the ships. They put these bombs in cases and shipped them as merchandise on these steamers, and they would go away on the trip and the bombs would go off after the ship was out 4 or 5 days, causing a fire and causing the cargo to go up in flames. He also told me that they have made quite a number of these bombs. That 30 of them were given to a party by the name of O'Leary, and that he took them down to New Orleans where he had charge of putting them on ships down there, this fellow O'Leary. About 400 bombs were made under von Eigel's direction, explosions and fires were caused by them on 33 ships sailing from New York Harbor alone. 4 of the bombs were found at Marseilles on a vessel which sailed from Brooklyn in May, 1915. The evidence collected in the case led to the indictment of the following men for feloniously transporting on the steamship Kirk Oswald a bomb or bombs filled with chemicals designed to cause incendiary fires: Rintelen, Walpert, Bode, Schmidt, Becker, Garbade, Predel, Paradis, von Kleist, Schimmel, Scheele, Steinberg and others. The last 3 named fled from justice, Scheele being supplied with $1,000 for that purpose by Wolf von Eigel. He eluded the federal authorities until April, 1918, when he was found hiding in Cuba under the protection of German Secret Service agents. All the others except Schmidt were found guilty and sentenced, on February 5, 1918, to imprisonment for 18 months and payment of a fine of $2,000 each. It was proved during the trial that Rintelen had hired Schimmel, a German lawyer, to see that bombs were placed on ships. Schmidt, von Kleist, Becker, Garbade, Predel and Paradis had already been tried for conspiracy to make bombs for concealment on ocean-going vessels, with the purpose of setting the same on fire. All were found guilty, and on April 6, 1917, von Kleist and Schmidt were sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment and a fine of $500 each. Robert Fay, a former officer in the German army, who came to the United States in April, 1915, endeavored to prevent the traffic in munitions by sinking the laden ships at sea. In recounting the circumstances of his arrival here to the Chief of the United States Secret Service, Fay said that I had in the neighborhood of $4,000. This money came from a man who sent me over, named Jonerson. The understanding was that it might be worth while to stop the shipment of artillery munitions from this country. I imagined Jonnerson to be in the German Secret Service. After stating that he saw von Papen and Boy Ed, and that neither would have anything to do with him, apparently because suspicious of his identity, Fay continued. I did not want to return to Germany without having carried out my intention. That is, the destruction of ships carrying munitions. I proceeded with my experiments and tried to get hold of as much explosive matter as in any way possible. Fay and 2 Confederates were arrested in a lonely spot near Grantwood, New Jersey, while testing an explosive. During his examination at police headquarters in Weehawken immediately after the arrest he was questioned as follows. Q. That large machine you have downstairs, what is that? A. That is a patent of mine. It is a new way of getting a time fuse. Q. Did you know where Scholes, Fay's brother-in-law, had this machine made? A. In different machine shops. Q. What material is it you wanted, from Deche, an accomplice? A. Trinitrotoluol, TNT. Q. How much did the machinery cost? A. Roughly speaking, $150 or $200. Q. What would be the cost of making one and filling it with explosives? A. About $250 each. If they had given me money enough I should simply have been able to block the shipping entirely. Q. Do you mean you could have destroyed every ship that left the harbor by means of those bombs? A. I would have been able to stop so many that the authorities would not have dared to send out any ships. It was proved during Fay's trial that his bomb was a practical device, and that its 40 pounds of explosive would sink any ship to which it was attached. Fay and his accomplices, Scholes and Deche, were convicted of conspiracy to attach explosive bombs to the rudders of vessels, with the intention of wrecking the same when at sea, and were sentenced, on May 9, 1916, to terms of 8, 4 and 2 years respectively, in the federal penitentiary at Atlanta. Dr. Herbert Kienzl and Max Bradung, who assisted Fay in procuring explosives, were indicted on the same charge. Both were interned. Another plan for disabling ships was suggested by a man who remained for some time unknown. He called one day at the German Military Information Bureau, maintained at 60 Wall Street by Captain von Papen, of the German Embassy. And there gave the following outline of his plan. I intend to cause serious damage to vessels of the Allies leaving ports of the United States by placing bombs, which I am making myself, on board. These bombs resemble ordinary lumps of coal and I am planning to have them concealed in the coal to be laden on steamers of the Allies. I have already discussed this plan with, and he thinks favorably of my idea. I have been engaged on similar work after the outbreak of the war, together with Mr. Vaughan. Illustration, painting. Women at work that men may fight. The women of the world took up quickly almost every masculine task in industry to release their menfolk for the firing line. They were especially valuable in the munitions factories of England, as shown above. The women in the foreground are testing shell cases for size, while those in the background work the lathes. Illustration, painting. The final tribute. Allied airmen dropping a wreath on the grave of a comrade who fell and was buried within the German lines. Illustration, photograph. A Belgian military observation balloon. Large numbers of these balloons, which came to be known as sausages, were used by the Allied armies on all fronts. The German Secret Service report from which the above excerpt is taken states that the maker of the bomb was paid by check number 146 for $150 drawn on the Riggs and National Bank of Washington. A photographic copy of this check shows that it was payable to Paul Koenig, of the Hamburg American Line, and was signed by Captain von Papen. On the counterfoil is written this memorandum, for F. J. Bussey. Bussey confessed later that he had discussed with Captain von Papen at the German club in New York City the plan of damaging the boilers of munition ships with bombs which resembled lumps of coal. Free access to Allied ships laden with supplies for Vladivostok would have been invaluable to the conspirators, and in order to obtain it Charles C. Crowley, a detective employed by Consul General Bopp, resorted to the extraordinary scheme revealed in the following letter to Madame Bakhmetev, wife of the Russian ambassador to the United States. Madame J. Bakhmetev, Care Imperial Russian Embassy, Newport, R.I., Dear Madam, by direction of the Imperial Russian Consul General of San Francisco, I beg to submit the following on behalf of several fruit growers of the state of California. As it is the wish of certain growers to contribute several tons of dried fruit to the Russian Red Cross, they desire to have arrangements made to facilitate the transportation of this fruit from Tacoma, Washington, to Vladivostok. And as we are advised that steamships are regularly plying between Tacoma and Vladivostok upon which government supplies are shipped, we would like to have arrangements made that these fruits as they might arrive would be regularly consigned to these steamers and forwarded. It would be necessary, therefore, that an understanding be had with the agents of these steamship lines at Tacoma that immediate shipments be made via whatever steamers might be sailing. It is the desire of the donors that there be no delay in the shipments, as delays would lessen the benefits intended to those for whom the fruit was provided. Respectfully yours, C. C. Crowley. The statements of Louis J. Smith and Van Koolbergen, combined with a mass of other evidence consisting in part of letters and telegrams, caused the grand jury to indict Consul General Bopp, his staff and his hired agents for conspiracy to undertake a military enterprise against Canada. Among the purposes of this enterprise specified in the indictment was the following: to blow up and destroy with their cargoes and crews any and all vessels belonging to Great Britain, France, Japan or Russia found within the limits of Canada, which were laden with horses, munitions of war, or articles of commerce in course of transportation to the above countries. The following descriptions have been made by the United States government of the tools of von Bernstorff in German plots. Paul Koenig, the head of the Hamburg American Secret Service, who was active in passport frauds, who induced Gustav Stahl to perjure himself and declare the Lusitania armed, and who plotted the destruction of the Welland Canal. In his work as a spy he passed under 13 aliases in this country and Canada. Captains Boy Ed, von Papen, von Rintelen, Tauscher, and von Eigel were all directly connected with the German government itself. There is now in the possession of the United States government a check made out to Koenig and signed by von Papen, identified by number in a secret report of the German Bureau of Investigation as being used to procure $150 for the payment of a bombmaker, who was to plant explosives disguised as coal in the bunkers of the merchant vessels clearing from the port of New York. Boy Ed, Dr. Bunz, the German ex-minister to Mexico, the German consul at San Francisco, and officials of the Hamburg American and North German Lloyd steamship lines evaded customs regulations and coaled and victualled German raiders at sea. Von Papen and von Eigel supervised the making of the incendiary bombs on the Friedrich der Grosse, then in New York Harbor, and stowed them away on outgoing ships. Von Rintelen financed Labor's National Peace Council, which tried to corrupt legislators and labor leaders. A lesser light of this galaxy was Robert Fay, who invented an explosive contrivance which he tied to the rudder posts of vessels. According to his confession and that of his partner in murder, the money came from the German secret police. Among the other tools of the German plotters were David Lamar and Henry Martin, who, in the pay of Captain von Rintelen, organized and managed the so-called Labor's National Peace Council, which sought to bring about strikes, an embargo on munitions, and a boycott of the banks which subscribed to the Anglo-French loan. A check for $5,000 to J.F.J. Archibald for propaganda work, and a receipt from Edwin Emerson, the war correspondent, for $1,000 traveling expenses were among the documents found in Wolf von Eigel's possession. Others who bore English names were persuaded to take leading places in similar organizations which concealed their origin and real purpose. The American Embargo Conference arose out of the ashes of Labor's Peace Council, and its president was American, though the funds were not. Others tampered with were journalists who lent themselves to the German propaganda and who went so far as to serve as couriers between the Teutonic embassies in Washington and the governments in Berlin and Vienna. A check of $5,000 was discovered which Count von Bernstorff had sent to Marcus Braun, editor of Fair Play. And a letter was discovered which George Sylvester Viereck, editor of the Fatherland, sent to Privy Councillor Albert, the German agent, arranging for a monthly subsidy of $1,750. To be delivered to him through the hands of intermediaries, women whose names he abbreviates, to prevent any possible inquiry. There is a record of $3,000 paid through the German embassy to finance the lecture tour of Miss Ray Beveridge, an American artist, who was further to be supplied with German war pictures. The German propagandists also directed their efforts to poisoning the minds of the people through the circulation of lies concerning affairs in France and at home. Here are some of the rumors circulated throughout the country that were nailed as falsehoods. It was said that the national registration of women by the Food Administration was to find out how much money each had in the bank, how much of this was owed, and everything about each registrant's personal affairs. That the millions collected from the public for the Red Cross went into the pockets of thieves, and that the soldiers and sailors got none of it, nor any of its benefits. That base hospital units had been annihilated while en route overseas. That leading members of other hospital units had been executed as spies by the American government. That canned goods put up by the housewives were to be seized by the government and appropriated to the use of the Army and Navy. That soldiers in training were being instructed to put out the eyes of every German captured. That all of the plums at the officers' training camps fell to Roman Catholics. The plums went to Protestants when the propagandist talked to a Catholic. That the registration of women was held so that girls would be enticed into the cities where white slaves were made of them. That the battleship Pennsylvania had been destroyed with everyone on board by a German submarine. That more than 75% of the American soldiers in France had been infected with venereal diseases. That intoxicants were given freely to American soldiers in YMCA and Knights of Columbus huts in France. But the lies and the plots failed to make any impression on the morale of American citizenry. In fact, America from the moment war was declared against Germany until the time an armistice was declared, seemed to care for nothing but results. Charges of graft made with bitter invective in Congress created scarcely more than a ripple. The harder the pro-German plotters worked for the destruction of property and the incitement to labor disturbances, the closer became the protective network of Americanism against these anti-war influences. After half a dozen German lies had been casually passed from mouth to mouth as rumors, the American people came to look upon other mischievous propaganda in its true light. Patriotic newspapers in every community exposed the false reports and citizens everywhere were on their guard against the misstatements. It was noticeable that the propaganda was intensified just previous to and during the several Liberty Loan campaigns. Proof that the American spirit rises superior to anti-American influences is furnished by the glorious records of these Liberty Loans. Every one was oversubscribed despite the severest handicaps confronted by any nation. Chapter 16. Sinking of the Lusitania. The United States was brought face to face with the Great War and with what it meant in ruthless destruction of life when, on May 7, 1915, the crack Cunard liner Lusitania, bound from New York to Liverpool, with 1,959 persons aboard, was torpedoed and sunk by a German submarine off Old Head of Kinsale, southwestern Ireland. 2 torpedoes reached their mark. The total number of lives lost when the ship sunk was 1,198. Of these 755 were passengers and the remainder were members of the crew. Of the drowned passengers, 124 were Americans and 35 were infants. Remember the Lusitania later became a battle cry just as Remember the Maine acted as a spur to Americans during the war with Spain. It was first used by the famous Black Watch and later American troops shouted it as they went into battle. The sinking of the Lusitania, with its attendant destruction of life, sent a thrill of horror through the neutral peoples of the world. General opposition to the use of submarines in attacking peaceful shipping, especially passenger vessels, crystallized as the result of the tragedy, and a critical diplomatic controversy between the United States and Germany developed. The American government signified its determination to break off friendly relations with the German Empire unless the ruthless practices of the submarine commanders were terminated. Germany temporarily agreed to discontinue these practices. Among the victims of the Cunarder's destruction were some of the best-known personages of the Western Hemisphere. Alfred Gwynne Vanderbilt, multimillionaire; Charles Frohman, noted theatrical manager; Charles Klein, dramatist, who wrote The Lion and the Mouse; Justice Miles Forman, author; and Elbert Hubbard, known as Fray Albertus, widely read iconoclastic writer, were drowned. The ocean off the pleasant southern coast of Ireland was dotted with bodies for days after the sinking of the liner. The remains of many of the victims, however, never were recovered. When the Lusitania prepared to sail from New York on her last trip, 50 anonymous telegrams addressed to prominent persons aboard the vessel warned the recipients not to sail with the liner. In addition to these warnings was an advertisement inserted in the leading metropolitan newspapers by the German embassy, advising neutral persons that British steamships were in danger of destruction in the war zone about the British Isles. This notice appeared the day the Lusitania sailed, May 1st, and was placed next the advertisement of the Cunard Line. Following is the advertisement. Notice. Travelers intending to embark on the Atlantic voyage are reminded that a state of war exists between Germany and her allies and Great Britain and her allies, that the zone of war includes the waters adjacent to the British Isles. That, in accordance with formal notice given by the Imperial German government, vessels flying the flag of Great Britain, or of any of her allies, are liable to destruction in those waters, and that travelers sailing in the war zone on ships of Great Britain or her allies do so at their own risk. Imperial German Embassy, Washington, D.C., April 22, 1915. Little or no attention was paid to the warnings, only the usual number of persons canceling their reservations. The general agent of the Cunard Line at New York assured the passengers that the Lusitania's voyage would be attended by no risk whatever, referring to the liner's speed and watertight compartments. As the Great Cunarder drew near the scene of her disaster, traveling at moderate speed along her accustomed route, there was news of freight steamers falling victims to Germany's undersea campaign. It was not definitely established, however, whether the liner was warned of danger. At 2 o'clock on the fine afternoon of May 7, some 10 miles off the old head of Kinsale, the Lusitania was sighted by a submarine 1,000 yards away. A second later the track of a torpedo, soon followed by another, was seen and each missile crashed into the Lusitania's hull with rending detonations. Many were killed or injured immediately by the explosions. Before the liner's headway was lost, some boats were lowered, and capsized as a result. The immediate listing of the steamship added to the difficulties of rescue and increased the tragical toll of dead. Much heroism and calmness were displayed by many in the few minutes the liner remained afloat. The bearing of Frohman, Vanderbilt, Hubbard and other Americans was declared to have been particularly inspiring. Rescue ships and naval vessels rushed to the aid of the survivors from all nearby ports of Ireland. It has been said that the sinking of the Lusitania was carefully planned by the chiefs of the German Admiralty. They expected, it was believed, to demoralize British shipping and strike terror into the minds of the British people by showing that the largest and swiftest of liners could easily be destroyed by submarines. According to the Paris paper, La Guerre Sociale, published by Gustave Hervé, the submarine responsible was the U-21, commanded by Lieutenant Herzing. Herzing was said to have been decorated for his deed. The U-21 afterwards was destroyed and the story of its participation in the sinking of the Great Cunarder never was confirmed. Immediately upon the news of the Lusitania disaster, President Wilson took steps to hold Germany to that strict accountability of which he had notified Berlin when the war zone operations were begun earlier in the year. His first communication, protesting against the sinking of the liner in the name of humanity and demanding disavowal, indemnity and assurance that the crime would not be repeated, was dispatched on May 13. On May 30 the German reply argued that the liner carried munitions of war and probably was armed. The following official German version of the incident by the German Admiralty staff over the signature of Admiral Benck was given. The submarine sighted the steamer, which showed no flag, May 7, at 2:20 o'clock, Central European Time, afternoon, on the southeast coast of Ireland, in fine, clear weather. At 3:10 o'clock one torpedo was fired at the Lusitania, which hit her starboard side below the captain's bridge. The detonation of the torpedo was followed immediately by a further explosion of extremely strong effect. The ship quickly listed to starboard and began to sink. The second explosion must be traced back to the ignition of quantities of ammunition inside the ship. These extenuations were all rejected by the United States, and the next note prepared by President Wilson was of such character that Secretary of State Bryan resigned. This second communication was sent on June 11, and on June 22 another was cabled. September 1 Germany accepted the contentions of the United States in regard to submarine warfare upon peaceful shipping. There were continued negotiations concerning the specific settlement to be made in the case of the Lusitania. On February 4, 1916, arrived a German proposition which, coupled with personal parleys carried on between German Ambassador von Bernstorff and United States Secretary of State Lansing, seemed in a fair way to conclude the whole controversy. It was announced on February 8 that the two nations were in substantial accord and Germany was declared to have admitted the sinking of the liner was wrong and unjustified and promised that reparation would be made. However, a week later, when Germany took advantage of tentative American proposals concerning the disarming of merchant ships, by announcing that all armed hostile merchantmen would be treated as warships and attacked without warning, the almost completed agreement was overthrown. The renewed negotiations were continuing when the torpedoing of the cross-channel passenger ship Sussex, without warning, on March 24, impelled the United States to issue a virtual ultimatum, demanding that the Germans immediately cease their present methods of naval warfare on pain of the rupture of diplomatic relations with the most powerful existing neutral nation. The Lusitania, previous to her sinking, had figured in the war news, first at the conflict, when it was feared she had been captured by a German cruiser while she was dashing across the Atlantic toward Liverpool, and again in February of 1915. When she flew the American flag as a ruse to deceive submarines while crossing the Irish Sea. This latter incident called forth a protest from the United States. On her fatal trip the cargo of the Lusitania was worth $735,000. As a great transatlantic liner, the Lusitania was a product of the race for speed, which was carried on for years among larger steamship companies, particularly of England and Germany. When the Lusitania was launched, it was the wonder of the maritime world. Its mastery of the sea, from the standpoint of speed, was undisputed. Progress of the Lusitania on its first voyage to New York, September 7, 1907, was watched by the world. The vessel made the voyage in 5 days and 54 minutes, at that time a record. Its fastest trip, made on the western voyage, was 4 days 11 hours 42 minutes. This record, however, was wrested from it subsequently by the Mauretania, a sister ship, which set the mark of 4 days 10 hours 41 minutes, that still stands. Although the Lusitania was surpassed in size by several other liners built subsequently, it never lost the reputation acquired at the outset of its career. Its speed and luxurious accommodations made it a favorite, and its passenger lists bore the names of many of the most prominent Atlantic wayfarers. The vessel was pronounced by its builders to be as nearly unsinkable as any ship could be. Everything about the Lusitania was of colossal dimensions. Her rudder weighed 65 tons. She carried 3 anchors of 10 tons each. The main frames and beams, placed end to end, would extend 30 miles. The Lusitania was 785 feet long, 88 feet beam, and 60 feet deep. Her gross tonnage was 32,500 and her net tonnage, 9,145. Charges were made that one or more Guardian submarines deliberately drove off ships nearby which might have saved hundreds of lives lost when the Lusitania went down. Captain W. F. Wood, of the Leland Line steamer Etonian, said his ship was prevented from going to the rescue of the passengers of the sinking Lusitania by a warning that an attack might be made upon his own vessel. The Etonian left Liverpool, May 6. When Captain Wood was 42 miles from Kinsale, he received a wireless call from the Lusitania for immediate assistance. The call was also picked up by the steamers City of Exeter and Narragansett. The Narragansett, Captain Wood said, was made a target for submarine attack, a torpedo missing her by a few feet, and her commander then warned Captain Wood not to attempt to reach the Lusitania. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, May 7, that we received the wireless SOS, said Captain Wood. I was then 42 miles distant from the position he gave me. The Narragansett and the City of Exeter were nearer the Lusitania and she answered the SOS. At 5 o'clock I observed the City of Exeter cross our bows and she signaled, "Have you heard anything of the disaster?" At that moment I saw a periscope of a submarine between the Tanina and the City of Exeter, about a quarter of a mile directly ahead of us. She dived as soon as she saw us. I signaled to the engine room for every available inch of speed. Then we saw the submarine come up astern of us. I now ordered full speed ahead and we left the submarine behind. The periscope remained in sight about 20 minutes. No sooner had we lost sight of the submarine astern, than another appeared on the starboard bow. This one was directly ahead and on the surface, not submerged. I starboarded hard away from him, he swinging as we did. About 8 minutes later he submerged. I continued at top speed for 4 hours and saw no more of the submarines. It was the ship's speed that saved her, that's all. The Narragansett, as soon as she heard the SOS call, went to the assistance of the Lusitania. One of the submarines discharged a torpedo at her and missed her by not more than 8 feet. The Narragansett then warned us not to attempt to go to the rescue, and I got her wireless call while I was dodging the 2 submarines. You can see that 3 ships would have gone to the assistance of the Lusitania had they not been attacked by the 2 submarines. The German government defended the brutal destruction of non-combatants by the false assertions that the Lusitania was an armed vessel and that it was carrying a great store of munitions. Both of these accusations were proved to be mere fabrications. The Lusitania was absolutely unarmed and the nearest approach to munitions was a consignment of 1,250 empty shell cases and 4,200 cases of cartridges for small arms. Intense indignation swept over the neutral world, the tide rising highest in America. It well may be said that the destruction of the Lusitania was one of the greatest factors in driving America into the war with Germany. Concerning the charge that the Lusitania carried munitions, Dudley Field Malone, collector of the port of New York, testified that he made personal and close inspection of the ship's cargo and saw that it carried no guns and that there were no munitions in its cargo. His statement follows. This report is not correct. The Lusitania was inspected before sailing, as is customary. No guns were found, mounted or unmounted, and the vessel sailed without any armament. No merchant ship would be allowed to arm in this port and leave the harbor. Captain W.T. Turner, of the Lusitania, testifying before the coroner's inquest at Kinsale, Ireland, was interrogated as follows. You were aware threats had been made that the ship would be torpedoed? We were, the captain replied. Was she armed? No, sir. What precautions did you take? We had all the boats swung when we came within the danger zone, between the passing of Fastnet and the time of the accident. The coroner asked him whether he had received a message concerning the sinking of a ship off Kinsale by a submarine. Captain Turner replied that he had not. Did you receive any special instructions as to the voyage? Yes, sir. Are you at liberty to tell us what they were? No, sir. Did you carry them out? Yes, to the best of my ability. Tell us in your own words what happened after passing Fastnet. The weather was clear, Captain Turner answered. We were going at a speed of 18 knots. I was on the port side and heard Second Officer Hefford call out. Here's a torpedo. I ran to the other side and saw clearly the wake of a torpedo. Smoke and steam came up between the last two funnels. There was a slight shock. Immediately after the first explosion there was another report, but that may possibly have been internal. I at once gave the order to lower the boats down to the rails, and I directed that women and children should get into them. I also had all the bulkheads closed. Between the time of passing Fastnet, about 11 o'clock, and of the torpedoing I saw no sign whatever of any submarines. There was some haze along the Irish coast, and when we were near Fastnet I slowed down to 15 knots. I was in wireless communication with shore all the way across. Captain Turner was asked whether he had received any message in regard to the presence of submarines off the Irish coast. He replied in the affirmative. Questioned regarding the nature of the message, he replied, "I respectfully refer you to the Admiralty for an answer." I also gave orders to stop the ship, Captain Turner continued, but we could not stop. We found that the engines were out of commission. It was not safe to lower boats until the speed was off the vessel. As a matter of fact, there was a perceptible headway on her up to the time she went down. When she was struck she listed to starboard. I stood on the bridge when she sank, and the Lusitania went down under me. She floated about 18 minutes after the torpedo struck her. My watch stopped at 2.36. I was picked up from among the wreckage and afterward was brought aboard a trawler. No warship was convoying us. I saw no warship, and none was reported to me as having been seen. At the time I was picked up I noticed bodies floating on the surface, but saw no living persons. 18 knots was not the normal speed of the Lusitania, was it? At ordinary times, answered Captain Turner, she could make 25 knots, but in war times her speed was reduced to 21 knots. My reason for going 18 knots was that I wanted to arrive at Liverpool Bar without stopping, and within 2 or 3 hours of high water. Was there a lookout kept for submarines, having regard to previous warnings? Yes, we had double lookouts. Were you going a zigzag course at the moment the torpedoing took place? No. It was bright weather, and land was clearly visible. Was it possible for a submarine to approach without being seen? Oh, yes. Quite possible. Something has been said regarding the impossibility of launching the boats on the port side. Yes, said Captain Turner, owing to the listing of the ship. How many boats were launched safely? I cannot say. Were any launched safely? Yes, and 1 or 2 on the port side. Were your orders promptly carried out? Yes. Was there any panic on board? No, there was no panic at all. It was almost calm. How many persons were on board? There were 1,500 passengers and about 600 crew. By the foreman of the jury, in the face of the warnings at New York that the Lusitania would be torpedoed, did you make any application to the Admiralty for an escort? No, I left that to them. It is their business, not mine. I simply had to carry out my orders to go, and I would do it again. Captain Turner uttered the last words of this reply with great emphasis. By the coroner, I am glad to hear you say so, Captain. By the juryman, did you get a wireless to steer your vessel in a northern direction? No, replied Captain Turner. Was the course of the vessel altered after the torpedoes struck her? I headed straight for land, but it was useless. Previous to this the watertight bulkheads were closed. I suppose the explosion forced them open. I don't know the exact extent to which the Lusitania was damaged. There must have been serious damage done to the watertight bulkheads. There certainly was, without doubt. Were the passengers supplied with lifebelts? Yes. Were any special orders given that morning that lifebelts be put on? No. Was any warning given before you were torpedoed? None whatever. It was suddenly done and finished. If there had been a patrol boat about, might it have been of assistance? It might, but it is one of those things one never knows. With regard to the threats against his ship, Captain Turner said he saw nothing except what appeared in the New York papers the day before the Lusitania sailed. He had never heard the passengers talking about the threats, he said. Was a warning given to the lower decks after the ship had been struck? Captain Turner was asked. All the passengers must have heard the explosion, Captain Turner replied. Captain Turner, in answer to another question, said he received no report from the lookout before the torpedo struck the Lusitania. Ship's bugler Livermore testified that the watertight compartments were closed, but that the explosion and the force of the water must have burst them open. He said that all the officers were at their posts and that earlier arrivals of the rescue craft would not have saved the situation. After physicians had testified that the victims had met death through prolonged immersion and exhaustion, the coroner summed up the case. He said that the first torpedo fired by the German submarine did serious damage to the Lusitania, but that, not satisfied with this, the Germans had discharged another torpedo. The second torpedo, he said, must have been more deadly, because it went right through the ship, hastening the work of destruction. The characteristic courage of the Irish and British people was manifested at the time of this terrible disaster, the coroner continued, and there was no panic. He charged that the responsibility lay on the German government and the whole people of Germany, who collaborated in the terrible crime. I propose to ask the jury, he continued, to return the only verdict possible for a self-respecting jury, that the men in charge of the German submarine were guilty of willful murder. The jury then retired and after due deliberation prepared this verdict. We find that the deceased met death from prolonged immersion and exhaustion in the sea 8 miles south-southeast of Old Head of Kinsale, Friday, May 7, 1915. Owing to the sinking of the Lusitania by torpedoes fired by a German submarine. We find that the appalling crime was committed contrary to international law and the conventions of all civilized nations. We also charge the officers of said submarine and the Emperor and the government of Germany, under whose orders they acted, with the crime of wholesale murder before the tribunal of the civilized world. We desire to express sincere condolences and sympathy with the relatives of the deceased, the Cunard Company, and the United States, many of whose citizens perished in this murderous attack on an unarmed liner. President Wilson's note to Germany, written consequent on the torpedoing of the Lusitania, was dated 6 days later, showing that time for careful deliberation was duly taken. The President's Secretary, Joseph P. Tumulty, on May 8, the day following the tragedy, made this statement. Of course the President feels the distress and the gravity of the situation to the utmost, and is considering very earnestly but very calmly the right course of action to pursue. He knows that the people of the country wish and expect him to act with deliberation as well as with firmness. Although signed by Mr. Bryan, as Secretary of State, the note was written by the President in shorthand, a favorite method of Mr. Wilson in making memoranda, and transcribed by him on his own typewriter. The document was presented to the members of the President's Cabinet, a draft of it was sent to Councillor Lansing of the State Department, and after a few minor changes, it was transmitted by cable to Ambassador Gerard in Berlin. Department of State. Washington, May 13, 1915. The Secretary of State to the American Ambassador at Berlin. Please call on the Minister of Foreign Affairs and after reading to him this communication leave with him a copy. In view of recent acts of the German authorities in violation of American rights on the high seas, which culminated in the torpedoing and sinking of the British steamship Lusitania on May 7, 1915. By which over 100 American citizens lost their lives. It is clearly wise and desirable that the government of the United States and the Imperial German government should come to a clear and full understanding as to the grave situation which has resulted. The sinking of the British passenger steamer Falaba by a German submarine on March 28, through which Leon C. Thrasher, an American citizen, was drowned, the attack on April 28, on the American vessel Cushing by a German aeroplane. The torpedoing on May 1 of the American vessel Gulflight by a German submarine, as a result of which 2 or more American citizens met their death. And, finally, the torpedoing and sinking of the steamship Lusitania, constitute a series of events which the government of the United States has observed with growing concern, distress, and amazement. Recalling the humane and enlightened attitude hitherto assumed by the Imperial German government in matters of international right, and particularly with regard to the freedom of the seas. Having learned to recognize the German views and the German influence in the field of international obligation as always engaged upon the side of justice and humanity. And having understood the instructions of the Imperial German government to its naval commanders to be upon the same plane of humane action prescribed by the naval codes of the other nations. The government of the United States was loath to believe, it cannot now bring itself to believe, that these acts, so absolutely contrary to the rules, the practices, and the spirit of modern warfare, could have the countenance or sanction of that great government. It feels it to be its duty, therefore, to address the Imperial German government concerning them with the utmost frankness and in the earnest hope that it is not mistaken in expecting action on the part of the Imperial German government, which will correct the unfortunate impressions which have been created, and vindicate once more the position of that government with regard to the sacred freedom of the seas. The government of the United States has been apprised that the Imperial German government considered themselves to be obliged by the extraordinary circumstances of the present war and the measure adopted by their adversaries in seeking to cut Germany off from all commerce, to adopt methods of retaliation which go much beyond the ordinary methods of warfare at sea, in the proclamation of a war zone from which they have warned neutral ships to keep away. This government has already taken occasion to inform the Imperial German government that it cannot admit the adoption of such measures or such a warning of danger to operate as in any degree an abbreviation of the rights of American shipmasters or of American citizens bound on lawful errands as passengers on merchant ships of belligerent nationality, and that it must hold the Imperial German government to a strict accountability for any infringement of those rights, intentional or incidental. It does not understand the Imperial German government to question these rights. It assumes, on the contrary, that the Imperial government accept, as of course, the rule that the lives of non-combatants, whether they be of neutral citizenship or citizens of one of the nations at war, cannot lawfully or rightfully be put in jeopardy by the capture or destruction of an unarmed merchantman, and recognize also, as all other nations do, the obligation to take the usual precaution of visit and search to ascertain whether a suspected merchantman is in fact of belligerent nationality or is in fact carrying contraband of war under a neutral flag. Illustration, photograph. Copyright Underwood and Underwood. N.Y. The Lusitania. The sinking of this great liner by a German submarine, with the loss of more than 1,000 lives, caused a thrill of horror throughout all neutral nations and crystallized public opinion in the United States into a fierce resentment of German barbarism which indirectly led to the entry into the World War. Illustration. Submarine hunting. A small naval dirigible used for scouting by the British Navy. Under the cigar-shaped balloon is swung an airplane chassis equipped with powerful motors and steering apparatus, together with a light gun. The government of the United States, therefore, desires to call the attention of the Imperial German government with the utmost earnestness to the fact that the objection to their present method of attack against the trade of their enemies lies in the practical impossibility of employing submarines in the destruction of commerce without disregarding those rules of fairness, reason, justice, and humanity which all modern opinion regards as imperative. It is practically impossible for the officers of a submarine to visit a merchantman at sea and examine her papers and cargo. It is practically impossible for them to make a prize of her. And, if they cannot put a prize crew on board of her, they cannot sink her without leaving her crew and all on board of her to the mercy of the sea in her small boats. These facts, it is understood, the Imperial German government frankly admit. We are informed that in the instances of which we have spoken time enough for even that poor measure of safety was not given, and in at least 2 of the cases cited not so much as a warning was received. Manifestly, submarines cannot be used against merchantmen, as the last few weeks have shown, without an inevitable violation of many sacred principles of justice and humanity. American citizens act within their indisputable rights in taking their ships and in traveling wherever their legitimate business calls them upon the high seas. and exercise those rights in what should be the well-justified confidence that their lives will not be endangered by acts done in clear violation of universally acknowledged international obligations. And certainly in the confidence that their own government will sustain them in the exercise of their rights. There was recently published in the newspapers of the United States, I regret to inform the Imperial German government, a formal warning, purporting to come from the Imperial German Embassy at Washington. Addressed to the people of the United States, and stating, in effect, that any citizen of the United States who exercised his right of free travel upon the seas would do so at his peril if his journey should take him within the zone of waters within which the Imperial German Navy was using submarines against the commerce of Great Britain and France. Notwithstanding the respectful but very earnest protest of the government of the United States. I do not refer to this for the purpose of calling the attention of the Imperial German government at this time to the surprising irregularity of a communication from the Imperial German Embassy at Washington addressed to the people of the United States through the newspapers. But only for the purpose of pointing out that no warning that an unlawful and inhumane act will be committed can possibly be accepted as an excuse or palliation for that act or as an abatement of the responsibility for its commission. Long acquainted as this government has been with the character of the imperial government, and with the high principles of equity by which they have in the past been actuated and guided. The government of the United States cannot believe that the commanders of the vessels which committed these acts of lawlessness did so except under a misapprehension of the orders issued by the Imperial German naval authorities. It takes for granted that, at least within the practical possibilities of every such case, the commanders even of submarines were expected to do nothing that would involve the lives of non-combatants or the safety of neutral ships. Even at the cost of failing of their object of capture or destruction. It confidently expects, therefore, that the Imperial German government will disavow the acts of which the government of the United States complains. That they will make reparation so far as reparation is possible for injuries which are without measure. And that they will take immediate steps to prevent the recurrence of anything so obviously subversive of the principles of warfare for which the Imperial German government have in the past so wisely and so firmly contended. The government and people of the United States look to the Imperial German government for just, prompt, and enlightened action in this vital matter with the greater confidence. Because the United States and Germany are bound together not only by ties of friendship, but also by the explicit stipulations of the Treaty of 1828, between the United States and the Kingdom of Prussia. Expressions of regret and offers of reparation in case of the destruction of neutral ships sunk by mistake, while they may satisfy international obligations, if no loss of life results, cannot justify or excuse a practice the natural and necessary effect of which is to subject neutral nations and neutral persons to new and immeasurable risks. The Imperial German government will not expect the government of the United States to omit any word or any act necessary to the performance of its sacred duty of maintaining the rights of the United States and its citizens and of safeguarding their free exercise and enjoyment. Bryan. Ex-President Roosevelt, after learning details of the sinking of the Lusitania, made these statements. This represents not merely piracy, but piracy on a vaster scale of murder than old-time pirate ever practiced. This is the warfare which destroyed Louvain and Dinant and hundreds of men, women and children in Belgium. It is a warfare against innocent men, women, and children traveling on the ocean, and our own fellow countrymen and countrywomen, who were among the sufferers. It seems inconceivable that we can refrain from taking action in this matter, for we owe it not only to humanity, but to our own national self-respect. Former President Taft made this statement. I do not wish to embarrass the President of the Administration by a discussion of the subject at this stage of the information, except to express confidence that the President will follow a wise and patriotic course. We must bear in mind that if we have a war it is the people, the men and women, fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, who must pay with lives and money the cost of it. And therefore they should not be hurried into the sacrifices until it is made clear that they wish it and know what they are doing when they wish it. I agree that the inhumanity of the circumstances in the case now presses us on, but in the heat of even just indignation is this the best time to act, when action involves such momentous consequences and means untold loss of life and treasure? There are things worse than war, but delay, due to calm deliberation, cannot change the situation or minimize the effect of what we finally conclude to do. With the present condition of the war in Europe, our action, if it is to be extreme, will not lose efficiency by giving time to the people, whose war it will be, to know what they are facing. A demand for war that cannot survive the passion of the first days of public indignation and will not endure the test of delay and deliberation by all the people is not one that should be yielded to. President Wilson was criticized later by many persons for not insisting upon a declaration of war immediately after the sinking of the Lusitania. Undoubtedly the advice of former President Taft and of others high in statesmanship, prevailed with the President. This in substance was that America should prepare resolutely and thoroughly, giving Germany in the meantime no excuse for charges that America's entrance into the conflict was for aggression or for selfish purposes. It was seen even as early as the sinking of the Lusitania that Germany's only hope for final success lay in the submarine. It was reasoned that unrestricted submarine warfare against the shipping of the world, so far as tended toward the provisioning and munitioning of the Allies, would be the inevitable outcome. It was further seen that when that declaration would be made by Germany, America's decision for war must be made. The President and his cabinet thereupon made all their plans looking toward that eventuality. The resignation of Mr. Bryan from the cabinet was followed by the appointment of Robert Lansing as Secretary of State. It was recognized on both sides of the Atlantic that President Wilson in all essential matters affecting the war was active in the preparation of all state papers and in the direction of that department. Another cabinet vacancy was created when Lindley M. Garrison, of New Jersey, resigned the portfolio of Secretary of War because of a clash upon his militant views for preparedness. Newton D. Baker, of Cleveland, Ohio, a close friend and supporter of President Wilson, was appointed in his stead. Chapter 17. Neuve Chapelle and War in Blood-Soaked Trenches. After the immortal stand of Joffre at the First Battle of the Marne and the sudden savage thrust at the German center which sent von Kluck and his men reeling back in retreat to the prepared defenses along the line of the Aisne, the war in the Western Theater resolved itself into a play for position from deep entrenchments. Occasionally would come a sudden big push by one side or the other in which artillery was massed until hub touched hub and infantry swept to glory and death in waves of gray, or blue or khaki as the case might be. But these tremendous efforts and consequent slaughters did not change the long battle line from the Alps to the North Sea materially. Here and there a bulge would be made by the terrific pressure of men and material in some great assault like that first push of the British at Neuve Chapelle. Like the German attack at Verdun or like the tremendous efforts by both sides on that bloodiest of all battlefields, the Somme. Neuve Chapelle deserves particular mention as the test in which the British soldiers demonstrated their might in equal contest against the enemy. There had been a disposition in England as elsewhere up to that time to rate the Germans as supermen, to exalt the potency of the scientific equipment with which the German army had taken the field. When the Battle of Neuve Chapelle had been fought, although its losses were heavy, there was no longer any doubt in the British nation that victory was only a question of time. The action came as a pendant to the attack by General de Langley de Cary's French army during February, 1915, at Pertas, that had been a steady relentless pressure by artillery and infantry upon a strong German position. To meet it heavy reinforcements had been shifted by the Germans from the trenches between La Bassée and Lille. The earthworks at Neuve Chapelle had been particularly depleted and only a comparatively small body of Saxons and Bavarians defended them. Opposite this body was the 1st British Army. The German entrenchments at Neuve Chapelle surrounded and defended the highlands upon which were placed the German batteries and in their turn defended the road towards Lille, Roubaix and Tourcoing. The task assigned to Sir John French was to make an assault with only 48,000 men on a comparatively narrow front. There was only one practicable method for effective preparation, and this was chosen by the British general. An artillery concentration absolutely unprecedented up to that time was employed by him. Field pieces firing at point-blank range were used to cut the barbed wire entanglements defending the enemy entrenchments, while howitzers and bombing airplanes were used to drop high explosives into the defenseless earthworks. Sir Douglas Haig, later to become the Commander-in-Chief of the British forces, was in command of the First Army. Sir Horace Smith-Dorrien commanded the Second Army. It was the First Army that bore the brunt of the attack. No engagement during the years on the Western Front was more sudden and surprising in its onset than that drive of the British against Neuve-Chapelle. At 7 o'clock on the morning of Wednesday, March 10, 1915, the British artillery was lazily engaged in lobbing over a desultory shell fire upon the German trenches. It was the usual breakfast appetizer, and nobody on the German side took any unusual notice of it. Really, however, the shelling was scientific bracketing of the enemy's important position. The gunners were making sure of their ranges. At 7:30 range finding ended, and with a roar that shook the earth the most destructive and withering artillery action of the war up to that time was on. Field pieces sending their shells hurtling only a few feet above the earth tore the wire emplacements of the enemy to pieces and made kindling wood of the supports. Howitzers sent high explosive shells, containing lyddite, of 15-inch, 9.2-inch and 6-inch caliber into the doomed trenches and later into the ruined village. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, 1/2 hour after the beginning of the artillery action, that the village was bombarded. During this time British soldiers were enabled to walk about in no man's land behind the curtain of fire with absolute immunity. No German rifleman or machine gunner left cover. The scene on the German side of the line was like that upon the blasted surface of the moon, pockmarked with shell holes, and with no trace of human life to be seen above ground. Illustration, map, Neuve-Chapelle and surroundings. The battleground of Neuve-Chapelle. An eyewitness describing the scene said, "The dawn, which broke reluctantly through a veil of clouds on the morning of Wednesday, March 10, 1915, seemed as any other to the Germans behind the white and blue sandbags in their long line of trenches curving in a hemicycle about the battered village of Neuve-Chapelle. For 5 months they had remained undisputed masters of the positions they had here wrested from the British in October. Ensconced in their comfortably arranged trenches with but a thin outpost in their fire trenches, they had watched day succeed day and night succeed night without the least variation from the monotony of trench warfare. The intermittent bark of the machine guns, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, and the perpetual rattle of rifle fire, with here and there a bomb, and now and then an exploded mine. For weeks past the German airmen had grown strangely shy. On this Wednesday morning none were aloft to spy out the strange doings which, as dawn broke, might have been descried on the desolate roads behind the British lines. From 10 o'clock of the preceding evening endless files of men marched silently down the roads leading towards the German positions through Lavendy and Richbourg-Esti. Vast, poor shattered villages of the dead where months of incessant bombardment have driven away the last inhabitants and left roofless houses and rent roadways. 2 days before, a quiet room, where Nelson's prayer stands on the mantel shelf, saw the ripening of the plans that sent these sturdy sons of Britons for kingdoms marching all through the night. Sir John French met the Army Corps commanders and unfolded to them his plans for the offensive of the British Army against the German line at Neuve-Chapelle. The onslaught was to be a surprise. That was its essence. The Germans were to be battered with artillery, then rushed before they recovered their wits. We had 36 clear hours before us. Thus long, it was reckoned, with complete accuracy as afterwards appeared, must elapse before the Germans, whose line before us had been weakened, could rush up reinforcements. To ensure the enemy's being pinned down right and left of the great push, an attack was to be delivered north and south of the main thrust simultaneously with the assault on Neuve-Chapelle. Illustration, map bounded by Armentières on the north, Lille on the east, Estaires on the west and Carvin on the south. Map of the battle front between Armentières and Les-Bassy. On the left, halfway up the map, may be seen Neuve-Chapelle. A little to the right of it is Aubers, where some of the sternest fighting occurred. After describing the impatience of the British soldiers as they awaited the signal to open the attack, and the actual beginning of the engagement, the narrator continues. Then hell broke loose. With a mighty, hideous, screeching burst of noise, hundreds of guns spoke. The men in the front trenches were deafened by the sharp reports of the field guns spitting out their shells at close range to cut through the Germans' barbed wire entanglements. In some cases the trajectory of these vicious missiles was so flat that they passed only a few feet above the British trenches. The din was continuous. An officer who had the curious idea of putting his ear to the ground said it was as though the earth were being smitten great blows with a titan's hammer. After the first few shells had plunged screaming amid clouds of earth and dust into the German trenches, a dense pall of smoke hung over the German lines. The sickening fumes of lyddite blew back into the British trenches. In some places the troops were smothered in earth and dust or even spattered with blood from the hideous fragments of human bodies that went hurtling through the air. At one point the upper half of a German officer, his cap crammed on his head, was blown into one of our trenches. Words will never convey any adequate idea of the horror of those 35 minutes. When the hands of officers' watches pointed to 5 minutes past 8, whistles resounded along the British lines. At the same moment the shells began to burst farther ahead, for, by previous arrangement, the gunners, lengthening their fuses, were lifting on to the village of Neuve-Chapelle so as to leave the road open for our infantry to rush in and finish what the guns had begun. The shells were now falling thick among the houses of Neuve-Chapelle, a confused mass of buildings seen reddish through the pillars of smoke and flying earth and dust. At the sound of the whistle, alas for the bugle, once the herald of victory, now banished from the fray, our men scrambled out of the trenches and hurried higgledy-piggledy into the open. Their officers were in front. Many, wearing overcoats and carrying rifles with fixed bayonets, closely resembled their men. It was from the center of our attacking line that the assault was pressed home soonest. The guns had done their work well. The trenches were blown to irrecognizable pits dotted with dead. The barbed wire had been cut like so much twine. Starting from the Rue Tilleloy, the Lincolns and the Berkshires were off the mark first, with orders to swerve to right and left respectively as soon as they had captured the first line of trenches, in order to let the Royal Irish Rifles and the Rifle Brigade through to the village. The Germans left alive in the trenches, half demented with fright, surrounded by a welter of dead and dying men, mostly surrendered. The Berkshires were opposed with the utmost gallantry by 2 German officers who had remained alone in a trench serving a machine gun. But the lads from Berkshire made their way into that trench and bayoneted the Germans where they stood, fighting to the last. The Lincolns, against desperate resistance, eventually occupied their section of the trench and then waited for the Irishmen and the Rifle Brigade to come and take the village ahead of them. Meanwhile the 2nd 39th Garhwalis on the right had taken their trenches with a rush and were away towards the village and the Bees Wood. Things had moved so fast that by the time the troops were ready to advance against the village the artillery had not finished its work. So, while the Lincolns and the Berks assembled the prisoners who were trooping out of the trenches in all directions, the infantry on whom devolved the honor of capturing the village, waited. One saw them standing out in the open, laughing and cracking jokes amid the terrific din made by the huge howitzer shells screeching overhead and bursting in the village, the rattle of machine guns all along the line, and the popping of rifles. Over to the right where the Garhwalis had been working with the bayonet, men were shouting hoarsely and wounded were groaning as the stretcher-bearers, all heedless of bullets, moved swiftly to and fro over the shell-torn ground. There was bloody work in the village of Neuve-Chapelle. The capture of a place at the bayonet point is generally a grim business, in which instant, unconditional surrender is the only means by which bloodshed, a deal of bloodshed, can be prevented. If there is individual resistance here and there the attacking troops cannot discriminate. They must go through, slaying as they go such as oppose them. The Germans have a monopoly of the finishing off of wounded men, otherwise the enemy's resistance would not be broken. And the assailants would be sniped and enfiladed from hastily prepared strongholds at half a dozen different points. The village was a sight that the men say they will never forget. It looked as if an earthquake had struck it. The published photographs do not give any idea of the indescribable mass of ruins to which our guns reduced it. The chaos is so utter that the very line of the streets is all but obliterated. It was indeed a scene of desolation into which the Rifle Brigade, the 1st Regiment to enter the village, I believe, raced headlong. Of the church only the bare shell remained, the interior lost to view beneath a gigantic mound of debris. The little churchyard was devastated, the very dead plucked from their graves, broken coffins and ancient bones scattered about amid the fresher dead, the slain of that morning, grey-green forms asprawl athwart the tombs. Of all that once fair village but 2 things remained intact, 2 great crucifixes reared aloft, one in the churchyard, the other over against the chateau. From the cross, that is the emblem of our faith, the figure of Christ, yet intact though all pitted with bullet marks, looked down in mute agony on the slain in the village. The din and confusion were indescribable. Through the thick pall of shell smoke Germans were seen on all sides, some emerging half-dazed from cellars and dugouts, their hands above their heads, others dodging round the shattered houses, others firing from the windows, from behind carts. Even from behind the overturned tombstones. Machine guns were firing from the houses on the outskirts, rapping out their nerve-wracking note above the noise of the rifles. Just outside the village there was a scene of tremendous enthusiasm. The Rifle Brigade, smeared with dust and blood, fell in with the 3rd Gurkhas with whom they had been brigaded in India. The little brown men were dirty but radiant. Cookery in hand they had very thoroughly gone through some houses at the crossroads on the Rue du Bois and silenced a party of Germans who were making themselves a nuisance there with some machine guns. Riflemen and Gurkhas cheered themselves hoarse. Illustration, map, Bapaume on the north, Albert on the west, Rosières and Chalmes on the south and Peronne on the east. Scene of the bloody battles of the Somme. The tide of war swept over this terrain with terrific violence. Peronne was taken by the British in their great offensives of 1916–17. In the last desperate effort of the Germans in 1918 they plunged through Peronne advancing 35 miles, only to be hurled back with awful losses by Marshal Foch. The town of Albert was taken and retaken several times. Unfortunately for the complete success of the brilliant attack a great delay was caused by the failure of the artillery that was to have cleared the barbed wire entanglements for the 23rd Brigade. And because of the unlooked-for destruction of the British field telephone system by shell and rifle fire. The check of the 23rd Brigade banked other commands back of it, and the 25th Brigade was obliged to fight at right angles to the line of battle. The Germans quickly rallied at these points, and took a terrific toll in British lives. Particularly was this true at 3 specially strong German positions. One called Port Arthur by the British, another at Pitre Mill and the third was the fortified bridge over Des Lais Creek. Because of the lack of telephone communication it was impossible to send reinforcements to the troops that had been held up by barbed wire and other emplacements and upon which German machine guns were pouring a steady stream of death. As the 23rd Brigade had been held up by unbroken barbed wire northwest of Neuve-Chapelle, so the 7th Division of the 4th Corps was also checked in its action against the ridge of Aubers on the left of Neuve-Chapelle. Under the plan of Sir Douglas Haig the 7th Division was to have waited until the 8th Division had reached Neuve-Chapelle, when it was to charge through Aubers. With the tragic mistake that cost the 23rd Brigade so dearly, the plan affecting the 7th Division went awry. The German artillery, observing the concentration of the 7th Division opposite Aubers, opened a vigorous fire upon that front. During the afternoon General Haig ordered a charge upon the German positions. The advance was made in short rushes in the face of a fire that seemed to blaze from an inferno. Inch by inch the ground was drenched with British blood. At 5:30 in the afternoon the men dug themselves in under the relentless German fire. Further advance became impossible. The night was one of horror. Every minute the men were under heavy bombardment. At dawn on March 11 the dauntless British infantry rushed from the trenches in an effort to carry Aubers, but the enemy artillery now greatly reinforced made that task an impossible one. The trenches occupied by the British forces were consolidated and the salient made by the push was held by the British with bulldog tenacity. The number of men employed in the action on the British side was 48,000. During the early surprise of the action the loss was slight. Had the wire in front of the 23rd Brigade been cut by the artillery assigned to such action, and had the telephone system not been destroyed, the success of the thrust would have been complete. The delay of 4.5 hours between the first and second phases of the attack caused virtually all the losses sustained by the attacking force. The total casualties were 12,811 men of the British forces. Of these, 1,751 officers and privates were taken prisoners and 10,000 officers and men were killed and wounded. The action continued throughout Thursday, March 11, with little change in the general situation. The British still held Neuve-Chapelle and their entrenchments threatened Aubers. On Friday morning, March 12, the Crown Prince of Bavaria made a desperate attempt under cover of a heavy fog to recapture the village. The effort was made in characteristic German dense formations. The Westphalian and Bavarian troops came out of Bees Wood in waves of grey-green, only to be blown to pieces by British guns already loaded and laid on the mark. Elsewhere the British waited until the Germans were scarcely more than 50 paces away when they opened with deadly rapid fire, before which the German waves melted like snow before steam. It was such slaughter as the British had experienced when held up before Aubers. Slaughter that staggered Germany. So ended Neuve-Chapelle, a battle in which the decision rested with the British. A victory for which a fearful price had been paid, but out of which came a confidence that was to hearten the British nation and to put sinews of steel into the British army for the dread days to come. The story of Neuve-Chapelle was repeated in large and in miniature many times during the deadlock of trench warfare on the Western Front until victory finally came to the Allies. During those years the Western battle front lay like a wounded snake across France and Belgium. It writhed and twisted, now this way, now that, as one side or the other gambled with men and shells and airplanes for some brief advantage. It bent back in a great bulge when von Hindenburg made his famous retreat in the winter of 1916 after the Allies had pressed heavily against the Teutonic front upon the ghastly field of the Somme. The record is one of great value to military strategists. To the layman it is only a succession of artillery barrages, of gas attacks, of aerial reconnaissances and combats. One day grew to be very much like another in that deadlock of pythons. A play for position here was met by a counter-thrust in another place. German inventions were outmatched and outnumbered by those coming from the Allied side. Trench warfare became the daily life of the men. They learned to fight and live in the open. The power of human adaptation to abnormal conditions was never better exemplified than in those weary, dreary years on the Western Front. The fighting lines consisted generally of 1, 2, or 3 lines of shelter trenches lying parallel, measuring 20 or 25 inches in width, and varying in length according to the number they hold. The trenches were joined together by zigzag approaches and by a line of reinforced trenches, armed with machine guns, which were almost completely proof against rifle, machine gun, or gun fire. The ordinary German trenches were almost invisible from 350 yards away, a distance which permitted a very deadly fire. It is easy to realize that if the enemy occupied 3 successive lines and a line of reinforced entrenchments, the attacking line was likely, at the lowest estimate, to be decimated during an advance of 350 yards, by rifle fire at a range of 350 yards distance, and by the extremely quick fire of the machine guns, each of which delivered from 300 to 600 bullets a minute with absolute precision. In the field trench, a soldier enjoyed far greater security than he would if merely prone behind his knapsack in an excavation barely 15 inches deep. He had merely to stoop down a little to disappear below the level of the ground and be immune from infantry fire. Moreover, his machine guns fired without endangering him. In addition, this stooping position brought the man's knapsack on a level with his helmet, thus forming some protection against shrapnel and shell splinters. At the back of the German trenches shelters were dug for non-commissioned officers and for the commander of the unit. Illustration, painting, several planes flying over troops in a demolished town. The struggle for Armentières. Allied forces holding up a German attack on the Lys Canal. Airplanes flying low peppered the Germans with machine guns and broke up their Concentrations, aiding greatly in the severe repulse of the attacking Huns. Illustration, painting, after a drive on the Somme, British advancing over the captured German trenches, after heavy artillery fire had reduced them to tangled ruins and crushed their powers of resistance. Ever since the outbreak of the war, the French troops in Lorraine, after severe experiences, realized rapidly the advantages of the German trenches, and began to study those they had taken gloriously. Officers, non-commissioned officers, and men of the engineers were straightway detached in every unit to teach the infantry how to construct similar shelters. The education was quick, and very soon they had completed the work necessary for the protection of all. The tools of the enemy, casualties, the spades and picks left behind in deserted villages, were all gladly piled on to the French soldiers' knapsacks, to be carried willingly by the very men who used to grumble at being loaded with even the smallest regulation tool. As soon as night had set in on the occasion of a lull in the fighting, the digging of the trenches was begun. Sometimes, in the darkness, the men of each fighting nation, less than 500 yards away from their enemy, would hear the noise of the workers of the foe, the sounds of picks and axes, the officers' words of encouragement. And tacitly they would agree to an armistice during which to dig shelters from which, in the morning, they would dash out, to fight once more. Commodious, indeed, were some of the trench barracks. One French soldier wrote, "In really up-to-date entrenchments you may find kitchens, dining rooms, bedrooms, and even stables. One regiment has first-class cowsheds." One day a whimsical pew-pew, finding a cow wandering about in the danger zone, had the bright idea of finding shelter for it in the trenches. The example was quickly followed, and at this moment the infantry possess an underground farm, in which fat kine, well cared for, give such quantities of milk that regular distributions of butter are being made, and very good butter, too. But this is not all. An officer writes home a tale of yet another one of the comforts of home added to the equipment of the trenches. "We are clean people here. Thanks to the ingenuity of, we are able to take a warm bath every day from 10 to 12. We call this teasing the Boches, for this bathing establishment of the latest type is fitted up, would you believe it, in the trenches." Chapter 18. Steadfast South Africa. When Germany struck at the heart of France through Belgium, simultaneous action was undertaken by the German command in Southwest Africa through propaganda and mobilization of the available German troops. Insidiously and by the use of money, systematic propaganda was instituted to corrupt the Boers against their allegiance to the Union of South Africa. One great character stood like a rock against all their efforts. It was the character of General Louis Botha, formerly arrayed in battle against the British during the Boer uprising. With characteristic determination he formulated plans for the invasion of German Southwest Africa without asking permission of the citizens of the South African Union or of the British Foreign Office. His vision comprehended an invasion that would have as its culmination a British Boer colony where the German colony had been, and that from Cable Bay to the source of the Nile there would be one mighty union. With a great trunk railway feeding Egypt, the Sudan, Rhodesia, Uganda, and the Union of South Africa. An able lieutenant to Botha was General Smuts. He cooperated with his chief in a campaign of education. They pointed out the absolute necessity for deafness to the German tempters, and succeeded in obtaining full cooperation for the Botha plan of invasion from the British Imperial Government and the South African Union. Concerning this agreement General Botha said, "To forget their loyalty to the Empire in this hour of trial would be scandalous and shameful, and would blacken South Africa in the eyes of the whole world." Of this South Africans were incapable. They had endured some of the greatest sacrifices that could be demanded of a people, but they had always kept before them ideals, founded on Christianity, and never in their darkest days had they sought to gain their ends by treasonable means. The path of treason was an unknown path to Dutch and English alike. Their duty and their conscience alike bade them be faithful and true to the imperial government in all respects in this hour of darkness and trouble. That was the attitude of the Union government, that was the attitude of the people of South Africa. The government had cabled to the imperial government at the outbreak of war, offering to undertake the defense of South Africa, thereby releasing the imperial troops for service elsewhere. This was accepted, and the Union Defense Force was mobilized. Preliminary to the invasion of German Southwest Africa, General Botha proclaimed martial law throughout the Union. The first act in consequence of this proclamation was the arrest of a number of conspirators who were planning sedition throughout the Union. The head of this conspiracy was Lieutenant Colonel S. G. Maritz. General Byers and General de Wet, both Boer officers of high standing, cooperated with Maritz in an abortive rebellion. The situation was most trying for the native Boers and, to their credit be it recorded, the great majority of them stood out strongly against the Germans. Vigorous action by Botha and Smuts smashed the rebellion in the fall of 1914. A force acting under General Botha in person attacked the troops under General Byers at Rustenburg on October 27, and on the next day General Byers sought refuge in flight. A smaller force acting under General Kemp was also routed on November 5. General de Wet opened his campaign of rebellion on November 7 in an action at Wimberg, where he defeated a smaller force of loyalists under General Cronje. The decisive battle at Marquard occurred on November 12, Botha commanding the loyalists' forces in person and de Wet the rebels. The victory of Botha in this fierce engagement was complete. De Wet was routed and was captured on December 1 with a rearguard of 52 men. General Byers was drowned on December 9 while attempting to escape from the Vaal into the Transvaal. This virtually ended all opposition to General Botha. The invasion of German Southwest Africa began on January 5, 1915, and was one uninterrupted chapter of successes. Through jungle and swamp, swept by torrential rains and encountering obstacles that would have disheartened any but the stoutest heart, the little force of invasion swept forward. Most of the engagements by the enemy were in the nature of guerrilla and rearguard actions. The backbone of the German command was broken and the remaining forces capitulated in July, 1915. With the capitulation came the story of the German mismanagement in Southwest Africa, and particularly their horrible treatment of the Hereros and Hottentots in a country misgoverned by them. An official report fully authenticated was made and none of its essential details were refuted. The report told the story of how the German authorities exterminated the native Hereros. When Germany annexed the country in 1890 they were believed to possess well over 150,000 head of cattle. After the Rinderpest scourge of 1897 they still owned something like 90,000 head. By 1902, less than 10 years after the arrival of the first German settlers, the Hereros had only 45,898 head of cattle, while the 1,051 German traders and farmers then in the country owned 44,487. The policy of robbing and killing the natives had by that time received the sanction of Berlin. By the end of 1905 the surviving Hereros had been reduced to pauperism and possessed nothing at all. In 1907 the Imperial German government by ordinance prohibited the natives of Southwest Africa from possessing livestock. The wholesale theft of the natives' cattle, their only wealth, with the direct connivance and approval of the Berlin government, was one of the primary causes of the Herero Rebellion of 1904. The revolt was suppressed with characteristic German ruthlessness. But the Germans were not content with a mere suppression of the rising, they had decided upon the practical extinction of the whole tribe. For this purpose Lutwine, who was apparently regarded as too lenient, was superseded by von Trotha, noted for his merciless severity. He had played a notorious part in the Chinese Boxer Rebellion, and had just suppressed the Arab rising in German East Africa by the wholesale massacre of men, women, and children. As a preliminary von Trotha invited the Herero chiefs to come in and make peace, as the war was now over, and promptly shot them in cold blood. Then he issued his notorious extermination order, in terms of which no Herero, man, woman, child, or babe, was to receive mercy or quarter. "Kill every one of them," he said, "and take no prisoners." The hanging of natives was a common occurrence. A German officer had the right to order a native to be hanged. No trial or court was necessary. Many were hanged merely on suspicion. The Herreros were far more humane in the field than the Germans. They were once a fine race. Now there is only a miserable remnant left. This is amply proved by official German statistics. Out of between 80,000 and 90,000 souls, only about 15,000 starving and fugitive Herreros were alive at the end of 1905, when von Trotha relinquished his task. In 1911, after all rebellions had been suppressed and tranquility restored, the government had a census taken. The figures, reproduced below, speak for themselves. Estimate official census. 1904–1911. Decrease. Herreros 80,000 15,130 64,870. Hottentots 20,000 9,781 10,219. Bergdamaras 30. 000 12,831 17,169. 130,000 37,742 92,258. In other words, 80% of the Herero people disappeared, and more than half of the Hottentot and Bergdamara races shared the same fate. Dar. Paul Rohrbach's dictum, it is applicable to a nation in the same way as to the individual that the right of existence is primarily justified in the degree that such existence is useful for progress and general development, comes forcible to mind. These natives of Southwest Africa had been, weighed in the German balance and had been found wanting. Germany lost more than 1 million square miles of territory in Africa as a direct consequence of General Botha's bold action. These are divided in 4 great regions: Southwest Africa, Cameroon, Togo and East Africa. Togoland, as this region is popularly known, extends from the north shore of the Gulf of Guinea into the interior and is bounded by French and British colonies. By a joint attack of French and British forces, beginning the second week in August, 1914, the German power in this rich domain was completely broken, and the conquest of Togoland was complete on August 26, 1914. The military operation was of a desultory nature, and the losses negligible in view of the area of 33,000 square miles of highly productive land passed from German control. The fighting in the great region of Cameroon was somewhat more stubborn than that in Togoland. The villages of Bonabri and Douala were particularly well defended. The British and French fought through swamps and jungle under the handicap of terrific heat, and always with victory at the end of the engagement. The conquest of the Cameroon was complete by the end of June, 1915. In addition to the operations by the British and French, a combined Belgian and French force captured Malundu and Ngondra in the German Congo. The raids by General Botha on German Southwest Africa commenced on September 27, 1914. A series of brilliant strategic actions resulted in the conquest of a region once and a half the size of the German Empire at the time the Great War began. A British description of the operation states: the occupation of Windhoek was effected by General Botha's North Dammerland forces working along the railway from Swakopmund. At the former place General Vandeventer joined up with General Botha's forces. The force from Swakopmund met with considerable opposition, first at Tretskopje, a small township in the Great Namib Desert 50 miles to the northeast of Swakopmund, and secondly at Atjimingwe, on the Swakop River, 60 miles northwest of Windhoek. Apart from these two determined stands, however, little other opposition was encountered, and Karibib was occupied on May 5 and Okahanja and Windhoek on May 12. With the fall of the latter place, 3,000 Europeans and 12,000 natives became prisoners. The wireless station, one of Germany's most valuable high-power stations, which was able to communicate with one relay only, with Berlin, was captured almost intact, and much rolling stock also fell into the hands of the Union forces. The advance from the south along the Luderitzbach-Seeheim-Keetmanshoop Railway, approximately 500 miles in length, was made by two forces which joined hands at Keetmanshoop. The advance from AUS, captured on April 10, was made by General Smuts's forces. Colonel, afterward General, Vandeventer, moving up from the direction of Warmbad and Kockfontein, around the flanks of Karas Mountain, pushed on after reaching Keetmanshoop in the direction of Gibeon. Bethany had previously been occupied during the advance to Seeheim. At Cabas, 20 miles to the north of Keetmanshoop, and at Gibeon pitched battles were fought between General Vandeventer's forces and the enemy. No other opposition of importance was encountered, and the operations were brought to a successful conclusion. The stiffest fighting in all Africa came in German East Africa. It began in late September, 1914, and continued until mid-June, 1915. The Germans, curiously enough, commenced the offensive here with an attack upon Mombasa, the terminus of the Uganda Railway and the capital of British East Africa. The attack was planned as a joint naval and military operation, the German cruiser Königsberg being assigned to move into the harbour and bombard the town simultaneously with the assault by land. The plan went awry when the presence of British warships frightened off the Königsberg. The land attack was easily checked by a detachment of the King's African Rifles and native Arabian troops until the detachments of Indian regulars arrived upon the scene. The enemy thereupon retreated to his original plans. British reprisals came early in November, when the towns of Tanga and Gassin were attacked by British troops. The troops selected for this adventure numbered 6,000 and carried only food, water, guns and munitions. No protection of any kind or any other equipment was taken by the soldiers. Reinforcements to the German forces delayed the capture of Gassin until January. A garrison of 300 men was left there, and this in turn was besieged by 3,000 Germans. After a stubborn defense, the Germans recaptured the town. A union of two British forces was accomplished early in June, 1915. One of these cut through German East Africa along the Kagera River and the other advanced on steamers from Kisumu. They met the enemy on June 22 and defeated it with heavy casualties. Later General Tai, commanding the combined British forces, was congratulated on the completeness of his victory on June 28, by General Kitchener. The territory acquired by the British as a consequence of the invasion of Germany's African possessions, possesses formidable natural barriers, but once these are passed the traveler finds lands of wonderful fertility in great natural resources. Approaching German Southwest Africa from the east access is across the Kalahari Desert. This in its trackless desolation, its frequent sandstorms and torrid heat through which only the hardiest and best provisioned caravans may penetrate is worse than the worst that Sahara can show. There is not a sign of life. Approached from the sea, the principal port is Wallfish Bay, a fair harbour that was improved by the British when they occupied it. Near Wallfish some of the largest diamonds in the history of the world have been found, and gold fields of considerable richness have been worked. The climate of German Southwest Africa, after the torrential storms of the seacoast and the terrific heat of the desert have been passed, is one of the most salubrious in the world. It is unique among African regions in the opportunities it affords for colonization by white men. Great Britain possessed large holdings of this land before Germany came into possession, but abandoned them under the belief that the region was comparatively worthless. There was no misapprehension on this score when all of the lands came into the possession of England as the result of the war. Chapter 19. Italy declares war on Austria. For many years before the Great War began, the great powers of Europe were divided into two great alliances, the Triple Entente, composed of Russia, France and England, and the Triple Alliance, composed of Germany, Austria and Italy. When the war began, Italy refused to join with Germany and Austria. Why? The answer to this question throws a vivid light on the origin of the war. Italy was a member of the Triple Alliance. She knew the facts, not only what was given to the public, but the inside facts. According to the terms of the alliance, each member was bound to stand by each other only in case of attack. Italy refused to join with Austria and Germany because they were the aggressors. The constant assertions of the German statesmen, and of the Kaiser himself, that war had been forced upon them were declared untrue by their associate Italy in the very beginning, and the verdict of Italy was the verdict of the world. Not much was said in the beginning about Italy's abstention from war. The Germans, indeed, sneered a little and hinted that some day Italy would be made to regret her course, but now that the Teuton snake is scotched, the importance of Italy's action has been perceived and appraised at its true value. The Germans from the very beginning understood the real danger that might come to the Central Powers through Italian action. Every effort was made by the Foreign Office to keep her neutral. First threats were used, later promises were held out of addition to Italian territory if she would send her troops to Germany's assistance. When this failed, the most strenuous efforts were made to keep Italy neutral, and a former German premier, Prince von Bülow, was sent to Italy for this purpose. Socialist leaders, too, were sent from Germany to urge the Italian socialists to insist upon neutrality. In July 1914, the Italian government was not taken by surprise. They had observed the increase year by year of the German army and of the German fleet. At the end of the Balkan Wars they had been asked whether they would agree to an Austrian attack upon Serbia. They had consequently long been deliberating as to what their course should be in case of war, and they had made up their minds that under no circumstances would they aid Germany against England. Quite independently of her long-standing friendship with England, it would be suicide to Italy in her geographical position to enter a war which should permit her coast to be attacked by the English and French navies. And her participation in the Triple Alliance always carried the proviso that it did not bind her to fight England. This was well known in the German Foreign Office, and, indeed, in France, where the writers upon war were reckoning confidently on the withdrawing of Italy from the Triple Alliance, and planning to use the entire forces of France against Germany. A better understanding of the Italian position will result from a consideration of the origin of the Triple Alliance. After the War of 1870, Bismarck, perceiving the quick recovery of France, considered the advisability of attacking her again, and, to use his own words, bleeding her white. He found, however, that if this were attempted France would be joined by Russia and England, and he gave up this plan. In order, however, to render France powerless, he planned an alliance which should be able to control Europe. A league between Germany, Austria and Russia was his desire, and for some time every opportunity was taken to develop friendship with the Tsar. Russia, however, remained cool. Her pan-Slavonic sympathies were opposed to the interests of Germany. Bismarck, therefore, determined, without losing the friendship of Russia, to persuade Italy to join in the Continental Combination. Italy, at the time, was the least formidable of the six great powers, but Bismarck foresaw that she could be made good use of in such a combination. At that time Italy, just after the completion of Italian unity, found herself in great perplexity. Her treatment of the Pope had brought about the hostility of Roman Catholics throughout the world. She feared both France and Austria, who were strong Catholic countries, and hardly knew where to look for friends. The great Italian leader at the time was Francesco Crispi, who, beginning as a radical and a conspirator, had become a constitutional statesman. Bismarck professed the greatest friendship for Crispi, and gave Crispi to understand that he approved of Italy's aspirations on the Adriatic and in Tunis. The next year, however, at the Berlin Congress, Italy's interests were ignored, and finally, in 1882, France seized Tunis, to the great indignation of the Italians. It has been shown in more recent times that the French seizure of Tunis was directly due to Bismarck's instigation. The Italians having been roused to wrath, Bismarck proceeded to offer them a place in the councils of the Triple Alliance. It was an easy argument that such an alliance would protect them against France, and no doubt it was promised that it would free them from the danger of attack by Austria. England, at the time, was isolated, and Italy continued on the best understanding with her. The immediate result of the alliance was a growth of Italian hostility toward France, which led, in 1889, to a tariff war on France. Meanwhile, German commercial and financial enterprises were pushed throughout the Italian peninsula. What did Italy gain by this? Her commerce was weakened, and Austria permitted herself every possible unfriendly act except open war. As time went on, Germany and Austria became more and more arrogant. Italy's ambitions on the Balkan Peninsula were absolutely ignored. In 1908 Austria appropriated Bosnia and Herzegovina, another blow to Italy. By this time Italy understood the situation well, and that same year, seeing no future for herself in Europe, she swooped down on Tripoli. In doing this she forestalled Germany herself, for Germany had determined to seize Tripoli. Both Germany and Austria were opposed to this action of Italy, but Italy's eyes were now open. 30 years of political alliance had created no sympathy among the Italians for the Germans. Moreover, it was not entirely a question of policy. The lordly arrogance of the Prussians caused sharp antagonism. The Italians were lovers of liberty, the Germans pledged toward autocracy. They found greater sympathy in England and in France. "I am a son of liberty," said Cavour, "to her I owe all that I am." That, too, is Italy's motto. When the war broke out, popular sympathy in Italy was therefore strongly in favor of the Allies. The party in power, the Liberals, adopted the policy of neutrality for the time being, but thousands of Italians volunteered for the French and British service, and the anti-German feeling grew greater as time went on. Finally, on the 23rd of May, 1915, the Italian government withdrew its ambassador to Austria and declared war. A complete statement of the negotiations between Italy and Austria-Hungary, which led to this declaration, was delivered to the government of the United States by the Italian ambassador on May 25. This statement, of which the following is an extract, lucidly presented the Italian position. The Triple Alliance was essentially defensive, and designed solely to preserve the status quo, or in other words equilibrium, in Europe. That these were its only objects and purposes is established by the letter and spirit of the treaty, as well as by the intentions clearly described and set forth in official acts of the ministers who created the alliance and confirmed and renewed it in the interests of peace, which always has inspired Italian policy. The treaty, as long as its intents and purposes had been loyally interpreted and regarded, and as long as it had not been used as a pretext for aggression against others, greatly contributed to the elimination and settlement of causes of conflict, and for many years assured to Europe the inestimable benefits of peace. But Austria-Hungary severed the treaty by her own hands. She rejected the response of Serbia, which gave to her all the satisfaction she could legitimately claim. She refused to listen to the conciliatory proposals presented by Italy in conjunction with other powers in the effort to spare Europe from a vast conflict, certain to drench the continent with blood and to reduce it to ruin beyond the conception of human imagination, and finally she provoked that conflict. Article 1 of the treaty embodied the usual and necessary obligation of such pacts, the pledge to exchange views upon any fact and economic questions of a general nature that might arise pursuant to its terms. None of the contracting parties had the right to undertake without a previous agreement any step the consequence of which might impose a duty upon the other signatories arising under the alliance, or which would in any way whatsoever encroach upon their vital interests. This article was violated by Austria-Hungary, when she sent to Serbia her note dated July 23, 1914, an action taken without the previous assent of Italy. Thus, Austria-Hungary violated beyond doubt one of the fundamental provisions of the treaty. The obligation of Austria-Hungary to come to a previous understanding with Italy was the greater because her obstinate policy against Serbia gave rise to a situation which directly tended toward the provocation of a European war. As far back as the beginning of July, 1914, the Italian government, preoccupied by the prevailing feeling in Vienna, caused to be laid before the Austro-Hungarian government a number of suggestions advising moderation, and warning it of the impending danger of a European outbreak. The course adopted by Austria-Hungary against Serbia constituted, moreover, a direct encroachment upon the general interests of Italy, both political and economical, in the Balkan Peninsula. Austria-Hungary could not for a moment imagine that Italy could remain indifferent while Serbian independence was being trodden upon. On a number of occasions theretofore, Italy gave Austria to understand, in friendly but clear terms, that the independence of Serbia was considered by Italy as essential to the Balkan equilibrium. Austria-Hungary was further advised that Italy could never permit that equilibrium to be disturbed through a prejudice. This warning had been conveyed not only by her diplomats in private conversations with responsible Austro-Hungarian officials, but was proclaimed publicly by Italian statesmen on the floors of parliament. Therefore, when Austria-Hungary ignored the usual practices and menaced Serbia by sending her an ultimatum, without in any way notifying the Italian government of what she proposed to do, Indeed, leaving that government to learn of her action through the press, rather than through the usual channels of diplomacy. When Austria-Hungary took this unprecedented course, she not only severed her alliance with Italy but committed an act inimical to Italy's interests. After the European war broke out, Italy sought to come to an understanding with Austria-Hungary with a view to a settlement satisfactory to both parties which might avert existing and future trouble. Her efforts were in vain, notwithstanding the efforts of Germany, which for months endeavored to induce Austria-Hungary to comply with Italy's suggestion, thereby recognizing the propriety and legitimacy of the Italian attitude. Therefore Italy found herself compelled by the force of events to seek other solutions. Inasmuch as the Treaty of Alliance with Austria-Hungary had ceased virtually to exist and served only to prolong a state of continual friction and mutual suspicion, the Italian ambassador at Vienna was instructed to declare to the Austro-Hungarian government that the Italian government considered itself free from the ties arising out of the Treaty of the Triple Alliance in so far as Austria-Hungary was concerned. This communication was delivered in Vienna on May 4. Subsequently to this declaration, and after we had been obliged to take steps for the protection of our interests, the Austro-Hungarian government submitted new concessions, which, however, were deemed insufficient and by no means met our minimum demands. These offers could not be considered under the circumstances. The Italian government, taking into consideration what has been stated above, and supported by the vote of Parliament and the solemn manifestation of the country, came to the decision that any further delay would be inadvisable. Therefore, on May 23d, it was declared, in the name of the King, to the Austro-Hungarian ambassador at Rome, that, beginning the following day, May 24, it would consider itself in a state of war with Austria-Hungary. It was a closely reasoned argument that the Italian statesman presented, but there was something more than reasoned argument in Italy's course. She had been waiting for years for the opportunity to bring under her flag the men of her own race still held in subjection by hated Austria. Now was the time or never. Her people had become roused. Mobs filled the streets. Great orators, even the great poet, D'Annunzio, proclaimed a holy war. The sinking of the Lusitania poured oil on the flames, and the treatment of Belgium and eastern France added to the fury. Italian statesmen, even if they had so desired, could not have withstood the pressure. It was a crusade for Italia Irredenta, for civilization, for humanity. The country had been flooded by representatives of German propaganda, papers had been hired and, by all report, money in large amounts distributed. But every German effort was swept away in the flood of feeling. It was the people's war. Amid tremendous enthusiasm, the Chamber of Deputies adopted by vote of 407 to 74 the bill conferring upon the government full power to make war. All members of the cabinet maintained absolute silence regarding what step should follow the action of the chamber. When the chamber reassembled on May 20, after its long recess, there were present 482 deputies out of 500, the absentees remaining away on account of illness. The deputies especially applauded were those who wore military uniforms and who had asked permission for leave from their military duties to be present at the sitting. All the tribunes were filled to overflowing. No representatives of Germany, Austria or Turkey were to be seen in the diplomatic tribune. The first envoy to arrive was Thomas Nelson Page, the American ambassador, who was accompanied by his staff. M. Barrère, Sir J. Benelrod, and Michel de Geers, the French, British and Russian ambassadors, respectively, appeared a few minutes later, and all were greeted with applause, which was shared by the Belgian, Greek and Romanian ministers. George B. McClellan, one-time mayor of New York, occupied a seat in the President's tribune. A few minutes before the session began, the poet, Gabriel D'Annunzio, one of the strongest advocates of war, appeared in the rear of the public tribune, which was so crowded that it seemed impossible to squeeze in anybody else. But the moment the people saw him, they lifted him shoulder high and passed him over their heads to the first row. The entire chamber, and all those occupying the other tribunes, rose and applauded for 5 minutes, crying, "Viva D'Annunzio!" Later thousands sent him their cards and in return received his autograph bearing the date of this eventful day. Senor Marcora, president of the chamber, took his place at 3 o'clock. All the members of the House, and everybody in the galleries, stood up to acclaim the old follower of Garibaldi. Premier Salandra, followed by all the members of the cabinet, entered shortly afterward. It was a solemn moment. Then a delirium of cries broke out. "Viva Salandra!" roared the deputies, and the cheering lasted for a long time. After the formalities of the opening, Premier Salandra, deeply moved by the demonstration, arose and said, "Gentlemen, I have the honor to present to you a bill to meet the eventual expenditures of a national war." The announcement was greeted by further prolonged applause. The Premier's speech was continually interrupted by enthusiasm, and at times he could hardly continue on account of the wild cheering. The climax was reached when he made a reference to the army and navy. Then the cries seemed interminable, and those on the floor of the House and in the galleries turned to the military tribune, from which the officers answered by waving their hands and handkerchiefs. At the end of the Premier's speech there were deafening vivas for the King, war, and Italy. 34 socialists refused to join the cheers, even in the cry, "Viva Italia," and they were hooted and hissed. The action of the Italian government created intense feeling. A newspaper man in Vienna, describing the Austrian indignation, said, "The exasperation and contempt which Italy's treacherous surprise attack and her hypocritical justification aroused here, are quite indescribable. Neither Serbia nor Russia, despite a long and costly war, is hated. Italy, however, or rather those Italian would-be politicians and businessmen who offer violence to the majority of peaceful Italian people, are unutterably hated." On the other hand, German papers spoke with much more moderation and recognized that Italy was acting in an entirely natural manner. On the very day on which war was declared, active operations were begun. Both sides had been making elaborate preparations. Austria had prepared herself by building strong fortifications in which were employed the latest technical improvements in defensive warfare. Upon the Carso and around Gorizia the Austrians had placed innumerable batteries of powerful guns mounted on rails and protected by armor plates. They also had a great number of medium and smaller guns. A net of trenches had been excavated and constructed in cement all along the edge of the hills which dominated the course of the Isonzo River. Illustration, painting, hundreds of soldiers using ropes to drag a large gun up a mountain slope. Italy's titanic labor to conquer the Alps. When the Italians were making their first mighty advance against Austria, descriptions came through of the almost unbelievable natural obstacles they were conquering. Getting one of the monster guns into position in the mountains, as shown above, over the track that had to be built for every foot of its progress, was one such handicap. Illustration, painting, soldiers debarking from a transport under heavy gun fire. The historic landing from the River Clyde at Settle Bar. An incident of the Dardanelles expedition. Horrible losses were sustained by the Allied troops from the concentrated fire of the Turkish machine guns on shore. These trenches, occupying a position nearly impregnable because so mountainous, were defended by every modern device. They were protected with numerous machine guns, surrounded by wire entanglements through which ran a strong electric current. These lines of trenches followed without interruption from the banks of the Isonzo to the summit of the mountains which dominated. They formed a kind of formidable staircase which had to be conquered step by step with enormous sacrifice. During this same period General Cadorna, then head of the Italian army, had been bringing that army up to date, working for high efficiency in piling up munitions. The army of Italy was a formidable one. Every man in Italy is liable to military service for a period of 19 years from the age of 20 to 39. At the time of the war the approximate war strength of the army was as follows: officers, 41,692. Active army with the colors, 289,910, reserve, 638,979, mobile militia, 299,956, territorial militia, 1,889,659, total strength, 3,159,836. The above number of total men available included upward of 1,200,000 fully trained soldiers, with perhaps another 800,000 partially trained men, the remaining million being completely untrained men. This army was splendidly armed, its officers well educated, and the men brave and disciplined. The Italian plan of campaign apparently consisted first, in neutralizing the Trentino by capturing or covering the defenses and cutting the two lines of communication with Austria proper, the railway which ran south from Innsbruck, and that which ran southwest from Vienna and joined the former at Franzensfels. And second, in a movement in force on the eastern frontier, with Trieste captured or covered on the right flank in the direction of the Austrian fortress at Klagenfurt and Vienna. The first blow was struck by Austria on the day that war was declared. On that day bombs were dropped on Venice, and 5 other Adriatic ports were shelled from air, and some from sea. The Italian armies invaded Austria on the east with great rapidity, and by May 27 a part of the Italian forces had moved across the Isonzo River to Monfalcone, 16 miles northwest of Trieste. Another force penetrated further to the north in the crown land of Gorizia and Gradisca. Reports from Italy were that encounters with the enemy had thus far been merely outpost skirmishes, but had allowed Italy to occupy advantageous positions on Austrian territory by June 1. The Italians had occupied the greater part of the west bank of the Isonzo, with little opposition. The left wing was beyond the Isonzo, at Caporetto, fighting among the boulders of Monte Nero, where the Austrian artillery had strong positions. Monfalcone was kept under constant bombardment. A general Italian advance took place on June 7 across the Isonzo River from Caporetto to the sea, a distance of about 40 miles. Monfalcone was taken by the Italians on June 10, the first serious blow against Trieste, as Monfalcone was a railway junction, and its electrical works operated the light and power of Trieste. Next day the centre made a great blow against Gradisca and Sagrado, but the river line proved too strong. The only success was won that night at Plava, north of Barigia, which was carried by a surprise attack. The Isonzo was in flood, and presented a serious obstacle to the onrush of the Italians. By June 14 the Italian Eastern Army had pushed forward along the Gulf of Trieste toward the town of Nebrasina, 9 miles from Trieste. Meanwhile, the Austrian armies were being constantly strengthened. The initial weakness of the Austrian defensive was due to the fact that the armies normally assigned to the invaded region had been sent to defend the Austrian line in Galicia against the Russians. When Italy began her invasion the defenses of the country were chiefly in the hands of hastily mobilized youths below the military age of 19, and men above the military age of 42. From now on Austrian troops began to arrive from the Galician front, some of these representing the finest fighting material in the Austrian ranks. The chance of an easy victory was slipping from Italy's hands. The Italian advance was checked. On the 15th of June the Italians carried an important position on Monte Nero, climbing the rocks by night and attacking by dawn. But this conquest did not help much. No guns of great caliber could be carried on the mountain, and Tolmino, which had been heavily fortified, and contained a garrison of some 30,000 men, was entirely safe. The following week there were repeated counterattacks at Plava and on Monte Nero, but the Italians held what they had won. Illustration, map. Area of General Cadorna's successful operations against Gorizia. The Isonzo Valley forms the eastern line for the defense of Italy and its possession was essential to the realization of Italian ideals. Gorizia, its main strategic position, first fell to the Italians. August 9, 1916. The position was now that Cadorna's left wing was in a strong position, but could not do much against Tolmino. His center was facing the great camp of Gorizia, while his right was on the edge of the Carso, and had advanced as far as Dueno, on the Monfalcone-Trieste railroad. The army was in position to make an attack upon Gorizia. On the 2d of July an attack on a broad front was aimed directly at Gorizia. The left was to swing around against the defenses of Gorizia to the north. The center was directed against the Gorizia bridge head, and the right was to swing around to the northeast through the Doberdo Plateau. If it succeeded, the Trieste railway would be cut and Gorizia must fall. Long and confused fighting followed. The center and the right of the Italian army slowly advanced their line, taking over 1,000 prisoners. For days there was continuous bombardment and counter-bombardment. The fighting on the left was terrific. In the neighborhood of Plava, the Italian forces found themselves opposed by Hungarian troops, unaccustomed to mountain warfare, who at first fell back. Austrian reserves came to their aid, and flung back 3 times the Italian charge. 3 new Italian brigades were brought up, and King Victor Emmanuel himself came to encourage his troops. The final assault carried the heights. On the 22d of July, the Italian right captured the crest of San Michele, which dominates the Doberdo Plateau. Meanwhile, the Austrian armies were being heavily reinforced, and General Cadorna found himself unable to make progress. Much ground had been won, but Gorizia was still unredeemed. Many important vantage points were in Italian hands, but it was difficult to advance. The result of the 3 months' campaign was a stalemate. In the high mountains to the north, Italy's campaign was a war of defense. To undertake her offensive on the Isonzo, it was necessary that she guard her flanks and rear. The Tyrolese battleground contained 3 distinct points where it was necessary to operate: the Trentino salient, the passes of the Dolomites, and the passes of the Carnic Alps. Early in June, Italy had won control of the ridges of the mountains in the 2 latter points, but the problem in the Trentino was more difficult. It was necessary, because of the converging valleys, to push her front well inland. On the Carnic Alps the fighting consisted of unimportant skirmishes. The main struggle centered around the pass of Monte Croce Carnico. In 2 weeks the Alpini had seized dominating positions to the west of the pass, but the Austrians clung to the farther slopes. A great deal of picturesque fighting went on, but not much progress was made. Further west in the Dolomite region there was more fighting. On the 30th of May Cartina had been captured, and the Italians moved north toward the Pusterthal railway. Progress was slow, as the main routes to the railway were difficult. By the middle of August they were only a few miles from the railway, but all the routes led through Defile, and the neighboring heights were in the possession of the Austrians. To capture these heights was a most difficult feat, which the Italians performed in the most brilliant way, but even after they had passed these Defile success was not yet won. Each Italian column was in its own grove, with no lateral communication. The Austrians could mass themselves where they pleased. As a result, the Italian forces were compelled to halt. In the Trentino campaign the Italians soon captured the passes, and moved against Trent and Rovereto. These towns were heavily fortified, as were their surrounding heights. The campaign became a series of small fights on mountain peaks and mountain ridges. Only small bodies of troops could maneuver, and the raising of guns up steep precipices was extremely difficult. The Italians slowly succeeded in gaining ground, and established a chain of posts around the heights so that often one would see guns and barbed wire entrenchments at a height of more than 10,000 feet among the crevasses of the glaciers. The Alpini performed wonderful feats of physical endurance, but the plains of Lombardy were still safe. Chapter 20. Glorious Gallipoli. If ever the true mettle and temper of a people were tried and exemplified in the crucible of battle, that battle was the naval and land engagement embracing Gallipoli and the Dardanelles and the people so tested. The British race. Separated in point of time but united in its general plan, the engagements present a picture of heroism founded upon strategic mistakes. Of such perseverance and dogged determination against overwhelming natural and artificial odds as even the pages of supreme British bravery cannot parallel. The immortal charge of the Light Brigade was of a piece with Gallipoli, but it was merely a battle fragment and its glorious record was written in blood within the scope of a comparatively few inspired minutes. In the mine-strewn Dardanelles and upon the sun-baked, blood-drenched rocky slopes of Gallipoli, death always partnered every sailor and soldier. As at Balaclava, virtually everyone knew that someone had blundered, but the army and the navy as one man fought to the bitter end to make the best of a bad bargain, to tear triumph out of impossibilities. France cooperated with the British in the naval engagement, but the greater sacrifice, the supreme charnel house of the war, the British race reserved for itself. There, the yeomanry of England, the unsung county regiments whose sacrifices and achievements have been neglected in England's generous desire to honour the men from "down under." The Australians and New Zealanders grouped under the imperishable title of the Anzacs, there the Scotch, Welsh and Irish knit in one devoted British army with the great fighters from the self-governing colonies waged a battle so hopeless and so gallant that the word Gallipoli shall always remind the world how man may triumph over the fear of death. How with nothing but defeat and disaster before them, men may go to their deaths as unconcernedly as in other days they go to their nightly sleep. On November 5, 1914, Great Britain declared war upon Turkey. Hostilities, however, had preceded the declaration. On November 3 the combined French and British squadrons had bombarded the entrance forts. This was merely intended to draw the fire of the forts and make an estimate of their power. From that time on a blockade was maintained, and on the 13th of December a submarine, commanded by Lieutenant Holbrook, entered the straits and torpedoed the Turkish warship Masoudia, which was guarding the minefields. By the end of January the blockading fleet, through constant reinforcement, had become very strong, and had seized the island of Tenedos and taken possession of Lemnos, which nominally belonged to Greece, as bases for naval operations. On the 19th of February began the great attack upon the forts at the entrance to the Dardanelles, which attracted the attention of the world for nearly a year. The expedition against the Dardanelles had been considered with the greatest care, and approved by the naval authorities. That their judgment was correct, however, is another question. The history of naval warfare seems to make very plain that a ship, however powerful, is at a tremendous disadvantage when attacking forts on land. The badly served cannon of Alexandria fell, indeed, before a British fleet, but Gallipoli had been fortified by German engineers, and its guns were the Krupp cannon. The British fleet found itself opposed by unsurmountable obstacles. Looking backward it seems possible, that if at the very start Lord Kitchener had permitted a detachment of troops to accompany the fleet, success might have been attained, but without the army the navy was powerless. The peninsula of Gallipoli is a tongue of land about 50 miles long, varying in width from 12 to 2 or 3 miles. It is a mass of rocky hills so steep that in many places it is a matter of difficulty to reach their tops. On it are a few villages, but there are no decent roads and little cultivated land. On the southern shore of the Dardanelles conditions are nearly the same. Here, the entrance is a flat and marshy plain, but east of this plain are hills 3,000 feet high. The high ground overhangs the sea passage on both sides, and with the exception of narrow bits of beach at their base, presents almost no opportunity for landing. Illustration, map, Gallipoli and surroundings. Map of the Gallipoli Peninsula showing the various landing places. With inset of the Saribare region. A strong current continually sifts down the straits from the Sea of Marmora. Forts were placed at the entrance on both the north and south side, but they were not heavily armed and were merely outposts. 14 miles from the mouth the straits become quite narrow, making a sharp turn directly north and then resuming their original direction. The channel thus makes a sharp double bend. At the entrance to the strait, known as the Narrows, were powerful fortresses, and the slopes were studded with batteries. Along both sides of the channel the low ground was lined with batteries. It was possible to attack the forts at fairly long range, but there was no room to bring any large number of ships into action at the same time. At the time of the Gallipoli adventure there were probably nearly 500,000 of men available for a defense of the straits, men well armed and well trained under German leadership. The first step was comparatively easy. The operations against the other forts began at 8 a.m. on Friday, the 19th of February. The ships engaged were the Inflexible, the Agamemnon, the Cornwallis, the Vengeance and the Triumph from the British fleet, and the Bouvet, Suffren, and the Gaulois from the French, all under the command of Vice Admiral Sackville-Carden. The French squadron was under Rear Admiral Gapret. A flotilla of destroyers accompanied the fleet, and airplanes were sent up to guide the fire of the battleships. At first the fleet was arranged in a semicircle some miles out to sea from the entrance to the strait. It afforded an inspiring spectacle as the ships came along and took up position, and the picture became most awe-inspiring when the guns began to boom. The bombardment at first was slow. Shells from the various ships screaming through the air at the rate of about one every 2 minutes. The Turkish batteries, however, were not to be drawn, and, seeing this, the British admiral sent one British ship and one French ship close inshore toward the said Elbar forts. As they went in they sped right under the guns of the shore batteries, which could no longer resist the temptation to see what they could do. Puffs of white smoke dotted the landscape on the far shore, and dull booms echoed over the placid water. Around the ships fountains of water sprang up into the air. The enemy had been drawn, but his marksmanship was obviously very bad. Not a single shot directed against the ships went within 100 yards of either. At sundown on account of the failing light Admiral Carden withdrew the fleet. On account of the bad weather the attack was not renewed until February 25. It appeared that the outer forts had not been seriously damaged on the 19th, and that what injury had been done had been repaired. In an hour and a half the Cape Helles fort was silenced. The Agamemnon was hit by a shell fired at a range of 6 miles, which killed 3 men and wounded 5. Early in the afternoon said Elbar was attacked at close range, but not silenced till after 5 p.m. At this time British trawlers began sweeping the entrance for mines, and during the next day the mine field was cleared for a distance of 4 miles up the straits. As soon as this clearance was made the Albion, Vengeance and Majestic steamed into the strait and attacked Fort Dardanos, a fortification some distance below the Narrows. The Turks replied vigorously, not only from Dardanos but from batteries scattered along the shore. Believing that the Turks had abandoned the forts at the entrance, landing parties of marines were sent to shore. In a short time, however, they met a detachment of the enemy and were compelled to retreat to their boats. The outer forts, however, were destroyed, and their destruction was extremely encouraging to the Allies. For a time a series of minor operations was carried on, meeting with much success. Besides attacks on forts inside of the strait, Smyrna was bombarded on March the 5th, and on March the 6th the Queen Elizabeth, the Agamemnon and the Ocean bombarded the forts at Chanak on the Asiatic side of the Narrows. From a position in the Gulf of Saros on the outer side of the Gallipoli Peninsula. To all of these attacks the Turks replied vigorously and the attacking ships were repeatedly struck, but with no loss of life. On the 7th of March Fort Dardanos was silenced, and Fort Chanak ceased firing, but, as it turned out, only temporarily. Preparations were now being made for a serious effort against the Narrows. The date of the attack was fixed for March 17, weather permitting. On the 16th Admiral Carden was stricken down with illness and was invalid by medical authority. Admiral de Robeck, second in command, who had been very active in the operations, was appointed to succeed him. Admiral de Robeck was in cordial sympathy with the purposes of the expedition and determined to attack on the 18th of March. At 11:45 that morning, the Queen Elizabeth, Inflexible, Agamemnon, Lord Nelson, the Triumph and Prince George steamed up the straits towards the Narrows, and bombarded the forts of Chanak. At 12:22 the French squadron, consisting of the Suffren, Gaulois, Charlemagne, and Bouvet, advanced up the Dardanelles to aid their English associates. Under the combined fire of the two squadrons the Turkish forts, which at first replied strongly, were finally silenced. All of the ships, however, were hit several times during this part of the action. A third squadron, including the Vengeance, Irresistible, Albion, Ocean, Swiftshore and Majestic, then advanced to relieve the 6 old battleships inside the strait. As the French squadron, which had engaged the forts in a most brilliant fashion, was passing out the Bouvet was blown up by a drifting mine and sank in less than 3 minutes, carrying with her most of her crew. At 2:36 p.m. the relief battleships renewed the attack on the forts, which again opened fire. The Turks were now sending mines down with the current. At 4:09 the Irresistible quitted the line, listing heavily, and at 5:50 she sank, having probably struck a drifting mine. At 6.05 the ocean, also having struck a mine, sank in deep water. Practically the whole of the crews were removed safely. The Gaulois was damaged by gunfire. The Inflexible had her forward control position hit by a heavy shell, which killed and wounded the majority of the men and officers at that station and set her on fire. At sunset the forts were still in action, and during the twilight the Allied fleet slipped out of the Dardanelles. Meantime, an expeditionary force was being gathered. The largest portion of this force came from Great Britain, but France also provided a considerable number from her marines and from her colonial army. Both nations avoided, as far as possible, drawing upon the armies destined for service in France. In the English army there were divisions from Australia and New Zealand, and there were a number of Indian troops and territorials. The whole force was put under the command of General Sir Ian Hamilton. The commander-in-chief on the Turkish side was the German General Lyman von Sanders, the former chief of the military mission at Constantinople. The bulk of the expeditionary force, which numbered altogether about 120,000 men, were, therefore, men whose presence in the east did not weaken the Allied strength in the west. The great difficulty of the new plan was that it was impossible to surprise the enemy. The whole Gallipoli peninsula was so small that a landing at any point would be promptly observed, and the nature of the ground was of such a character that progress from any point must necessarily be slow. The problem was therefore a simple one. The expeditionary force gathered in Egypt during the first half of April, and about the middle of the month was being sent to Lemnos. Germany was well aware of the English plans, and was doing all that it could to provide a defense. On April 23 the movement began, and about 5 o'clock in the afternoon the first of the transports slowly made its way through the maze of shipping toward the entrance of Mudros Bay. Immediately the patent apathy, which had gradually overwhelmed everyone, changed to the utmost enthusiasm, and as the liners steamed through the fleet, their decks yellow with khaki, the crews of the warships cheered them on to victory while the bands played them out with an unending variety of popular airs. The soldiers in the transports answered this last salutation from the navy with deafening cheers, and no more inspiring spectacle has ever been seen than this great expedition. The whole of the fleet from the transports had been divided up into 5 divisions and there were 3 main landings. The 29th Division disembarked off the point of the Gallipoli Peninsula near Sed El-Bahr, where its operations were covered both from the Gulf of Saras and from the Dardanelles by the fire of the covering warships. The Australian and New Zealand contingent disembarked north of Gaba Tepe. Further north a naval division made a demonstration. Awaiting the Australians was a party of Turks who had been entrenched almost on the shore and had opened up a terrific fusillade. The Australian volunteers rose, as a man, to the occasion. They waited neither for orders nor for the boats to reach the beach, but springing out into the sea they went into the shore, and forming some sort of a rough line rushed straight on the flashes of the enemy's rifles. In less than a quarter of an hour the Turks were in full flight. While the Australians and New Zealanders, or Anzacs as they are now generally known from the initials of the words Australian New Zealand Army Corps, were fighting so gallantly at Gaba Tepe. The British troops were landing at the southern end of the Gallipoli Peninsula. The advance was slow and difficult. The Turk was pushed back, little by little, and the ground gained organized. The details of this progress, though full of incidents of the greatest courage and daring, need not be recounted. On June 4 a general attack was made, preceded by heavy bombardments by all guns, but after terrific fighting, in which many prisoners were captured and great losses suffered, the net result was an advance of about 500 yards. As time went on the general impression throughout the Allied countries was that the expedition had failed. On June 30 the losses of the Turks were estimated at not less than 70,000, and the British naval and military losses up to June 1 aggregated 38,635 officers and men. At that time the British and French allies held but a small corner of the area to be conquered. In all of these attacks the part played by the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps was especially notable. Reinforcements were repeatedly sent to the Allies, who worked more and more feverishly as time went on with the hope of aiding Russia, which was then desperately struggling against the great German advance. On August 17 it was reported that a landing had been made at Suvla Bay, the extreme western point of the peninsula. From this point it was hoped to threaten the Turkish communications with their troops at the lower end of the peninsula. This new enterprise, however, failed to make any impression, and in the first part of September, vigorous Turkish counteroffensives gained territory from the Franco-British troops. According to the English reports, the Turks paid a terrible price for their success. It had now become evident that the expedition was a failure. The Germans were already gloating over what they called the failure of British sea power, and English publicists were attempting to show that, though the enterprise had failed, the very presence of a strong Allied force at Saloniki had been an enormous gain. The first official announcement of failure was made December 20, 1916, when it was announced that the British forces at Anzac and Suvla Bay had been withdrawn, and that only the minor positions near Sed El Bahr were occupied. Great Britain's loss of officers and men at the Dardanelles up to December 11 was 112,921, according to an announcement made in the House of Commons by the Parliamentary Under-Secretary for War. Besides these casualties, the number of sick admitted to hospitals was 96,683. The decision to evacuate Gallipoli was made in the course of November by the British government as the result of the early expressed opinion of General Monro, who had succeeded General Hamilton on October 28, 1915. General Monro found himself confronted with a serious problem in the attempt to withdraw an army of such a size from positions not more than 300 yards from the enemy's trenches, and to embark on open beaches, every part of which was within effective range of Turkish guns. Moreover, the evacuation must be done gradually, as it was impossible to move the whole army at once with such means of transportation as existed. The plan was to remove the munitions, supplies and heavy guns by installments, working only at night, carrying off at the same time a large portion of the troops, but leaving certain picked battalions to guard the trenches. Every endeavor had to be made for concealment. The plan was splendidly successful, and the Turks apparently completely deceived. On December 20 the embarkation of the last troops at Suvla was accomplished. The operations at Anzac were conducted in the same way. Only picked battalions were left to the end, and these were carried safely off. The success of the Suvla and Anzac evacuation made the position at Cape Helles more dangerous. The Turks were on the lookout, and it seemed almost impossible that they could be again deceived. On January 7 an attack was made by the Turks upon the trenches, which was beaten back. That night more than half the troops had left the peninsula. The next day there was a heavy storm which made embarkation difficult, but it was nevertheless accomplished. The whole evacuation was a clever and successful bit of work. Chapter 21. The greatest naval battle in history. Germany's ambition for conquest at sea had been nursed and carefully fostered for 20 years. During the decade immediately preceding the declaration of war, it had embarked upon a policy of naval upbuilding that brought it into direct conflict with England's sea policy. Thereafter it became a race in naval construction, England piling up a huge debt in its determination to construct 2 tons of naval shipping to every 1 ton built by Germany. Notwithstanding Great Britain's efforts in this direction, Germany's naval experts, with the ruthless von Tirpitz at their head, maintained that, given a fair seaway with ideal weather conditions favoring the low-visibility tactics of the German Sea Command, a victory for the Teutonic ships would follow. It was this belief that drew the ships of the German cruiser squadron and high seas fleet off the coast of Jutland and Horn Reef into the great battle that decided the supremacy of the sea. The 31st of May, 1916, will go down in history as the date of this titanic conflict. The British light cruiser Galatea on patrol duty near Horn Reef reported at 2:20 on the afternoon of that day, that it had sighted smoke plumes denoting the advance of enemy vessels from the direction of Helgoland Bight. 15 minutes later the smoke plumes were in such number and volume that the advance of a considerable force to the northward and eastward was indicated. It was reasoned by Vice Admiral Beatty, to whom the Galatea had sent the news by radio, that the enemy in rounding Horn Reef would inevitably be brought into action. The first ships of the enemy were sighted at 3:31 o'clock. These were the battle screen of fast light cruisers. Back of these were 5 modern battle cruisers of the highest power and armament. The report of the battle, by an eyewitness, that was issued upon semi-official authority of the British government, follows. First phase, 3:30 p.m. May 31st. Beatty's battle cruisers, consisting of the Lion, Princess Royal, Queen Mary, Tiger, Inflexible, Indomitable, Invincible, Indefatigable, and New Zealand, were on a southeasterly course. Followed at about 2 miles distance by the 4 battleships of the class known as Queen Elizabeth's. Enemy light cruisers were sighted and shortly afterward the head of the German battle cruiser squadron, consisting of the new cruiser Hindenburg, the Seydlitz, Derfflinger, Lutzow, Moltke, and possibly the Salamis. Beatty at once began firing at a range of about 20,000 yards, 12 miles, which shortened to 16,000 yards, 9 miles, as the fleets closed. The Germans could see the British distinctly outlined against the light yellow sky. The Germans, covered by a haze, could be very indistinctly made out by the British gunners. The Queen Elizabeths opened fire on one after another as they came within range. The German battle cruisers turned to port and drew away to about 20,000 yards. Second phase, 4:40 p.m. A destroyer screen then appeared beyond the German battle cruisers. The whole German high seas fleet could be seen approaching on the northeastern horizon in 3 divisions, coming to the support of their battle cruisers. The German battle cruisers now turned right around 16 points and took station in front of the battleships of the High Fleet. Beatty, with his battle cruisers and supporting battleships, therefore, had before him the whole of the German battle fleet, and Jellicoe was still some distance away. The opposing fleets were now moving parallel to one another in opposite directions, and but for a master maneuver on the part of Beatty the British advance ships would have been cut off from Jellicoe's Grand Fleet. In order to avoid this and at the same time prepare the way so that Jellicoe might envelop his adversary, Beatty immediately also turned right around 16 points. So as to bring his ships parallel to the German battle cruisers and facing the same direction. As soon as he was around he increased to full speed to get ahead of the Germans and take up a tactical position in advance of their line. He was able to do this owing to the superior speed of the British battle cruisers. Illustration, photographs. Copyright Harris and Ewing. Admiral William S. Sims, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Navy. In European waters. Admiral Sir David Beatty, Commander-in-Chief of the British Grand Fleet. Illustration, photographs. Field Marshal Earl Kitchener, British Secretary for War, who built up the British Army at the beginning of the war. Field Marshal Sir John D. French, Commander-in-Chief of the British force in France and Belgium from the beginning of the war to December 1915. Just before the turning point was reached, the Indefatigable sank, and the Queen Mary and the Invincible also were lost at the turning point, where, of course, the high seas fleet concentrated their fire. A little earlier, as the German battle cruisers were turning, the Queen Elizabeths had in similar manner concentrated their fire on the turning point and destroyed a new German battle cruiser, believed to be the Hindenburg. Beatty had now got around and headed away with the loss of 3 ships, racing parallel to the German battle cruisers. The Queen Elizabeths followed behind, engaging the main high seas fleet. Third phase, 5 p.m. The Queen Elizabeths now turned short to port 16 points in order to follow Beatty. The Warspite jammed her steering gear, failed to get around, and drew the fire of 6 of the enemy, who closed in upon her. The Germans claimed her as a loss, since on paper she ought to have been lost, but, as a matter of fact, though repeatedly straddled by shell fire with the water boiling up all around her, she was not seriously hit, and was able to sink one of her opponents. Her captain recovered control of the vessel, brought her around, and followed her consorts. In the meantime the Barham, Valiant and Malaya turned short so as to avoid the danger spot where the Queen Mary and the Invincible had been lost, and for an hour, until Jellicoe arrived, fought a delaying action against the high seas fleet. The Warspite joined them at about 5:15 o'clock, and all four ships were so successfully maneuvered in order to upset the spotting corrections of their opponents that no hits of a seriously disabling character were suffered. They had the speed over their opponents by fully 4 knots, and were able to draw away from part of the long line of German battleships, which almost filled up the horizon. At this time the Queen Elizabeths were steadily firing on at the flashes of German guns at a range which varied between 12,000 and 15,000 yards, especially against those ships which were nearest them. The Germans were enveloped in a mist and only smoke and flashes were visible. By 5:45 half of the high seas fleet had been left out of range, and the Queen Elizabeths were steaming fast to join hands with Jellicoe. To return to Beatty's battle cruisers. They had succeeded in outflanking the German battle cruisers, which were, therefore, obliged to turn a full right angle to starboard to avoid being headed. Heavy fighting was renewed between the opposing battle cruiser squadrons, during which the Derfflinger was sunk. But towards 6 o'clock the German fire slackened very considerably, showing that Beatty's battle cruisers and the Queen Elizabeths had inflicted serious damage on their immediate opponents. Fourth phase, 6 p.m. The Grand Fleet was now in sight, and, coming up fast in 3 directions, the Queen Elizabeths altered their course 4 points to the starboard and drew in toward the enemy to allow Jellicoe room to deploy into line. The Grand Fleet was perfectly maneuvered and the very difficult operation of deploying between the battle cruisers and the Queen Elizabeths was perfectly timed. Jellicoe came up, fell in behind Beatty's cruisers, and followed by the damaged but still serviceable Queen Elizabeths, steamed right across the head of the German fleet. The first of the ships to come into action were the Revenue and the Royal Oak with their 15-inch guns, and the Agincourt which fired from her 7 turrets with the speed almost of a Maxim gun. The whole British fleet had now become concentrated. They had been perfectly maneuvered, so as to cross the T of the high seas fleet, and, indeed, only decent light was necessary to complete their work of destroying the Germans in detail. The light did improve for a few minutes, and the conditions were favorable to the British fleet, which was now in line approximately north and south across the head of the Germans. During the few minutes of good light Jellicoe smashed up the first 3 German ships, but the mist came down, visibility suddenly failed, and the defeated high seas fleet was able to draw off in ragged divisions. Fifth phase, night. The Germans were followed by the British, who still had them enveloped between Jellicoe on the west, Beatty on the north, and Evan Thomas with his 3 Queen Elizabeths on the south. The Warspite had been sent back to her base. Illustration, map. How the great naval battle of Jutland was fought. This chart must be taken only as a general indication of the courses of the opposing fleets. Sir David Beatty with 2 squadrons of battle cruisers and 1 squadron of fast battleships, first steamed southward and southeastward of the German battle cruiser squadron. Then, sighting the German battle fleet, turned northward, afterwards bearing eastward and connecting with Sir John Jellicoe's battle squadron. During the night the torpedo boat destroyers heavily attacked the German ships, and, although they lost seriously themselves, succeeded in sinking 2 of the enemy. Coordination of the units of the fleet was practically impossible to keep up, and the Germans discovered by the rays of their searchlights the 3 Queen Elizabeths, not more than 4,000 yards away. Unfortunately they were then able to escape between the battleships and Jellicoe, since the British gunners were not able to fire, as the destroyers were in the way. So ended the Jutland battle, which was fought as had been planned and very nearly a great success. It was spoiled by the unfavorable weather conditions, especially at the critical moment, when the whole British fleet was concentrated and engaged in crushing the head of the German line. Commenting on the engagement, Admiral Jellicoe said, "The battle cruiser fleet, gallantly led by Vice Admiral Beatty, and admirably supported by the ships of the 5th Battle Squadron under Rear Admiral Evan Thomas, fought the action under at times disadvantageous conditions, especially in regard to light, in a manner that was in keeping with the best traditions of the service." His estimate of the German losses was, 2 battleships of the Dreadnought type, 1 of the Deutschland type, which was seen to sink, the battle cruiser Lutzow, admitted by the Germans. One battle cruiser of the dreadnought type, one battle cruiser seemed to be so severely damaged that its return was extremely doubtful. 5 light cruisers seemed to sink, one of them possibly a battleship. 6 destroyers seemed to sink, 3 destroyers so damaged that it was doubtful if they would be able to reach port, and a submarine sunk. The official German report admitted only 11 ships sunk. The first British report placed the total at 18, but Admiral Jellicoe enumerated 21 German vessels as probably lost. The admiral paid a fine tribute to the German naval men. The enemy, he said, fought with the gallantry that was expected of him. We particularly admired the conduct of those on board a disabled German light cruiser which passed down the British line shortly after the deployment under a heavy fire, which was returned by the only gun left in action. The conduct of the officers and men wore entirely beyond praise. On all sides it is reported that the glorious traditions of the past were most worthily upheld. Whether in the heavy ships, cruisers, light cruisers, or destroyers, the same admirable spirit prevailed. The officers and men were cool and determined, with a cheeriness that would have carried them through anything. The heroism of the wounded was the admiration of all. I cannot adequately express the pride with which the spirit of the fleet filled me. At daylight on the 1st of June the British battle fleet, being southward of Horn Reef, turned northward in search of the enemy vessels. The visibility early on the 1st of June was 3 to 4 miles less than on May 31st, and the torpedo boat destroyers, being out of visual touch, did not rejoin the fleet until 9 a.m. The British fleet remained in the proximity of the battlefield and near the line of approach to the German ports until 11 a.m. In spite of the disadvantage of long distances from fleet bases and the danger incurred in waters adjacent to the enemy's coasts from submarines and torpedo craft. The enemy, however, made no sign, and the admiral was reluctantly compelled to the conclusion that the high sea fleet had returned into port. Subsequent events proved this assumption to have been correct. The British position must have been known to the enemy, as at 4 a.m. the fleet engaged a Zeppelin about 5 minutes, during which time she had ample opportunity to note and subsequently report the position and course of the British fleet. The Germans at first claimed a victory for their fleet. The test, of course, was the outcome of the battle. The fact that the German fleet retreated and never more ventured forth from beneath the protecting guns and mine fields around Helgoland, demonstrates beyond dispute that the British were entitled to the triumph. The German official report makes the best presentation of the German case. It follows in full. The High Sea Fleet, consisting of 3 battleship squadrons, 5 battle cruisers, and a large number of small cruisers, with several destroyer flotillas, was cruising in the Skagerrak on May 31st for the purpose, as on earlier occasions, of offering battle to the British fleet. The vanguard of the small cruisers at 4:30 o'clock in the afternoon, German time, suddenly encountered 90 miles west of Hanstholm, a cape on the northwest coast of Jutland. A group of 8 of the newest cruisers of the Calliope class and 15 or 20 of the most modern destroyers. While the German light forces and the 1st Cruiser Squadron under Vice Admiral Hipper were following the British, who were retiring northwestward. The German battle cruisers sighted to the westward Vice Admiral Beatty's battle squadron of 6 ships, including 4 of the Lion type and 2 of the Indefatigable type. Beatty's squadron developed a battle line on a southeasterly course and Vice Admiral Hipper formed his line ahead on the same general course and approached for a running fight. He opened fire at 5:49 o'clock in the afternoon with heavy artillery at a range of 13,000 meters against the superior enemy. The weather was clear and light, and the sea was light with a northwest wind. After about a quarter of an hour a violent explosion occurred on the last cruiser of the Indefatigable type. It was caused by a heavy shell, and destroyed the vessel. About 6:20 o'clock in the afternoon 5 warships of the Queen Elizabeth type came from the west and joined the British battle cruiser line, powerfully reinforcing with their 15-inch guns the 5 British battle cruisers remaining after 6:20 o'clock. To equalize this superiority Vice Admiral Hipper ordered the destroyers to attack the enemy. The British destroyers and small cruisers interposed, and a bitter engagement at close range ensued, in the course of which a light cruiser participated. The Germans lost 2 torpedo boats, the crews of which were rescued by sister ships under a heavy fire. 2 British destroyers were sunk by artillery, and 2 others, the Nestor and Nomad, remained on the scene in a crippled condition. These later were destroyed by the main fleet after German torpedo boats had rescued all the survivors. While this engagement was in progress, a mighty explosion, caused by a big shell, broke the Queen Mary, the 3rd ship in line, asunder, at 6:30 o'clock. Soon thereafter the German main battleship fleet was sighted to the southward, steering north. The hostile fast squadrons thereupon turned northward, closing the first part of the fight, which lasted about an hour. The British retired at high speed before the German fleet, which followed closely. The German battle cruisers continued the artillery combat with increasing intensity, particularly with the division of the vessels of the Queen Elizabeth type, and in this the leading German battleship division participated intermittently. The hostile ships showed a desire to run in a flat curve ahead of the point of our line and to cross it. At 7:45 o'clock in the evening British small cruisers and destroyers launched an attack against our battle cruisers, who avoided the torpedoes by maneuvering, while the British battle cruisers retired from the engagement, in which they did not participate further as far as can be established. Shortly thereafter a German reconnoitering group, which was parrying the destroyer attack, received an attack from the northeast. The cruiser VIII was soon put out of action in this attack. The German torpedo flotillas immediately attacked the heavy ships. Appearing shadow-like from the haze bank to the northeast was made out a long line of at least 25 battleships, which at first sought a junction with the British battle cruisers and those of the Queen Elizabeth type on a northwesterly to westerly course, and then turned on an easterly to southeasterly course. With the advent of the British main fleet, whose center consisted of 3 squadrons of 8 battleships each, with a fast division of 3 battle cruisers of the Invincible type on the northern end, and 3 of the newest vessels of the Royal Sovereign class, armed with 15-inch guns, at the southern end, there began about 8 o'clock in the evening the 3rd section of the engagement, embracing the combat between the main fleets. Vice Admiral Scheer determined to attack the British main fleet, which he now recognized was completely assembled and about doubly superior. The German battleship squadron, headed by battle cruisers, steered first toward the extensive haze bank to the northeast, where the crippled cruiser Wiesbaden was still receiving a heavy fire. Around the Wiesbaden stubborn individual fights under quickly changing conditions now occurred. The light enemy forces, supported by an armored cruiser squadron of 5 ships of the Minotaur, Achilles, and Duke of Edinburgh classes coming from the northeast, were encountered and apparently surprised on account of the decreasing visibility of our battle cruisers and leading battleship division. The squadron came under a violent and heavy fire by which the small cruiser's Defense and Black Prince were sunk. The cruiser Warrior regained its own line a wreck and later sank. Another small cruiser was damaged severely. 2 destroyers already had fallen victims to the attack of German torpedo boats against the leading British battleships, and a small cruiser and 2 destroyers were damaged. The German battle cruisers and leading battleship division had in these engagements come under increased fire of the enemy's battleship squadron, which, shortly after 8 o'clock, could be made out in the haze turning to the northeastward and finally to the east. Germans observed, amid the artillery combat and shelling of great intensity, signs of the effect of good shooting between 8:20 and 8:30 o'clock particularly. Several officers on German ships observed that a battleship of the Queen Elizabeth class blew up under conditions similar to that of the Queen Mary. The Invincible sank after being hit severely. A ship of the Iron Duke class had earlier received a torpedo hit, and one of the Queen Elizabeth class was running around in a circle, its steering apparatus apparently having been hit. The Lutzow was hit by at least 15 heavy shells and was unable to maintain its place in line. Vice Admiral Hipper, therefore, transshipped to the Malta on a torpedo boat and under a heavy fire. The Derfflinger meantime took the lead temporarily. Parts of the German torpedo flotilla attacked the enemy's main fleet and heard detonations. In the action the Germans lost a torpedo boat. An enemy destroyer was seen in a sinking condition, having been hit by a torpedo. After the first violent onslaught into the mass of the superior enemy, the opponents lost sight of each other in the smoke by powder clouds. After a short cessation in the artillery combat, Vice Admiral Scheer ordered a new attack by all the available forces. German battle cruisers, which with several light cruisers and torpedo boats again headed the line, encountered the enemy soon after 9 o'clock and renewed the heavy fire, which was answered by them from the mist. And then by the leading division of the main fleet. Armored cruisers now flung themselves in a reckless onset at extreme speed against the enemy line in order to cover the attack of the torpedo boats. They approached the enemy line, although covered with shot from 6,000 meters distances. Several German torpedo flotillas dashed forward to attack, delivered torpedoes, and returned, despite the most severe counter-fire, with the loss of only one boat. The bitter artillery fire was again interrupted, after this second violent onslaught, by the smoke from guns and funnels. Several torpedo flotillas, which were ordered to attack somewhat later, found, after penetrating the smoke cloud, that the enemy fleet was no longer before them. Nor, when the fleet commander again brought the German squadrons upon the southerly and southwesterly course where the enemy was last seen, could our opponents be found. Only once more, shortly before 10:30 o'clock, did the battle flare up. For a short time in the late twilight German battle cruisers sighted 4 enemy capital ships to seaward and opened fire immediately. As the 2 German battleship squadrons attacked, the enemy turned and vanished in the darkness. Older German light cruisers of the 4th Reconnaissance Group also were engaged with the older enemy armored cruisers in a short fight. This ended the day battle. The German divisions, which, after losing sight of the enemy, began a night cruise in a southerly direction, were attacked until dawn by enemy light force in rapid succession. The attacks were favored by the general strategic situation and the particularly dark night. The cruiser Frauenlob was injured severely during the engagement of the 4th Reconnaissance Group with a superior cruiser force, and was lost from sight. One armored cruiser of the Cressy class suddenly appeared close to a German battleship and was shot into fire after 40 seconds, and sank in 4 minutes. The Florent destroyer 60, the names were hard to decipher in the darkness and therefore were uncertainly established, and 4 destroyers, 3, 78, 06, and 27, were destroyed by our fire. One destroyer was cut in 2 by the ram of a German battleship. 7 destroyers, including the XXIII, were hit and severely damaged. These, including the Tipperary and Turbulent, which after saving survivors, were left behind in a sinking condition, drifted past our line, some of them burning at the bow or stern. The tracks of countless torpedoes were sighted by the German ships, but only the Pommern, a battleship, fell an immediate victim to a torpedo. The cruiser Rostock was hit, but remained afloat. The cruiser Elbing was damaged by a German battleship during an unavoidable maneuver. After vain endeavors to keep the ship afloat, the Elbing was blown up, but only after her crew had embarked on torpedo boats. A post-torpedo boat was struck by a mine laid by the enemy. Following are the statistics of the fight. Admitted losses, British. Name tonnage personnel. Queen Mary, battle cruiser, 27,000 1000. Indefatigable, battle cruiser, 18,750 800. Invincible, battle cruiser, 17,250 750. Defense, armored cruiser, 14. 600 755. Warrior, armored cruiser, 13,550 704. Black Prince, armored cruiser, 13,550 704. Tipperary, destroyer, 1,850 150. Turbulent, destroyer, 1. 850 150. Shark, destroyer, 950 100. Sparrowhawk, destroyer, 950 100. Ardent, destroyer, 950 100. Fortune, destroyer, 950 100. Nomad, destroyer, 950-100. Nestor, destroyer, 950-100. British totals. Battle cruisers 63,000 2,550. Armored cruisers 41. 700 2,163. Destroyers 9,400 900. 14 ships 114,000 105,613. Admitted losses, German. Name tonnage personnel. Lutzow, battle cruiser, 26,600 1,200. Pommern, battleship, 13,200 729. Wiesbaden, cruiser, 5. 600 450. Frauenlob, cruiser, 2,715 264. Elbing, cruiser, 5,450. Rostock, cruiser, 4,900 373. 5 destroyers 5,500. German totals. Battle cruisers 39,800 1,929. Cruisers 18,215 1,537. Destroyers 5. 500. 11 ships 63,015 3,966. These figures are given for what they are worth, but no one outside of Germany doubted but that their losses were very much greater than admitted in the official report. Total losses of men. British. Dead or missing. 6,104. Wounded 513. Total 6,617. German. Dead or missing 2,414. Wounded 449. Total 2,863. Loss in money value, rough estimate. British $115 million. German $63 million. Total $178,000. 000. While the world was still puzzling over the conflicting reports of the Battle of Jutland came the shocking news that Field Marshal Lord Horatio Herbert Kitchener, the British Secretary of State for War, had perished off the West Orkney Islands on June 5, through the sinking of the British cruiser Hampshire. The entire crew was also lost, except 12 men, a warrant officer and 11 seamen, who escaped on a raft. Earl Kitchener was on his way to Russia, at the request of the Russian government, for a consultation regarding munitions to be furnished the Russian army. He was intending to go to Archangel and visit Petrograd, and expected to be back in London by June 20. He was accompanied by Hugh James O'Byrne, former councillor of the British Embassy at Petrograd, O.A. Fitzgerald, his military secretary, Brigadier General Ellershaw, and Sir Frederick Donaldson, all of whom were lost. The cause of the sinking of the Hampshire is not known. It is supposed that it struck a mine, but the tragedy very naturally brought into existence many stories which ascribe his death to more direct German action. Seaman Rogerson, one of the survivors, describes Lord Kitchener's last moments as follows: "Of those who left the ship, and have survived, I was the one who saw Lord Kitchener last. He went down with the ship, he did not leave her. I saw Captain Saville help his boat's crew to clear away his galley. At the same time the captain was calling to Lord Kitchener to come to the boat, but owing to the noise made by the wind and sea, Lord Kitchener could not hear him, I think. When the explosion occurred, Kitchener walked calmly from the captain's cabin, went up the ladder and on to the quarter-deck. There I saw him walking quite collectedly, talking to 2 of the officers. All 3 were wearing khaki and had no overcoats on. Kitchener calmly watched the preparations for abandoning the ship, which were going on in a steady and orderly way. The crew just went to their stations, obeyed orders, and did their best to get out the boats. But it was impossible. Owing to the rough weather, no boats could be lowered. Those that were got out were smashed up at once. No boats left the ship. What people on the shore thought to be boats leaving, were rafts. Men did get into the boats as these lay in their cradles, thinking that as the ship went under the boats would float, but the ship sank by the head, and when she went she turned a somersault forward, carrying down with her all the boats and those in them. I do not think Kitchener got into a boat. When I sprang to a raft he was still on the starboard side of the quarter-deck, talking with the officers. From the little time that elapsed between my leaving the ship and her sinking I feel certain Kitchener went down with her, and was on deck at the time she sank. Illustration, map. Where Earl Kitchener met his death. The British Admiralty, after investigation, gave out a statement declaring that the vessel struck a mine, and sank about 15 minutes after. The news of Lord Kitchener's death shocked the whole Allied world. He was the most important personality in the British Empire. He had built up the British Army, and his name was one to conjure by. His efficiency was a proverb, and he had an air of mystery about him that made him a sort of a popular hero. He was great before the World War began. He was the conqueror of the Sudan, the winner of the South African campaign, the reorganizer of Egypt. In his work as Secretary of War he had met with some criticism, but he possessed, more than any other man, the public confidence. At the beginning of the war he was appointed Secretary of War at the demand of an overwhelming public opinion. He realized more than anyone else what such a war would mean. When others thought of it as an adventure to be soon concluded, he recognized that there would be years of bitter conflict. He asked England to give up its cherished tradition of a volunteer army, to go through arduous military training. He saw the danger to the empire, and he alone, perhaps, had the authority to inspire his countrymen with the will to sacrifice. But his work was done. The great British Army was in the field. Chapter 22. The Russian Campaign. In the very beginning Russia had marked out one point for attack. This was the city of Krakow. No doubt the Grand Duke Nicholas had not hoped to be able to invest that city early. The slowness of the mobilization of the Russian army made a certain prudence advisable at the beginning of the campaign. But the great success of his armies in Lemberg encouraged more daring aims. He had invested Przemysl, and Galicia lay before him. Accordingly, he set his face toward Krakow. Krakow, from a military point of view, is the gate both of Vienna and Berlin. 100 miles west of it is the famous Gap of Moravia, between the Carpathian and the Bohemian Mountains, which leads down into Austria. Through this gap runs the great railway connecting Silesia with Vienna, and the Grand Duke knew that if he could capture Krakow he would have an easy road before him to the Austrian capital. Krakow also is the key of Germany. 70 miles from the city lies the Oder River. An army might enter Germany by this gate and turn the line of Germany's frontier fortresses. The Oder had been well fortified, but an invader coming from Krakow might move upon the western bank. The Russian plan no doubt was to threaten both enemy capitals. Moreover, an advance of Russia from Krakow would take its armies into Silesia, full of coal and iron mines, and one of the greatest manufacturing districts in the German Empire. This would be a real success, and all Germany would feel the blow. Another reason for the Russian advance in Galicia was her desire to control the Galician oil wells. To Germany petrol had become one of the foremost munitions of war. Since she could not obtain it from either America or Russia she must get it from Austria, and the Austrian oil fields were all in Galicia. This, in itself, would explain the Galician campaign. Moreover, through the Carpathian Mountains it was possible to make frequent raids into Hungary, and Russia understood well the feeling of Hungary toward her German allies. She hoped that when Hungary perceived her regiments sacrificed and her plains overrun by Russian troops, she would regret that she had allowed herself to be sacrificed to Prussian ambition. The Russians, therefore, suddenly, moved toward Krakow. Then von Hindenburg came to the rescue. The supreme command of the Austrian forces was given to him. The defenses of Krakow were strengthened under the direction of the Germans, and a German army advanced from the Posen frontier toward the northern bank of the Vistula. The advance threatened the Russian right, and, accordingly, within 10 days' march of Krakow, the Russians stopped. The German offensive in Poland had begun. The news of the German advance came about the 5th of October. Von Hindenburg, who had been fighting in East Prussia, had at last perceived that nothing could be gained there. The vulnerable part of Russia was the city of Warsaw. This was the capital of Poland, with a population of about 750,000. If he could take Warsaw, he would not only have pleasant quarters for the winter, but Russia would be so badly injured that no further offensive from her need be anticipated for a long period. Von Hindenburg had with him a large army. In his center he probably had 750,000 men, and on his right the Austrian army in Krakow, which must have reached 1,000,000. Counting the troops operating in East Prussia and along the Carpathians, and the garrison of Przemysl, the Teuton army must have had 2.5 million soldiers. Russia, on the other hand, though her mobilization was still continuing, at this time could not have had as many as 2 million men in the whole 900 miles of her battle front. The fight for Warsaw began Friday, October 16, and continued for 3 days, von Hindenburg being personally in command. On Monday the Germans found themselves in trouble. A Russian attack on their left wing had come with crushing force. Von Hindenburg found his left wing thrown back, and the whole German movement thrown into disorder. Meanwhile an attempt to cross the Vistula at József had also been a failure. The Russians allowed the Germans to pass with slight resistance, waited until they arrived at the village Kazimierzew, a district of low hills and swampy flats, and then suddenly overwhelmed them. Next day the Russians crossed the river themselves, and advanced along the whole line, driving the enemy before them, through great woods of spruce out into the plains on the west. This forest region was well known to the Russian guides, and the Germans suffered much as the Russians had suffered in East Prussia. Ruzsky, the Russian commander, pursued persistently. The Germans retreating first to Kielce, whence they were driven, on the 3d of November, with great losses, and then being broken into 2 pieces, with the north retiring westward and the south wing southwest toward Krakow. Rennenkampf's attack on the German left wing was equally successful, and von Hindenburg was driven into full retreat. The only success won during this campaign was that in the far south where Austrian troops were sweeping eastward toward the San. This army drove back the Russians under Ivanov, reoccupied Yaroslavl and relieved Przemysl. This was a welcome relief to Przemysl, for the garrison was nearly starved, and it was well for the garrison that the relief came, for in a few days the Russians returned, recaptured Yaroslavl and reinvested Przemysl. As von Hindenburg retreated he left complete destruction in his wake: roads, bridges, railroad tracks, water towers, railway stations, all were destroyed, even telegraph posts, broken or sawn through, and insulators broken to bits. It was now the turn of Russia to make a premature advance, and to pay for it. Doubtless the Grand Duke Nicholas, whose strategy up to this point had been so admirable, knew very well the danger of a new advance in Galicia. But he realized the immense political as well as military advantages which were to be obtained by the capture of Krakow. He therefore attempted to move an army through Poland as well as through Galicia, hoping that the army in Poland would keep von Hindenburg busy, while the Galician army would deal with Krakow. The advance was slow on account of the damaged Polish roads. It was preceded by a cavalry screen which moved with more speed. On November 10, the vanguard crossed the Posen frontier and cut the railway on the Krakow-Posen line. This reconnaissance convinced the Russian general that the German army did not propose to make a general stand, and it seemed to him that if he struck strongly with his center along the Warta, he might destroy the left flank of the German southern army, while his own left flank was assaulting Krakow. He believed that even if his attack upon the Warta failed, the Russian center could at any rate prevent the enemy from interfering with the attack further south upon Krakow. The movement therefore began, and by November 12, the Russian cavalry had taken Michał on the German frontier, about 20 miles north of Krakow. Its main forces were still 80 miles to the east. About this time Grand Duke Nicholas perceived that von Hindenburg was preparing a counterstroke. He had retreated north, and then, by means of his railways, was gathering a large army at Thorn. Large reinforcements were sent him, some from the Western Front, giving him a total of about 800,000 men. In his retreat from Warsaw, while he had destroyed all roads and railways in the south and west, he had carefully preserved those of the north, already planning to use them in another movement. He now was beginning an advance, once again, against Warsaw. On account of the roads he perceived that it would be difficult for the Russians to obtain reinforcements. Von Hindenburg had with him as Chief of Staff General von Ludendorff, one of the cleverest staff officers in the German army, and General von Mackensen, a commander of almost equal repute. The Russian army in the north had been pretty well scattered. The Russian forces were now holding a front of nearly 1,000 miles, with about 2 million men. The Russian right center, which now protected Warsaw from the new attack, could hardly number more than 200,000 men. Von Hindenburg's aim was Warsaw only, and did not affect directly the Russian advance to Krakow, which was still going on. Indeed, by the end of the first week in December, General Dmitriev had cavalry in the suburbs of Krakow, and his main force was on the line of the river Rava about 12 miles away. Krakow had been strongly fortified, and much entrenching had been done in a wide circle around the city. Illustration, photograph, copyright Press Illustrating Service. The famous withered arm, a most unusual photograph of the ex-Kaiser showing his withered left arm. The sale of this picture was forbidden in Germany. The other figure is the hetman of the Ukrainia, Skoropadsky. Illustration, painting. The first stage homewards. Stretcher bearers bringing in wounded from the battlefield to the collecting posts. Illustration, photograph. German frightfulness from the air. A gas attack on the Eastern Front photographed by a Russian airman. The German plan was to use its field army in Krakow's defense rather than a garrison. Two separate forces were used, one moving southwest of Krakow along the Carpathian Hills, struck directly at Ivanov's left, the other, operating from Hungary, threatened the Russian rear. These two divisions struck at the same time, and the Russians found it necessary to fight rear actions as they moved forward. They were doing this with reasonable success and working their way toward Krakow, when, on the 12th of December, the Austrian forces working from Hungary carried the Dukla Pass. This meant that the Austrians would be able to pour troops down into the rear of the Russian advance, and the Russian army would be cut off. Dmitriev, therefore, fell rapidly back, until the opening of the Dukla Pass was in front of his line, and the Russian army was once more safe. Meanwhile, the renewed siege of Przemysl was going on with great vigor, and attracting the general attention of the Allied world. The Austrians attempted to follow up their successes at the Dukla Pass by attempting to seize the Lupkow Pass, and the Uzik Pass, still further to the east, but the Russians were tired of retreating. New troops had arrived, and about the 20th of December a new advance was begun. With the right of the army swinging up along the river Nida, northeast of Krakow, the Russian left attacked the Dukla Pass in great force, driving Austrians back and capturing over 10,000 men. On Christmas Day all three great western passes were in Russian hands. The Austrian fighting, during this period, was the best they had so far shown, the brunt of it being upon the Hungarian troops, who, at this time, were saving Germany. Meantime von Hindenburg was pursuing his movement in the direction of Warsaw. The Russian generals found it difficult to obtain information. Each day came the chronicle of contests, some victories, some defeats, and it soon appeared that a strong force was crushing in the Russian outposts from the direction of Thorn and moving toward Warsaw. Ruzsky found himself faced by a superior German force, and was compelled to retreat. The Russian aim was to fall back behind the river Bazura, which lies between the Thorn and Warsaw. Bazura is a strong line of defense, with many fords but no bridges. The Russian right wing passed by the city of Lowicz, moved southwest to Strykov and then on past Lodz. West of Lowicz is a great belt of marshes impossible for the movement of armies. The first German objective was the city of Lodz. Von Hindenburg knew that he must move quickly before the Russians should get up reserves. His campaign of destruction had made it impossible for aid to be sent to the Russian armies from Ivanov, far in the south, but every moment counted. His right pushed forward and won the western crossings of the marshes. His extreme left moved towards Plock, but the main effort was against Piontek, where there is a famous causeway engineered for heavy transport through the marshes. At first the Russians repelled the attack on the causeway, but on November 19 the Russians broke and were compelled to fall back. Over the causeway, then, the German troops were rushed in great numbers, splitting the Russian army into two parts. One on the south surrounding Lodz, and the other running east of Briezen onto the Vistula. The Russian army around Lodz was assailed on the front flank and rear. It looked like an overwhelming defeat for the Russian army. At the very last moment possible, Russian reinforcements appeared, a body of Siberians from the direction of Warsaw. They were thrown at once into the battle and succeeded in re-establishing the Russian line. This left about 90,000 Germans almost entirely surrounded, as if they were in a huge sack. Ruzsky tried his best to close the mouth of the sack, but he was unsuccessful. The fighting was terrific, but by the 26th the Germans in the sack had escaped. The Germans were continually receiving reinforcements and still largely outnumbered the Russians. Von Hindenburg therefore determined on a new assault. The German left wing was now far in front of the Russian city of Lodz, one of the most important of the Polish cities. The population was about 500,000. Such a place was a constant danger, for it was the foundation of a Russian salient. When the German movement began, the Russian general, perceiving how difficult it would have been to hold the city, deliberately withdrew, and on December 6 the Germans entered Lodz without opposition. The retreat relieved the Russians of a great embarrassment. Its capture was considered in Germany as a great German victory, and at this time von Hindenburg seems to have felt that he had control of the situation. His movement, to be sure, had not interfered with the Russian advance on Krakow, but Warsaw must have seemed to him almost in his power. He therefore concentrated his forces for a blow at Warsaw. His first new movement was directed at the Russian right wing, which was then north of the Bzura River and east of Loix. He also directed the German forces in East Prussia to advance and attempted to cut the main railway line between Warsaw and Petrograd. If this attempt had been successful, it would have been a highly serious matter for the Russians. The Russians, however, defeated it, and drove the enemy back to the East Prussian border. The movement against the Russian right wing was more successful, and the Russians fell back slowly. This was not because they were defeated in battle, but because the difficult weather interfered with communications. There had been a thaw, and the whole country was waterlogged. The Grand Duke was willing that the Germans should fight in the mud. This slow retreat continued from the 7th of December to Christmas Eve, and involved the surrender of a number of Polish towns, but it left the Russians in a strong position. They were able to entrench themselves so that every attack of the enemy was broken. The Germans tried hard. Von Hindenburg would have liked to enter Warsaw on Christmas. The citizens heard day and night the sound of the cannon, but they were entirely safe. The German attack was a failure. On the whole, the Grand Duke Nicholas had shown better strategy than the best of the German generals. Outnumbered from the very start, his tactics had been admirable. Twice he had saved Warsaw, and he was still threatening Krakow. The Russian armies were fighting with courage and efficiency, and were continually growing in numbers as the days went by. During the first weeks of 1915, while there were a number of attacks and counter-attacks, both armies had come to the trench warfare, so familiar in France. The Germans in particular had constructed a most elaborate trench system, with underground rooms containing many of the ordinary comforts of life. Toward the end of the month the Russians began to move in East Prussia in the north and also far south in the Bukovina. The object of these movements was probably to prevent von Hindenburg from releasing forces on the west. Russia was still terribly weak in equipment and was not ready for a serious advance. An attack on sacred East Prussia would stir up the Germans, while Hungary would be likewise disturbed by the advance on Bukovina. Von Hindenburg, however, was still full of the idea of capturing Warsaw. He had failed twice, but the old field marshal was stubborn, and moreover he knew well what the capture of Warsaw would mean to Russia, and so he tried again. The Russian front now followed the west bank of the Bzura for a few miles, changed to the eastern bank following the river until it met with the Raka, from there a line of trenches passed south and east of Balanov and from there to Skierniewice. Von Mackensen concentrated a considerable army at Balanov and had on the 1st of February about 140,000 men there. That night, with the usual artillery preparation, he moved from Balanov against the Russian position at the Borzymov crest. The Germans lost heavily but drove forward into the enemy's line, and by the 3d of February had almost made a breach in it. This point, however, could be readily reinforced and troops were hurried there from Warsaw in such force that on February 4 the German advance was checked. Von Mackensen had lost heavily, and by the time it was checked he had become so weak that his forces yielded quickly to the counterattack and were flung back. This was the last frontal attack upon Warsaw. Von Hindenburg then determined to attack Warsaw by indirection. Austria was instructed to move forward along the whole Carpathian front, while he himself, with strong forces, undertook to move from East Prussia behind the Polish capital, and cut the communications between Warsaw and Petrograd. If Austria could succeed, Przemysl might be relieved, Lemberg recaptured, and Russia forced back so far on the south that Warsaw would have to be abandoned. On the other hand, if the East Prussia effort were successful, the Polish capital would certainly fall. These plans, if they had developed successfully, would have crippled the power of Russia for at least 6 months. Meantime, troops could be sent to the West Front, and perhaps enable Germany to overwhelm France. By this time almost all of Poland west of the Vistula was in the power of the Germans, while 3/4 of Galicia was controlled by Russia. Von Hindenburg now returned to his old battleground near the Masurian Lakes. The Russian forces, which, at the end of January, had made a forward movement in East Prussia, had been quite successful. Their right was close upon Tilsit, and their left rested upon the town of Johannesburg. Further south was the Russian army of the Narów. Von Hindenburg determined to surprise the invaders, and he gathered an army of about 300,000 men to face the Russian forces which did not number more than 120,000. And which were under the command of General Baron Sievers. The Russian army soon found itself in a desperate position. A series of bitter fights ensued, at some of which the Kaiser himself was present. The Russians were driven steadily back for a week, but the German stories of their tremendous losses are obviously unfounded. They retreated steadily until February 20, fighting courageously, and by that date the Germans began to find themselves exhausted. Russian reinforcements came up, and a counterattack was begun. The German aim had evidently been to reach Grodno and cut the main line from Warsaw to Petrograd, which passes through that city. They had now reached Suwałki, a little north of Grodno, but were unable to advance further, though the Warsaw-Petrograd railway was barely 10 miles away. The southern portion of von Hindenburg's army was moving against the railway further west, in the direction of Ossowiec. But Ossowiec put up a determined resistance, and the attack was unsuccessful. By the beginning of March, von Hindenburg ordered a gradual retreat to the East Prussian frontier. While this movement to drive the Russians from East Prussia was underway, von Hindenburg had also launched an attack against the Russian army on the Narów. If he could force the lower Narów from that point, too, he could cut the railroad running east from the Polish capital. He had hoped that the attacks just described further east would distract the Russian attention so that he would find the Narów ill-guarded. The advance began on February 22d, and after numerous battles captured Przasnysz, and found itself with only one division to oppose its progress to the railroad. On the 23d this force was attacked by the German right, but resisted with the utmost courage. It held out for more than 36 hours, until, on the evening of the 24th, Russian reinforcements began to come up, and drove the invaders north through Przasnysz in retreat. It was an extraordinary fight. The Russians were unable to supply all their troops with munitions and arms. At Przasnysz men fought without rifles, armed only with a bayonet. All they could do was to charge with cold steel, and they did it so desperately that, though they were outnumbered, they drove the Germans before them. By all the laws of war the Russians should have been defeated with ease. As it was, the German attempt to capture Warsaw by a flank movement was defeated. While the struggle was going on in the north, the Austrian armies in Galicia were also moving. Russia was still holding the three great passes in the Carpathian Mountains, but had not been able to begin an offensive in Hungary. The Austrians had been largely reinforced by German troops, and were moving forward to the relief of Przemysl, and also to drive Brusilov from the Galician mountains. Brusilov's movements had been partly military and partly political. From the passes in those mountains Hungary could be attacked, and unless he could be driven away there was no security for the Hungarian cornfields, to which Germany was looking for food supplies. Moreover, from the beginning of the Russian movement in Galicia, northern Bukovina had been in Russian hands. Bukovina was not only a great supply ground for petrol and grain, but she adjoined Romania which, while still neutral, had a strong sympathy with the Allies, especially Italy. The presence of a Russian army on her border might encourage her to join the Allies. Austria naturally desired to free Romania from this pressure. The leading Austrian statesmen, at this time, were especially interested in Hungary. The Austrian Minister of Foreign Affairs was Baron Stephen Burian, the Hungarian diplomatist, belonging to the party of the Hungarian Premier, Count Tisza. It was his own country that was threatened. The prizes of a victorious campaign were therefore great. The campaign began in January amid the deepest snow, and continued during February in the midst of blizzards. The Austrians were divided into three separate armies. The first was charged with the relief of Przemysl. The second advanced in the direction of Lemberg, and the third moved upon Bukovina. The first made very little progress, after a number of lively battles. It was held pretty safely by Brusilov. The second army was checked by Dmitriev. Further east, however, the army of the Bukovina crossed the Carpathian Range, and made considerable advances. This campaign was fought out in a great number of battles, the most serious of which, perhaps, was the Battle of Koziowa. At that point Brusilov's center withstood for several days the Austrian Second Army which was commanded by the German General von Linsingen. The Russian success here saved Lemberg, prevented the relief of Przemysl and gave time to send reinforcements into Bukovina. The Austrian Third Army, moving on Bukovina, had the greatest Austrian success. They captured in succession Czernowitz, Kolomia, and Stanislau. They did not succeed, however, in driving the Russians from the province. The Russians retired slowly, waiting for reinforcements. These reinforcements came, whereupon the Austrians were pushed steadily back. The passes in the Carpathians still remained in Austrian hands, but Przemysl was not relieved or Lemberg recaptured. On March 22 Przemysl fell. The capture of Przemysl was the greatest success that Russia had so far attained. It had been besieged for about 4 months, and the taking of the fortress was hailed as the first spectacular success of the war. Its capture altered the whole situation. It released a large Russian army, which was sent to reinforce the armies of Ivanov, where the Austrians were vigorously attacked. By the end of March the Russians had captured the last Austrian position on the Lupkow Pass and were attacking vigorously the pass of Uzik, which maintained a stubborn defense. Brusilov tried to push his way to the rear of the Uzik position, and though the Austrians delivered a vigorous counterattack they were ultimately defeated. In 5 weeks of fighting Ivanov captured over 70,000 prisoners. During this period there was considerable activity in East Prussia, and the Courland coast was bombarded by the German Baltic Squadron. There was every indication that Austria was near collapse, but all the time the Germans were preparing for a mighty effort, and the secret was kept with extraordinary success. The little conflicts in the Carpathians and in East Prussia were meant to deceive, while a great army, with an enormous number of guns of every caliber, and masses of ammunition, were being gathered. The Russian commanders were completely deceived. There had been no change in the generals in command except that General Ruzsky, on account of illness, was succeeded by General Alexeyev. The new German army was put under the charge of von Hindenburg's former lieutenant, General von Mackensen. This was probably the strongest army that Germany ever gathered, and could not have numbered less than 2 millions of men, with nearly 2,000 pieces in its heavy batteries. On April 28, the action began. The Austro-German army lay along the left of the Donegets River to its junction with the Biala, and along the Biala to the Carpathian Mountains. Von Mackensen's right moved in the direction of Gorlice. General Dmitrieff was compelled to weaken his front to protect Gorlice, and then, on Saturday, the 1st of May, the great attack began. Under cover of artillery fire such as had never been seen before, bridges were pushed across the Biala and Sieskowitz was taken. The Russian positions were blown out of existence. The Russian armies did what they could, but their defense collapsed and they were soon in full retreat. The German armies advanced steadily, and though the Russians made a brave stand at many places, they could do nothing. On the Wisloka they hung on for 5 days, but they were attempting an impossibility. From that time on, each day marked a new German victory, and in spite of the most desperate fighting the Russians were forced back until, on the 11th. The bulk of their line lay just west of the lower San as far as Przemysl and then south to the upper Dniester. The armies were in retreat, but were not routed. In a fortnight the army of Dmitrieff had fallen back 85 miles. The Grand Duke Nicholas by this time understood the situation. He perceived that it was impossible to make a stand. The only thing to do was to retreat steadily until Germany's mass of war material should be used up, even though miles of territory should be sacrificed. It should be a retreat in close contact with the enemy, so that the Austro-German troops would have to fight for every mile. This meant a retreat not for days, but perhaps for weeks. It meant that Przemysl must be given up, and Lemberg, and even Warsaw, but the safety of the Russian army was of more importance than a province or a city. On May 18 the German War Office announced their successes in the following terms: the army under General von Mackensen in the course of its pursuit of the Russians reached yesterday the neighborhood of Subiecko, on the lower Wisloka, and Kolbazowa, northeast of Debica. Under the pressure of this advance the Russians also retreated from their positions north of the Vistula. In this section the troops under General von Woyrach, closely following the enemy, penetrated as far as the region northwest of Kielce. In the Carpathians Austro-Hungarian and German troops under General von Linsingen conquered the hills east of the Upper Stry, and took 3,660 men prisoners, as well as capturing 6 machine guns. At the present moment, while the armies under General von Mackensen are approaching the Przemysl fortresses and the lower San, it is possible to form an approximate idea of the booty taken. In the battles of Tarnow and Gorlica, and in the battles during the pursuit of these armies, we have so far taken 103,500 Russian prisoners, 69 cannon, and 255 machine guns. In these figures the booty taken by the Allied troops fighting in the Carpathians, and north of the Vistula, is not included. This amounts to a further 40,000 prisoners. Przemysl surrendered to the Germans on June 3, 1915, only 10 weeks after the Russian capture of the fortress, which had caused such exultation. General von Mackensen continued toward Lemberg, the capital of Galicia. On June 18, when the victorious German armies were approaching the gates of Lemberg, the Russian losses were estimated at 400,000 dead and wounded, and 300,000 prisoners, besides 100,000 lost before Marshal von Hindenburg's forces in Poland and Courland. On June 23 Lemberg fell. The weakness of Russia in this campaign arose from the exhaustion of her ammunition supplies, but great shipments of such supplies were being constantly forwarded from Vladivostok. When the German army crossed the San, Wilhelm II, then German Emperor, was present. It is interesting to look back on the scene. Here is a paragraph from the account of the Wolf Telegraphic Bureau. The Emperor had hurried forward to his troops by automobile. On the way he was greeted with loud hurrahs by the wounded, riding back in wagons. On the heights of Yaroslav the Emperor met Prince Eitel Friedrich and then, from several points of observation, for hours followed with keen attention the progress of the battle for the crossing. While the great offensive in Galicia was well underway, the Germans were pushing forward in East Prussia. Finding little resistance they ultimately invaded Courland, captured Libau, and established themselves firmly in that province. The sweep of the victorious German armies through Galicia was continued into Poland. On July 19 William the War-Lord bombastically telegraphed his sister, the Queen of Greece, to the effect that he had paralyzed Russia for at least 6 months to come, and was on the eve of delivering a coup on the Western Front that will make all Europe tremble. It would be futile to recount the details of the various German victories which followed the advance into Poland. On July 24, the German line ran from Novgorod in the north, south of Przasnysz, thence to Novogeorgivsk, then swinging to the southeast below Warsaw it passed close to the west of Ivangorod, Lublin, Chelm, and then south to a point just east of Lemberg. Warsaw at that time was in the jaws of the German nutcracker. On July 21, the bells in all the churches throughout Russia clanged a call to prayer for 24 hours continual service of intercession for victory. In spite of the heat the churches were packed. Hour after hour the people stood wedged together, while the priests and choirs chanted their litanies. Outside the Kamian Cathedral an open-air mass was celebrated in the presence of an enormous crowd. But the German victories continued. On August 5 Warsaw was abandoned. Up to July 29 hope was entertained in military quarters in London and Paris that the Germans would stand a siege in their fortresses along the Warsaw salient. But on that date advices came from Petrograd that in order to save the Russian armies a retreat must be made, and the Warsaw fortresses abandoned. For some time before this the Russian resistance had perceptibly stiffened, and many vigorous counterattacks had been made against the German advance, but it was the same old story, the lack of ammunition. The armies were compelled to retire and await the munitions necessary for a new offensive. The last days of Russian rule in Warsaw were days of extraordinary interest. The inhabitants, to the number of nearly 500,000, sought refuge in Russia. All goods that could be useful to the Germans were either removed or burned. Crops were destroyed in the surrounding fields. When the Germans entered they found an empty and deserted city, with only a few Poles and the lowest classes of Jews still left. Warsaw is a famous city, full of ancient palaces, tastefully adorned shops, finely built streets, and fourscore church towers where the bells are accustomed to ring melodiously for matins and vespers. In the Ujazdowsk Avenue one comes to the most charming building in all Warsaw, the Lazienki Palace, with its delicious gardens mirrored in a lovely lake. It is a beautiful city. The fall of Warsaw meant the fall of Russian Poland, but Russia was not yet defeated. Von Hindenburg was to be treated as Napoleon was in 1812, the strategy of the Grand Duke was sound. So long as he could save the army the victories of Germany would be futile. It is true that the German armies were not compelled, like those of Napoleon, to live on the land. They could bring their supplies from Berlin day by day, but every mile they advanced into hostile territory made their task harder. The German line of communication, as it grew longer, became weaker and the troops needed for garrison duty in the captured towns seriously diminished the strength of the fighting army. The Russian retreat was good strategy and it was carried on with extraordinary cleverness. It is unnecessary to describe the events which succeeded the fall of Warsaw in great detail. There was a constant succession of German victories and Russian defeats, but never one of the Russian armies enveloped or destroyed. Back they went, day after day, always fighting. Each great Russian fortress resisted until it saw itself in danger, and then safely withdrew its troops. Kovno fell and Novogeorgivsk, and Ivangorod, then Ossowiec was abandoned, and Brest-Litovsk and Grodno. On September 5 the Emperor of Russia signed the following order. Today I have taken supreme command of all the forces of the sea and land armies operating in the theater of war. With firm faith in the clemency of God, with unshakable assurance in final victory, we shall fulfill our sacred duty to defend our country to the last. We will not dishonor the Russian land. The Grand Duke Nicholas was made Viceroy of the Caucasus, a post which took him out of the main theater of fighting but gave him a great field for fresh military activity. He had been bearing a heavy burden, and had shown himself to be a great commander. He had outmaneuvered von Hindenburg again and again, and though finally the Russian armies under his command had been driven back, the retreat itself was a proof of his military ability, not only in its conception, but in the way in which it was done. The emperor chose General XVIII as his chief of general staff. He was the ablest of the great generals who had been leading the Russian army. With this change in command a new spirit seemed to come over Russia. The German advance, however, was not yet completely checked. It was approaching Vilna. The fighting around Vilna was the bitterest in the whole long retreat. On the 18th of September it fell, but the Russian troops were safely removed and the Russian resistance had become strong. Munitions were pouring into the new Russian army. The news from the battlefront began to show improvement. On September 8 General Brusilov, further in the south, had attacked the Germans in front of Tarnopol, and defeated them with heavy loss. More than 17,000 men were captured with much artillery. Soon the news came of other advances. Dubno was retaken and Lutsk. The end of September saw the German advance definitely checked. The Russian forces were now extended in a line from Riga on the north, along the river Dwina, down to Dvinsk. Then turning to the east along the river, it again turned south and so on down east of the Pripet marshes. It followed an almost straight line to the southern frontier. Its two strongest points were Riga, on the Gulf of Riga, which lay under the protection of the guns of the fleet, and Dvinsk, through which ran the great Petrograd railway line. Against these 2 points von Hindenburg directed his attack. And now, for the first time in many months, he met with complete failure. The German fleet attempted to assist him on the Gulf of Riga, but was defeated by the Russian Baltic fleet with heavy losses. A bombardment turned out a failure and the German armies were compelled to retire. Illustration, map Riga and surroundings. The German attack on the road to Petrograd. A more serious effort was made against Dvinsk but was equally unsuccessful and the German losses were immense. Again and again the attempt was made to cross the Dwina River, but without success. The German invasion was definitely stopped. By the end of October there was complete stagnation in the northern sector of the battle line, and though in November there were a number of battles, nothing happened of great importance. During the year 1916 the Russian armies seemed to have had a new birth. At last they were supplied with guns and munitions. They waited until they were ready. In March a series of battles was fought in the neighborhood of Lake Narach, and 8 successive attacks were made against the German army, entrenched between Lake Narach and Lake Vishchenevsky. The Germans at first were driven back and badly defeated. Later on, however, the Russian artillery was sent to another section, and the Germans were able to recover their position. During June the Russians attacked all along the southern part of their line. In 3 weeks they had regained a whole province. Lutsk and Dubno had been retaken. 200,000 men and hundreds of guns had been captured, and the Austrian line had been pierced and shattered. Further south the German army had been compelled to retreat and the Russian armies were in Bukovina and Galicia. On the 10th of August Stanislaw fell. By this time 2 Austrian armies had been shattered, over 350,000 prisoners taken, and nearly 1 million men put out of action. Germany, however, was sending reinforcements as fast as possible, and putting up a desperate defense. Nevertheless everything was encouraging for Russia and she entered upon the winter in a very different condition from her condition in the previous year. Then she had just ended her great retreat. Now she had behind her a series of successes. But a new difficulty had arisen in the loss of the political harmony at home which had marked the first years of the war. Dark days were ahead. Chapter 22. How the Balkans decided. For more than half a century the Balkans have presented a problem which disturbed the minds of the statesmen of Europe. Again and again, during that period, it seemed that in the Balkan mountains might be kindled a blaze which might set the world afire. Balkan politics is a labyrinth in which one might easily be lost. The inhabitants of the Balkans represent many races, each with its own ambition, and, for the most part, military. There were Serbs, and Bulgarians, and Turks, and Romanians, and Greeks, and their territorial divisions did not correspond to their nationalities. The land was largely mountainous, with great gaps that make it, in a sense, the highway of the world. From 1466 to 1878 the Balkans was in the dominion of the Turks. In the early days while the Turks were warring against Hungary, their armies marched through the Balkan hills. The natives kept apart, and preserved their language, religion and customs. In the 19th century, as the Turks grew weaker, their subject people began to seek independence. Greece came first, and, in 1829, aided by France, Russia and Great Britain, she became an independent kingdom. Serbia revolted in 1804, and by 1820 was an autonomous state, though still tributary to Turkey. In 1859, Romania became autonomous. The rising of Bulgaria in 1876, however, was really the beginning of the succession of events which ultimately led to the World War of 1914–18. The Bulgarian insurrection was crushed by the Turks in such a way as to stir the indignation of the whole world. What are known as the Bulgarian atrocities seem mild today, but they led to the Russo-Turkish War in 1877. The Treaty of Berlin, by which that war was settled in 1878, was one of those treaties which could only lead to trouble. It deprived Russia of much of the benefit of her victory, and left nearly every racial question unsettled. Romania lost Bessarabia, which was mainly inhabited by Romanians. Bosnia and Herzegovina were handed over to the administration of Austria. Turkey was allowed to retain Macedonia, Albania and Thrace. Serbia was given Niš, but had no outlet to the sea. Greece obtained Thessaly, and a new province was made of the country south of the Balkans called Eastern Rumelia. From that time on, quarrel after quarrel made up the history of the Balkan peoples, each of whom sought the assistance and support of some one of the great powers. Russia and Austria were constantly intriguing with the new states, in the hope of extending their own domains in the direction of Constantinople. The history of Bulgaria shows that that nation has been continually the center of these intrigues. In 1879 they elected as their sovereign Prince Alexander of Battenberg, whose career might almost be called romantic. A splendid soldier and an accomplished gentleman, he stands out as an interesting figure in the sordid politics of the Balkans. He identified himself with his new country. In 1885 he brought about a union with Eastern Rumelia, which led to a disagreement with Russia. Serbia, doubtless at Russian instigation, suddenly declared war, but was overwhelmed by Prince Alexander in short order. Russia then abducted Prince Alexander, but later was forced to restore him. However, Russian intrigues, and his failure to obtain support from one of the great powers, forced his abdication in 1886. In 1887 Prince Ferdinand of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha became the Prince of Bulgaria. He, also, was a remarkable man, but not the romantic of his predecessor. He seems to have been a sort of a parody of a king. He was fond of ostentation, and full of ambition. He was a personal coward, but extremely cunning. During his long reign he built up Bulgaria into a powerful, independent kingdom, and even assumed the title of Tsar of Bulgaria. During the first days of his reign he was kept safely on the throne by his mother, the Princess Clementine, a daughter of Louis Philippe, who, according to Gladstone, was the cleverest woman in Europe, and for a few years Bulgaria was at peace. In 1908 he declared Bulgaria independent, and its independence was recognized by Turkey on the payment of an indemnity. During this period Russia was the protector of Bulgaria, but the Bulgarian fox was looking also for the aid of Austria. Serbia more and more relied upon Russia. Illustration, painting. Official Canadian War Records. Time's up. Over you go. The word comes from the officer, watch in hand, time's up. Over you go. And instantly the men from the Dominion begin to climb out of the trench. The picture shows the departure of the first of the three or more lines or waves that moves forward over no man's land against the enemy trenches. Illustration, photograph. Photo by International Film Service. Transporting wounded amid the difficulties of the Italian mountain front. The isolated mountain positions were only accessible to the bases of operations by these aerial cable cars. This picture, taken during the Austrian retreat, shows a wounded soldier being taken down the Mountain by this means. Illustration, photograph, soldier working on a telephone connection. Copyright Underwood and Underwood, N.Y. British official photo. The nerve system of the fighting armies. What the nerves are to the human body, the signal system was to the armies, transmitting warnings of danger from the outposts to a central brain, and flashing back the thing to be done to meet it. The Austrian treatment of the Slavs was a source of constant irritation to Serbia. Romania had a divided feeling. Her loss of Bessarabia to Russia had caused ill feeling, but in Austria's province of Transylvania there were millions of Romanians, whom Romania desired to bring under her rule. Greece was fearful of Russia, because of Russia's desire for the control of Constantinople. All of these nations, too, were deeply conscious of the Austro-German ambitions for extension of their power through to the east. Each of these principalities was also jealous of the other. Bulgaria and Serbia had been at war, many Bulgarians were in the Romanian territory, many Serbians, Bulgarians and Greeks in Macedonia. There was only one tie in common, that was their hatred of Turkey. In 1912 a league was formed, under the direction of the Greek statesman, Venizelos, having for its object an attack on Turkey. By secret treaties arrangements were made for the division of the land, which they hoped to obtain from Turkey. War was declared, and Turkey was decisively defeated, and then the trouble began. Serbia and Bulgaria had been particularly anxious for an outlet to the sea, and in the treaty between them it had been arranged that Serbia should have an outlet on the Adriatic, while Bulgaria was to obtain an outlet on the Aegean. The Triple Alliance positively refused Serbia its share of the Adriatic coast. Serbia insisted, therefore, on a revision of the treaty, which would enable her to have a seaport on the Aegean. An attempt was made to settle the question by arbitration, but King Ferdinand refused, whereupon, in July, 1913, the Second Balkan War began. Bulgaria was attacked by Greece and Serbia, and Turkey took a chance and regained Adrianople, and even Romania, which had been neutral in the First Baltic War, mobilized her armies and marched toward Sofia. Bulgaria surrendered, and on the 10th of August the Treaty of Bucharest was signed by the Balkan states. As a result of this, Bulgaria was left in a thoroughly dissatisfied state of mind. She had been the leader in the war against Turkey, she had suffered heavy losses, and she had gained almost nothing. Moreover, she had lost to Romania, a territory containing 250,000 Bulgarians, and a splendid harbor on the Black Sea. Serbia and Greece were the big winners. Such a treaty could not be a final settlement. The Balkans were left seething with unrest. Serbia, though she had gained much, was still dissatisfied. Her ambitions, however, now turned in the direction of the Yugoslavs under the rule of Austria, and it was her agitation in this matter which directly brought on the Great War. But Bulgaria was sullen and ready for revenge. When the Great War began, therefore, Romania, Serbia, Montenegro and Greece were strongly in sympathy with Russia, who had been their backer and friend. Bulgaria, in spite of all she owed to Russia in the early days, was now ready to find protection from an alliance with the Central Powers. Her feeling was well known to the Allies, and every effort was made to obtain her friendship and, if possible, her aid. Viviani, then Premier of France, in an address before the French Chamber of Deputies, said, "The Balkan question was raised at the outset of the war, even before it came to the attention of the world. The Bucharest Treaty had left in Bulgaria profound heartburnings. Neither king nor people were resigned to the loss of the fruits of their efforts and sacrifices, and to the consequences of the unjustifiable war they had waged upon their former allies. From the first day, the Allied governments took into account the dangers of such a situation, and sought a means to remedy it. Their policy has proceeded in a spirit of justice and generosity which has characterized the attitude of Great Britain, Russia and Italy as well as France. We have attempted to re-establish the union of the Baltic peoples, and in accord with them seek the realization of their principal national aspirations. The equilibrium thus obtained by mutual sacrifices really made by each would have been the best guarantee of future peace. Despite constant efforts in which Romania, Greece and Serbia lent their assistance, we have been unable to obtain the sincere collaboration of the Bulgarian government. The difficulties respecting the negotiations were always at Sofia. At the beginning of the war it appears, therefore, that Bulgaria was entering into negotiations with the Allies, hoping to regain in this way some of the territory she had lost in the Second Baltic War. Many of her leading statesmen and most distinguished generals favored the cause of Russia, but in May came the great German advance in Galicia, and the Allies' stalemate in the Dardanelles, and the king, and his supporters, found the way clear for a movement in favor of Germany. Still protesting neutrality, they signed a secret treaty with Berlin, Vienna and Constantinople on July 17. The Central Powers had promised them not only what they had been asking, in Macedonia, but also the Greek territory of Epirus. This treaty was concealed from those Bulgarian leaders who still held to Russia, and on the 5th of October Bulgaria formally entered into war on the side of Germany, and began an attack on Serbia. The full account of the intrigue which led to this action has never been told. It is not improbable that King Ferdinand himself never had any other idea than to act as he did, but he dissembled for a long time. He set forth his claims in detail to the Allies, who used every effort to induce Romania, Greece and Serbia to make the concessions that would be necessary. Such concessions were made, but not until it was too late. In a telegram from Milan dated September 24, an account is given of an interview between Tsar Ferdinand and a committee from those Bulgarians who were opposed to the king's policy. "Mind your own head. I shall mind mine," are the words which the king spoke to M. Stambulivski when he received the 5 opposition members who had come to warn him of the danger to which he was exposing himself and the nation. The 5 members were received by the king in the Red Room at the royal palace, and chairs had been placed for them around a big table. The king entered the room, accompanied by Prince Boris, the heir apparent, and his secretary, M. Bukovich. "Be seated, gentlemen," said the king, as he sat down himself, as if for a very quiet talk. His secretary took a seat at the table, a little apart to take notes, but the conversation immediately became so heated and rapid that he was unable to write it down. The first to speak was M. Malinov, leader of the Democratic Party, who said, "The policy adopted by the government is one of adventure, tending to throw Bulgaria into the arms of Germany, and driving her to attack Serbia. This policy is contrary to the aspirations, feeling and interests of the country, and if the government obstinately continues in this way it will provoke disturbances of the greatest gravity." It was the first allusion to the possibility of a revolution, but the king listened without flinching. M. Malinov concluded, "For these reasons we beg your majesty, after having vainly asked the government, to convoke the chamber immediately. And we ask this convocation for the precise object of saving the country from dangerous adventures by the formation of a coalition ministry." The king remained silent, and, with a nod, invited M. Stambulivski to speak. M. Stambulivski was a leader of the agrarian party, a man of sturdy, rustic appearance, accustomed to speak out his mind boldly, and exceedingly popular among the peasant population. He grew up himself as a peasant, and wore the laborer's blouse up till very recently. He stood up and looking the king straight in the face said in resolute tones, "In the name of every farmer in Bulgaria I add to what M. Malinov has just said, that the Bulgarian people hold you personally responsible more than your government, for the disastrous adventure of 1913. If a similar adventure were to be repeated now its gravity this time would be irreparable. The responsibility would once more fall on your policy, which is contrary to the welfare of our country, and the nation would not hesitate to call you personally to account. That there may be no mistake as to the real wishes of the country I present to your majesty my country's demand in writing." He handed the king a letter containing the resolution voted by the agrarians. The king read it and then turned to M. Zhanov, leader of the Radical Democrats, and asked him to speak. M. Zhanov did so, speaking very slowly and impressively, and also looking the king straight in the face. "Sire, I had sworn never again to set foot inside your palace. And if I come today it is because the interests of my country are above personal questions, and have compelled me. Your Majesty may read what I have to say in this letter, which I submit to you in behalf of our party." He handed the letter and the king read it and still remained silent. Then he said, turning to his former prime minister and ablest politician, "Geshoff, it is now your turn to speak." Geshoff got up and said, "I also am fully in accord with what Stambulivsky has just said." No matter how severe his words may have been in their simple unpolished frankness, which ignores the ordinary formalities of etiquette, they entirely express our unanimous opinion. We all, as representing the opposition, consider the present policy of the government contrary to the sentiments and interests of the country, because by driving it to make common cause with Germany it makes us the enemies of Russia, which was our deliverer, and the adventure into which we are thus thrown compromises our future. We disapprove most absolutely of such a policy, and we also ask that the chamber be convoked, and a ministry formed with the cooperation of all parties. After Geshoff, the former premier, Donev also spoke, and associated himself with what had already been said. The king remained still silent for a while, then he, also, stood up and said, "Gentlemen, I have listened to your threats, and will refer them to the President of the Council of Ministers, that he may know and decide what to do." All present bowed, and a chilly silence followed. The king had evidently taken the frank warning given him as a threat to him personally, and he walked up and down nervously for a while. Prince Boris turned aside to talk with the secretary, who had resumed taking notes. The king continued pacing to and fro, evidently very nettled. Then, approaching Zanoff, and as if to change the conversation, he asked him for news about this season's harvest. Zanoff abruptly replied, "Your Majesty knows that we have not come here to talk about the harvest, but of something far more important at present, namely, the policy of your government, which is on the point of ruining our country. We can on no account approve the policy that is anti-Russian. If the Crown and Radoslavov persist in their policy we shall not answer for the consequences. We have not desired to seek out those responsible for the disaster of 1913, because other grave events have been precipitated. But it was a disaster due to criminal folly. It must not be repeated by an attack on Serbia by Bulgaria, as seems contemplated by Radoslavov, and which according to all appearances, has the approval of your Majesty. It would be a premeditated crime, and deserve to be punished." The king hesitated a moment, and then held out his hand to Zanoff, saying, "All right. At all events I thank you for your frankness." Then, approaching Stambulivsky, he repeated to him his question about the harvest. Stambulivsky, as a simple peasant, at first allowed himself to be led into a discussion of this secondary matter, and had expressed the hope that the prohibition on the export of cereals would be removed, when he suddenly remembered, and said, "But this is not the moment to speak of these things. I again repeat to your Majesty that the country does not want a policy of adventure which cost it so dear in 1913. It was your own policy too. Before 1913 we thought you were a great diplomatist, but since then we have seen what fruits your diplomacy bears. You took advantage of all the loopholes in the Constitution to direct the country according to your own views. Your ministers are nothing. You alone are the author of this policy and you will have to bear the responsibility." The king replied frigidly, "The policy which I have decided to follow is that which I consider the best for the welfare of the country." "It is a policy which will only bring misfortune," replied the sturdy agrarian. "It will lead to fresh catastrophes, and compromise not only the future of our country, but that of your dynasty, and may cost you your head." It was as bold a saying as ever was uttered before a king, and Ferdinand looked astonished at the peasant who was thus speaking to him. He said, "Do not mind my head, it is already old. Rather mind your own," he added with a disdainful smile, and turned away. Stambulivsky retorted, "My head matters little, sire. What matters more is the good of our country." The king paid no more attention to him, and took Geshoff and Danoff apart, who again insisted on convoking the chamber, and assured him that Radoslavov's government would be in a minority. They also referred to the premier's oracular utterances. "Ah," said the king. "Has Radoslavov spoken to you, and what has he said?" "He has said," replied the leaders, "that Bulgaria would march with Germany and attack Serbia." The king made a vague gesture, and then said, "Oh, I did not know." This incident throws a strong light upon the conflict which was going on in the Balkan states, between those kings who were of German origin, and who believed in the German power, and their people who loved Russia. King Ferdinand got his warning. He did not listen, and he lost his throne. All this, however, took place before the Bulgarian declaration of war. Yet much had already shown what King Ferdinand was about to do. The Allies, to be sure, were incredulous, and were doing their best to cultivate the goodwill of the treacherous king. On September 23 the official order was given for Bulgaria's mobilization. She, however, officially declared that her position was that of armed neutrality and that she had no aggressive intentions. As it has developed, she was acting under the direction of the German High Command. It was at this period that Germany had failed to crush Russia in the struggle on the Vilna, and, in accordance with her usual strategy when one plan failed, another was undertaken. It seemed to her, therefore, that the punishment of Serbia would make up for other failures, and moreover would enable her to assist Turkey, which needed munitions. Besides releasing for Germany supplies of food and other material which might come from Turkey. They therefore entrusted an expedition against Serbia to Field Marshal von Mackensen, and had begun to gather an army for that purpose, north of the Danube. This army of course was mainly composed of Austrian troops, but was stiffened throughout by some of the best regiments from the German army. To assist this new army they counted upon Bulgaria, with whom they had already a secret treaty, and in spite of the falsehoods issued from Sofia, the Bulgarian mobilization was meant for an attack on Serbia. The condition of affairs was well understood in Russia. On October 2, 1915, Sazonov, Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs, issued the following statement: "The situation in the Balkans is very grave. The whole Russian nation is aroused by the unthinkable treachery of Ferdinand and his government to the Slavic cause. Bulgaria owes her independence to Russia, and yet seems willing now to become a vassal of Russia's enemies. In her attitude towards Serbia, when Serbia is fighting for her very existence, Bulgaria puts herself in the class with Turkey. We do not believe that the Bulgarian people sympathize with the action of their ruler, therefore, the Allies are disposed to give them time for reflection. If they persist in their present treacherous course they must answer to Russia." The next day the following ultimatum from Russia was handed the Bulgarian Prime Minister. Events which are taking place in Bulgaria at this moment give evidence of the definite decision of King Ferdinand's government to place the fate of its country in the hands of Germany. The presence of German and Austrian officers at the Ministry of War and on the staffs of the army, the concentration of troops in the zone bordering on Serbia, and the extensive financial support accepted from her enemies by the Sofia cabinet, no longer leave any doubt as to the object of the present military preparations of Bulgaria. The powers of the Entente, who have at heart the realization of the aspirations of the Bulgarian people, have on many occasions warned Radoslavov that any hostile act against Serbia would be considered as directed against themselves. The assurances given by the head of the Bulgarian cabinet in reply to these warnings are contradicted by facts. The representative of Russia, bound to Bulgaria by the imperishable memory of her liberation from the Turkish yoke, cannot sanction by his presence preparations for fratricidal aggression against a Slav and allied people. The Russian minister has, therefore, received orders to leave Bulgaria with all the staffs of the legation and the consulates if the Bulgarian government does not within 24 hours openly break with the enemies of the Slav cause and of Russia, and does not at once proceed to send away the officers belonging to the armies of states who are at war with the powers of the Entente. Similar ultimatums were presented by representatives of France and Great Britain. Bulgaria's reply to these ultimatums was described as bold to the verge of insolence. In substance she denied that German officers were on the staffs of Bulgarian armies, but said that if they were present that fact concerned only Bulgaria, which reserved the right to invite whomsoever she liked. The Bulgarian government then issued a manifesto to the nation, announcing its decision to enter the war on the side of the Central Powers. The manifesto reads as follows. The Central Powers have promised us parts of Serbia, creating an Austro-Hungarian borderline, which is absolutely necessary for Bulgaria's independence of the Serbians. We do not believe in the promises of the Quadruple Entente. Italy, one of the allies, treacherously broke her treaty of 33 years. We believe in Germany, which is fighting the whole world to fulfill her treaty with Austria. Bulgaria must fight at the victor's side. The Germans and Austro-Hungarians are victorious on all fronts. Russia soon will have collapsed entirely. Then will come the turn of France, Italy and Serbia. Bulgaria would commit suicide if she did not fight on the side of the Central Powers, which offer the only possibility of realizing her desire for a union of all Bulgarian peoples. The manifesto also stated that Russia was fighting for Constantinople and the Dardanelles, Great Britain to destroy Germany's competition, France for Alsace and Lorraine, and the other allies to rob foreign countries. The Central Powers were declared to be fighting to defend property and assure peaceful progress. The manifesto filled 7 columns in the newspapers, and discussed at some length Bulgaria's trade interests. It attacked Serbia most bitterly, declaring that Serbia had oppressed the Bulgarian population of Macedonia in a most barbarous manner. That she had attacked Bulgarian territory and that the Bulgarian troops had been forced to fight for the defense of their own soil. In fact, it was written in quite the usual German manner. Long before this Venizelos, the Greek premier, had perceived what was coming. Greece was bound by treaty to assist Serbia if she were attacked by Bulgaria. On September 21, Venizelos asked France and Britain for 150,000 troops. On the 24th, the Allies agreed to this and Greece at once began to mobilize. His policy was received with great enthusiasm in the Greek chamber, and former Premier Ganaris, amid applause, expressed his support of the government. On October 6 an announcement from Athens stated that Premier Venizelos had resigned, the king having informed him that he was unable to support the policy of his minister. King Constantine was a brother-in-law of the German emperor, and although professing neutrality he had steadily opposed Venizelos' policy. He had once before forced Venizelos' resignation, but at the general elections which followed, the Greek statesman was returned to power by a decisive majority. Intense indignation was caused by the king's action, though the king was able to procure the support of a considerable party. Venizelos' resignation was precipitated by the landing of the Allied troops in Saloniki. They had come at the invitation of Venizelos, but the opposition protested against the occupation of Greek territory by foreign troops. After a disorderly session in which Venizelos explained to the Chamber of Deputies the circumstances connected with the landing, the chamber passed a vote of confidence in the government by 142 to 102. The substance of his argument may be found in his conclusion. We have a treaty with Serbia. If we are honest, we will leave nothing undone to ensure its fulfillment in letter and spirit. Only if we are rogues may we find excuses to avoid our obligations. Illustration, map. 12 miles east of Monastir began the Great Allied offensive that defeated Bulgaria in September 1918. Upon his first resignation Zamis was appointed premier, and declared for a policy of armed neutrality. This position was sharply criticized by Venizelos, but for a time became the policy of the Greek government. Meantime the Allied troops were arriving at Saloniki. On October 3, 70,000 French troops arrived. A formal protest was made by the Greek commandant, who then directed the harbor officials to assist in arranging the landing. In a short time the Allied forces amounted to 150,000 men, but the German campaign was moving rapidly. The German Balkan army captured Belgrade on the 9th of October, and by that date 2 Bulgarian armies were on the Serbian frontier. Serbia found herself opposed by 200,000 Austro-Germans and 250,000 Bulgarians. Greece and Romania fully mobilized and were watching the conflict, and the small Allied contingent at Saloniki was preparing to march inland to the aid of Serbia. The conduct of Greece on this occasion has led to universal criticism. The king himself, no doubt, was mainly moved by his German wife and the influence of his imperial brother-in-law. Those that were associated with him were probably moved by fear. They had been much impressed by the strength of the German armies. They had seen the success of the great German offensive in Russia, while the French and British were being held in the west. They knew, too, the strength of Bulgaria. The national characteristic of the Greeks is prudence, and it cannot be denied that there was great reason to suppose that the armies of Greece would not be able to resist the new attack. With these views Venizelos, the greatest statesman that Greece had produced for many years, did not agree, and the election seemed to show that he was supported by the majority of the Greek people. This was another case where the Allies, faced by a dangerous situation, were acting with too great caution. In Gallipoli they had failed, because at the very beginning they had not used their full strength. Now, again, knowing as they did all that depended upon it, bound as they were to the most loyal support of Serbia, the aid they sent was too small to be more than a drop in the bucket. It must be remembered, however, that the greatest leaders among the Allies were at all times opposed to in any way scattering their strength. They believed that the war was to be won in France. Military leaders in particular yielded under protest to the political leaders when expeditions of this character were undertaken. Certainly this is true, that the world believed that Serbia had a right to Allied assistance. The gallant little nation was fighting for her life, and public honor demanded that she should be aided. It was this strong feeling that led to the action that was taken, in spite of the military opinions. It was, however, too late. In the second week of October Serbia found herself faced by an enemy which was attacking her on three sides. She herself had been greatly weakened. Her losses in 1914, when she had driven Austria from her border, must have been at least 200,000 men. She had suffered from pestilence and famine. Her strength now could not have been more than 200,000, and though she was fairly well supplied with munitions, she was so much outnumbered that she could hardly hope for success. On her west she was facing the Austro-German armies. On her east Bulgaria, on the south Albania. Her source of supplies was Saloniki, and this was really her only hope. If the Allies at Saloniki could stop the Bulgarian movement, the Serbians might face again the Austro-Germans. They expected this help from the Allies. At Niš the town was decorated and the school children waited outside the station with bouquets to present to the coming reinforcements. But the Allies did not come. Von Mackensen's plan was simple enough. His object was to win a way to Constantinople. This could be done either by the control of the Danube or the Ottoman Railroad. To control the Danube he had to seize northeastern Serbia for the length of the river. This was comparatively easy and would give him a clear waterway to the Bulgarian railways connected with Constantinople. The Ottoman Railway was a harder route to win. It meant an advance to the southeast, which would clear the Morevo Valley up to Niš, and then the Nishava Valley up to Bulgaria. The movements involved were somewhat complex, but easily carried out on account of the very great numerical superiority of von Mackensen's forces. On September 19 Belgrade was bombarded. The Serbian positions were gradually destroyed. On the 7th of October the German armies crossed the Danube, and on the 8th the Serbians began to retreat. There was great destruction in Belgrade and the Bulgarian general, Mizhic, was forced slowly back to the foothills of the XVIII range. For a time von Mackensen moved slowly. He did not wish to drive the Serbians too far south. On the 12th of October the Bulgarian army began its attack. At first it was held, but by October 17 was pushing forward all along the line. On the 20th they entered Uskub, a central point of all the routes of southern Serbia. This practically separated the Allied forces at Saloniki from the Serbian armies further north. Disaster followed disaster. On Tuesday, October 26, a junction of Bulgarian and Austro-German patrols was completed in the Dobrovodo Mountains. General von Gallwitz announced that a moment of world significance had come, that the Orient and Occident had been united, and on the basis of this firm and indissoluble union a new and mighty Verbund comes into being. Created by the victory of our arms. Illustration, map, proposed railroad through Germany, Austria-Hungary, the Balkans, Turkey, to Baghdad and the Persian Gulf. Germany's dream, the Bremen-Berlin-Bosporus-Baghdad-Bahn. The road from Germany, through Austria-Hungary and Bulgaria to Turkey lay open. On October 31, Milanovac was lost, and on November 2, Kragujevac surrendered, the decisive battle of the war. On November 7, Niš was captured. General Jekov announced, after fierce and sanguinary fighting, the fortress of Niš has been conquered by our brave victorious troops and the Bulgarian flag has been hoisted to remain forever. The Serbian army continued steadily to retreat, until on November 8, advancing Franco-British troops almost joined with them, presenting a line from Prilep to Dorilovo on the Bulgarian frontier. At this time the Bulgarian army suffered a defeat at Izvor, and also at Strumitsa. The Allied armies were now reported to number 300,000 men. The Austro-Germans by this time had reached the mountainous region of Serbia, and were meeting with strong resistance. On November 13, German dispatches from the front claimed the capture of 54,000 Serbian prisoners. The aged King Peter of Serbia was in full flight, followed by the Crown Prince. The Serbians, however, were still fighting and on November 15, made a stand on the western bank of the Morava River, and recaptured the town of Tetova. At this time the Allied world was watching the Serbian struggle with interest and sympathy. In the House of Lords, Lord Lansdowne in a discussion of the English effort to give them aid said, "It is impossible to think or speak of Serbia without a tribute to the wondrous gallantry with which that little country withstood two separate invasions, and has lately been struggling against a third. She repelled the first two invasions by an effort which I venture to think formed one of the most glorious chapters in the history of this great war. Serbia, however, was compelled once more to retreat, and their retreat soon became a rout. Their guns were abandoned and the roads were strewn with fainting, starving men. The sufferings of the Serbian people during this time are indescribable. Men, women, and children struggled along in the wake of the armies without food or shelter. King Peter himself was able to escape, with the greatest difficulty. By traveling on horseback and muleback in disguise he finally reached Scutari and crossed to Brindisi and finally arrived at Saloniki on New Year's Day, crippled and almost blind, but still full of fight. "I believe," he said, "in the liberty of Serbia, as I believe in God. It was the dream of my youth. It was for that I fought throughout manhood. It has become the faith of the twilight of my life. I live only to see Serbia free. I pray that God may let me live until the day of redemption of my people. On that day I am ready to die, if the Lord wills. I have struggled a great deal in my life, and am tired, bruised and broken from it, but I shall see, this triumph. I shall not die before the victory of my country." The Serbian army had been driven out of Serbia. But the Allies who had come up from Saloniki were still unbeaten. On October 12, the French General Serralp arrived and moved with the French forces, as has already been said, to the Serbian aid. They met with a number of successes. On October 19 they seized the Bulgarian town of Struminica, and occupied strong positions on the left bank of the Vardar. On October 27 they occupied Krivolac, with the British 10th Division, which had joined them on their right. They then occupied the summit of Karahodjali, which commanded the whole section of the valley. This the Bulgarians attacked in force on the 5th of November, but were badly repulsed. They then attempted to move toward Babuna Pass, 25 miles west of Krivolac, where they hoped to join hands with the Serbian column at that point. They were being faced by a Bulgarian army numbering 125,000 men, and found themselves in serious danger. They were compelled to fall back into what is called the entrenched camp of Kavadar, without bringing the aid to the Serbian army that they had hoped. The Allied expedition to aid Serbia had failed. It was hopeless from the start, and, if anything, had injured Serbia by raising false expectations which had interfered with their plans. During the whole of this disastrous campaign a desperate political struggle was going on in Greece. On November 3, the Seimas cabinet tendered its resignation to King Constantine. The trouble was over a bill for extra pay to army officers, but it led to an elaborate discussion of the Greek war policy. Venizelos made 2 long speeches defending his policy, and condemning the policy of his opponents in regard to the Balkan situation. He said that he deplored the fact that Serbia was being left to be crushed by Bulgaria, Greece's hereditary enemy, who would not scruple later to fall on Greece herself. He spoke of the king in a friendly way, criticizing, however, his position. He had been twice removed from the premiership, although he had a majority behind him in the Greek chamber. Our state, he said, is a democracy, presided over by the king, and the whole responsibility rests with the cabinet. I admit that the crown has a right to disagree with the responsible government if he thinks the latter is not in agreement with the national will. But after the recent election, non-agreement is out of the question, and now the crown has not the right to disagree again on the same question. It is not a question of patriotism but of constitutional liberty. When the vote was taken the government was defeated by 147 to 114. Instead of appointing Venizelos premier, King Constantine gave the position to Skouloudis, and then dissolved the Greek chamber by royal decree. Premier Skouloudis declared his policy to be neutrality with the character of sincerest benevolence toward the Entente powers. The general conditions at Athens during this whole time were causing great anxiety in the Allied capitals, and the Allied expedition were in continual fear of an attack in the rear in case of reverse. They endeavored to obtain satisfactory assurances on this point, and while assurances were given, during the whole period of King Constantine's reign aggressive action was prevented because of the doubt as to what course King Constantine would take. It was not till August 27, 1916, that Romania cast aside her role of neutral and entered the war with a declaration of hostilities on Austria-Hungary. Great expectations were founded upon the supposedly well-trained Romanian army and upon the nation which, because of its alertness and discipline, was known as the policeman of Europe. The belief was general in Paris and London that the weight of men and material thrown into the scale by Romania would bring the to a speedy, victorious end. Germany, however, was confident. A spy system excelling in its detailed reports anything that had heretofore been attempted, made smooth the path of the German army. Scarcely had the Romanian army launched a drive in force into Transylvania on August 30, when the message spread from Bucharest, von Mackensen is coming. Recall the army. Draft all males of military age. Prepare for the worst. And the worst fell upon hapless Romania. A vast force of military engineers moving like a human screen in front of von Mackensen's array, followed routes carefully mapped out by German spies during the period of Romanians' neutrality. Military bridges, measured to the inch, had been prepared to carry cannon, material and men over streams and ravines. Every Romanian oil well, mine and storehouse had been located and mapped. German scientists had studied Romanian weather conditions and von Mackensen attacked while the roads were at their best and the weather most favorable. As the Germans swept forward, spies met them giving them military information of the utmost value. A swarm of airplanes spied out the movements of the Romanians and no Romanian airplanes rose to meet them. Illustration, photograph. The useful role of the carrier pigeon at the front. No one would think of giving a distinguished service medal to a pigeon. But some of them performed service under fire that would have entitled a soldier to it. Here American officers heading a division are attaching a message to a pigeon in front of the headquarters dugout. Illustration, photograph. Baghdad the Magnificent falls to the British. General Maud is here shown making his formal entry at the head of his troops into the ancient city. This occurred on March 11, 1917, and was the most notable exploit of General Maud, commander of the British Mesopotamian expedition until his death by cholera 9 months afterwards. General von Falkenhayn, cooperating with von Mackensen, smashed his way through Vulcan Pass, and cut the main line running to Bucharest at Craiova. The Dobruja region was overrun and the central Romanian plain was swept clear of all Romanian opposition to the German advance. The seat of government transferred from Bucharest to Jassy on November 28, 1916, and on December 6 Bucharest was entered by von Mackensen, definitely putting an end to Romania as a factor in the war. The result of the fall of Romania was to release immense stores of petroleum for German use. British and Romanian engineers had done their utmost by the use of explosives to make useless the great Romanian oil wells, but German engineers soon had the precious fluid in full flow. This furnished the fuel which Germany had long and ardently desired. The oil-burning submarine now came into its own. It was possible to plan a great fleet of submersibles to attempt execution of von Tirpitz's plan for unrestricted submarine warfare. This was decided upon by the German High Command, the day Bucharest fell. It was realized that such a policy would bring the United States into the war. But the Kaiser and his advisers hoped the submarine on sea and a great Western Front offensive on land would force a decision in favor of Germany before America could get ready. How that hope failed was revealed at Château-Thierry and in the humiliation of Germany. Chapter 7. The Campaign in Mesopotamia. In our previous discussion of the British campaign in Mesopotamia we left the British forces entrenched at Kurna, and also occupying Basra, the port of Baghdad.